Upon awakening from slumber, Jun Lin found himself transmigrated into a parallel universe, where the world had undergone a dramatic transformation. The revival of spiritual energy had unleashed a torrent of monstrous beasts and alien races upon the land, leaving humanity to cower in designated safe zones, barely clinging to existence. As a so-called waste, Jun Lin was destined for a mundane life. However, fate had other plans when he awakened the Dragon Ball Universe Sign-In System. By merely signing in, he could obtain anything from the Dragon Ball world. Signing in to acquire Saiyan Bloodline, he transformed from a mere underachiever into a prodigy, subsequently basking in the adoration of many. Signing in for the Kamehameha Wave, he could send foes to their demise with but a single strike. Signing in for the King Kai Fist, he wielded tenfold combat power, slaying foes as effortlessly as one might consume a meal. Signing in for the Spirit Bomb, he could summon a bag of magical beans and a cloud of smoke, controlling angels and demons alike. Signing in for the 7 Dragon Balls, he became the possessor of an ultimate cheat. Signing in for Super Saiyan God, he ultimately became a cosmic destroyer. With his own efforts coupled with the might of the system, Jun Lin steadily ascended to the pinnacle of the universe, mastering the very flow of time itself. Chapter 1. The End of Blue Star, the Era of Apocalypse. In the year 2026, a celestial meteor crashed into Blue Star, wreaking havoc comparable to the explosive power of a billion atomic bombs. Despite humanity's technological advancements reaching unprecedented heights, they were still ill-equipped to fully withstand such a catastrophic disaster. Civilization crumbled, leaving only a fraction of humanity to survive. With the ceiling of Blue Star lifted, the realm expanded exponentially, enveloped in mysterious spiritual energy that significantly enhanced human physicality. Thus, the era of high martial arts dawned. Humans could cultivate their strength through various means, while beasts experienced genetic mutations, transforming into ferocious monstrosities. From that moment forth, Blue Star entered a new epoch, known as the Era of Apocalypse. In May of the 266th year of the Apocalypse Era, in the province of Magic City, Jinling City at the 7th High School, the morning sun bathed the campus, illuminating the faces of countless anxious youths. In Class 3-6. Jun Lin glanced at the simulated exam results in his hand, his thoughts crystallizing into 2 words: devastatingly disappointing. How could it not be? As a distinguished student of the 7th High School, his current exam score was abysmally low. Cultural subjects, 18 points. Warrior Star level, 0.6. Overall grade, E. Dead last in the class. Confronted with the scornful gazes of his classmates, Jun Lin felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. Originally from Earth, he was not a native of this parallel realm. He had merely taken a brief nap on a hillside and found himself transported to this world. His family and friends remained unchanged, their relationships intact. The sole distinction was that Blue Star, unlike Earth, was a new world that had embraced high martial arts for over 2 centuries. Here, new laws of existence and a novel societal framework prevailed. By sheer coincidence, Jun Lin had just arrived in time for the final mock examination before the college entrance exams. In his previous world, he had been recognized as an academic prodigy. Yet, in this realm, the situation was nothing short of tragic. Subjects such as physics and chemistry had morphed into encyclopedias of monstrous beasts, while language, mathematics, and English had become survival guides. Jun Lin was utterly at a loss. After a night of desperate cramming, he finally managed to comprehend the humanities exam questions. Whether his answers were correct, however, was a matter of luck. The humanities exam results were secondary. What truly determined a person's success was their Warrior Star level. Based on historical data, to gain admission to a prestigious 985 university, one needed to possess a Warrior Star level of 3. For the slightly less prestigious 211 universities, a level of 2.5 was required. As for ordinary undergraduate programs, one needed at least a Warrior Star level of 2. With his paltry score of 0.6, Jun Lin saw no future ahead in this era. Failing to enter university meant descending to the lowest strata of society, destined for the most arduous and poorly compensated jobs. It was said that after entering the Era of Apocalypse, the ancestors of Huaxia, through relentless efforts, ultimately reconstructed 5 major provinces and 32 base cities. Moreover, the vast expanse of Huaxia was overrun by monstrous beasts, rendering the wilderness exceedingly perilous. Avid reader of various novels, Jun Lin recognized that Blue Star had now become reminiscent of certain high martial arts realms. Though the top-tier powerhouses may not have been as exaggerated as those capable of plucking stars from the sky, they were nonetheless formidable, capable of leveling mountains. With ease, born into such an era, Jun Lin was determined not to remain an inconspicuous figure. As afternoon dismissed classes, he stepped out of the school gates, where a bustling crowd of students and parents had gathered. Jun Lin, Jun Lin called a gaunt middle-aged man from the throng. "Dad, what brings you here?" Jun Lin exclaimed upon recognizing the familiar figure before him. "I heard about your mock exam today. I happened to be delivering goods nearby and wanted to see how you fared." Jun Changyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Don't even mention it. This year's questions were exceptionally difficult. Unable to admit he had come in last, Jun Lin could only offer this excuse. Jun Changyuan perceived the truth but bore no resentment. Instead, he appeared somewhat remorseful. It was merely a consequence of their family's financial struggles, which hindered their ability to provide the necessary support for their son's academic endeavors. To enhance one's warrior star level, aside from extraordinary talent, financial resources were paramount. With sufficient funds, one could train in expensive facilities, purchase costly beast meat, and acquire potions to bolster physical prowess. At times, the power of wealth could eclipse innate talent. Wealthy individuals, even with mediocre abilities, could easily amass a 3-star warrior through sheer financial means. In contrast, with his poor aptitude and dire family circumstances, Jun Lin found himself unable to compete with his peers, destined for a life as an ordinary person. Following this mock examination, students generally had a clearer understanding of their futures. Roughly one would gain admission to the prestigious 985 universities, one to the 211 universities, and 10 to ordinary institutions. The remaining students would sink into mediocrity, becoming the lower class of society, perpetually troubled by the struggle for survival. "It's all right. When we get home, you can apprentice at old Yang's repair shop. In a few years, with experience, you might even start your own business and earn a decent income." Jun Changyuan reassured his son, patting his shoulder to ease his tension. As a member of the lower class, he had long since come to terms with his reality. To see his child earn a substantial income was his ultimate dream. No matter how the world changed, the warmth and care of a father remained steadfast. "Dad, I refuse to accept my fate. With just a month until the college entrance exams, I want to strive harder," Jun Lin declared stubbornly. Jun Changyuan gazed upon his now-grown child, a broad, endearing smile spreading across his face. At that moment, a tall, exquisitely beautiful girl emerged from the crowd. A stunning girl always attracted the gaze of those around her, drawing unsolicited admiration. Someone whispered to a companion, "Which class is this girl from? She exudes such elegance." The companion replied, "That's Su Tingting from class 6. I heard she scored a C grade in this mock exam. Admission to university is a certainty, and she might even aim for a 211. The mere mention of the 211 universities sparked great envy among the crowd. In contemporary Huaxia, there are only 5,985 universities and 32 211 universities, their prestige far surpassing the past. Even a 211 university was a coveted aspiration for countless students. As Jun Lin watched Su Tingting approach, a sense of foreboding washed over him. In his previous world, when he maintained his academic prowess, Su Tingting often sought opportunities to get close to him, resulting in several rumors of a romantic liaison. Now, having arrived in this parallel universe, it was improbable that things would remain unchanged, and he feared a divergence was imminent. The lively school entrance. With a confident stride in her high heels, Su Tingting approached Jun Lin, her face adorned with an air of utter disdain. "Jun Lin, let us clarify our positions today. I implore you to cease your incessant pursuit of me. We are simply not meant to be. Your familial circumstances are modest, and your qualifications leave much to be desired. It is improbable that you will ever gain admission to a university. Out of respect for our acquaintance, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not squander your family's resources any further. Return and focus on your studies instead." Upon the conclusion of her remarks, the nearby classmates directed scornful smiles towards Jun Lin. Chapter 2. Days of Financial Strain, Dragon Ball Universe Sign-In System. Upon concluding her words, Su Tingting lifted her proud head, her visage radiating an air of noble aloofness. She had secured the affections of a wealthy heir and deemed it imperative to sever all past ties. As for whether her actions might bruise another's pride, what concern does a waste of space have for dignity? In the midst of her reverie, she was suddenly struck across her delicate face by a resounding slap. Simultaneously, the scathing voice of Jun Lin rang in her ears. "Are you out of your mind?" Although Jun Lin's slap was indeed forceful, Su Tingting, now a 2-star warrior, felt little pain. However, the public humiliation of being slapped was utterly degrading. Her noble demeanor vanished, replaced by an outburst of fury. "You dare to hit me? I am a 2-star warrior. What do I have to fear from a useless wretch like you?" As she prepared to retaliate, Jun Lin felt a flicker of trepidation, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He lamented his impulsiveness, realizing that this was no longer the earth of yore. If he were to be thrashed by a woman today, his hard-won reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Fortunately, the commotion attracted the attention of 2 formidable security guards, who swiftly intervened to quell the conflict. In the era of the apocalypse, Becoming a security guard required one to possess the strength of at least a 3-star warrior. Given that both parties were students and no one was injured, the dispute ended in a rather unsatisfactory stalemate, leaving only a gathering of onlookers. The Ronglong Affordable Housing Complex was a government-run community for the impoverished, inhabited by the lower strata of society. Jun Lin's home was a modest dwelling of less than 70 square meters. His mother had passed away many years prior, leaving him to rely solely on his father. Jun Changyuan. 6 years ago, while delivering goods, Jun Changyuan stumbled upon a young girl named Xia Jiyue, orphaned by the jaws of a beast and left homeless. Considering his son as solitude, he adopted her, and thus their family of 3 thrived in harmony. Bang! The door slammed shut as Jun Lin returned home. His mood exceedingly foul, feeling as though misfortune shadowed him at every turn, even being bitten by a dog on his way out. After a brief hesitation, Jun Changyuan retrieved a thick stack of cash from his room, stating, "Here are 10,000 yuan. Use it to rent more time in the training room. Man can conquer nature. You will surely succeed." Jun Lin stared at the pile of crimson currency in astonishment, aware that it represented his father's entire earnings from 2 months of labor at the construction site. Speechless, he hesitated to accept the money. Smack! The cash was thrust into his hand as Jun Changyuan smiled brightly, undeterred by the possibility of losing it, determined not to let his son down. Soon after, a charming girl approached, reluctantly producing her savings jar. After a lingering glance, she declared, "I heard you need a lot of money to prepare for the college entrance exam. So I'm giving you all of this." Taking the jar, Jun Lin felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, Jiyue. When I succeed, I promise to repay you tenfold." This sister of his had always been frugal, saving her pocket money over the years, so her willingness to part with it touched him deeply. As she watched her savings disappear, Xia Jiyue felt a pang of reluctance, but fought to mask her emotions. "If you're hesitant, then I want to take it. I believe I can succeed on my own." Observing her expression, Jun Lin pushed the jar back towards her. No, you are my future husband. I expect you to take me to a better life once you become successful." Xia Jiyue retorted playfully, recovering her spirits. "Such foolish fantasies. A girl like you is hardly my type. Mind your own business and get back to your studies." Jun Lin teased, casting a sidelong glance. In a fit of embarrassment, Xia Jiyue retaliated, and after a playful scuffle, tranquility returned to the room. Pouting, she said, "I don't care. Once I turn 18, you won't have a say in my life anymore. I'll do whatever I wish. You're just going through a rebellious phase. I can't be bothered to argue." Jun Lin replied as he opened the door to bid her farewell. Once she had departed, he counted all the cash, confirming a total of 13,000 yuan. In this new age of martial prowess, humans could enhance their physical forms through various means. A popular method was the training room, which absorbed ambient energy, amplifying training results manifold compared to the outside world. Every school in Huaxia had training rooms available for rent, uniformly priced at 100 yuan per hour, meaning Jun Lin's savings would afford him 130 hours of training. Currently a 6-star warrior. If he utilized all his hours, he could nearly transform into a 1-star warrior. However, to gain admission to university, one needed to be a 2-star warrior, and the time required to progress from 1 star to 2 stars was double. Thus, even if time permitted, achieving 3-star status would cost at least 300,000 yuan or more. Reflecting on his predicament, Jun Lin felt a wave of frustration. Damn it. Others are bestowed with systems or golden fingers upon their transmigration. Where's mine? Just as he lamented, a melodic chime resonated in his mind, announcing, "Ding." The Dragon Ball Universe Sign-In System has been successfully loaded and is now officially activated. Startled, Jun Lin leapt from his bed, laughter erupting from him. Indeed, Mother Earth will not abandon any child who strays. As lines of text detailing the system's functions appeared in his mind, he felt an exhilarating anticipation. The system will refresh sign-in rewards every 7 days, with all rewards sourced from the Dragon Ball universe, including but not limited to bloodlines, talents, skills, and various treasures. Having absorbed the information, Jun Lin was consumed by eagerness. He had watched Dragon Ball in the past, aware of the universe's staggering levels of power. In the Dragon Ball world, there were countless beings capable of obliterating stars with their bare hands. If he could glean some advantages from this realm, dominating the entire blue star would be but a trifling feat with his heart ablaze. He yearned to experience it immediately. "System, I wish to sign in." In an instant, a treasure chest appeared before him, visible only to him. As he opened the lid, a burst of azure light enveloped him, revealing a vial of white liquid. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired a superior Saiyan bloodline. Superior Saiyan bloodline. Anyone who consumes this vial will inherit the abilities of a superior Saiyan bloodline while retaining their human appearance. Jun Lin was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed by a wave of elation. Could the superior Saiyan bloodline be even mightier than that of Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe? This was an opportunity to rise. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the strange liquid. To hesitate even for a second would be a grave disrespect to the Saiyans. The liquid, cool and sweet, slid down his throat, initiating a wondrous transformation. Chapter 3. The Powerful Saiyan Bloodline. The Saiyan race is a formidable and aggressive species within the Dragon Ball universe, often referred to as the warrior race. Members of this race possess immense combat strength from the moment of their birth. Through the varying levels of initial combat power, warriors can be categorized as low-tier, mid-tier, and the most formidable high-tier fighters. It is faintly recalled that upon birth, high-level Saiyans possess a minimum battle power of 100, showcasing their immense strength. However, the Saiyan race is not without its flaws. In Jun Lin's recollection, Saiyans share a common trait, their belligerence. Each Saiyan is a warrior at heart, never retreating in the face of an adversary, always charging forward. The protagonist, Sun Wukong, epitomizes this. And were it not for the halo of a main character and his unparalleled fortune, he would likely have met his demise long ago. Furthermore, one cannot overlook the pronounced tendency towards recklessness. This trait is evident in the likes of Goku, Vegeta, and even in the hybrid form of Gohan. Even Cell, who possesses Saiyan cells, is not immune to this flaw. In the original narrative, only the battle-hardened Tien was able to overcome such shortcomings. Lacking the protagonist's fortune, he had to exercise restraint over these negative traits. Ding! The alteration of the high-level Saiyan bloodline is complete. Suddenly, Jun Lin heard a system notification, and in an instant, he felt as though his body had undergone a profound transformation. His strength had multiplied tenfold, if not more. Clenching his fists, an overwhelming surge of power surged within him, nearly beyond his control. Ah, is this the power of an initial Saiyan? Truly formidable. If I were to strike Su Tingting again, I might just send her head flying. In a fit of excitement, Jun Lin leapt from his bed, only to collide with the ceiling. While his head remained unscathed, the ceiling was left with a significant dent, exposing the brickwork within. Almost immediately, he heard his father's voice from the adjacent room. Shaolin, what happened? Nothing, I was just practicing some punches. You can go back to sleep, he hastily explained. Make sure to rest early. The voice gradually faded, likely indicating that his father had returned to rest. Jun Lin rubbed his head, reflecting on the immense power of this body. He realized he needed to acclimate properly. With that thought, he began to gradually move around his room, performing various basic exercises to familiarize himself with his body. After acquiring Saiyan blood, not only had his strength surged, but his training aptitude had also experienced explosive growth. His cultivation speed as a martial artist was incomparably faster than before. Indeed, as a warrior race, the latent potential contained within this body would undoubtedly exceed my expectations. Jun Lin thought with a swell of pride. In the future, everything at home would improve, and both my father and Ji Yu would take pride in me. The next morning, after a night of rigorous training, Jun Lin finally managed to control the ebb and flow of his newfound power. Armed with the substantial funds provided by his father and sister, he made his way to school, heading straight for the training room designated for students. Although Saiyans can enhance their combat power through physical conditioning, he currently lacked Senza beans or healing pods for urgent recovery. Moreover, within the safety of the city, he could not find any magical beasts for life and death battles. Therefore, human cultivation primarily relies on fundamental exercises and meditation. He recalled the meditation techniques depicted in the anime, which involved simulating battles within the mind, proving to be somewhat effective. Each training room was spacious enough to accommodate 10 individuals simultaneously. However, with the impending college entrance examinations, the third-year students were deep in focused training, resulting in the spiritual energy training rooms being nearly at full capacity. Fortunately, Jun Lin arrived early, quickly securing a room with available space. He paid 1,000 Chinese yuan for 10 hours of training time. The staff handed him a billing token, which would sound an alarm when the time was up. If he did not exit voluntarily, they would come to escort him out. Accepting the token, Jun Lin stepped into a circular building. The space was approximately 500 square meters, devoid of any furniture, yet equipped with numerous exercise apparatuses. There were also 10 cushions on the floor, facilitating meditation. Despite the high costs, the school offered free training classes weekly, so he was quite familiar with this place. An hour later, he stood up abruptly, disbelief etched on his face. To illustrate, previously, if he gained a strength increase of 1 in an hour, now, with the Saiyan bloodline, he experienced an increase of 100 in the same time frame, a staggering improvement of 100 times. Jun Lin was utterly astonished. While he had anticipated an enhancement in his training aptitude after acquiring the Saiyan bloodline, the extent of this transformation was beyond his wildest imagination. Determined to verify whether this phenomenon was merely coincidental, he resolved to continue his dedicated practice. Another hour passed, and the results remained consistent, showcasing an astonishingly powerful enhancement. Jun Lin was deeply impressed by his own innate talent. Saiyans truly are extraordinary. At that moment, Jun Lin genuinely experienced the joy of cultivation, immersing himself with fervor in intense training. After what felt like an eternity, Jun Lin suddenly heard the familiar alert chiming from his billing token. It turned out that the 10 hours had elapsed. As he attentively sensed the formidable power coursing within him, a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. He had likely reached the threshold of a 4-star warrior. This body, having just integrated the bloodline, was at least a 3-star warrior. With rapid training over such a short period, it was plausible that he had ascended to the level of a 4-star warrior. From a mere 0-star yesterday to a 4-star warrior today, what an extraordinary concept. By all accounts, he might have unwittingly become the most powerful prodigy in all of Huaxia. Chapter 4. Confronting the school bully, expulsion. Upon leaving the training room, Jun Lin noticed many classmates still queuing to enter. Just as he intended to grab a meal to satiate his empty stomach, he noticed a boy and girl approaching without waiting in line, making their way to the front. Although their actions sparked discontent among numerous students, silence fell upon them as they recognized the boy's face. Jun Lin's keen gaze instantly recognized the girl as Su Tingting, and he felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. The girl was indeed Su Tingting, and the boy she was affectionately linked to was Zhao Jie, a name he vaguely recalled. Rumor had it that Zhao came from a wealthy family, a second-generation rich kid, with a father in a significant leadership role at the school. Observing Su Tingting's feigned innocence, Jun Lin quickly deduced her motive for publicly distancing herself from him. It was but a natural instinct to seek higher status. He smirked dismissively, not allowing it to trouble him. Yet, he wished to avoid trouble. Sometimes, however, trouble finds its way to you. In the crowd, Su Tingting caught sight of Jun Lin and, recalling her humiliation from the previous day, her good mood evaporated instantly. She tugged at Zhao Jie's arm and whispered a few words. Zhao Jie's expression shifted as he shot a menacing glare at Jun Lin, striding toward him without a hint of courtesy. After all, his father was the academic director of this school, the most powerful figure aside from the principal. Typically, he hardly attended classes, and no one dared to challenge him. Having heard complaints from the girl he had pursued the previous night, Zhao Jie was keen on teaching Jun Lin a lesson to remind everyone who the true king of 7th High School was. As he approached, Zhao Jie slightly raised his chin, casting a disdainful gaze downward as he inquired, "Was it you who struck Tingting yesterday?" Jun Lin found the other's lofty demeanor quite irksome. Initially, he believed it prudent to avoid trouble, but the Saiyan genes coursing through him incited a rebellious spirit. "Mind your own business," he retorted coldly, his expression devoid of warmth. "How dare you speak to me like that? You seek death," Zhao Jie exclaimed, glaring fiercely, and without hesitation, he swung a slap toward Jun Lin. In front of onlookers, Zhao Jie's impulsiveness revealed his arrogant character. The slap was deftly caught by Jun Lin's left hand, preventing it from landing. "You are courting death." Jun Lin's gaze turned icy, the Saiyan blood within him roiling with fury. Oblivious to the impending misfortune, Zhao Jie felt the grip on his right hand tighten painfully and retaliated with a vicious kick aimed at Jun Lin's groin, intending to cripple him. As the danger loomed, Jun Lin's volatile genes surged forth. "Get lost," he bellowed, delivering a thunderous kick that sent Zhao Jie hurtling backwards several meters. Shocked and disoriented, Zhao Jie tumbled as he realized he had been struck. "You dare to fight back? You're finished," he shouted, his face flushed with rage. In this school, he was accustomed to being the aggressor, and it was an affront that Jun Lin dared to retaliate. Incensed, he lunged forward, desperate to salvage his pride. Yet, Jun Lin's formidable strength proved overwhelming. With a single swift maneuver, he sent Zhao Jie sprawling far away. Su Tingting watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded. Just last testing session, Jun Lin had barely achieved a 1-star rank, yet now he was overpowering Zhao Jie, who held a 2-star rank. Had he awakened some latent power? Rumors spoke of fortunate individuals who developed extraordinary abilities. Such talents varied widely, but all could significantly enhance one's strength in a short span. Reflecting on this, Su Tingting felt regret. Had she known Jun Lin could rise from obscurity, she would not have cast him aside so readily. Perhaps he could have been of use. The commotion from their confrontation outside the training room drew considerable attention, just as Zhao Jie seemed barely recognizable from the beating. A teacher arrived to intervene and halted Jun Lin's assault. Subsequently, Zhao Jie was taken to the hospital, while Jun Lin was escorted away by the teacher. Within the academic affairs office, Jun Lin stood alone for half an hour, awaiting resolution. He understood that impulsiveness could be perilous, yet some individuals, accustomed to arrogance, required a lesson in humility. Aware of the potential consequences of fighting on campus, he remained composed. However, times had changed. With monsters rampant outside the base city and everyone training vigorously, brawls had become commonplace. Based on past experiences, disciplinary actions for fights within the school typically resulted in mere reprimands. Moreover, as a burgeoning genius, a display of his abilities might even earn him favor from the school administration. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, growing nearer until a middle-aged man clad in a suit entered. Bearing a resemblance to Zhao Jie, Jun Lin's heart sank. Surely this could not be Zhao Jie's father. If so, given the situation, retribution was likely on the horizon. Jun Lin, do you recognize your mistakes? The academic affairs director intoned gravely. For reasons unknown, Jun Lin felt a surge of indignation at the director's condescending demeanor. Zhao Jie initiated the provocation. I merely acted in self-defense. What wrong have I committed? He replied defiantly. The director paused, his expression shifting to one of stern authority. My investigation indicates that you instigated this altercation, while Zhao Jie did not retaliate at any point. Your blatant disregard for rules belies the efforts of this institution in nurturing you. Fuming, Jun Lin shot back. There are surveillance cameras outside the training room, and numerous witnesses present who can attest to the truth. Zhao Jie was the aggressor. It seems the cameras malfunctioned today, the director replied coolly. As for witnesses, you are free to summon them for confrontation. Internally, Jun Lin cursed, recognizing the hypocrisy of the situation where technology seemed to serve the powerful. The notion of finding someone willing to confront the director on his behalf was laughable. Observing Jun Lin's silence, the director resumed his high-handed pronouncement. Your malicious assault on a fellow student has resulted in severe consequences and has tarnished the school's reputation. The committee has decided, effective immediately, you are expelled. Pack your belongings and return home. Stunned, Jun Lin responded, fine. You may expel me today, but mark my words, when the time comes, I will not return to this place even if you beg for my presence. The college entrance examination represented a societal selection of talent, not a path confined to this institution. Take note, Director, Zhao Jie, Su Tingting. Remember today's grievances. I shall return with a vengeance. Chapter 5. Attached are the transformation settings and blue star settings. This chapter contains no plot and is solely dedicated to introducing settings, thus can be skipped without any impact. Under normal circumstances, combat power is the decisive factor in victory. A difference of 10 indicates a slight advantage, 20 denotes a significant edge, 30 signifies overwhelming dominance, and a disparity of 50 allows for effortless annihilation. Dragon Ball skill rankings are categorized as follows: T0 level, Destruction, Ultra Instinct, Self-Realization, Fusion Technique, Instant Transmission, Immortality, Time Stasis or Reversal, etc. T1 level, Kaio-Ken, Spirit Bomb, Dragon Fist, Super Kamehameha, Planet Destruction Bomb, Energy Sphere Slash, Evil Containment Wave, New Spirit Bomb, etc. T2 level, Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash, Death Ray, Evil Flash, Gallic Gun, Spirit Ball, Dodone Ray, Spirit Ball, Solar Flare, Body Bind Technique, Hypnosis, Four-Body Fist, Afterimage Fist, Demonic Ray, Heaven and Earth Piercing Fist, Universal Shockwave, etc. T3 level, Wolf Fang Fist, For Demon's Fist, Drunken Fist, Monkey Fist, Rock Paper Scissors, Tongue Stab, Eight-Handed Fist, Rubber Ring, Illusion Star Fist, Raging Tooth Tornado Kick, etc. Currently, this is all I have thought of. Contributions are welcome. Dragon Ball items include Flying Nimbus, Rui Bang, Super Holy Water, Vegetable People Seeds, various Universal Capsules, Sword of the Brave, Patera Earrings, Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Dragon Balls, Time Rings, etc. Magical effects include Senza Beans, Fountain of Youth, Super Divine Water, Spirit Tree Fruits, various bloodlines, etc. Black technology includes Dragon Radar, Frisia Force Combat Uniforms, Frisia Force Healing Pods, Power Level Scanners, Gravity Training Rooms, Time Machines, various spaceships, androids, etc. Currently, this is all I have thought of. Contributions are welcome. Blue Star setting. 1. Following a meteor collision, Blue Star underwent a great transformation, evolving into a high martial world, impervious to the destruction of mere tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of combat power. Cultivation realms. Martial artists are categorized from 1 star to 9 stars, with extraordinary levels divided into 3 tiers: first tier, second tier, and third tier, followed by planetary and stellar levels. The disparity in martial artist star ratings is as follows: 1 star represents 10, 2 stars 20, 3 stars 40, 4 stars 80, 5 stars 160, 6 stars 320, 7 stars 640, 8 stars 1280, and 9 stars 2560. As for extraordinary levels, first tier, 10, 000 and above. Second tier, 30, 000 and above. Third tier, 100, 000 and above. Planetary and stellar levels are yet to be determined. Talent is characterized by a 1 in 10,000 chance of occurrence, with various forms. Once discovered, even the weakest talent can guarantee admission to a university. Bloodlines, offspring of extraordinary-level beings, possess a significantly increased probability of having talents, along with an unconventional training speed. Saiyan transformations include Great Ape Form, a traditional Saiyan transformation triggered by the full moon on Earth when the retina absorbs 17 million Brutus waves, augmenting battle power by tenfold. Kaio-Ken, a technique created by the North Kaio, enabling a temporary multiplication of one's battle power by several times, with greater strain on the body at higher levels. With Goku's physical strength, he can barely reach a maximum of 20 times. The protagonist has mastered this. Super Saiyan, hair and eyebrows turn golden, with hair standing upright except for the fringe, surrounded by a golden aura, increasing battle power by 50 times. Super Saiyan muscle form, a flawed progression of Super Saiyan, further enhancing battle power but lagging in speed, with energy consumption significantly higher, comparable to full power. Super Saiyan full power, no leak form, the ultimate form of Super Saiyan, with comprehensive enhancements in speed, strength, and defense, maintaining normal consumption, and doubling battle power. This is the most perfected Super Saiyan state. Super Saiyan 2, hair stands even more erect, with bangs appearing on the forehead, emitting energy surrounded by lightning, with power doubling that of Super Saiyan and increasing battle power by 100 times. Super Saiyan 3, leak form evolving from Super Saiyan 2, hair grows to waist length, eyebrows disappear, and the brow bone is adjacent to the eye socket, augmenting battle power by 400 times, with immense energy consumption unsuitable for prolonged combat. Super Saiyan 4, Great Ape Transformation, not a typical Super Saiyan transformation. It first transforms into a Great Ape, then into a Golden Great Ape, 1,000 times, followed by a controlled consciousness during the third transformation. Super Saiyan 4 features red eye patterns, longer and more unruly black hair cascading over the shoulders, red body hair on the back of the hands and chest, and golden red eyes. Its strength surpasses Super Saiyan 3 by tenfold, achieving a base battle power of 4,000 times. Super Saiyan God, no leak form, 5 righteous Saiyans transfer their heart's power to one individual, resulting in a new transformation. Upon transformation, the individual boasts bright red hair, a lean physique, and a body enveloped in a fiery aura reminiscent of the sun, with enlarged eyes and visible pupils. Their power is incalculable. Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan God to Super Saiyan state. The transformation from Super Saiyan God into Super Saiyan results in a blue-haired Super Saiyan, with hair and eyebrows becoming sky blue and eyes turning deep blue, surrounded by blue energy and divine essence, with power 10 times that of Super Saiyan God. Kaio-Ken Blue, Kaio-Ken Super Blue, Deep Blue, Super Blue second tier. After transforming into Super Blue, activating Kaio-Ken further amplifies battle power, with Kaio-Ken's red aura on the outside and Super Blue's aura on the inside, offering 10 times the power of Super Blue. Free and ultimate intent. Full evasion, one of the divine techniques. It represents a state of potential explosion after surpassing one's limits, a feat even the gods struggle to achieve. It features a separation of consciousness and body, significantly enhancing speed and reflexes, allowing the body to act autonomously without brain control. Free and ultimate skill, dual offense and defense. Invincible divine skill upon complete mastery. Hair turns entirely silver, with further enhancements in speed and strength compared to incomplete mastery. Achieving mature and liberated ultimate intent, with immeasurable power. Additionally, several special transformations include Broly, a transcendent setting for infinite power growth, unless faced with overwhelming suppression, capable of rapidly breaking through to the same realm. Zamasu, God of Destruction level Super Saiyan 2, Black Goku level Super Saiyan God, and combined Zamasu at Super Blue level, ultimately slightly weaker than Vegeto, unable to be killed, only removable by beings of God of Destruction level and above. Great Special, Super Saiyan Sword of Hope, a finishing skill similar to a Spirit Bomb, with 2 mini variables to serve as a reliable reference. Chapter 6, The Red Romance Mercenary Group. At the Jinling First Hospital, in a luxurious private room, Zhao Jie lay on the hospital bed, exclaiming in dismay, while Su Tingting patiently consoled him. Suddenly, with an inattentive moment, Zhao Jie slapped Su Tingting. "It's all your fault for making me lose face today," Su Tingting said, her expression filled with grievance. She had anticipated Jun Lin's prowess, able to injure Zhao Jie. "Brother Jie is right, it's all my mistake. If you're still unsatisfied, go ahead and hit me again." To gain access to the resources of a wealthy heir, Su Tingting willingly offered her face. With a series of slaps, Zhao Jie seemed indifferent to her feelings, unleashing his pent-up frustration as if to repay the blows he had received. The tremendous commotion caused the hospital room to tremble slightly. Had Su Tingting not been a two-star martial artist, an ordinary person might have been killed. After a considerable time, Zhao Jie finally ceased, his palm hurting too much to continue. Su Tingting's face had turned the color of a pig's liver, blood oozing from her lips. Yet she maintained a semblance of a smile. After venting his frustrations, Zhao Jie felt considerably better and, seeing her pitiful state, felt a twinge of regret. Thus, he took out his phone and performed a transaction. With a chime, Su Tingting received a transfer notification. Upon opening it, her eyes lit up with joy. I'm sorry for hitting you too hard earlier. Here's 100,000 yuan for your training. Thank you, Brother Jie. Su Tingting exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. To receive 100,000 yuan for a few slaps made Su Tingting exceedingly happy. Such a sum was likely beyond Jun Lin's experience. The gap between them would only widen. In that moment, she felt profoundly justified in her decision from the previous day. As one of the 32 base cities in China, Jinling is exceptionally prosperous. Its total area is comparable to that of once prominent first-tier cities, with a resident population exceeding 10 million. Carrying his backpack, Jun Lin strolled through the bustling streets, feeling an extraordinary sense of ease. After leaving school, he did not feel despondent, but instead experienced a sensation akin to a bird entering a forest or a dragon swimming in the sea. Currently, his training aptitude is no longer a concern. The sole issue is a lack of funds. To train, money is essential. To provide his family with a better life, money is also necessary. Since entering the era of enlightenment, the gap between the rich and the poor has further widened. Ordinary individuals must sacrifice their health to earn a meager income of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan monthly. In contrast, martial artists can amass wealth at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary people. Rumor has it that some have left the base city, fortuitously discovering rare materials or slaying certain rare beasts, thereby accumulating vast fortunes. If others can achieve this, so too can he. As Jun Lin ambled along, he found himself unwittingly drawn to a bustling locale. Upon lifting his gaze, he realized he had arrived at the renowned establishment of Jinling City, the Red Romance Mercenary Building. With the advent of the high martial era, various demonic beasts had begun to roam the outskirts of the city. The pelts, flesh, and bones of these creatures proved to be exceptional materials, highly valued in trade. Thus, mercenary organizations emerged, thriving on the hunting of these beasts and accepting commissions, amassing considerable wealth. Over time, as mercenary groups proliferated, local authorities established associations to oversee their operations. The Red Romance Mercenary Corps stood as the foremost mercenary group in Jinling City, boasting hundreds of formal members, many of whom were highly skilled. Countless temporary members also served the Red Romance, earning commissions in the process. As Jun Lin entered the bustling hall of the mercenary group, a plan began to form in his mind. The funds he had earned through his father's labor were woefully insufficient to meet his cultivation needs. Now a 4-star martial artist, he resolved to leverage his own abilities for financial gain, aiming for self-sufficiency. Welcome to Red Romance, greeted a stunning woman in a form-fitting black silk dress at the entrance. How may I assist you, sir? Jun Lin, momentarily taken aback by her allure, almost blurted out, I want to book a night. Instead, he composed himself and said, hello, I wish to become a temporary member of the Red Romance Mercenary Corps to undertake some tasks for income. The receptionist nodded and replied, please follow me, sir. Her movements were fluid and practiced as she led Jun Lin up to the 3rd floor, swaying gracefully in her dress. Jun Lin felt slightly dizzy from the sight, realizing his youthful exuberance had affected his composure. Upon reaching a room on the 3rd floor, he was greeted not by a beauty, but by a man. Noticing Jun Lin's youth, the man offered a word of caution. The tasks of the mercenary group can be perilous, and injuries or fatalities do occur. You must consider this carefully, young brother. You're still a student, aren't you? Jun Lin understood the man's good intentions and smiled. I've been expelled from school. I am here to seek a livelihood. Seeing Jun Lin's determination, the man ceased his admonitions and prepared to register his information. Jun Lin presented his identification card, which the man scanned into a machine. Instantly, his personal details were revealed. The man paused, taken aback by Jun Lin's mere 6-star martial status, and remarked, little brother, are you jesting? Our Red Romance Mercenary Corps requires at least a 2-star martial artist to participate. You should reconsider. Jun Lin interjected, that's not accurate. I haven't updated my martial status in quite some time. I am, in fact, a 3-star martial artist. He refrained from boasting fully, deliberately concealing some of his prowess. The man scrutinized Jun Lin anew, his skepticism evident. An 18-year-old 3-star martial artist was a gem indeed, a rarity even in all of Jinling City. We have specialized testing equipment here. Your claim must be verified through assessment. Very well, lead the way. The two departed the registration room and ascended to a large chamber on the top floor via the elevator. Inside was a substantial and sophisticated machine, with a designated area for impact testing. This device could accurately analyze the strength of the tester based on the force of their strike. Jun Lin positioned himself before the machine, adopting a focused stance, his spirit and energy coalescing. The man, now intent, observed Jun Lin closely, eager to discern whether he was indeed exaggerating. With a commanding shout, "Ada!" Jun Lin unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist, exerting approximately 50% of his strength. The impact reverberated through the room, causing it to tremble slightly. Beep, beep, beep. The testing device emitted a series of sounds, its display flickering before revealing an accurate result. 35. Jun Lin felt a surge of satisfaction at this outcome. A 50% exertion resulting in a 35-star damage output suggested that at full capacity, he would undoubtedly reach the 4-star martial artist threshold. With such prowess, he could easily gain admission to any prestigious university of his choosing. The man beside him, however, was left astounded, his eyes widening in disbelief as he frantically rubbed them, attempting to confirm he had not misread the results. Is this a mistake? 35. Where did this prodigious talent come from? Incredible. This young individual, showcasing 35-star strength at such a tender age, was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. The man's demeanor shifted, now infused with respect. Little brother Jun Lin, this is your temporary 3-star mercenary badge. I look forward to the day you become a formal member of Red Romance. After expressing his gratitude and donning the 3-star badge, Jun Lin bid farewell and descended to the hall below. His gaze fell upon the vibrant comprehensive screen, which displayed various sections for finding teammates, designated monster-slaying tasks, and missions requiring materials from hazardous areas. He navigated to the 3-star section, meticulously scanning for a suitable task, ultimately discovering a relatively safe assignment: to venture to the northern outskirts, specifically the Red Leaf Valley, to collect a rare herb known as Tian Husian. This was a long-term task, with the official procurement overseen by the Magic City province, likely for the purpose of potion crafting. The offered price was a lucrative 2,000 Huaxia coins per plant. Jun Lin had heard whispers of the official potion industry, rumored to create extraordinary elixirs that could extend human lifespans, enhance memory, boost metabolism, and increase immunity. Some potions were even said to improve one's cultivation aptitude or directly augment spiritual energy. Currently, the Huaxia authorities monopolized the entire potion industry, forbidding private crafting and sales to prevent the emergence of counterfeit products. Those wishing to purchase potions could only do so through official sales outlets, with certain special potions subject to stringent sales conditions, rendering them inaccessible to the common populace. That evening, upon returning home, Jun Lin refrained from mentioning his expulsion to his father and sister, wishing to spare them any worry, maintaining a facade of normalcy. Later that night, his younger sister Jiue lingered in his room, insisting he assist her in advancing to the Diamond League. Jun Lin, unable to refuse his spirited little sister, reluctantly acquiesced. The two logged into their respective old phones for a round of gaming, engaging in a fierce battle for 4 straight hours, only to see their rank plummet from platinum to gold. Fuming, Jiue hurled her phone, declaring her intent to uninstall the game and quit. The following morning, Jun Lin meticulously packed his belongings, discarding all books from his backpack and replacing them with bottled water and provisions. He also purchased a sharp dagger and a sturdy rope along the way before embarking on his journey. Upon reaching the city's northern perimeter, he was halted by the guards stationed at the city gate. Due to the dangers outside the walls, anyone wishing to exit the city was required to possess a permit. Otherwise, for the safety of the residents, all exits were strictly prohibited. Jun Lin presented the permit provided by the Red Romance Mercenary Corps and completed the necessary registration before he was granted passage. As the heavy, ancient gates swung open, Jun Lin stepped forth, leaving Jinling City behind and venturing onto the untamed land beyond. The desolation that greeted him was stark. Chaotic spiritual energy surged through the air, rendering it impossible to absorb even a trace without risking a backlash or losing control. He unfurled a map, which indicated the approximate collection site for Tian Husian. It lay roughly 10 kilometers from Jinling City, nestled within a region known as Red Leaf Valley. The area within 10 kilometers of the city is considered a green safety zone, typically inhabited by beasts of lower than 3-star rank, murmured Jun Lin. At this moment, he resembled a leopard, deftly and swiftly traversing the wilderness. Ahead lay a large stone blocking his path, yet Jun Lin effortlessly leaped over it, soaring more than 3 meters into the air. With a gentle touch of his left hand upon the stone, he exerted a slight force and propelled himself in a new direction. His physical strength was formidable, and as he sprinted, his speed and endurance were remarkable. He could cover 20 li without breaking a sweat. Along the way, he encountered numerous beasts, but unwilling to engage. He relied on his authentic strength as a 4-star warrior and made a hasty retreat. After several minutes, Jun Lin arrived at the Red Leaf Valley. It was filled with towering maple trees, each exceeding 30 meters in height, their leaves a dense, blood-red canopy. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of leaves and underbrush, appearing desolate at first glance, yet devoid of immediate danger. Nevertheless, Jun Lin remained vigilant and observant. Sure enough, amidst a pile of accumulated leaves, he detected something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a vividly crimson venomous snake lying in wait, approximately 3 meters in length, blending almost seamlessly with its surroundings. An oversight could prove fatal. From the knowledge he had diligently acquired in recent days, he recognized it as a 3-star venomous species known as the 7-step red-ring snake. Its classification as a 3-star creature was not due to its physical prowess, but rather its lethal venom. A single bite could spell doom even for a 3-star warrior, who would succumb within 7 steps. Even a 4-star warrior would likely lose half their life. Subsequently, he discovered several more of these red serpents, all camouflaged, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. This was merely the periphery of the Red Leaf Valley. Who could fathom the dangers lurking deeper within? Jun Lin cautiously circled twice before leaping up to perch upon a maple tree. He noted that no 7-step red-ring snakes were present on the branches, which offered a tactical advantage. From this elevated vantage point, he observed the forest floor teeming with these venomous serpents. In this area alone, there were over 50. Curiously, he wondered why none of the snakes had ventured up the trees. As he pondered this, he glanced upward at the expansive, umbrella-like canopy of blood-red leaves. Suddenly, he spotted something that nearly caused him to lose his grip. Within the massive leafy cover of the maple tree, another creature thrived, a large fox adorned with resplendent red fur, frolicking between the branches with an elegance akin to flight. Jun Lin quickly recalled his studies, and the answer emerged swiftly. A 3-star pinnacle beast, the blood fox. This species preferred the treetops for its habitat, rarely descending to the ground. The reason the 7-step red-ring snakes refrained from climbing trees was due to their natural enemies, the foxes. With blood foxes above and venomous snakes below, Jun Lin felt a bead of sweat form on his palm. The Red Leaf Valley, merely a 3-star zone, harbored such peril. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. It seemed that the task of gathering resources would not be as simple as anticipated. Even as a 4-star warrior, he would need to exercise utmost caution. Grasping the trunk of the maple tree, he exerted himself and leaped to another tree 5 meters away. Employing this method, he continued to navigate the smooth trunks of the maple trees, ensuring his safety. He traversed over 20 large trees before pausing on a branch to rest, his gaze dropping down to spot something of interest. Not far below, 3 peculiar white herbs swayed gently. Celestial fox saliva. At last, he had located his target. An excitement surged within him. However, he refrained from jumping down immediately and instead scrutinized his surroundings. After confirming that no camouflaged snakes lurked within 5 meters, he cautiously descended from the tree. Upon harvesting the 3 celestial fox saliva herbs, he could hardly contain his glee. 6,000 coins, secured. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance. "Hey kid, drop what you're holding." Jun Lin frowned and turned to see 2 men and a woman sprinting toward him from the edge of the Red Leaf Valley. "Stop right there, you freaks," he bellowed. Yet, the trio paid him no heed, pressing on with their reckless approach. With no other option, Jun Lin leaped high into the air, soaring 7 or 8 meters, and closed his eyes, bracing for what was to come. On the ground, countless 7-step red-ring snakes, seemingly summoned by an unseen command, leapt into action simultaneously. Like a chain of crimson links, they swiftly ensnared the 3 intruders, forming 3 grotesque, writhing masses. Their anguished cries echoed in the air, heart-wrenching and horrific. A minute later, what had once been 3 living beings now lay as mere bones, obscured beneath the crimson leaves. "Honestly, did you not check the calendar before venturing out? You nearly brought me misfortune," Jun Lin grumbled. The commotion caused by these 3 had incited the venomous snakes into a frenzy. From his perch in the trees, he observed the ground pulsating with writhing, blood-red serpents, an unsettling sight that would surely induce discomfort in those with a fear of densely packed creatures. After a series of strategic jumps, he edged deeper into the Red Leaf Valley and spotted 2 more celestial fox saliva herbs. Unfortunately, the snakes on the ground were too active for him to safely collect them. Suddenly, he heard the piercing cries of the blood foxes overhead, seemingly displeased with the chaos below. The call of a natural enemy was undeniably potent. In an instant, the venomous snakes on the ground retreated into the leaf piles. Feigning death, Jun Lin found this amusing and seized the opportunity to gather the 2 celestial fox saliva herbs below. With the sun dipping in the west, Jun Lin's arms clung to the smooth tree trunk, beginning to feel the strain. Such intense physical exertion would be unbearable for even a 3-star warrior if it were not for his exceptional capabilities. At this point, his backpack contained 18 celestial fox saliva herbs, a considerable fortune. He needed to conserve some energy for his return journey. Just as he prepared to retreat, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of something unexpected. A raised mound of earth lay before him, accompanied by a stone tablet. It was, astonishingly, a tomb. How peculiar to find a grave in such a desolate place. Jun Lin scratched his head and jumped closer. This tomb seemed to possess some form of protection, as no venomous snakes ventured within a tuzhong radius. Jun Lin landed on the ground and plopped down, gasping for breath. He was utterly fatigued, and this was the perfect spot to rest and recuperate. Sitting beside the tombstone, he produced water and food, nourishing himself while observing the grave. His gaze eventually settled on the inscription, the name of a woman, the grave of Amy Xiao. Surveying his surroundings, the Red Leaf Valley was indeed a picturesque locale. It was not surprising for someone to be laid to rest here. Yet, he pondered the absence of snakes nearby. If he could uncover the reason, traversing the Red Leaf Valley would become significantly easier. At that point, the abundance of celestial fox saliva would be within his grasp. After scrutinizing for quite some time, he found no explanation. He certainly could not disturb someone's grave to uncover hidden treasures. As he found himself at a standstill, a magnificent white fox descended gracefully from the tree, landing silently upon the ground. Jun Lin was taken aback, judging by its imposing aura. It was at least a 5-star demon fox, undoubtedly the sovereign of Maple Valley. Nevertheless, the white fox did not attack Jun Lin. After relieving itself beside a gravestone, it lay down in repose. Observing this scene, a sudden realization struck Jun Lin. No wonder a tomb had been erected here. It was the resting place of a revered monarch. The image of the white fox relieving itself illuminated his understanding. This tomb was protected by the scent of the fox's urine, ensuring that venomous snakes would keep their distance. How enlightening. Noticing that the white fox bore no hostility towards him, it seemed to regard him as a friend of the deceased. Quite perceptive indeed. With a spark of audacity, Jun Lin formulated a daring plan. He cautiously approached the towering white fox and, with utmost care, addressed it, "Esteemed white fox, I am a friend of Sister Xiao. Might I beseech you for a small gift of your urine?" The white fox paused, its half-closed eyes now wide open, fixating on Jun Lin as if attempting to comprehend his request. Hope surged within him. This might work. He promptly reiterated his request. This time, the white fox understood, but it regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if puzzled by why anyone would desire its urine. Jun Lin, noting that the fox remained still, neither opposing nor rejecting his request, interpreted this as consent. Thus, he produced an empty mineral water bottle and boldly approached, preparing to collect the precious liquid. However, as he spread the fox's legs, he was taken aback. With a swift motion, the fox kicked Jun Lin, sending him sprawling across the ground. If the fox were human, it would surely be seething with rage. Having grown up, no one had dared to manipulate its limbs. After casting a fierce glare at the audacious intruder, the fox relieved itself once more on the maple leaves and, with a few graceful leaps, vanished into the treetops. Jun Lin, spotting the treasure on the leaves, hastily filled his mineral water bottle, exclaiming, "Thank you, dear white fox, for your generous gift." Shaking the bottle, he noted it contained nearly half a flask of liquid. Resisting the urge to smell it, he cautiously approached a nearby 7-steps red-ringed snake. Even from a distance of 10 feet, the serpent sensed something amiss. With a swiftness akin to that of a fleeing prey, it slithered away in terror. Remarkably effective. Jun Lin's eyes sparkled with delight as he could not suppress a joyful laugh. With this bottle of precious urine, Maple Valley would become his personal garden, ripe for the taking. As he prepared to depart, he respectfully bowed to the grave. Were it not for the renowned Sister Xiao, he would never have encountered this fortuitous opportunity. That formidable white fox would surely have devoured him whole, rather than permit such impertinence. Now, with the invaluable urine at his side, Jun Lin felt invincible. Regrettably, Maple Valley was vast, and even as the sun dipped below the horizon, he had only explored less than 30% of it. By this time, his backpack was already brimming, but luckily, he had scavenged 3 additional backpacks from the unfortunate trio he had encountered earlier, just enough to accommodate his bounty. Reluctantly departing from Maple Valley, he found a safe spot to sit down and tally his spoils. The first backpack contained 68 herbs, the second 66, the third 69, and the fourth 65. In total, he had amassed 268 herbs. At a purchase price of 2,000 huaxia coins per herb, this amounted to a staggering 5.36 million coins. Incredible. I have never seen so much wealth in my life. Jun Lin marveled. With this newfound fortune, he could elevate his cultivation to a 5-star warrior or even beyond. Moreover, with half a bottle of precious urine in his possession, financial concerns would be the least of his worries. In haste, he returned to Jinling City. The evening had already settled in, yet the Red Romance Mercenary Hall remained abuzz with activity. Chapter 9. The 9-star Celestial Fox, a threat approaches. Upon arriving at the recycling center, Jun Lin witnessed a heated altercation among several individuals, their emotions running high. You should have warned us about the dangers of Eagle Nest Gorge. My brothers lost their lives because of you. Red Romance must take full responsibility. One man shouted vehemently. The person in charge attempted to explain. I am truly sorry for your companions' deaths, but once an agreement is signed, you must bear the associated risks. If you have grievances, you may file a complaint with the government hall or pursue legal action against us. However, causing a scene here will result in arrest for violating the law. Please remain calm. Jun Lin observed the unfolding chaos silently, thinking to himself, humph, the face of capitalism is the same everywhere. One simply becomes accustomed to it. Before long, the disgruntled individuals were forcibly escorted away by security. Stepping forward, Jun Lin produced a large cloth bag. What are you recycling? The official inquired. Celestial Fox saliva. Jun Lin exclaimed. The man nearly toppled his chair in shock. Are you saying this bag contains Celestial Fox saliva? Jun Lin nodded and opened the bag, revealing the 268 herbs inside. The official's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a thorough inspection, he finally accepted the reality of the situation. Ultimately, with an expression akin to witnessing a ghost, he processed the collection of Celestial Fox saliva. His astonishment was understandable. The Maple Valley was no ordinary place, for it was home to a 9-star Celestial Fox in seclusion. The terror of a 9-star demon beast is beyond comprehension. When it sprinted at full speed, it could surpass the sound barrier. Its flesh and skin exhibited an impenetrable defense, impervious even to the military's formidable fire god cannon, which could easily penetrate steel. Years prior, an incident involving a 9-star beast attacking a base city in Pingnan resulted in significant civilian casualties exceeding 20,000. Only through the desperate resistance of a 9-star warrior was the creature ultimately repelled. The presence of such a fearsome entity, the 9-star Celestial Fox, lurking in the northern suburbs of Jinling City, posed a considerable headache for the government. Fortunately, the 9-star Celestial Fox was immensely proud and not particularly bloodthirsty. It paid no mind to lower-tier warriors. As long as no one provoked it, it would not stray from Maple Valley. Consequently, after deliberation, government officials deemed its threat level as low. Over time, it became a matter of little concern. Exiting the Red Romance Mercenary Guild, Jun Lin, now laden with wealth, felt enveloped in happiness. He could now afford to indulge in 2 eggs with his pancakes and add beef to his noodle soup without hesitation. Upon returning to his apartment complex, just before stepping through the door, he heard a commotion within. Crash! Something fell, shattering on the floor. Following that, the frightened cries of his sister, Jiue, filled the air. Jun Lin took a few steps closer, and the sounds grew clearer. Old man, your son has injured our young Master Jie. Don't think that being expelled from school will absolve you. Young Master Jie is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. If you don't pay 500,000 in medical expenses, your son will be facing prison time. A brutish man's voice boomed with menace. 500,000. Dear brother, we don't have that much money. A trembling voice responded. If you lack the funds, then sell this house. The man barked. He then cast a lecherous glance at the tearful Xia Jiue, leering. If that is still not enough, we can use this little beauty as collateral. Who knows? If she serves well, young Master Jie might just leave Jun Lin alone. Jun Changyuan, embracing his daughter protectively, pleaded, No, please. I will find a way to raise the money. Do not lay a finger on Jiue. Outside the door, Jun Lin was seething with anger. Damn it, this is too much. At this moment, the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins boiled with fury. Saiyans have never been known for their patience. When it is time to strike, they strike. With a resounding crash, he smashed through the sturdy security door, revealing a few astonished individuals inside. Apart from Jun Changyuan and Xia Jiue, there were 2 burly men present, both 3-star warriors and personal bodyguards of Zhao Jie. Yet, confronted with the wrathful Jun Lin, they could not help but feel their hearts race, their legs instinctively retreating. Dare to threaten my family? You seek death. Jun Lin bellowed, pivoting swiftly, harnessing the force of his rotation to unleash a powerful strike with his right arm, his palms slicing through the air like a blade. The wind rushed forth before his hand reached its target. Not good. One bodyguard's expression changed dramatically as he raised his arms to block the descending palm. Bang! Jun Lin's hand struck heavily against the bodyguard's arms, sending shockwaves of pain coursing through him, rendering his limbs momentarily numb. He could not help but cry out, This guy is formidable. My arms feel like they might break. It was astonishing, for he too was a 3-star warrior, his bones as unyielding as steel. Unless his opponent possessed 4-star strength, such overwhelming power was unfathomable. The second guard, astonished yet undeterred, gritted his teeth and lunged forward, meeting Jun Lin's fists head-on. Their punches collided, yet while Jun Lin remained unfazed, the other was sent reeling, his chest concaving under the blow. Swift as a fish, Jun Lin pressed forward, seizing the man by his collar and delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Uffed. Internal injuries erupted as blood spewed forth from the man's mouth, his eyes rolling back as he fell unconscious. Just as Jun Lin prepared to continue, he felt a sharp pain at his waist. A dagger had grazed his skin. Turning, he found the second bodyguard, disbelief etched across his face. Remarkably, his dagger had merely sliced through Jun Lin's skin without penetrating further. What kind of formidable physique is required to withstand such an attack? Jun Lin mused, seizing the man by his collar with a powerful grip, followed by a knee strike to his abdomen. The guard could not suppress the urge to vomit, the nausea overwhelming. With a swift kick, Jun Lin sent him hurtling out the window. Bang! The man fell from the 5th floor, crashing onto his own car, triggering a cacophony of alarms in the vicinity. Jun Changyuan stared blankly at the scene, unable to believe the extent of his son's newfound prowess. Xia Zhiyue wiped her tears, her gaze filled with admiration and shock as she looked at Jun Lin, her eyes sparkling with awe. At that moment, Jun Changyuan recalled that his son had once again resorted to violence, concern lacing his voice. Are those two dead? What shall we do now? Nothing to worry about. Jun Lin replied, the crimson glow in his eyes fading as he picked up his phone and dialed the authorities. Hello, officer. 2 burglars have broken into my home at address XXX. Oh, no need to worry. I have already subdued them. By the way, it would be prudent to bring medical assistance with you. They are quite injured. After hanging up, Jun Lin calmly stated, this resolves the matter. There will be no repercussions. But they weren't robbers. Jun Changyuan protested. How can they not be? They just vandalized our home and attempted to extort 500,000 yuan from you. Does that not count? Before long, the authorities arrived, accompanied by a medic. The lead officer, astonished by the evidence of the struggle, marveled at the unexpected strength of the seemingly unremarkable young man. Jun Lin explained the situation and documented his injuries, while the assailant's dagger and other evidence were collected. Chapter 10. This grudge has deepened. Having completed the report, they emerged from the police station into the depths of night. Xia Zhiyue had fallen asleep, and Jun Lin lifted her gently, carrying her on his back. Father, we should not stay here any longer. Let us rent a hotel for the time being. Jun Changyuan, his eyes devoid of life, had learned the situation from Jun Lin. He realized his son was not to blame. Merely unfortunate circumstances had befallen them. He rummaged through his pockets, producing only a few coins, and could not help but chuckle bitterly. Noticing his father's actions, Jun Lin quickly reassured him, do not worry. Although I did not attend school today, I found a job with generous pay. Soon, we shall have money. How much is the monthly salary? Jun Changyuan inquired, his eyes brightening. Caught off guard, Jun Lin hesitated. He could not possibly reveal that he earned over 500,000 yuan in a single day. After a moment's thought, he settled for a moderate figure, around 20,000 yuan a month. Instantly, shock washed over his father's face. My son is truly doing well, earning over 20,000 yuan a month is simply unbelievable. Jun Lin located a hotel with a pleasant atmosphere and, after paying a deposit of 2,000 yuan, checked in. Lying on the bed, he fell into contemplation. Once he gained admission to a prestigious university, he would sell their old house and purchase a better one in a new city. As for the grudge from today, this matter was far from over. Zhao Jie had gone too far this time. He had not felt such rage even when the academic director expelled him. He could tolerate personal attacks. But threatening his family was an unforgivable offense. Should the opportunity arise, he would ensure the man met his demise. The following morning, as Jun Lin strolled down the street, he initially intended to train. However, glancing at his tattered clothing and 2-year-old second-hand phone, he felt the need for improvement. He ventured to the largest shopping mall nearby, where, under the guidance of a sales assistant, he purchased 7 or 8 sets of men's clothing in one go. In addition to his own, he bought 2 or 3 sets for his father, wishing to present a more respectable appearance to avoid being looked down upon. The total expenditure exceeded 10,000 yuan, a mere drop in the bucket. Passing by the women's clothing section, Jun Lin was reminded of his adorable sister, who still wore hand-me-downs from relatives. And he found himself unable to move. Now that I have money, I cannot let you continue living in hardship. The sales assistant, noticing him lingering at the entrance, warmly invited him in. Sir, judging by your appearance, are you looking to buy clothes for your girlfriend? Jun Lin shook his head in denial. I intend to buy a few items, but the girl is my sister, not a girlfriend. Oh, still in denial. The sales assistant smiled, praising him. It's rare to find a considerate young man like you. Your girlfriend must be very lucky. Jun Lin, uninterested in clarifying, knew this type of sales assistant loved to create romantic fantasies. Assessing the assistant's figure, he remarked, my sister is a bit shorter and slimmer than you. I am not well versed in women's fashion. Please select a few trendy outfits for me. Money is not an issue. With the directive given, the sales assistant eagerly set off to choose fashionable styles. By midday, as Jun Lin exited the mall, he was laden with numerous bags. Not only had he purchased clothes, but he also acquired 3 of the latest flagship smartphones and a variety of health supplements. Overwhelmed by the quantity, he had to hire a driver to help transport everything back to the hotel. Unsurprisingly, upon learning of his actions, his father scolded him for frivolous spending while donning a new suit and frequently checking his reflection, appearing considerably younger. His sister, Jiyue, was more direct, joyfully rushing off to try on her new clothes. What an array of JK uniforms, black and white stockings, and sailor suits. The sight made Jun Lin's eyes gleam with excitement. Zhao Jia, with a face ashen with fury, arrived at the Public Security Bureau of Jinling City, where he encountered the 2 bodyguards who had been temporarily detained. From their accounts, he learned that their threats had backfired, resulting in a severe beating administered by Jun Lin. Now, due to their violations of public security regulations, they faced criminal detention. What a couple of worthless fools, unable to handle a mere student. Zhao Jia scolded angrily. Brother Jia, that Jun Lin is far too powerful. Both Lu Er and I were effortlessly defeated. It would be wise not to provoke him further, one bodyguard cautiously advised. Slap. Before he could react, a resounding slap landed on his face. Is it your place to meddle in my affairs? Zhao Jia scoffed disdainfully. The Zhao family boasted assets worth tens of millions, with his father being a 5-star martial artist and the academic director of the 7th high school. Why would he fear a mere waste like Jun Lin? He would settle this score eventually. The official cultivation center of Jinling City stands as the largest training ground in the area. Its architecture is as magnificent as the bird's nest and water cube of yore. Countless martial artists flowed through the entrances and exits like an unending stream of traffic. With a population exceeding 10 million, Jinling City is home to tens of thousands of martial artists surpassing the 2-star level. Hence, there is never a shortage of patrons here. Upon his arrival, Jun Lin glanced at the price list. Due to the absence of national subsidies, the training rooms were priced at double that of the school facilities, reaching an astonishing 200 huaxia coins per hour. Fortunately, with his ample wealth, the cost of 200 for an hour and 3,000 for 15 hours a day was merely a trifling expense compared to his over 500,000 fortune. In the days that followed, Jun Lin became utterly absorbed in the training room, dedicating 15 hours each day to his practice. He felt immense satisfaction as he sensed his spiritual power expanding daily. 5 days passed in this manner. One morning, in his hotel room, Jun Lin closed his eyes to feign sleep. After such an extensive period of training, he felt a touch of claustrophobia and desired to grant himself a half-day respite. At that moment, a slender figure stealthily entered the room, covering Jun Lin's eyes and cheerfully asking, "Guess who I am? The plump ant from next door?" Jun Lin replied earnestly, "Incorrect, try again. The widow Zhang from the village." "Guess again. Is it not correct? Then it must be Tang Tang." Which vixen is Tang Tang?" Xia Zhiyu exclaimed, twisting Jun Lin's head around with a wary expression. Jun Lin chuckled without replying. Opening the door to call out, "Tang Tang." Xia Zhiyu cautiously peeked out. Her curiosity piqued, and immediately spotted an adorable orange cat joyfully circling Jun Lin. "That's Tang Tang," Jun Lin declared with a grin. Xia Zhiyu patted her flat chest, teasingly remarking, "I knew my brother would end up with no one. It was only a matter of time before I had to take over. Get lost, you're the one no one wants. Your entire family is unwanted." Jun Lin shot back. After exchanging playful banter, Xia Zhiyu left for school with her backpack, and Jun Lin returned to his room. Time flew by. It had been a week since he acquired the Sign-In System, meaning it was time for a new sign-in opportunity. Chapter 11, Mastery of Qi. Without further delay, Jun Lin secured the doors and windows and returned to his bedside. System, initiate sign-in. A colossal ethereal treasure chest descended, its lid slowly opening to reveal a burst of green light. Ding. Sign-in successful. You have acquired the skill, Mastery of Qi. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Qi is an enigmatic force, embodying the essence present in all things. Mastering the application of Qi unlocks the key to unleashing a variety of formidable skills. In an instant, the reward was credited. Absorbing the ability of Qi mastery invigorated Jun Lin. He felt a profound transformation around him. Qi permeated the heavens, the earth, and within his own body. He could distinctly perceive and differentiate the myriad forms of Qi surrounding him. No longer needing instruments for testing, he could effortlessly gauge the magnitude of his own strength simply by sensing the Qi, approximately 46 stars. This represented his true, formidable prowess. With his mastery of Qi, he could effortlessly discern the star levels of his opponents without resorting to guesswork. He could also sense the Qi emanating from others. The closer he was, the clearer the perception. By closing his eyes, he could detect the presence of all human chi within a radius of several hundred meters. Additionally, he could mark the chi of a target, allowing him to track their movements without needing to meet them, as long as they fell within his perceptive range. Martial artists are classified into 9 stars, with 3 stars representing a single tier. Those below 3 stars are commonly encountered in daily life, comprising the majority. 4 to 6 stars denote skilled practitioners who, if not enlisted in the military, can secure respectable jobs locally. Some teachers at the 7th high school are 4-star martial artists. And even the arrogant academic director is merely a 5-star martial artist. As for 7, 8, and 9 stars, they are exceedingly rare, often unseen in everyday life. Notably, the elusive 9-star martial artist is said to be the sole protector of the vast Jun Lin city, akin to a dragon that is seldom glimpsed. Upon leaving the hotel, Jun Lin made his way to Central Avenue. With his newfound understanding of Qi, he planned to practice some real combat experience. Xinghe Martial Arts Academy, the largest martial arts institution in Huaxia, boasts branches across the country, including one in Jinling City. Rumor has it that the founder, Gu Xinghe, possesses strength that surpasses even 9-star martial artists. The Xinghe Martial Arts Academy stands tall in the city center like a colossal beast. Its premises surpass the 7th high school, with a grand entrance spanning dozens of meters. Inside, 3 massive white buildings rise like castles, exuding a magnificent aura. Upon entering the first white edifice, which serves as the comprehensive venue, Jun Lin was greeted by a charming receptionist whose beauty was commendable, though regrettably lacking the allure of black stockings. Approaching the front desk, he stated, "Hello, I would like to participate in the martial arts combat project I heard about." The receptionist replied, "Certainly, please provide your identification for verification." After presenting his ID, his personal information was swiftly displayed on the machine. Name, Jun Lin. Age, 18. Martial artist star level, 35. School, 7th high school, expelled. Address, redacted. The receptionist stared in astonishment at Jun Lin's information. After a thorough review, she confirmed that this 18-year-old indeed possessed the strength of a 35-star martial artist. "Is there an issue with my information?" Jun Lin inquired. "I apologize, Mr. Jun. I did not expect someone so young to possess such remarkable strength. It is truly astonishing." The receptionist said politely, "It's nothing special. I just trained casually to reach this level." Jun Lin replied calmly. The receptionist quickly registered Jun Lin's details and informed him, "Mr. Jun, the cost for a 3-star martial artist combat session is a minimum of 3,000 Huaxia coins per match, with the victor receiving 90 of the total deposit, while the remaining 10 goes to the academy. What kind of confrontation can still be profitable?" Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of joy washed over him. Indeed, this scenario seemed to diverge from his initial expectations. With his prowess, even by mastering the flow of Qi and restraining his power to that of a 3-star warrior, he would be an invincible force among his peers. Was this not akin to having money freely bestowed upon him? He had never anticipated encountering such fortuitous circumstances today. Hurry, please arrange everything at once. I can hardly contain my excitement." Jun Lin rubbed his hands together, speaking eagerly. The practical training arena was housed within another colossal edifice, sprawling across 5 expansive floors. Upon entering the 3-star warriors section, Jun Lin was struck by the vastness of the space. With ceilings soaring several meters high and covering tens of thousands of square meters, the arena boasted a dozen or so platforms, available for warriors to engage in practical combat exercises. Each platform, approximately 400 square meters in area, was constructed from robust alloys, impervious to the might of 3-star warriors. Moreover, each platform was overseen by a 4-star referee, while the surrounding area was filled with spectator seating, complete with an array of snacks like sunflower seeds, soda, and popcorn. After downloading the Xinghe Martial Arts app and logging into his newly acquired account, Jun Lin was able to match opponents as one would in a video game. The system defaulted to a wager of 3,000 Huaxia coins per match, although participants could negotiate the amount freely. Additionally, one could challenge specific opponents. It was stipulated that weapons were strictly prohibited in these practical matches, and lethal harm was not permitted. A contestant would be deemed defeated if they fell from the platform or remained on the ground for 10 seconds without rising. The rules were straightforward. In the blink of an eye, Jun Lin received a notification on his phone. Checking the message, he noted the efficiency of the system. His first opponent had already been assigned. 10 minutes later, on platform 8, Jun Lin stood poised in one corner, controlling his chi to the 3-star level. At that moment, a man with a scarred face appeared across from him. Initially solemn, the scarred man's demeanor shifted to one of ease upon noticing that his opponent was merely a young lad. Although both warriors were rated at 35 stars, in practical combat, mere power was insufficient. Extensive experience was imperative. This sheltered student was likely oblivious to the nuances of real combat. Once the fight commenced, he probably wouldn't even be able to harness half of his strength. That 3,000 coins will be a windfall. Chapter 12, Practical Combat, The Fortune Bearer. Below, the scarred man had a few friends gathered around, all of them laughing and completely disregarding Jun Lin. Hey, Zhou Laosan, you're in luck today. Don't forget to treat us to drinks tonight. One of them teased. The scarred man waved dismissively at his friends, jovially declaring, don't worry. We'll hit Bun tonight, my treat. Bun. That's a great spot. Third brother, you're too generous. This group exhibited a relaxed demeanor, entirely confident in the scarred man's abilities. Have you all finished your chatter? I'm about to start fighting. Suddenly, the overlooked youth in the corner interjected. The arrogance of these individuals irked Jun Lin considerably. The scarred man, glancing at Jun Lin, responded nonchalantly, since you're eager to end this quickly, then let us get started. Ding. The bell for the match rang. Jun Lin struck a classic pose reminiscent of Dragon Ball, narrowing his eyes before launching himself into action. In a flash, he darted forward. The spectators only heard a scream as the scarred man was launched off the platform. This shocking turn of events left everyone stunned. Even the referee was momentarily speechless. What just happened? Zhou Laosan lost. I don't know. I didn't even see it clearly before he was sent flying. Oh dear. I didn't catch it either. It must have been a sneak attack. Yes, it had to be a sneak attack. Otherwise, how could Zhou Laosan possibly lose? The friends speculated, while the scarred man picked himself up from the ground. Jun Lin had not struck him hard. He was merely knocked off the platform. Unfortunately, the scarred man could not grasp the disparity between them and, out of embarrassment, was filled with rage. You dared to sneak attack me while I was unprepared. Are you brave enough to face me again? Facing such an inability to accept defeat, Jun Lin mockingly retorted, once the match begins, this arena becomes akin to a beast territory. Can you plead with a monster not to devour you because you weren't prepared? The scarred man was rendered speechless by Jun Lin's words, despite being a seasoned 3-star warrior. He was momentarily at a loss for words against this impudent youth. He was exceedingly displeased and sought to regain his honor. Kid, are you up for another round? Why not? But this time, the stakes must be higher. 3,000 coins is far too trivial. Let us make this worthwhile. Jun Lin asserted boldly. All right, let us raise it to 50,000 coins per match. Do you dare? The scarred man, having underestimated his opponent, realized he had not utilized his best techniques in the previous bout. This time, he was determined to take it seriously, reclaim his pride, and earn a substantial profit. Jun Lin was equally surprised by the man's generosity, willing to offer him 50,000 coins. Recognizing the intent, he could not refuse. Both parties submitted their requests for combat again and deposited a 50,000 coin wager. As the bell rang to signal the start of the match, the scarred man clearly adopted a serious approach, bouncing on his legs, moving erratically, and throwing punches in front of him. Jun Lin, observing the scarred man assume a combat stance, inquired, are you ready this time? You little brat, I'm serious now. Prepare to meet your end. The scarred man bellowed. All right, brace yourself. Jun Lin shouted, his legs pounding the ground as he surged forward like a bullet. The scarred man felt a blur before him, and Jun Lin had already closed the distance. He hastily threw a punch aimed at Jun Lin's face. Jun Lin grasped the man's fist with his left hand, yanking it to the side, causing the man to lurch forward and expose a glaring vulnerability. With his right hand poised like a blade, Jun Lin delivered a precise strike to the scarred man's neck. Bang! The scarred man collapsed to the ground, defeated in a single move. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as effortless as a father besting his son. Too weak, Jun Lin declared, dusting off his hands with a relaxed demeanor. The referee, who had remained silent in one corner, was utterly astonished. Quick, that was astonishingly fast. Jun Lin's speed had undoubtedly surpassed the expected capabilities of a 3-star warrior, likely reaching 4-star levels. The scarred man, a regular at the martial arts academy with ample combat experience, found himself utterly defenseless against Jun Lin's astonishing speed. At that moment, a thought struck the referee. Could this student-like youth possess a speed talent? As soon as this notion crossed his mind, he was taken aback. A minuscule fraction of warriors possess such extraordinary talents. Talents come in various forms, but even the least gifted can become special recruits at universities. Those with superior talents are often coveted by prestigious institutions. The Xinghe Martial Arts Academy, being a formidable entity, certainly valued talented individuals and sought to recruit them. Thus, when the referee conceived this idea, his mind began to race. It is universally acknowledged that the thirst for talent remains constant, regardless of location. Consequently, he promptly reported the situation to his superiors, indicating the emergence of a potential talent. Soon, the higher-ups conveyed their serious concern regarding the matter. They instructed him to send the combat footage for professional analysis. Sensing that a bonus was within reach, the referee's expression brightened with joy. As the countdown ended on the arena, the scar-faced man remained unconscious. Suddenly, Jun Lin's phone chimed, notifying him of a gain of 90,000 Huaxia coins. Heh, making money is truly effortless, Jun Lin murmured to himself. The nearby referee, overhearing this, couldn't help but twitch his lips, shaking his head in a wry smile. Those with talent are indeed audacious. Just as Jun Lin was preparing to leave after his bout, someone suddenly called out to him. Stop! Are you brave enough to face me in another match? Jun Lin halted his steps and turned to see who was stirring up trouble. As expected, it was the slender monkey-like man from the scar-faced man's team, whose thin frame and sharp features made him resemble a large monkey at first glance. Who are you? Jun Lin asked, his gaze intense. The slender monkey pointed at the unconscious scar-faced man and said, My surname is Ho. He is my brother. You just defeated him twice. And as his older brother, I cannot remain silent and appear ungrateful. Jun Lin activated his sensing ability and discerned that this slender monkey man was also a 3-star warrior, boasting a star level of 38, making him a formidable opponent among 3-star warriors. It was evident that this group functioned as a cohesive team. Having not thoroughly enjoyed the previous battle, Jun Lin's Saiyan combat instincts were now highly stimulated. Upon hearing the challenge, he accepted without hesitation. If you wish to reclaim your honor. That is certainly acceptable, but I have one condition. The slender monkey inquired, What condition? Chapter 13, Exceptional Talent, Gene Serum Number 1. Jun Lin casually replied. Let's raise the stakes to 100,000. Upon hearing the young man's demand for a wager of 100,000, the slender monkey was momentarily taken aback. While he could easily procure that amount, he couldn't help but think that this young upstart was overly confident. He was already a 38-star warrior and possessed a unique martial technique. He was certainly not to be trifled with. You said it. Now hurry and arrange it. 100,000. Not a single coin less. The slender monkey urged. He failed to notice that the referee was watching him with a look of pity. Heh. Before you stands a likely genius of exceptional talent. That 100,000 is as good as lost for you. Moments later, the bell for the match rang. Thud, thud, thud. The slender monkey strode onto the stage, shedding his outerwear to reveal a lean upper body. Let me show you the might of the 8 gates wind-chasing step. Suddenly, the slender monkey charged forward, employing an erratic footwork that made him difficult to predict. To the onlookers who were 2-star and 1-star warriors, the speed of the slender monkey was astonishing, leaving afterimages in his wake, prompting loud cheers of admiration. However, to Jun Lin, this speed appeared to be slowed down by more than tenfold. He moved leisurely, as if taking a stroll through the woods, deftly sidestepping the slender monkey's ferocious assaults with grace and ease. The referee was left astounded. To achieve such a feat, one's speed and reflexes would need to surpass the opponent's by at least double. From this, he was certain that the student-like young man before him was either a speed talent wielder or a disguised 4-star warrior. Given the young man's age of merely 18, he dismissed the latter possibility. He was acutely aware of the difficulty in becoming a 4-star warrior. In his own case, it had taken him a full decade to reach a star level of 42. According to Huaxia law, to ensure the healthy growth of students, martial arts training could only commence after the age of 16. Prior to that, one could only study cultural and theoretical knowledge. This meant that before turning 18, one would only have 2 years of training time. Unless one consumed special serums, no one could possibly reach the level of a 4-star warrior within a mere 2 years. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted from the arena as the slender monkey's body flew through the air, abruptly halted when Jun Lin's fist struck his abdomen. The force of the blow rippled through the slender monkey's body, delivering a powerful knockout. Uffed! The slender monkey could not suppress a mouthful of blood as he collapsed, unconscious. The arena fell into a profound silence. Defeated, and utterly without the capacity to retaliate, it was a complete rout. Observing his pitiful state, the spectators recognized the severity of his injuries. They gazed at the boy on the stage, perceiving him as a dangerous beast, causing even the 4-star referee to instinctively take a step back. Before long, a physician from the Xinghe Martial Arts School arrived, lifting the slender monkey onto a stretcher. As the injuries sustained during normal combat do not necessitate legal responsibility unless fatal, there was no cause for concern. Jun Lin's phone emitted another notification, indicating an additional 180,000 had been credited. A smile crept onto his lips as he suppressed the Scion's impulsive genes, reveling in his fortune. Indeed, martial artists are the quickest earners. After just a few matches, I've made over 100,000. Haha. At that moment, a man of remarkable presence, with sharp eyes, approached from a distance. As he entered the vicinity, the atmosphere grew silent, with the majority of the crowd casting looks of reverence in his direction. The man strode directly toward them, prompting the referee to rush forward in greeting. Instructor Zhang, you have arrived. Jun Lin felt a stir of curiosity about this Instructor Zhang, who appeared to hold a significant position. He employed his heightened perception to probe the man's internal energy. However, within his senses, the man's energy flowed like a torrent, far surpassing his own. Having encountered few experts, Jun Lin was unable to accurately gauge the man's warrior star level, but speculated that he was at least a 6-star warrior, possibly even a 7-star. Noticing that Jun Lin was in a daze, seemingly overwhelmed by his imposing aura, Zhang Bin calmly remarked, I am Zhang Bin, an instructor at the Xinghe Martial Arts School. There's no need for you to be on edge. In the Xinghe Martial Arts School of Jinling City, aside from the headmaster, the most powerful position was that of an instructor, of which there were 8, and Zhang Bin was one of them. Instructor Zhang, did you need something from me? Jun Lin inquired, puzzled. Zhang Bin glanced around before saying, young brother, this place is crowded and prying. Let us speak elsewhere. Jun Lin nodded and followed Zhang Bin into an opulent and grand parlor. Upon entering, he noticed a girl seated there, approximately his age, strikingly beautiful, radiating youth and charm. However, there was an air of arrogance about her. Upon seeing Jun Lin enter, she did not spare him a glance. Instead of directly inquiring about Jun Lin's talent, Instructor Zhang shifted the topic, saying, the Xinghe branch hosts a champion challenge every June, limited to those under the age of 20. The ultimate victor will receive a tremendous opportunity. Are you interested in participating? What tremendous opportunity? Jun Lin questioned, bewildered. Have you ever heard of the Gene Serum number 1? Instructor Zhang leaned closer, speaking calmly. A question mark rose above Jun Lin's head, and suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, the Gene Serum No. 1, you mentioned, is indeed the potion that enhances the genetic potential of martial artists. Zhang Bin nodded in agreement, stating that this special serum is strictly regulated by the state and commands a staggering price of 30 million per dose. Our Xinghe Martial Arts Academy possesses only a limited supply, with the only way to obtain it being to emerge victorious in the Champion Challenge. Since the advent of the era of enlightenment, nations across the globe have been fervently researching ways to accelerate human cultivation and strengthen martial prowess. With continuous innovation and creation, gene serums have come into being. Gene Serum number 1, while its concoction methods and ingredients remain shrouded in mystery, is widely known for its remarkable abilities. It enhances human genetics, accelerates martial cultivation, and renders one impervious to ailments. Such a coveted item is highly sought after, with everyone yearning to possess it. Hence, despite its exorbitant price, it is perpetually in short supply. Consequently, the authorities have classified Gene Serum number 1 as a controlled substance, making it unattainable for ordinary individuals, regardless of their wealth. Faced with such temptation, Jun Lin found it impossible to resist and unabashedly expressed his desires. Instructor Zhang, I am very interested in your champion challenge and would love to participate. Chapter 14, Talent Evaluation, Gravity Training Room. Upon hearing Jun Lin's words, Instructor Zhang smiled. Such a remarkable treasure is indeed desired by all. However, do you possess the confidence to defeat your adversaries? Naturally. They are merely a bunch of insignificant opponents, Jun Lin replied with bravado. Haha, young man, such exuberance is to be expected, yet you must not underestimate your foes. The Champion Challenge features elite talents who are unrivaled within their ranks, not mere trifles. Instructor Zhang, seated on a leather sofa, gestured towards a nearby girl and continued. Each instructor can nominate 2 participants. This young lady is called Yi Qianqian, a gifted psychic with telekinetic abilities. You are both of the same age and may wish to familiarize yourselves. Jun Lin assessed Yi Qianqian with a glance, noting that her martial star rating was merely 34. And with disdain, he turned away. Yi Qianqian exhibited a similar demeanor. Psychic powers are exceedingly rare, and challenging those of higher ranks is commonplace for her. Despite her martial star rating being only 34, she is considered the top talent at Jinling City's first high school, having already been recruited by Magic City University with enticing offers. Seeing that the two did not appear to spark any romantic tension, but rather held mutual disdain, Instructor Zhang, feeling somewhat helpless, changed the subject. To participate in the Champion Challenge, aside from your raw strength, you will need to join the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy. What benefits does joining the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy entail? Will it restrict my freedom? Jun Lin inquired. Anticipating this question, Instructor Zhang confidently replied, the benefits are numerous, such as access to exclusive training areas, techniques for battling ferocious beasts, and participation in internal activities. As for your freedom, there will be no restrictions. You may still attend university. Hearing Instructor Zhang's explanation, Jun Lin expressed his skepticism. From what you say, it seems the advantages are all in my favor. Is there truly such a good deal in this world? Instructor Zhang cast a deep glance at Jun Lin and then at Yi Qianqian before responding. It is because, according to the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy's evaluation, you have achieved the level of a tiger-class genius, which is why such fortune has befallen you. For ordinary martial artists, the situation would be entirely different. Jun Lin suddenly realized, understanding at last. Since the onset of the era of enlightenment, various factions have been vying to attract geniuses, and those who cannot be recruited strive to maintain good relations. Having one more friend is certainly preferable to having one more enemy. Thus, geniuses are classified into tiers: tiger class, ghost class, and the most formidable dragon class. The assessment of genius is incredibly stringent. Even those admitted to prestigious 985 universities cannot be labeled as geniuses, but merely as exceptional individuals. Being regarded by Instructor Zhang as a tiger class indicates that, in his eyes, Jun Lin's aptitude surpasses that of the vast majority of 985 exceptional students. Very well. If that is the case, I shall agree to join the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy, Jun Lin resolved firmly. After all, joining the academy was not akin to signing away his life. Given the high regard for martial artists in China, any form of restriction on freedom is absolutely impermissible. Instructor Zhang's face lit up with joy. He had already analyzed several battle recordings of Jun Lin. This individual is not inferior to Yi Qianqian and may indeed have the potential to claim victory in the champion challenge. The procedure for joining the academy was straightforward. After affixing a few seals and signing a document, Jun Lin's identification card was updated with his status as a member of the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy. Alright, you are now a formal member of the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy. The champion challenge is still half a month away. So let us take you to the exclusive gravity training room for some practice. Instructor Zhang chuckled heartily and led the way. Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback. A gravity training room exists even on Earth. Along the way, Instructor Zhang provided Jun Lin and Yi Qianqian with some enlightening insights. According to the research of countless predecessors, it has been discovered that in a state of increased gravity, all cells within the body enter an excited state, thereby enhancing the cultivation speed. The greater the gravitational force, the faster the cultivation progresses. Based on this principle, various factions have constructed gravity training rooms exclusively for their core members. After navigating a series of turns, the trio arrived at a highly secured training area. Before them stood 8 rooms, each containing a gravity training room. Both the interior and exterior of the training rooms were equipped with controllers to manipulate the internal gravity. Jun Lin appeared exceedingly delighted, rushing over to explore, his heart swelling with joy. I never anticipated that such marvels could exist on Earth. My Saiyan blood is already boiling. Yi Qianqian, observing his exuberance, donned a cool demeanor and remarked, such a childish man. Instructor Zhang opened his own gravity training room, and the three entered. The space was modest, spanning just over 100 square meters, furnished with some fitness equipment and an internal controller, appearing rather unremarkable. Instructor Zhang explained, this is the gravity training room, capable of reaching a terrifying maximum gravity of 10 times Earth's gravity. During your training, be mindful of your limits. Do not be overly ambitious. Understood, Instructor, the two replied, nodding in agreement. After Instructor Zhang departed and the door closed, only the two of them remained under the stark fluorescent lights, feeling a mix of nervousness and curiosity. The gravity within could be manipulated by voice commands, exhibiting remarkable responsiveness. Jun Lin called out to the air, activate gravity. Beep. Gravity activated. Current gravity, 2 times Earth's gravity. An immediate voice prompt resonated within the room. Jun Lin removed his shoes and jumped, feeling no pressure at all. Is this thing malfunctioning? I don't feel anything, he complained. Yi Qianqian, standing nearby, felt a slight flush on her face, but as a 3-star martial artist, double gravity was hardly a challenge. Computer, increase the gravity. Jun Lin shouted. Beep. Gravity increased. Current gravity, 3 times Earth's gravity. At this moment, Jun Lin sensed his blood flow accelerating slightly, and his cells felt invigorated. Not bad, not bad, it truly works, he exclaimed. Computer, increase the gravity by another level. Jun Lin called out excitedly. Hearing this, Yi Qianqian's expression changed, and she inwardly complained. This clueless guy. There is still a girl present. Can't he consider someone else's feelings? Beep. The gravity has intensified, currently at 4 times that of Earth's. As her body felt the weight increase once more, her internal organs ached intolerably, and Yi Qianqian's complexion turned ashen. She glanced up at Jun Lin, curious to see if he could withstand the 4-fold gravity. However, upon a mere glance, her frustration nearly caused her to spit blood. Jun Lin was actually performing somersaults in sheer excitement, as if he felt no discomfort whatsoever. How peculiar. Why is it that the greater the gravity, the more comfortable I feel? At this moment, Jun Lin's blood surged with vitality, and he was brimming with boundless energy. This phenomenon was entirely attributable to the Saiyan genes coursing through his veins. On their home planet, Vegeta, the gravity was a staggering 10 times that of Earth. Even an infant could endure tenfold gravity. Moreover, such extreme conditions were optimal for a Saiyan to unleash their full potential. Thus, the closer he approached 10 times the gravity, the more exhilarated Jun Lin became. Chapter 15, Danger, Tenfold Gravity. Beep, the gravity has increased, now at 5 times that of Earth. As the mechanical voice announced the change, the gravity in the training chamber intensified once more. Jun Lin supported himself with 2 fingers, embarking on an exaggerated 2-finger push-up routine. After completing 100, he sprang up like a fish leaping from water, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. He noticed Yi Qianqian staring at him like a wooden puppet and curiously asked, "Miss Yi, why are you just watching me instead of training?" Yi Qianqian shot him a disdainful glance, gritting her teeth as she focused her energy. She had just realized that enveloping her entire body with telekinetic power allowed her to withstand the terrifying gravity. Devoting herself entirely to this task, she had no time for idle chatter. Noticing her indifference, Jun Lin was disinclined to press further and thus remarked, "This gravity is still too mild. I intend to increase it again. If you, as a lady, cannot bear it, do not hesitate to inform me." Who do you look down upon? I am a distinguished telekinetic master, a rare talent. Surely I can withstand you. Yi Qianqian retorted with a cold snort. Jun Lin nodded, acknowledging that telekinetic masters were indeed formidable. Even in Dragon Ball, some superpowered individuals were telekinetic masters, the most notable being Kaio-Ken. However, in the mid-stages, Kaio-Ken, being merely human, could not keep pace with the advancements of the Z fighters and was soon left behind. Since Miss Yi seemed unperturbed, I shall proceed to further amplify the gravity. Beep. The gravity has escalated to 6 times that of Earth. Beep. The gravity has now reached 7 times that of Earth. Moments later, the training chamber's gravity surged to 7 times that of Earth. The weight not only bore down on the physical body, but also impacted the internal organs, blood, and pituitary gland, all of which had to endure this tremendous force. Amidst such a terrifying environment, Jun Lin not only moved as usual, but grew increasingly exhilarated. In contrast, Yi Qianqian, seated with her back to Jun Lin, appeared outwardly unaffected, yet the tremors in her shoulders revealed that she was on the verge of collapse. To her, it felt as if endless waves were crashing against her. She could only protect herself with her formidable telekinetic power to avoid being crushed by the onslaught. Initially, she could still manage to utter a few words, but as the gravity reached 7 times, she could no longer muster a single syllable. She contemplated surrendering and pressing the alarm in her hand, which would eliminate the gravity. However, upon seeing Jun Lin, who was frolicking about like a mischievous monkey, her pride held her back. I am a genius telekinetic master. How can I possibly be bested by this insufferable brat? I shall endure. Outside, Zhang Bin had just attended a meeting and was exchanging pleasantries with several instructors about the exceptional newcomers he had brought. At that moment, he recalled the 2 newbies and wondered how their training was progressing. Based on past experience, these newcomers were often quite proud, exhibiting a fearless demeanor, and he feared they had already pushed themselves to 5 times the gravity. Zhang, the instructor, felt compelled to check if the 2 had been overwhelmed. Upon returning to the gravity training chamber, he was taken aback to find the gravity had escalated to 7 times. What a joke. 7-fold gravity could only be borne by a 4-star warrior. Have they lost their minds? Utilizing his instructor privileges, he promptly shut off the gravity. The entire chamber emitted a prolonged hissing sound as the pressure was released. Subsequently, he opened the thick alloy door and rushed inside. Within the room, the gravity abruptly diminished, causing Yi Qianqian's frenzied telekinetic energy to spiral out of control, as if a tempest had suddenly swept through, sending the unsuspecting Jun Lin tumbling. What in the world? Jun Lin scrambled to his feet, and his first sight was Yi Qianqian spitting blood, swaying precariously before collapsing. Coincidentally, the door swung open. Instructor Zhang Bin entered, assessing the unharmed Jun Lin and the bloodied Yi Qianqian, his expression darkening. Jun Lin, what on earth has transpired here? Instructor, let me explain. Jun Lin hurriedly interjected. I was diligently training when this girl suddenly attacked me. Upon seeing you arrive, she instantaneously feigned injury and collapsed. This is clearly a setup. Yi Qianqian, who was just beginning to catch her breath after the ordeal, nearly coughed up more blood at Jun Lin's accusation of her staging an act. Instructor Zhang, I am not, she attempted to clarify, but was interrupted by Zhang Bin, who spoke in a stern tone. I can surmise the situation. You 2 are incredibly reckless to dare use 7-fold gravity as mere 3-star warriors, unafraid of being crushed. Yi Qianqian lowered her head in silence, her strong-willed nature refusing to concede. The 7-fold gravity had already pushed her to her limit. Any further strain could lead to life-threatening consequences. She knew that had Instructor Zhang not intervened, Jun Lin would have undoubtedly continued to escalate the gravity, and she might have truly been reduced to a pulp. This guy? Why is he so abnormal? Jun Lin's performance had deeply unsettled the proud telekinetic master, instilling a sense of fear in the gifted young woman. In stark contrast to Yi Qianqian's trepidation, Jun Lin smiled nonchalantly at Zhang Bin and said, "Instructor, sevenfold gravity is hardly a challenge. Had you not entered, I would have continued to push myself further." Sevenfold gravity is hardly a challenge? Zhang Bin's eyes widened in disbelief as he warned. "I understand that boys often seek to impress girls, but let me make this clear. The gravity chamber is no toy. It is a place fraught with peril. Who the hell wants to impress anyone?" Jun Lin silently countered in his mind, outwardly feigning humility. Ultimately, Yi Qianqian, having sustained minor injuries, reluctantly concluded her training to seek treatment. Meanwhile, Jun Lin, under Zhang Bin's numerous admonitions, began his solitary training. Finally peace has returned. Once Zhang Bin departed, Jun Lin's spirits soared. "Computer, set gravity to 8 times that of Earth." Beep, gravity has increased to 8 times that of Earth. Not enough, I want 9 times. Beep, still insufficient, I demand 10 times. Boom. The entire training chamber began to operate at full capacity. A full tenfold gravity descended upon this space. Jun Lin felt the immense pressure enveloping his entire being, every cell becoming extraordinarily invigorated. In this state, his training speed surpassed normal levels by several folds. With his Saiyan heritage already being exceptionally rare, coupled with the assistance of the gravity training chamber, his strength soared as if propelled by a rocket. If one were to compare the former mediocrity of oneself, it would be at least 1,000-fold improvement. 1,000-fold? What does that even signify? Even those prodigious students capable of gaining admission to prestigious 985 universities experience a maximum cultivation speed of merely 30 times their former selves. Yet, at this moment, his rate of advancement is 30 times that of those gifted scholars. Such an astonishing velocity has transcended all imaginations. Jun Lin even harbors doubts that his excessively formidable aptitude might incite greed or animosity in others. Although the unity of Huaxia is steadfast, with no one harboring ill intentions, the world is rife with numerous nations and powerful factions. Once they become aware of his Saiyan-like constitution, they may indeed be tempted to entertain ulterior motives. No. Until he possesses sufficient means of self-defense, it is acceptable to exhibit monstrous talent, but to appear as an alien freak would be perilously reckless. Chapter 16. Revenge on Zhao Jie and Su Tingting. Having toiled late into the night, Jun Lin finally emerged from the gravity training chamber, utterly fatigued, his footsteps heavy. He contemplated that at this rate of cultivation, in just 2 more days, he would achieve another elevation. By then, he would possess the strength of a 5-star warrior, equating him with the level of Zhao Jie's father, the academic director of the 7th high school. The thought of the father and son duo caused Jun Lin's eyes to narrow. He vividly recalled how the academic director had distorted truth and justice, expelling him from the campus. Zhao Jie, more contemptible still, had even sent people to harass his family, forcing his father and sister into temporary lodgings. This debt of vengeance had never left his mind. He merely awaited the opportunity to retaliate. Should that moment arise, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. The moonlit night carried a hint of chill. As Jun Lin strolled along a tranquil path, he occasionally attuned himself to the ambient energies, savoring the myriad facets of life. In a nearby row of houses, a couple engaged in a fierce quarrel, the wife exhibiting a fierce demeanor, causing her husband to cower defensively. Yet Jun Lin understood that the husband's true strength surpassed that of his wife, evidently feigning weakness to preserve familial harmony. Within a nearby inn, a pair of individuals were engaged in martial arts sparring, exhibiting a variety of skills and tactics. Through his perception of their energies, he discerned that the male was exceptionally formidable, while the female was no match for him. Amidst the nearby grass, a faint aura stealthily shifted, seemingly stalking its prey. Jun Lin whistled toward the underbrush, startling a spotted civet, which quickly ascended a tree, glaring at him as if reproaching him for disrupting its hunt. "I have now mastered the manipulation of energy to such an extent that I am akin to a human radar. If I could acquire skills akin to energy waves, I would unleash them immediately. At such a moment, it would undoubtedly be exhilarating." Jun Lin felt a deep envy for the devastating energy waves depicted in the Dragon Ball universe. Who among those familiar with the original work wouldn't yearn for a Kamehameha of their own? As he traversed a park, his perception alerted him to an impending spectacle. Inside a luxurious car, 2 energies flared crimson, clearly indicating a brewing conflict. He shook his head with a wry smile, retracting his senses. It seemed this skill was ill-suited for a single individual. Otherwise, he would inevitably find himself inundated with dog food. Just then, he halted abruptly. turning his gaze back towards the luxury vehicle. Why do these two energies feel somewhat familiar? Upon further scrutiny, realization dawned, and his eyes gleamed with cold light. So it is you two, huh? Truly, you have chosen to tread paths of your own undoing. Through his energy exploration, he confirmed that no one in the vicinity was aware of the situation. Thus, he stealthily approached, a malicious grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Inside the car, Zhao Jie and Su Tingting were in a compromising position, poised for action. At that critical moment, the entire vehicle seemed to be struck by some terrifying force, flipping over entirely. Subsequently, the car was compressed and contorted as if it were a mere toy. The two occupants felt as though they were being crushed by a monstrous entity, the vehicle morphing as if it were made of clay in the hands of an unseen giant. Zhao Jie and Su Tingting, locked in each other's embrace, found themselves immobilized, trapped within the confined space. The overwhelming pressure inflicted upon them was excruciating. Su Tingting, her leg caught in a compromising position, was rapidly restrained by the surrounding steel, and with a sickening crack, her bones succumbed, fracturing under the strain. The agony elicited a blood-curdling scream from her lips. Zhao Jie fared worse. His towering stature subjected him to even greater compression. Multiple fractures plagued his legs, arms, and ribs, with several bones piercing through the skin, exposing ghastly white protrusions. The pain was so intense it nearly rendered him unconscious. As he cried out in rage and desperation, Jun Lin paid no heed to their plight. Consumed by fury at their malevolence, he exerted even greater force. Before long, the original car had vanished, replaced by a 3-meter diameter mechanical sphere. This sphere enveloped Zhao Jie and Su Tingting completely, resembling a giant dumpling. Weighing over 2 tons, Jun Lin effortlessly lifted it with a single hand above his head. Donning a hat and mask, he sprinted toward the nearby Jinling Park. This park was deserted at night, devoid of tourists. His destination was the Van Gogh Tower, a towering city landmark reaching a height of 100 meters. Upon reaching the base of the tower, he grinned mischievously. With one hand gripping the mechanical sphere, he began to ascend. After half an hour of climbing, he finally reached the pinnacle of the Van Gogh Tower. With a resounding thud, he cast the mechanical sphere containing Zhao Jie and Su Tingting onto the summit. Without uttering a word, he leapt into the void, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After Jun Lin departed, the mechanical sphere stood motionless atop the Van Gogh Tower, as Zhao Jie and Su Tingting grappled with labored breaths, their bodies racked with numerous fractures, blood seeping from their wounds. Jie, don't move, it hurts. Su Tingting cried out, her broken legs sending waves of agony through her. Zhao Jie's face was ashen. He bore even more fractures than she, his eyes wide with terror. Such injuries, even if they did not prove fatal, would likely leave them permanently disabled. More horrifying still, a rusted iron pipe had pierced through his groin, blood gushing from the gruesome injury. His manhood was lost. In that moment, unparalleled rage surged within him, and he could only direct his ire towards Su Tingting, unleashing a torrent of venomous curses. It's all your fault. You filthy bitch. You insisted on playing with cars, and now look what you've done to me. Each vile insult struck Su Tingting like a dagger to the heart. In her current state, she was engulfed in profound regret. Had she known that Zhao Jie, the wealthy heir, would be such a heartless, despicable man, she would never have followed him. For this duration, she had acquiesced to his every whim, even enduring the most outrageous and perverse demands, only to be rewarded with a paltry sum and a shattered body. Tears streamed down her face, her sobs nearly exhausted. As she reminisced about the past, her thoughts inevitably drifted to Jun Lin. Throughout their 3 years of high school, Jun Lin had always been a kind-hearted and cultured gentleman. She had once harbored feelings of affection for him. Unfortunately, he lacked the aptitude for cultivation and could only lead the life of an ordinary person. The prospect of spending her life with someone so mundane was intolerable to her. Thus, in her pursuit of climbing the social ladder with Zhao Jie, she severed all ties with Jun Lin in public. Little did she expect that the gamble of burning her bridges would lead her to such a heartless and ungrateful man. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would never have entangled herself with Zhao Jie. Chapter 17, Disparate Treatment. The following morning, the Director of Academic Affairs, Zhao Gang, received the alarming news that his son had been missing for an entire night. He smiled slightly, dismissing the matter, confident that his son was merely out with his rowdy friends. However, by 4 in the afternoon, a Ferrari entered the campus. From it emerged an elegant and composed woman, drawing gasps of admiration from countless students. Wow, that must be Bai Jia, the wife of the Director of Academic Affairs. Truly a stunning beauty. Bai Jia promptly sought out Zhao Gang, her voice laced with urgency. Zhao Jie has genuinely gone missing this time. His phone is unreachable. This is no mere prank. Initially intending to attend a meeting, Zhao Gang immediately felt a wave of anxiety wash over him upon hearing his wife's words. He rushed to report the incident to the Public Security Bureau, determined to retrieve his son. With his child lost, he found little motivation to remain at work, opting instead to accompany his wife to the bureau. Soon, after meticulous scrutiny by the security personnel, a segment of surveillance footage was retrieved. Captain Liu furrowed his brow as he played the video. The footage captured at the entrance of Jun Lin Park revealed a massive iron sphere, measuring 3 meters in diameter, swiftly approaching. The onlookers were bewildered. How could such a large object move on its own? Suddenly, the iron sphere soared into the air, clearing a 5-meter-high fence and entering Jun Lin Park. As the camera zoomed in, the crowd realized that beneath the enormous iron sphere, a human figure was discernible. It became evident that the colossal sphere was being effortlessly hoisted by an individual. We have analyzed all the surveillance footage from the vicinity where Zhao Jia vanished last night and finally identified this peculiar scene, Captain Liu stated. Bai Jia, however, dismissed this revelation. That's merely a madman. What I need you to find is my son, Zhao Jia. Zhao Gang, equally frantic, added, my wife is right. I have no interest in this. You must focus all your efforts on locating Zhao Jia. Please, do not be hasty. I suspect your son's disappearance is closely linked to this strange individual, Captain Liu interjected. What do you think that spherical object he is holding resembles? In a state of agitation, Zhao Gang found it hard to keep up with the conversation and implored, Captain Liu, spare us the suspense and speak plainly. Very well. I shall be direct. Our specialized department has conducted an image analysis, and it is highly likely that this spherical object is a car that has been compressed into a spherical shape. Zhao Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. If what you say is true, this person's strength must be at least 5 stars. Otherwise, such power would be inconceivable. Captain Liu nodded in agreement, noting that there were only a few hundred 5-star warriors in Jinling City, each a formidable figure in their own right. Even he himself was merely a 5-star warrior. At that moment, a subordinate called in with news. After the call, Captain Liu's previously furrowed brow relaxed, though his expression remained grave. Zhao Gang and Bai Jia exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what had transpired. The metallic sphere has been located. It has been placed atop the Van Gogh Tower. We will need to deploy a helicopter to investigate. In the heart of Jinling Park, beneath the Van Gogh Tower, countless visitors gazed upward, captivated by the metallic sphere suspended 100 meters above. From the ground, the once 3-meter diameter mechanical sphere appeared diminutive, akin to a marble. Had it not been for the security personnel's vigilance, it might have gone unnoticed. Shortly thereafter, Captain Liu and Zhao Gang arrived at the scene. As Zhao Gang beheld the small sphere above, a troubling thought took root in his mind. Captain Liu, you can't possibly think my son is trapped inside that mechanical sphere. There is a possibility, Captain Liu affirmed. He then removed his outer coat and swiftly began to ascend, moving with the agility of a cat. Zhao Gang, unwilling to be outdone, prepared to climb as well. Bai Jia anxiously called out, don't go up there, while you are also a 5-star warrior. You haven't trained in over a decade. What if you fall? Zhao Gang hesitated, shaking his slightly protruding belly. Since taking on the role of Director of Academic Affairs, he had indulged in a life of luxury, neglecting his training. Although still classified as a 5-star warrior, his true capabilities might not suffice against a 4-star warrior. Within 3 minutes, Captain Liu had scaled to the top of the Van Gogh Tower. As he drew closer, he quickly confirmed his suspicions. Is there anyone inside? He shouted several times, but silence greeted him in return. Yet, he noticed blood seeping from beneath the iron sphere, sending a wave of panic through him. Surely the person inside hasn't perished. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter's rotor blades filled the air as reinforcements arrived. With the collective effort of the personnel, the folded mechanical sphere, which had once been a luxurious vehicle, was carefully lowered from the tower. Due to concerns for the occupant's safety, the security team refrained from using mechanical tools to open the sphere, relying instead on the strength of Captain Liu and Zhao Gang to pry it open by hand. After over half an hour of labor, 2 half-naked, entangled victims were finally liberated. Zhao Jia lay with multiple shattered bones, his lower body a gruesome sight. Even if rescued, he would likely face severe long-term repercussions. Su Tingting, too, was in dire straits, her fractured leg hanging limply as she succumbed to unconsciousness. The hundreds of onlookers erupted into applause, praising the efforts of the public security officers. Meanwhile, the incessant clicking of cameras captured the moment, destined to become a headline story across various news outlets. In the hospital, Zhao Gang, consumed by rage, shattered a table. He could not tolerate the thought that someone would inflict such harm upon his son. Bai Jia approached to console him. As long as the child is alive, that is what matters. Zhao Gang, embodying the authority of his position, bellowed, such destabilizing elements in society must be dealt with immediately. I will instruct Captain Liu to expedite the investigation. The moment the perpetrator is identified, I demand an execution. His declaration was laden with fervor, intended to assert his dominance in front of his wife. However, unbeknownst to him, Captain Liu, present to take statements, overheard his words and responded with discontent. Our Public Security Bureau does not require your directives on how to conduct our affairs. Zhao Gang's expression shifted, and he quickly apologized. My apologies. I was overly emotional just now. Please forgive me. Captain Liu inquired. Director Zhao, have you recently offended any 5-star warriors? Do you suspect this might be an act of retribution? Indeed. But that seems implausible. I have endeavored to foster good relations even with 4-star warriors. How could I have angered anyone without cause? Zhao Gang shook his head in denial. That is peculiar. Given the assailant's level of cultivation, it is unlikely that your son could have provoked them. Could it be that the young lady in the car had enemies? Captain Liu pondered aloud. Upon hearing those words, Bai Jie was instantly filled with indignation and retorted angrily. I have long advised Xiao Jie to refrain from associating with those unsavory women. Yet he stubbornly refused to heed my counsel. Had he listened to me earlier, this unfortunate incident would never have transpired. In the eyes of a mother, her son could undoubtedly do no wrong. All the blame lay with others. Zhao Gang inquired, what about the girl in the car? Bai Jie scoffed dismissively, I know not. And her fate is of no concern to us. Chapter 18, Tiger Level, Ghost Level, Dragon Level. Captain Liu's countenance shifted at Bai Jie's words, and he promptly asked, isn't that girl Zhao Jie's girlfriend? Bai Jie curled her lip in disdain, declaring, such a wretched creature hardly deserves to be called Xiao Jie's girlfriend. She is likely just some lowly woman attempting to seduce him. Captain Liu's expression darkened immediately. Earlier, at Jinling Park, he had presumed the girl to be Zhao Jie's girlfriend and thus did not pursue further inquiries. However, Bai Jie's implication suggested that they were utterly unconcerned about the girl, focused solely on their son. Meanwhile, the girl was left in a state of uncertainty about her whereabouts. On this occasion, he felt somewhat derelict in his duties. The couple's arrogance irked him greatly. After completing the report, Captain Liu offered no pleasantries and departed without delay. In a modest hospital in Jinling City, a group of medical personnel gazed helplessly at the girl on the stretcher, disheveled and unconscious. She had no money and no identification. Her injuries were severe. If the fracture in her thigh was not addressed promptly, amputation might become necessary. Ordinarily, such injuries would warrant transport to a city-level hospital. But a mix-up had occurred en route. The girl was unable to contact friends or relatives, and the city hospital, unwilling to deal with the inconvenience, directed the ambulance to the small hospital instead. After all, as long as the injured party did not enter their facility, they could pretend not to see her. Should she be admitted to their hospital, regardless of her financial situation or familial support, they would be obligated to take responsibility, which proved troublesome. Faced with this predicament, the small hospital staff felt quite distressed. One suggested, seeing that she is so young and beautiful, why not proceed with her surgery? And who will cover the medical expenses? Are you prepared to sign a safety waiver, Chief Surgeon? Came the retort. The individual shrank back, silenced by the inquiry. Perhaps we should alert the authorities. Once the police locate her family, we can commence treatment. Yet, such a delay risked missing the critical window for effective intervention, potentially leading to amputation. Let them amputate. It doesn't affect us. While the group debated, Su Tingting finally regained consciousness. In a feeble voice, she said, Doctor, I wish to make a phone call. Soon. The call connected, and her mother's voice resonated through the line. Hello, who are you looking for? Upon hearing her mother's voice, Su Tingting could no longer contain herself and began to weep. Mom, no one wants me anymore. Everyone despises me and has abandoned me. Woe is me. Silly child, do not cry. If no one wants you, your mother does. The medical staff collectively sighed in relief upon witnessing the injured girl connect with her family. Now, they were free from any responsibility. How fortunate. At the Xinghe Martial Arts School, Jun Lin was in exceptionally high spirits today, his training infused with vigor. Unbeknownst to him, he had become rather formidable. Outside the gravity training room, Instructor Zhang and Yi Qianqian stared blankly at the numbers displayed on the monitor, feeling somewhat dazed. Tenfold gravity. Surely, this must be a jest. After experiencing 7-fold gravity's extreme exertion yesterday, Yi Qianqian was pleasantly surprised to discover that her telekinetic strength had actually increased. This revelation filled her with joy. It appeared that pushing her limits as she had done yesterday could enhance her telekinetic abilities. As long as she maintained control, gravity training would prove immensely beneficial for her. The tenacity within her, which refused to yield, had never waned. She longed for a chance to compete with Jun Lin. Little did she know, upon arriving today, she was faced not with yesterday's 7-fold gravity, but an escalation to 10-fold. Yi Qianqian could only offer a bitter smile. The disparity in their experiences was disheartening. How could she possibly keep pace? In contrast to Yi Qianqian, Instructor Zhang Bin was well acquainted with the gravity training room. To withstand 10-fold gravity unscathed, one needed to be at least a 4-star martial artist, particularly proficient in physical strength. Even a 5-star telekinetic practitioner like Yi Qianqian, without the protection of her powers, would struggle to endure the pressure of tenfold gravity. It seemed that Jun Lin was indeed exceptional. Zhang Bin's lips twitched slightly. At this moment, he began to question Jun Lin's actual martial artist ranking. This young man must be harboring numerous secrets. Typically, a tiger-level genius is expected to reach around 35 stars by the age of 18. Only those of the ghost-level genius caliber would attain 4-star martial artist status at that age. As for the dragon-level geniuses, their talents and abilities were beyond imagination, incomprehensible to ordinary individuals. The mere thought of dragon-level geniuses stirred Zhang Bin's fervor. These were the strongest prodigies from various nations, representing the most formidable combat power of their generation. Historically, several renowned dragon-level geniuses from Huaxia had surpassed the 9-star martial artist threshold, achieving an extraordinary existence. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Bin ultimately entered a series of commands on the control panel. Soon, the large screen flickered to life with static before gradually clarifying. Simultaneously, the conditions within the training room were projected. "Instructor, what are you doing?" Yi Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. The training room was supposed to be a personal space, typically exempt from monitoring the training of individuals, as this would infringe upon their privacy. Zhang Bin winked at her and whispered, "Don't you wish to know what Jun Lin is doing under tenfold gravity?" Yi Qianqian paused. Of course, she was curious. Thus, the two fell silent, watching intently as the scenes unfolded within the training room. Inside, Jun Lin remained oblivious to the fact that he was being observed, diligently engaging in his training. Due to prolonged sitting, which could lead to numbness in his legs, he occasionally took breaks to move about. At that moment, he was performing push-ups. Initially, he executed them with both hands, fluidly and at an astonishing speed. After completing 100, he transitioned to one-handed push-ups, followed by 2-finger push-ups. After finishing another 100, Jun Lin exhaled, readjusted his posture, and began to leap in a handstand throughout the room, resembling a spring-loaded figure, bouncing amusingly. "Instructor, is our gravity room malfunctioning? Why do I not sense the immense pressure affecting him?" Yi Qianqian queried, perplexed. Zhang Bin observed Jun Lin's arduous training and began to share her sentiment. It appeared that this young man had a remarkable affinity for training in a gravitational environment. Quite extraordinary. After much contemplation, Zhang Bin chose not to interrupt Jun Lin's training and quietly departed with Yi Qianqian. In the evening, upon entering the lounge after finishing his training, Jun Lin noticed Yi Qianqian, who was engrossed in her phone, stifling laughter. "What is so amusing?" he casually asked. "Hee, there's a delightful story that just emerged today. Someone discovered a large iron ball atop the Van Gogh Tower. What do you suppose is inside?" Yi Qianqian inquired eagerly. "I would wager there are individuals within. Perhaps a half-clothed man and woman," Jun Lin replied nonchalantly. Chapter 19. Stepping into the 5 stars. "Humph, how tedious. You must have seen this news already." Yi Qianqian snorted softly and continued. "How did you cultivate under 10 times the gravity? Can you teach me? It's a matter of talent. You wouldn't be able to learn it." "What? You're just being stingy." "Humph, all men are miserly." Yi Qianqian mocked, her words a collective strike. Sitting on the sofa, Instructor Zhang was typing away, caught off guard by this verbal barrage. When it came to a man's dignity, even Instructor Zhang had to interject. "Do you have any idea how expensive the gravity training chamber is? You're using it for free and still dare to call me stingy?" Yi Qianqian was rendered speechless, and upon grasping the implication of his words, she quickly replied, "Instructor, I'm off to train. I'll be pulling an all-nighter tonight." "Very well. Just be careful not to exceed 7 times the gravity." Instructor Zhang nodded approvingly. Cultivating a bond with these two prodigies was, in a sense, an investment of his own. At this moment, Jun Lin sat down in front of Instructor Zhang and inquired, "Does the martial arts hall sell weapons and armor? I'd like to take a look." "Indeed, there is quite a variety available," Instructor Zhang confirmed, pulling out his tablet and logging into a page. Instantly, the Star River Martial Arts Hall's marketplace opened before them. First, there was the weapons category: swords, guns, halberds, axes, and more, an extensive assortment. Each major category was further subdivided. For instance, within swords, there were distinctions between single-handed and double-handed varieties. Next came the armor category, showcasing an array of styles, designs, and colors. Based on the material of the equipment, the quality was classified into 9-star levels. Naturally, due to Instructor Zhang's authority, he could only access information on weapons and armor up to 7 stars. Jun Lin, at this moment, resembled a shopper in an online store, unable to resist flipping through the pages. This one looks good. That one looks good too. He currently possessed 600,000 Huaxia coins, which he had initially thought was a substantial amount. However, upon browsing the marketplace prices, his expression faltered. A 4-star battle knife cost 1.2 million, while a 5-star one was priced at 5 million, and the most expensive 7-star weapon soared above 60 million. For armor, the prices were even steeper, exceeding those of weapons. With his current funds, he could afford at most a 3-star weapon. Although he had anticipated the high costs of such formidable weapons capable of slaying beasts and armor capable of withstanding their claws, witnessing these exorbitant prices left him dumbfounded. So expensive, I simply cannot afford it. Instructor Zhang, observing his disappointment, encouraged him. Actually, it's quite easy for martial artists to earn money. Recently, a prominent figure hunted an 8-star golden crystal water ape and sold it for 200 million huaxia coins. 200 million. Jun Lin exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the corpse of an 8-star beast fetches 200 million. If captured alive, the price doubles. I understand now, instructor. Jun Lin clenched his fists, feeling invigorated as if he had consumed a nourishing broth. You're inquiring about equipment. Do you intend to venture beyond the base city into the beast zone? Instructor Zhang suddenly inquired. Jun Lin nodded. Endless training alone won't yield a supreme warrior. I need to occasionally seek adventure. In truth, the original Jun Lin had not possessed such a spirit of adventure, but after awakening the Saiyan Bloodline, the gene for risk-taking coursed through his veins. This compelled him to desire battles from time to time, a means to vent his martial fervor. Although Instructor Zhang was unaware of the precise reasons, he supported this inclination. For every great figure had not emerged solely through seclusion and training. You may go on your adventures, but remember, the champion challenge is in 10 days. You must return in time. Rest assured. Upon leaving the Star River Martial Arts Hall, Jun Lin glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and dashed into an abandoned, dilapidated building. The reason was simple. He was on the brink of a breakthrough. After 2 days of relentless training, he had finally amassed sufficient foundation. Unable to contain it any longer, he unleashed his power within the deserted structure. Boom! A formidable aura swept through the vicinity, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. He had reached the 5-star level. Inside, he sensed that his strength had more than doubled compared to his previous 4-star level. If compared to the power levels in the Dragon Ball universe, he was at least at 200, roughly equivalent to the strength of Tien Shinhan and Goku during the 22nd martial arts tournament. Unfortunately, lacking a mentor, he had yet to master the Kamehameha. Only employing techniques he had discovered himself. Raising his hand, a dense energy coalesced, but it could not be released beyond his body. It merely enveloped him, enhancing both damage and defense. It matters not. I have the Sign-In System. I'll surely learn to unleash it eventually. In a flash, Jun Lin vanished from his spot, reappearing 10 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He darted home with the speed of a phantom, faster than a car. Now that he had reached 5 stars, he was on par with Captain Liu of the Public Security Bureau and Director Zhao Gang. In the populous city of Jinling, those who surpassed his level numbered no more than 100. Who could have imagined that in just over 10 days, he had ascended from the lowest echelon to such heights? Yet, 5 stars were not the end. On the contrary, they marked the beginning. In the future, he aspired to become a 9-star warrior or even an extraordinary being. Only then could he live happily with his family. He knocked on the door. Unable to contain his excitement, Jun Lin shouted, "I'm back." Instantly, his father and younger sister, who was doing her homework, rushed out. During this period, he had been so absorbed in training that he often left early and returned late, rarely home for dinner. Today, it felt as if the sun had risen in the west. At the dining table, the family was filled with warmth. "Brother, try this. It's my tomato scrambled eggs," Jiuyue exclaimed, eagerly serving food, her small face beaming with anticipation for praise. Quite good. You truly have a knack for cooking, Jiuyue. From now on, you'll be in charge of dinner." Jiuyue beamed at the compliment, completely oblivious to the implications behind his words. Jun Changyuan watched the cheerful interaction between his children, his heart filled with emotion. "Xinlan, our little Lin has grown up, and we have a sensible daughter. I truly wish you could see all of this." Suddenly, his father's melancholic demeanor caught Jun Lin's attention. He quickly deduced the reason, his heart heavy with sorrow. It had been nearly 8 years since his mother's passing, and even now, he occasionally dreamt of her image. Despite becoming a 5-star warrior, it could not alter the fact of her demise. If there were indeed deities in this world, he would gladly trade all his newfound power for his mother's life. In that moment, he suddenly froze, realizing he had overlooked something of great significance. He knocked on his head, and in a flash, he sprang up, nearly knocking over the table. "Oh no, how could I forget about the Dragon Balls? I can wish for my mother to come back to life." With that thought, he inquired in his mind, "System, can the Dragon Balls resurrect someone who has no body and has been dead for over 8 years? Returning to the host. As long as one can reclaim the soul of the deceased, resurrection becomes possible. It is noteworthy that if the soul of the individual one wishes to revive has already reincarnated, it will be irretrievable, as doing so would disrupt the balance of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Chapter 20. The Temptation of Chicken. Upon receiving this revelation, Jun Lin was instantly filled with dreams of the future. If his mother's soul still existed, with the Dragon Ball Universe Sign-In System at his disposal, he would inevitably have the opportunity to wish for her revival. In the original narrative, Dragon Balls essentially function as the resurrection artifacts for the protagonists. It is precisely due to the existence of Dragon Balls that the Z warriors managed to endure until the very end. Jiyu observed her brother's sudden surge of excitement and inquired, "Brother, is there something wrong with the food? Your reaction is quite extreme." Jun Lin, regaining his composure, sat back down, his face radiant with an uncontrollable smile, and replied, "The food is perfectly fine. I simply remembered something of great importance. A good thing, indeed. A tremendously good thing." He laughed heartily while affectionately ruffling Jiyu's hair. The following morning, Jun Lin arose early, donning a set of vigorous attire. He resolved to pay a visit to the Red Romance Mercenary Corps today. The exhilarating memories of the last encounter at Hongya Valley still lingered, leaving him quite exhilarated at the mere thought. Upon arriving at Red Romance, the individual responsible for collections approached him promptly upon recognition. "Little brother Jun Lin, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Why the long absence? Do you need something from me?" Jun Lin queried, puzzled. The collector nodded, asking, "Have you been to Hongya Valley recently? Do you still possess any Tianhuxian?" Jun Lin shook his head. "I haven't been there, as I am currently preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming college entrance examinations." Upon hearing this, the collector's expression turned regretful, and he whispered, "Brother, if you manage to obtain a large quantity of Tianhuxian, please do not sell it to anyone else. I am willing to purchase it at a rate of 2,500 per unit." Jun Lin immediately grasped the situation. It seemed that the previous offer of 2,000 per unit was indeed undervalued, hinting at significant profits behind the scenes. He surmised correctly. Tianhuxian only flourished near the habitat of the 9-star Tianhu, serving as a key ingredient for rare potions, and its actual value exceeded 2,000 by a considerable margin. The 268 units Jun Lin had previously collected far surpassed the total accumulated by the Red Romance Mercenary Corps over 2 years. Hence, the higher-ups at Red Romance had raised their purchasing price to dissuade him from selling to others. With this understanding, Jun Lin decided to negotiate further. "You know how perilous Hongya Valley is. I sustained injuries there that have only just healed. Even at 2,500 per unit, I have no desire to return." The collector, being astute, understood the underlying implications. While he would typically disregard price negotiations with ordinary folk, Jun Lin's extraordinary acquisition of over 200 units of Tianhuxian granted him substantial bargaining power. "Let me be frank with you, brother Jun. The higher-ups value this herb greatly. Given the considerable amount you collected, they have authorized me to offer you a maximum of 2,800 per unit, any higher. And I am powerless." Jun Lin chuckled dismissively, uninterested in his pretense, and directly extended 4 fingers, stating, "For 1,000 per unit. If you agree, I will deliver 1,000 units of Tianhuxian within 3 days." The collector was prepared to refuse, but quickly closed his mouth upon hearing the figure of 1,000. Realizing the magnitude of the transaction, he admitted, "Brother Jun, this is a serious matter. I must seek approval from my superiors." "Please do so." Jun Lin nodded in agreement, settling comfortably onto the sofa to await the outcome. 10 minutes later, the collector returned, a smile gracing his face, signifying that matters had been settled. "Brother Jun, our captain has agreed to your terms. Should you deliver 1,000 units, we shall honor the price of 4,000 per unit." "Excellent, it's a deal." Jun Lin beamed in response. After departing from Red Romance, he prepared several sturdy bags for storing the herbs. Recalling the large white fox he had encountered previously, he deemed it unwise to arrive empty-handed. Thus, he ventured to the market street and purchased over 100 large roosters, cramming them into a metal box. This box, comparable in size to a coffin, drew curious glances from passers-by as he carried it away. Upon reaching Hongya Valley, it was already midday. The landscape remained picturesque, with vibrant red maple trees competing for attention, and had it not been for the presence of demonic beasts, it would surely be a prime tourist destination. Outside the valley, silence reigned, devoid of any human presence. Since the advent of the apocalypse era, all areas beyond the safety zone had been designated as demonic beast zones, making encounters with humans in the wild exceedingly rare. Jun Lin retrieved a mineral water bottle from his backpack, containing a little less than half of a liquid he referred to as treasure liquid. Upon uncapping it, an enticing scent wafted forth. Even after several days, its potency remained strong. Within a radius of 10 feet, any 7-step red ring snake that caught a whiff of the aroma would flee in terror, fearing for its life. As he walked, He utilized his energy to scan the surroundings, his eyes growing ever brighter. At this moment, within his perception, the movements of demonic beasts within a 100-meter radius were entirely within his grasp. This sensation was akin to the mind-sensing abilities depicted in fantasy novels. However, in the Dragon Ball universe, this capability was merely an application of energy. Possessing such an ability significantly enhanced his survival skills. Though its sole drawback was that energy could only sense living beings, offering no insight into inanimate objects that did not emit energy. With newfound vigor in his legs, he began to swiftly search for Tianhu Xian throughout Hongya Valley, as if traversing a deserted realm. Before long, he began to reap rewards, placing unit after unit of 4K into his sizable cloth bags. Just as he was reveling in his success, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming and terrifying aura within 100 meters. Before he could react, within a second, the source of this menacing energy stood before him. What met his eyes was a towering, pure white fox, over 2 meters tall, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean. Undoubtedly the strongest entity Jun Lin had encountered thus far. A 9-star Tianhu. Typically, demonic beasts possess territorial instincts, and Hongya Valley was presently the domain of the 9-star Tianhu. It could tolerate insignificant creatures scuttling before it, but would not permit a strong presence to linger. Clearly, Jun Lin's 5-star warrior prowess had attracted the Tianhu's attention, prompting its approach. With a single finger, the fox could end his life. Faced with such a perilous situation, Jun Lin immediately sought to establish rapport. Elder White Fox, please refrain from striking. Do you not remember me? Just a few days ago, you urinated on me. Upon hearing this, the 9-star Tianhu recalled that it was indeed this human who had provoked it. Flames of rage ignited in its eyes. Observing this, Jun Lin hastily opened the large metal box he had prepared, unleashing a cacophony of squawking. Elder White Fox, this is a humble offering from me. If I have offended you in any way, I implore your forgiveness. Despite its high intelligence, the 9-star Tianhu remained a demonic beast. Upon seeing the lively roosters, it could not help but drool. Ever since its previous master had perished, it had not tasted chicken in many years. In that moment, its fury dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of fondness as it gazed at Jun Lin. Jun Lin observed this transformation with satisfaction, smiling triumphantly. No matter how fearsome a demonic beast may be, it ultimately could not resist the allure of chicken. Chapter 21. Kamehameha. Once more in the subsequent days, Jun Lin arrived prepared with 100 roosters each time, garnering an abundance of goodwill. By now, he was able to caress the soft fur of the celestial fox without being kicked away. Jun Lin discerned that this formidable celestial fox had likely been tamed by humans in the past, hence its docile demeanor. Wild beasts would certainly not exhibit such behavior. The individual who once tamed this celestial fox must surely be the master of the tomb, who now rests in eternal slumber here. Jun Lin was also curious about the woman named Xiao. Surely, one who had a 9-star celestial fox as a companion must have been someone of great stature. Beyond his current reach, the expanse of the Red Leaf Valley was vast, encompassing over 100 square kilometers. After several days, Jun Lin finally concluded his search. Having collected all the celestial fox saliva, he gently patted the fox's head, bidding it farewell and promising to return with treats in the future. Upon returning home, he meticulously organized all his findings. The emerald green herbs piled high like a small mountain. Knock, knock. A sharp rapping echoed at the door. Simultaneously, a familiar voice rang out. Brother, why are you locking the door during the day? Are you engaged in some unmentionable activity? Creak. The door swung open. Jun Lin playfully tapped Xiao on the head. What nonsense are you thinking about with that little brain of yours? I'm working, so don't disturb me. Xiao rubbed her head, sticking out her tongue, only to be met with the sight of the towering pile of green herbs. Oh, what are these? Where did you acquire so many? Don't ask so many questions. Come help me count how many there are. Delighted to work alongside her brother, Xiao quickly fetched a stool to assist in tallying the herbs. Before long, the total was revealed. 697 herbs. Jun Lin calculated in his mind, his eyes widening in astonishment at this figure. 67,880,000. Such a sum could easily purchase a grand house in a luxurious district of Jinling City or acquire a 5-star battle armor capable of withstanding the assaults of 5th-grade beasts. If invested in cultivation resources, it would suffice to nurture 2 4-star warriors. Noticing the sparkle in his eyes and the smile tugging at his lips, Xiao was filled with curiosity. Hey, what good thoughts are making you so cheerful? Brother has struck it rich, of course I'm happy. Should I cry instead? Upon hearing of Jun Lin's fortune, Xiao immediately became excited, extending her little hand and pouting. You promised to get me the latest 588 skin. In a jovial mood, Jun Lin waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, consider it done. Elated by her brother's assurance, Xiaojue, in a moment of impulsiveness, unexpectedly planted a kiss on his cheek. Realizing her boldness, she quickly darted away. Jun Lin touched his damp cheek, unfazed. Oh, look who's shy. You've done even more outrageous things before, and you weren't shy then. Xiaojue blushed. Stop bringing up childhood incidents. I've grown up. Jun Lin glanced at her with a dismissive smirk. I don't believe it. Humph, you dare to underestimate me? I'll prove you wrong. Irritated, Xiaojue stormed off to her room, soon returning with a pile of colorful love letters, tossing them onto Jun Lin's desk. What are these? He inquired. With a confident expression, she enunciated, love letters. Jun Lin's expression shifted as he saw her smugness, and she felt a surge of pride. I'm one of the beauties at our school, and I receive countless of these daily. So how about it? Do you believe me now? Believe you? Not a chance. Jun Lin slammed the table, the sheer force shattering all the love letters without harming the surface. You're about to turn 16. Ready to awaken your cultivation talents and embark on your training journey. How can you waste energy on early romance? He admonished. Xiaojue flinched, lowering her head, her delicate face glistening with unshed tears, clearly affected by his words. Jun Lin, unable to bear her distress, comforted her. Even if you consider early romance, it shouldn't be with just any boy. At the very least, he should be mature, handsome, considerate, gentle, and possess the strength to protect others, like me. Uft. You're such a narcissist, brother. The next day, after a refreshing slumber, Jun Lin awoke to the long-awaited sound of the system notification. Your sign-in time has refreshed. Would you like to sign in? Without hesitation, Jun Lin responded, sign me up immediately. He eagerly anticipated the rewards that awaited him. Though his prowess had grown, he lacked diverse offensive techniques, relying solely on his fists and kicks. The ideal outcome would be to receive a unique skill that could turn the tide in battle, even allowing for challenges against stronger foes. A massive ethereal treasure chest descended, its lid slowly opening to reveal a dazzling blue light. Shortly thereafter, the system notification chimed. Ding! You have acquired the skill Kamehameha. Kamehameha, a renowned skill from the Dragon Ball universe, founded by Master Roshi. It allows the practitioner to concentrate their inner energy into a powerful shockwave, characterized by its formidable destructive capability, extensive range, and substantial distance. A brief charge can amplify its power even further. Upon receiving this announcement, Jun Lin's heart soared with delight. The coveted Kamehameha had finally manifested. In the original narrative, not only was the Kamehameha an area attack, but it also exponentially increased attack power. When Son Goku faced his brother Raditz, his combat power was 416. But with the Kamehameha, it surged to 924, an increase of 12 times. Should the skill remain unchanged from the original storyline, Jun Lin's full-powered Kamehameha could rival that of a 6-star warrior, thus granting him the qualification to battle beyond his level. The mere thought exhilarated him. In that moment, he yearned to dash outside the city, find a secluded spot, and unleash several waves of Kamehameha to vent his excitement. Ding! The host has triggered the once more reward. You have gained another sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Taken aback by the once more prompt, Jun Lin quickly inquired, System, what is going on? Ding! In gratitude for the support of both new and returning users, this system has launched the once more event, providing a one chance to trigger this reward with each sign-in. Jun Lin's initial confusion dissipated, replaced by excitement. This system is truly remarkable. Without further ado, he opted for the second sign-in. The ethereal treasure chest reappeared, and a brilliant white light flashed, followed by a new notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a combat power detector. Chapter 22. Combat Power Detector. A fortune secured. Combat Power Detector. A standard combat power detector from the Dragon Ball universe, with a maximum detection value of 22,000. Exceeding this value may result in damage to the device. Please use it cautiously. Another long-desired treasure had emerged. Jun Lin had long wished for a combat power detector, eager to wear it and relish the beeping alerts. How cool. He picked up the glasses-shaped detector and scanned himself. The detector beeped twice, displaying a number, 186. The numerical value aligns closely with his internal estimations, representing a combat power level that just enters the 5-star tier. Subsequently, he unleashed his full potential, exerting every ounce of strength he could muster. The detector emitted a couple of beeps, its reading rising from 186 to 224. It appears that 186 is his baseline combat power, while 224 reflects his explosive state, indicating an approximate increase of 20%. Donning the detector, he scanned his father's room to assess his father's combat prowess. Beep. Combat power, 7. Jun Lin nodded. This is the strength one would expect from a laborer residing at the societal bottom. It is noteworthy that since the blue star entered the apocalypse era, The physical capabilities of ordinary individuals have significantly improved. Even those who are not martial artists can possess a combat power of 7 or 8 points. Turning his gaze towards another room, he focused on his sister Xia Zhiyue's bedroom. Beep. Combat power. 4. Due to her lack of formal training, Zhiyue's physical strength is evidently inferior to that of their father. However, once she turns 16 and becomes an adult, she will be eligible for formal training. And this figure will surely rise. As for her future achievements, that will depend on her innate talent for cultivation. Exiting the house, he stepped onto the bustling street. Jun Lin began to survey his surroundings. The combat power tester resembled a pair of glasses, unobtrusive when worn. He was aware that Blue Star is currently a high martial world, with extraordinary beings whose combat power is unfathomable. If he recklessly adjusted the detector's range to its maximum, encountering a being of immeasurable combat power could potentially damage his newly acquired device. Therefore, the detector was not operating at full capacity, but instead functioned under Jun Lin's careful control. As he walked, the detector beeped incessantly, providing a stream of data. By analyzing these figures, along with his ability to sense the internal energies of others, he summarized the combat power levels of various star-ranked martial artists. A 1-star martial artist possesses a combat power of over 10, a 2-star martial artist over 20, a 3-star martial artist over 40, a 4-star martial artist over 80, and a 5-star martial artist over 160. Martial artists above 5 stars are exceedingly rare, and he had yet to encounter one. However, based on the aforementioned observations, it could be inferred that each ascending star level doubles the combat power. Thus, a 6-star martial artist would have a combat power exceeding 320, a 7-star over 640, an 8-star around 1200, and a 9-star approximately 2500. Jun Lin stroked his chin, as if he had discerned a pattern regarding martial artist strength. Indeed, a combat power exceeding 2500 is considerable in the Dragon Ball world. It would surpass many of the Frisia Force's minions. He then turned his gaze towards the direction of the Maple Valley outside the city, calculating the distance before activating the detector. The advanced alien technology proved to be remarkably effective, as the glasses-like device instantly displayed a series of data. Beep. 34 kilometers ahead. Combat power 3000. If Jun Lin's deductions were correct, this target with a combat power of 3000 must be the 9-star Celestial Fox. Such a formidable combat power likely positions it among the stronger beings of its kind, which explains why no one dares to provoke it. Retrieving the detector, Jun Lin slung his backpack over his shoulder, and after several vehicle changes, he finally arrived at the Red Romance Mercenary Building, having made prior arrangements. The responsible individual was already warmly awaiting him at the entrance. Jun Lin habitually conducted a discreet scan with the detector. Beep. 177. It turned out that the person in charge was also a 5-star martial artist, with strength comparable to his own. Were he inclined, with his current skills, he could easily secure a comfortable position. However, Jun Lin, now equipped with extraordinary abilities, was determined not to settle for mediocrity. He aspired to carve out his own destiny. The handover of the Celestial Fox was remarkably smooth. This large mercenary group, with ample funds, displayed no tricks. Following a notification from his mobile banking app, 87.88 million was successfully credited to his account. Adding this to his previous assets, his total fortune had now surpassed 7 million. For an 18-year-old, this amount is undeniably substantial. In an instant, the weight of the bank card felt significantly increased. Relaxing his mindset, he let out a long sigh before finally stowing the card away. This sum of money, while significant, was merely a stepping stone. He would need to earn even more in the future. Now, with considerable wealth at his disposal, shopping became a much simpler endeavor. To venture out and hunt beasts, a complete set of equipment was indispensable. After completing his purchases, he identified himself at the eastern gate of Jinling City, logged in, and departed without incident. On this occasion, aside from his desire to hunt beasts, he also aimed to test the might of the Kamehameha wave to ascertain its power compared to that depicted in the original narrative. Given the dense population of Jinling City, he was concerned that the Kamehameha's power might inadvertently harm innocent bystanders. Upon exiting the eastern gate of the Jinling base city, Jun Lin stood still, first attuning himself to the energies surrounding him. He noticed that the density of beasts in the eastern sector was evidently several times greater than that of the northern gate. Within a 100-meter radius, there were at least dozens of beasts in motion. On the eastern city wall, in addition to the high-voltage electric fence, numerous heavy weaponry had been deployed, their ominous barrels aimed toward the outside world. The soldiers stationed there were all spirited and imposing, their gazes sharp and calm as they scrutinized the movements beyond the walls. Behind them lay a metropolis housing millions, where no errors could be tolerated. Jun Lin nodded, harboring a deep respect for the dedication of these soldiers. Among the 32,211 universities in China, 5 are 985 universities, and and one-third of them are military academies. Countless students enter military schools, and upon graduation, those who reach 4-star status qualify to defend their homeland. Students who attain 5-star martial artist status begin at the rank of squad leader. As for those graduating at 6-star status, even among the 985 elite universities, they are remarkably few. Such prodigies may enter powerful sectors and potentially become significant figures in the future. At this moment, Jun Lin did not dwell on these thoughts, for his very cells were simmering with anticipation. The ferocity inherent in his Saiyan bloodline was instinctively awakened upon contact with this desolate land. Roaring, he stomped his foot heavily upon the ground, propelling himself forward with tremendous speed. At this point, Jun Lin had donned a striking azure 5-star combat armor. The complete ensemble included combat boots, gloves, a helmet, a communication watch, a satellite locator, and thoughtfully, a round, one-handed shield. Fully equipped, 90% of his body was shielded, and with the added protection of the shield, he felt entirely secure. The streamlined armor fitted him perfectly, crafted from titanium alloy. It was both incredibly sturdy and remarkably lightweight, allowing for unimpeded movement. The entire set of armor cost him 5.2 million Chinese yuan, depleting the majority of his savings. Yet, venturing out without a proper suit of armor left him feeling rather unsettled. After all, records indicated that martial artists could withstand bullets only after attaining 5-star status. With this armor, however, even heavy machine guns would pose no threat. Chapter 23. Hunting, an unexpected encounter with a trial team. Monster Town. This area was once a thriving urban district before the apocalypse era, but after more than 200 years of tumultuous change, it has long since fallen into ruin. Overrun by beasts. Due to the original names of the location long forgotten, it has been bestowed with a new appellation, Monster Town. As dusk descends, Jun Lin stands quietly in a dust-laden alley, gripping a shield in his left hand, his gaze piercingly fixed ahead. It is said that most of the beasts in this town are of 3-star rank, so how could a 4-star steel bristle wild boar emerge? Before him stands a massive wild boar, its size comparable to that of a small car, its skin as hard as steel, with enormous tusks gleaming ominously. It appears that one cannot overly rely on data, for certain areas may harbor far more formidable beasts. At this moment, equipped with a combat power detector, he conducts a cursory scan and discovers that the steel bristle wild boar possesses a combat power of 128 points. This is quite formidable for a 4-star creature, as an ordinary 4-star warrior might struggle against it. Thud, thud, thud. The steel bristle wild boar paws the ground before charging forth with remarkable speed. The earth trembles beneath its weight as it rushes, creating an astonishing pressure. Jun Lin realizes that the impact from this boar could surpass that of a large freight truck from his previous life. However, he is no longer the same. Facing such a terrifying beast only ignites a thrill within him. You foolish pig, you shall be my 10th prey today. Whoosh. As the steel bristle wild boar barrels toward him, Jun Lin deftly sidesteps to its flank, evading its charge with ease. The running boar cannot catch a glimpse of his fleeting figure. With eyes aglow, Jun Lin channels his strength into his arm and delivers a powerful punch. Bang! His fist, imbued with nearly 200 points of combat power, strikes down upon the boar's back with tremendous force. The several thousand-pound beast is sent flying several meters, its spine shattered, rendering it unable to rise. Jun Lin leaps forward, delivering a series of punches, reducing the steel-like head to a pulpy mass. So weak, he exclaims disdainfully, possessing 5-star strength. He finds it impossible to locate worthy opponents near the base city. I can no longer waste my time slaying such trash. I must seek out 5-star beasts, or even 6-star ones. As a Saiyan, he is a warrior at heart, and relentless training is ill-suited for him. Pressing a button on his combat power detector, he begins to expand his search radius. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Soon, he halts his search, his gaze drawn southeast. At a distance of 4,000 meters, a marker indicating combat power 422 appears, surrounded by a group of targets with data below 100, suggesting a collective. Not far from this group, there are also 2 markers with combat power around 400. It seems that 3 6-star level targets belong to 2 factions. Jun Lin pauses, then smiles. This could be interesting. Let us go take a look. In a hollow of the mountains, numerous individuals have gathered in a circle, a bonfire blazing at their center. Laughter and chatter filling the air. They are all top students from the 7th high school graduating class, with the weakest among them boasting a stellar rating of 25 stars. The strongest, named Ding Xiao, is hailed as the school's top prodigy, wielding an impressive power of 33 stars. This is a genuine outdoor training activity organized by the school, aimed at exposing these students to the real dangers of wilderness beasts just before their college entrance examinations. The 7th high school places great emphasis on this event. with Principal Lu Qiran personally leading the team alongside 3 combat instructors. The objective of this outing is twofold: to instill in the students an understanding of the ferocity and terror of wild beasts, while ensuring that no mishaps occur during the training. At this moment, the students appear exhilarated, engaging in spirited banter, spitting bravado. I'm not boasting. My entire gear costs at least $1 million. Ordinary 3-star beasts can't breach my defenses, boasts a young man with a crew cut, gesturing toward his combat armor and sword with pride. Having money is impressive, but if I were to attack you, even with your armor's high defense, the spiritual impact could still leave you bleeding, retorts a student of 30-star caliber dismissively. As if I'd be that fragile. The crew cut youth challenges, anyone can talk big. How about we have a match? Enough of the noise. Principal Lu Qiran suddenly interjects, her brow furrowed with concern. The alarm system stationed here has begun to emit a red alert. The 3 combat instructors also grow vigilant at this sight. This alarm, quite costly, is capable of detecting anomalous energy sources nearby, with only one installed at the entire 7th high school. Everyone be cautious. A beast is approaching. All eyes sharpen. Breath held in anticipation. The blaring alarm grows increasingly frantic, akin to a death knell. Some timid female students retreat behind the crowd, while the bolder ones grip their weapons tightly, eyes alight with battle fervor. Not far off, shadows begin to draw closer, pairs of eyes shining with an eerie green glow, resembling specters in the night. Principal Lu Qiran recognizes the approaching creatures as a type of 2-star beast known as the Shadow Cat, renowned for its speed. They measure about 1 meter in length, equipped with sharp claws and teeth capable of devouring their prey alive. As the students catch sight of the Shadow Cats, they collectively exhale in relief, relaxing their tense postures. I thought it was some monstrous creature. Turns out it's just a 2-star beast. What a scare. One exclaims, who wants to challenge me to see who can slay the most? Another eagerly suggests, ready to charge forth into battle. Not if I get to you first. Someone quickly responds to the provocation. Just as these two prepare to act, Principal Lu Qiran suddenly senses an ominous presence and shouts, wait, look out above. The group instinctively looks skyward, only to behold 2 massive forms descending from the night sky. My heavens, flying beasts. This is bad. Principal Lu Qiran's heart races with dread. There is no time to react. The 2 beasts dive down, each snatching a student away. One of the teachers recognizes the beasts and screams in terror. Those are 6-star beasts, the black magic eagles. We're doomed. Avian beasts, due to their ability to fly, boast extensive ranges and are exceedingly difficult to contend with. Currently, the predominant means to eliminate them relies on heavy weaponry, such as the fire god cannon, as ordinary machine guns struggle to breach their defenses. Principal Lu Qiran, feeling the pressure, breaks into a cold sweat, uncertain how to rescue the students. In that moment, 2 anguished cries echo from above, accompanied by a deluge of blood as the unfortunate students are torn asunder. Among them is one who had boasted about his 3-star armor, which ultimately proved futile against the might of a 6-star beast. The 3-star armor was rendered as ineffective as mere paper in the face of such overwhelming power. Chapter 24, a stunning strike, instant kill of the 6-star black magic eagle. As the blood rain cascades down, the students below become paralyzed with fear, huddled behind their teachers, trembling uncontrollably. The 3 combat instructors are hardly in a better position, confronted with the onslaught of the black magic eagles. Their fate would likely only be delayed by a second. Principal Lu Qiran, wielding a combat knife, stands resolute at the forefront, eyes sharp and alert to the sky. With 2 piercing eagle cries, the 2 black magic eagles dive once more, their enormous talons glinting with lethal intent, possessing the strength to rend steel. Their beaks, long and curved, could easily bore a hole through flesh. Principal Lu Qiran leaps onto one of the black magic eagles, engaging it in fierce combat. While one is temporarily occupied, the other remains an unstoppable force. Even the 3 seasoned combat instructors appeared as insignificant as ants before him. In the blink of an eye, 2 more students and 1 teacher had been torn to shreds by the black demon eagle. Lu Qiran's situation was equally dire. He had been grasped by another black demon eagle and lifted to an altitude of several hundred meters. This cunning beast twisted and turned in the air, attempting to shake off its human passenger. At this height, even a 6-star warrior would sustain injuries from a fall. Lu Qiran clung desperately to the eagle's neck, his head spinning. Just then, a fierce glint ignited in the eagle's eyes as it unleashed its deadly move. Suddenly, the feathers on its back stood erect and shot out like arrows. These feathers, as sharp as daggers, pierced into Lu Qiran's body. Though he was a 6-star warrior, he was caught off guard, and his entire body felt as if it had been sliced by razor blades, leaving him bloodied and mangled. A scream escaped his lips as he could no longer endure. He plummeted from the sky. Thud! Lu Qiran crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he could not ascertain how many bones he had broken. He was severely wounded. At equal levels of cultivation, unless fully armed, humans found it exceedingly difficult to contend with beasts of the same rank. A chill ran through Lu Qiran's heart as he forced himself to glance towards his companions not far away, who were also being slaughtered, one after another falling. It was over. Tears brimmed in the corners of his eyes. Death did not frighten him, but those students were so young, with bright futures ahead. If they all perished here, he would never find peace in death. In that moment, he felt utterly powerless, left to pray for a miracle to save these children. Perhaps, moved by his sincerity, a divine presence answered. In a daze, he heard a voice in his ear. Kamehameha. Boom. Amidst a thunderous roar, a wave of energy, as thick as a barrel, surged skyward. A blinding light illuminated the night, dazzling to the point that one could hardly open their eyes to see clearly. Lu Qiran widened his eyes, and through the haze, he perceived this beam of light expanding in the air, soon exceeding several meters in diameter. At the top of this energy wave was a massive, oval-shaped blue meteor, brimming with terrifying lethality. The black demon eagle that had just severely injured Lu Qiran had no time to revel in its triumph before it saw a blazing blue meteor hurtling towards it. It attempted to evade, but its speed was insufficient to escape. Boom. The energy wave, infused with formidable power, struck its target with precision. The surface of the black demon eagle's body felt as though it had been subjected to thousands of degrees of heat. Its feathers ignited instantly, followed by its skin and flesh. It let out a final, desperate scream before succumbing to death. In an instant, the once mighty black demon eagle was reduced to a charred heap of remains, plummeting from the sky. This unforeseen event left everyone astonished, none aware of what had just transpired. The remaining black demon eagle, clearly bewildered, turned its head to gaze at the source of the terrifying attack. There stood Jun Lin, clad in azure battle armor, radiating an aura of fierce combat spirit. He had just channeled all his energy into the ultimate technique, the Kamehameha, effortlessly obliterating a 6-star black demon eagle. And the exhilaration was undeniable. Now, facing a black demon eagle of a higher rank, he stood undaunted and declared, "Beast, do you seek revenge? Then come at me." A piercing eagle cry echoed as the black demon eagle flapped its wings and lunged forward. Jun Lin seized the moment, rolling to evade the talon's attack and finding himself behind the black demon eagle, channeling all his strength into his round shield. He aimed at its wings and hurled it with force. The shield spun rapidly, akin to a sharp blade, striking the black demon eagle's wing with precision. The beast winced in pain, its balance faltering. Some feathers on its body shot erect, launching towards Jun Lin like flying daggers. This move was particularly treacherous, quick, and widespread. However, its only flaw was that the attack was dispersed, lacking the concentrated power of its talon strikes. Jun Lin pushed his speed to the limit, leaping high into the air and dodging the majority of the incoming feathers. Clink, clink. The sound of his 5-star armor resonated as several feathers embedded themselves like bullets into the armor. The damage, mitigated by the armor, lost much of its potency by the time it reached his flesh. Cunning indeed. In midair, Jun Lin remained calm. With a burst of energy from his battle boots, he propelled himself forward, maintaining his balance as he landed. The higher the star rating of the armor, the more functions it possessed. His 5-star armor already boasted a brief hovering capability. Had it been 8-star, it would have equipped him with the ability to fly, allowing for close combat with aerial beasts. No sooner had Jun Lin touched down than the black demon eagle charged at him again, its beak aimed at his face. Damn, the speed of a 6-star beast is astonishing. In a critical moment, Jun Lin tilted his head, and the beak struck his shoulder guard instead. Crack! The shoulder guard shattered under the force, blood spraying forth. Damn it, take this. Gritting his teeth, Jun Lin swiftly gathered energy into his right hand, unleashing a blast that struck the black demon eagle's head. As it was a one-handed, instant release, the attack lacked the full force needed to slay the eagle. However, it sent the creature tumbling, singeing its feathers. Startled, the beast recoiled, retreating a considerable distance, seizing the opportunity to break free from the beast's clutches. Jun Lin swiftly positioned his hands in a flower shape, rapidly concentrating his energy. A blue orb of light began to materialize in his palms. As the energy continued to gather, the orb grew larger. An overwhelming force enveloped the area, causing the black demon eagle to freeze, its feathers bristling as it sensed a power capable of annihilating it. Fear gripped its very soul. With a powerful flap of its wings, the black demon eagle turned to flee. Watching its retreating figure, Jun Lin slowly pronounced his ultimate technique, Kamehameha. As he uttered the final word, a destructive wave of light, akin to a meteor with a tail, erupted from his palms. At that moment, his combat power detector emitted an alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Detected massive energy attack. Combat power, 478. Boom. The fleeing black demon eagle emitted a mournful cry as it was struck by the Kamehameha, meeting its demise. Chapter 25. The 7th High School faces a dilemma. Having finally vanquished his opponent, Jun Lin sank to the ground, panting heavily. The strength of a 5-star warrior was indeed somewhat lacking. It was exhausting to slay 2 6-star beasts. If not for the Kamehameha, he would have been unable to inflict significant damage with any other means. Shortly thereafter, 2 teachers arrived, accompanied by a group of students, one of whom was carrying the severely injured principal on his back. Lu Qiran had sustained numerous broken bones and was gravely wounded. However, being a 6-star warrior with deep reserves, his consciousness remained unaffected. When he first encountered the armored Jun Lin, he had assumed he was a powerful bounty hunter. Anyone capable of projecting such a degree of terrifying energy must at least be a 7-star warrior. However, as Jun Lin revealed his true appearance and strength during the battle, Lu Qiran found herself even more astonished. A young man, a 5-star cultivator, a young man capable of defeating 6-star ferocious beasts. At that moment, Lu Qiran felt that the world had become surreal. Was it not said that cultivation was a daunting endeavor, more challenging than ascending to the heavens? Was it not stated that warriors of the same rank could not contend with ferocious beasts? Yet here was a young man who had achieved the rank of 5-star cultivator and had audaciously vanquished 2 formidable 6-star beasts. How could this be explained? Having lived for several decades, Lu Qiran, more familiar with the world post-spiritual awakening, found it increasingly difficult to comprehend this phenomenon. Like her, the accompanying teachers and students were equally taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. 2 6-star beasts, one nearly annihilating the principal, while the other almost decimated their team. The strength of these beasts was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, this young man had single-handedly defeated 2 terrifying beasts. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would have dismissed such claims as mere fabrications. Thank you, young brother, for your assistance. Lu Qiran expressed her gratitude with a tone filled with deep respect and appreciation. As if rehearsed, the elite students from the 7th High School echoed in unison. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. Jun Lin touched his nose, thinking to himself, my primary goal was to hone my skills. Assisting you was merely an act of goodwill. With this in mind, he responded, there is no need for such formality. We are all compatriots of Huaxia, and it is only natural that we aid one another. As the principal of a school, Lu Qiran felt an obligation to express her profound gratitude since they had been rescued. My young brother, I am the principal of Jinling City's 7th High School, and these are the elite students of our institution. On behalf of all faculty and students, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your generous act. Just as Jun Lin was about to depart, he paused and turned to scrutinize Lu Qiran, who was smeared with blood. He muttered to himself, what a coincidence. The more I look, the more she resembles that principal who occasionally addresses students, imparting motivational speeches. Upon glancing at the frightened students, he recognized several prominent figures within the campus, exceptional students whose martial ranks reached 30. Goodness, they truly are from the 7th High School. However, despite being an alumnus, he was merely an unnoticed figure amidst their brilliance, and the dim light of night obscured his identity. My young brother, please leave me your account details. I owe you 5 million as a token of my gratitude. Lu Qiran understood that mere words of thanks could not compare to a tangible expression of gratitude, thus opting for a more pragmatic approach. Initially, Jun Lin had intended to leave without further ado, maintaining a low profile, as was his custom. However, Lu Qiran's eagerness to exploit vulnerabilities led her to offer financial compensation outright. Why refuse money that is freely given? Reluctantly, Jun Lin provided his bank account number. Lu Qiran noted it down, her heart brimming with joy. She was certain that this young man was an extraordinary individual. Establishing a connection with him could be pivotal for the future development of the 7th High School, perhaps even elevating the institution to higher ranks in the future. Ding! A text message notification appeared. Jun Lin discreetly glanced at his phone, realizing he had indeed received a transfer of 5 million Huaxia yuan. Instantly, he felt a surge of goodwill towards Lu Qiran, reflecting that she was rather decent. It seemed the true troublemaker within the school was the academic director, not the principal. He then turned his attention to the group of injured students and cheerfully declared, there are ferocious beasts scattered about. Allow me to escort you back to the base city. The group erupted in joy, their admiration for the mysterious young man clad in armor palpable. On the return journey, the students felt an unsettling tension, their earlier ease replaced by a nagging suspicion that beasts lurked in ambush. Their suspicions were not unfounded, as many wild creatures exhibit a nocturnal nature, making the beast-laden areas far more perilous at night. However, they were fortunate to have encountered Jun Lin. With his ability to sense energy, he could effortlessly detect all beasts within a 100-meter radius. Each time, he managed to evade nocturnal beasts, and when avoidance was impossible, he provided timely warnings. The students were curious about this skill, unsure of how he had acquired it. Jun Lin, unable to explain, merely attributed it to innate talent. Upon hearing of his gifted nature, the students' eyes sparkled with admiration. Even the most mundane talent could elevate them from the ordinary, transforming them into coveted prodigies. How could they not feel envious? After a long night, the group finally returned to the eastern gate of Jinling City. The soldiers stationed there were taken aback by the sight before them. The 7th High School's training team, nearly all injured, was huddled together, surrounding a young man with incessant flattery. This spectacle left the soldiers perplexed. Who was this young man, so revered by the others? Ultimately, the young man extricated himself from the throng and chose not to enter the city but to depart alone. Lu Qiran watched Jun Lin's retreating figure and remarked, "Such a prodigious talent. I wonder which great power he hails from. Our school must learn from their advanced methods of talent cultivation." Upon returning to the school, Lu Qiran's first order of business was to arrange for an investigation into the mysterious young man's identity using his bank account number. Afterward, she was taken to the medical room for treatment. As the adage goes, good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Soon, a piece of unfortunate news circulated, causing Lu Qiran's expression to darken significantly. The report of the near annihilation of the elite student training expedition organized by the 7th High School spread rapidly. Social media platforms were abuzz with the news, leading to severe damage to the school's reputation. With only a month remaining before the enrollment of new freshmen, if this matter were not handled appropriately, it could adversely affect the upcoming admissions. The situation had suddenly become dire. Consequently, Lu Qiran, as principal, was consumed with worry, constantly pondering how to restore the school's reputation. Chapter 26. If you cannot summon Jun Lin back, then be gone. The following day, in the conference room of the 7th High School, Lu Qiran convened a meeting with all senior leaders despite her injuries. She emphasized the shortcomings of the academic director, Zhao Gang, pointing out the prevalent negative atmosphere within the school that had gone unchecked. After venting her frustrations, she stated, "In 10 days, the college entrance examination will occur. This is our only opportunity to gain recognition for the 7th High School." The head of the senior year candidly remarked, "Currently, our best candidate, Ding Xiao, possesses a martial rank of 33 stars. With such strength, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to stand out in the citywide exams. Indeed, I have heard that Yi Qianqian from the 1st High School is a 35-star telekinetic and has been classified as a tiger-level genius. With Ding Xiao's current abilities, he would not withstand a single attack from her." Someone chimed in. Lu Qiran's expression darkened. Yet she recognized the truth in their words and could only sit in silence on the sofa, dejected. At 18, she had already become a 35-star telekinetic, with all the prestigious 985 universities vying for her. Her future seemed exceedingly bright. Curse it, why does the 1st High School manage to produce such exceptional students every year? Why does the 7th High School not encounter even one? Bang! Suddenly, the door to the conference room was thrust open from the outside, and a teacher hurriedly entered. Before Lu Qiran could utter a word, the academic director, Zhao Gang, began to berate him. "Do you have no eyes? Are you unaware that a meeting is in progress? And you come barging in like this?" The teacher cast a peculiar glance at Zhao Gang, but remained silent, instead presenting a document to Principal Lu Qiran. This teacher was the one he had dispatched to investigate the mysterious young man. Utilizing certain connections, the teacher had managed to unearth a wealth of information through a bank card number. Lu Qiran seized the document, his curiosity piqued. He was eager to uncover the identity of this young man and the formidable forces behind him that could nurture such extraordinary talent. However, upon glancing at the first line of text, he was taken aback. Name, Jun Lin. Age, 18. Martial artist star level, 35. Genius assessment, tiger level. School, Jinling City's 7th High School, expelled. Home address, XXXXXX. Industrial and commercial bank card number, XXXXXX. At that moment, it felt as though his mind had been struck by a powerful force, leaving him in a daze. The young man who had vanquished a 6-star beast and saved their group was, astonishingly, a student from the 7th High School. His gaze fixated on the 2 words expelled, momentarily lost in thought. The absurdity of the situation almost made him want to laugh heartily. How could such an unparalleled prodigy have been expelled from his own 7th High School? Was the world mad, or was he the one losing his mind? The document contained a wealth of information, much of which had been unearthed about Jun Lin. Lu Qiran suppressed his astonishment and patiently continued to read. Yet, with each line, he grew increasingly anxious. Jun Lin, suspected to be an awakened speed talent, tiger-level genius, martial artist star level above 35, member of the Xinghe Martial Arts Hall. Held in high regard. Previously attended Jinling City's 7th High School, but was expelled by the academic director for fighting. Finally, he folded the document and directed a penetrating gaze at Zhao Gang, his voice icy. Zhao Gang, you truly have a great deal of audacity to expel a student without my consent. Zhao Gang was taken aback, unsure of the implication of Lu Qiuran's words. Yet a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. He quickly replied, Principal Lu, I hope you can clarify where my work fell short. This isn't merely a failure. It's an egregious error, Lu Qiuran retorted coldly. I ask you, did you expel Jun Lin? Upon hearing Jun Lin's name, Zhao Gang's mind raced, his heart filled with unease. Had he misjudged the situation? Indeed, he was expelled by me, but I had my reasons. Zhao Gang defended himself. I do not care what your reasons are. You must reinstate him immediately, or you shall no longer hold the position of academic director. Lu Qiuran's expression hardened. Zhao Gang was taken aback by the gravity of the principal's words, springing to his feet in agitation. Principal Lu, are you serious? The onlookers were equally astonished, unable to fathom how a mere expulsion of a student could lead to the dismissal of the academic director. Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. With a resounding thud, Lu Qiuran slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Zhao Gang. I am not jesting. If Jun Lin is not brought back, you can pack your things and leave. May I inquire as to why? Zhao Gang insisted defiantly. Lu Qiuran, unwilling to elaborate further, tossed the Jun Lin dossier in his direction. Zhao Gang grabbed the document, barely glancing at it before exclaiming, Impossible. He was clearly a useless academic underachiever. How could he possibly possess talent and be a tiger-level genius? This is utterly inconceivable. Lu Qiuran mused to himself that the document had understated Jun Lin's true capabilities. His strength was likely on par with his own. Such a formidable young man was beyond anything he had ever heard of. At 18, to have slain a 6-star beast, this level of prowess surpassed even the legendary dragon-level geniuses. No, perhaps even a dragon-level genius could not achieve such feats. This transcended the realm of reason, bordering on the legendary. Individuals of such caliber would not only excel in the Jinling City College entrance examinations, but could likely triumph in the national arena as well. If the 7th high school were to reinstate Jun Lin, his mere endorsement in public would surely attract a deluge of new students to the school. Casting a glance at the astonished Zhao Gang, Lu Qiuran knew that Jun Lin's grievances needed addressing for any hope of his return. Moreover, with two formidable individuals in the same space, it was clear that Zhao Gang could not remain if Jun Lin were reinstated. His dismissal was imperative. Zhao Gang, you have seen the information. My intentions are unmistakable. If he is not brought back within 5 days, you know the consequences. With that, he snorted dismissively and departed with the others, leaving a stunned Zhao Gang behind. With a forceful thump on the table, Zhao Gang felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. As the esteemed academic director, to seek the return of a student he had expelled was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, when weighed against his career, he felt he had no choice but to endure this indignity. Upon returning to his office, Zhao Gang unleashed his frustration, smashing everything within reach. Ultimately, after a deep inhale from a cigarette pack, he drove away from the school. After extensive inquiries, he finally discovered the location of Jun Lin's lodging. This time, he spared no expense, purchasing 2 bottles of expensive liquor and a luxury watch, believing he had sufficiently displayed his goodwill. In his mind, a simple gesture would resolve the matter, though he couldn't shake the embarrassment he felt. As time flew by, 3 days passed. Standing at the entrance of the inn, Zhao Gang's expression was one of utter frustration. After much searching, he had finally tracked down the whereabouts of Jun Lin's family. However, when he revealed his identity as the father of Zhao Jia, the one who had previously intimidated them, Jun Changyuan wasted no time in calling the police, refusing to allow Zhao Gang any opportunity to explain himself. In Jun Changyuan's eyes, their family's continued residence in the inn was a direct consequence of Zhao Jia and his father's actions, and now that they had finally achieved a semblance of peace, Zhao Gang's arrival could only spell trouble. With Jun Lin away on business, encountering Zhao Gang was an unwelcome event, and calling the authorities seemed the best course of action. Before long, law enforcement arrived, and despite Zhao Gang's clear explanations, Jun Changyuan remained resolute in barring him from entering his home. Zhao Gang was infuriated. Were it not for his desire to retain his job, he would have turned on his heel and walked away, unwilling to endure this indignity. As the deadline given by Lu Qiuran loomed closer, he had no choice but to remain vigilantly stationed near the inn, living out of his car. His furtive behavior made him resemble a stalker, causing great alarm to Xia Jiu each time she returned home from school, as she feared encountering a pervert. However, perseverance bore fruit. On the 4th evening, with only 1 day remaining until the deadline, Jun Lin returned. On the desolate street, a figure, weathered by trials, approached with measured steps, clad in a battered 5-star battle armor that spoke volumes of his experiences. The recent trials in the Beast Zone had been pivotal for Jun Lin. The battles had significantly enhanced his strength, far surpassing the benefits of training in a comfortable environment. In just a matter of 4 or 5 days, Jun Lin's combat prowess had surged to an impressive 238. The countless battles he had endured in the Beast Zone had imbued him with an unmistakable aura of menace, rendering him a formidable presence. A thunderous rumble emanated from his stomach, and Jun Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. After days of braving the elements, his stomach was certainly suffering. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Jiyu, I'm back." "Ah, brother, you're finally home. When will you arrive? I've missed you so much." "I'm almost there. Please prepare some noodles for me. I'm starving." "Of course, I'll get right on it." Listening to Jiyu's sweet voice on the other end, Jun Lin felt a wave of comfort wash over him. No matter the time or place, family is always the most cherished sanctuary. "By the way, brother, be careful on your way back. There's been a creepy stalker lurking around lately, following me and Dad." "What did you say?" Jun Lin abruptly halted, his voice sharp with concern. Jiyu was startled, but she recounted the details, adding, "That man is so annoying. He just won't leave us alone. He looks like a bad person." Jun Lin nodded, offering some words of reassurance before ending the call. He cracked his knuckles, a dangerous smile creeping across his lips. How audacious of him to seek trouble again. Does he truly believe I am still a weakling? At 9:30 that evening, outside the inn, Zhao Gang had been vigilantly stationed there to demonstrate his sincerity. Rising to his feet, he crushed the cigarette but in his hand, his heart brimming with resentment towards Jun Lin. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have fallen to such depths. Ding ding dong, the phone rang. It was his wife, Bai Jia, calling to inquire whether he had found the person. Zhao Gang shook his head with a bitter smile. "That little scoundrel might as well be dead out there, making me suffer for days. If that kid really did die out there, you wouldn't have to worry about losing your job," she replied. "Yes, dear, you're right. I hope that scoundrel never shows his face again. It would save me the embarrassment of having to apologize." At that moment, Zhao Gang noticed someone approaching from a distance. Although the figure appeared disheveled and peculiar, his sharp eyesight immediately recognized the identity of the person. It was none other than the long-awaited Jun Lin. Hastily ending the call, he put on a smile and rushed over. "This kid has finally arrived. My days of suffering are finally coming to an end." However, the unfolding events took him by surprise. Without hesitation, Jun Lin launched an attack, executing a rapid movement that made him vanish from sight. Zhao Gang blinked, bewildered, unable to track Jun Lin's swift movements. Heavens, how can he be so fast? As a 5-star warrior, I cannot even catch a glimpse of him. "Over here, you pervert." Jun Lin revealed himself behind Zhao Gang, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Zhao Gang felt a tremendous impact on his back, nearly breaking his spine. Uffed. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhao Gang's mouth as he hastily turned around, exclaiming, "I'm not a pervert. This is a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Nonsense." Jun Lin roared, landing another vicious blow to Zhao Gang's abdomen. With a splatter, the contents of Zhao Gang's stomach mixed with bile were expelled. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Lin followed up with a whip kick, sending Zhao Gang soaring through the air for several meters. His body vanished, and when he reappeared, it was high above. Boom. With hands clasped together, he struck down on Zhao Gang as if spiking a volleyball. Crash. The ground trembled violently as Zhao Gang was driven half a meter deep into the earth. The relentless barrage of strikes left Zhao Gang in excruciating pain, several bones shattered. His eyes were filled with terror, though he hadn't fought anyone in over a decade. As a 5-star warrior, he found himself utterly powerless against Jun Lin, beaten like a stray dog. "Stop. I am Zhao Gang, the director of academic affairs. Please, no more," he pleaded, realizing Jun Lin was about to strike again. Bang bang bang. Jun Lin ignored him, delivering a series of heavy blows that rendered Zhao Gang unconscious. The commotion drew the attention of several residents in the inn, who peeked out to see what was happening. Naturally, Jun Lin had no intention of killing him. After administering a brief lesson, he picked up his phone and dialed 110. "Hello, officer. I am Jun Lin, a tiger-level genius from the Xinghe Martial Arts School. There has been a persistent stalker in my neighborhood, and I have apprehended him. Please send someone to arrest him." Upon learning that the caller was not an ordinary person but a tiger-level genius, the officers from the Public Security Bureau treated him with utmost respect and inquired if he had sustained any injuries. Shortly thereafter, Captain Liu and his team arrived. After surveying the scene, they were left dumbfounded, staring in astonishment at the imposing Jun Lin and the nearly lifeless Zhao Gang. It took them a moment to gather their thoughts. The man who had been beaten to a pulp bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Gang, the director of academic affairs at the 7th High School. However, given that Zhao Gang was a 5-star warrior, it seemed inconceivable that he could be so thoroughly defeated by a young man. Surely, it must just be a coincidence that they looked alike. Chapter 28, Bai Jia's Tactics. Jun Lin handed the unconscious Zhao Gang over to Captain Liu, also passing along his identification. After verifying the ID, Captain Lu confirmed that this young man, Jun Lin, was indeed telling the truth. As a tiger-level genius, there were no more than 10 in the entire city of Jinling, each one a pillar of China's future, far surpassing the achievements of a mere public security captain. Thus, Captain Lu treated him with great courtesy, even expressing some flattery. Brother Jun, you are truly a young talent. Your actions in ridding society of scum are commendable. Captain Lu, you are too kind. I'm a bit tired today. I will come by the Public Security Bureau to give a statement tomorrow. You may take your leave. There's no rush. As long as it's within 48 hours. You can come whenever you wish. It must be said that differences in status can lead to vastly different outcomes. Because he was a tiger-level genius, Jun Lin faced no charges for fighting. Instead, he received praise from the captain. After seeing Captain Lu and his team off, Jun Lin finally returned to his long-missed home. The ensuing warm and joyous reunion was a sight to behold. This time, Jun Lin's hunt in the beast zone was not in vain. He had collected several valuable items from the beasts he had slain. In his bedroom, Jun Lin presented a collection of peculiar treasures to his sister, including feathers from the 7-colored brown-kissed sparrow, the fur of a snow mountain mongoose, and the teeth of a spectral wolf. Upon seeing the pile of treasures before her, Xia Zhiyu was instantly enamored. Girls love to show off among their peers, and since Jun Lin possessed such strength, he would allow Zhiyu to showcase her good fortune without any reservations. After ensuring that their elder brother, Jun Changyuan, had fallen asleep and would not be disturbed, they exchanged knowing smiles. Drawing the curtains and securing the doors, they pulled out their phones and logged into the game. This time, they were determined to reach diamond rank. The night descended into chaotic slaughters, lasting until 3 in the morning. Hard work pays off, and they finally achieved their goal of reaching diamond. Jun Lin flexed his sore hands, filled with a sense of pride. At 9 in the morning, Jun Lin was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was Captain Lu from the Public Security Bureau calling. He swiped to answer. Brother Jun, last night's incident may have been a misunderstanding. The person you apprehended might not be a rogue or a lecher. You need to come here. All right, I understand. Hanging up the phone, Jun Lin calmly dressed himself before hailing a cab to the Public Security Bureau. Upon entering the station, he was immediately greeted by the loud cries of Mrs. Zhao Gang, by Jia. Following the sound, he found a stunning woman clad in black stockings, vehemently shouting at Captain Lu, "My son Gangzi is certainly not a delinquent. You must have made a mistake." Captain Lu, troubled by the situation, felt a sense of relief upon seeing Jun Lin arrive, as if he had encountered a savior. He promptly introduced, "Mrs. Bai, this is the party involved, Jun Lin. I believe there is a misunderstanding between you two. I suggest a private resolution." A private resolution is typically the most effective means of addressing such disputes, benefiting all parties involved. Upon hearing Jun Lin's arrival, Bai Jia abruptly turned to face him, her enchanting eyes alight with indignation. However, upon beholding Jun Lin's strikingly handsome visage, her fury diminished significantly. A young man as attractive as he would hardly have intentionally harmed Gangzi. Indeed, this matter was likely a misunderstanding. Realizing that Zhao Gang's work was closely tied to this individual, and that Zhao Gang would need to invite him back to school, she could not afford to offend him. Her anger subsided further. "Captain Lu, please prepare a quiet room for me. I wish to speak with Mr. Jun," she requested. Jun Lin, intrigued by the woman, did not object. In the mediation room, Bai Jia initially intended to manipulate Jun Lin, attempting to position herself on a moral high ground. Unfortunately, Jun Lin saw through her intentions. As his capabilities became increasingly apparent, his influence grew, making him a coveted figure among various factions. After rescuing the principal of the 7th High School and others, he was acutely aware that Lu Qiran would go to great lengths to have him return, seeking to forge a beneficial connection. After all, once he ascended to prominence, as the principal of his alma mater, Lu Qiran would undoubtedly reap numerous honors and advantages. He was keenly aware of this. However, he bore a grudge. To re-establish connections, Zhao Gang had to be dealt with. The humiliation he endured that day must be repaid tenfold. Gazing at the woman before him, he smiled faintly. "You've said quite a bit, but your aim is simply to instill guilt in me, compelling me to return to the 7th High School so that your husband can evade the principal's wrath." Bai Jia was taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you know? Then do not concern yourself with it. To be frank, returning to the 7th High School is out of the question unless what? Are you seeking money? 1 million, would that suffice?" Bai Jia pressed anxiously. Jun Lin shook his head, stating, "It's not a matter of money. You must have Zhao Gang publicly apologize to me and compensate me with 5 million for emotional distress before I will even consider it." Bai Jia was infuriated. Her face flushed red. "You've nearly beaten someone to death, and he is now lying in the hospital, yet you still demand emotional damages. Is there no sense of justice? Should you refuse, I shall take my leave, Jun Lin declared, rising to depart. Wait. Bai Jie grasped Jun Lin's hand. As if having made a resolute decision, she playfully twirled a strand of hair, positioned her alluring legs enticingly, and said seductively, since entering, I have noticed you glancing at my legs quite frequently. It appears you have a preference. Jun Lin felt a flush of embarrassment. He had merely stolen a few glances. Yet she had caught him. Clearing his throat, he asked, what are you trying to convey? Bai Jie turned to close the room door and adjusted her fitted dress, flashing an enticing smile as she said, in truth, I have a far superior solution, one that can satisfy you, fulfill my desires, and spare the pride of Gongzi from humiliation. What could such a trifecta of benefits possibly entail? Jun Lin inquired with a smile, casually activating his phone's recording function. Unaware of his subtle maneuver, Bai Jie adjusted her skirt and boldly sat upon Jun Lin's lap. Oh, you charming young man, playing coy? This is quite audacious of you. Such actions may not reflect well on the academic director. Jun Lin shifted back slightly. Bai Jie swayed her hips, laughing softly. To be honest, my husband, now in middle age, has succumbed to excess, rendering him more show than substance. My actions are merely a matter of necessity. Jun Lin firmly pushed Bai Jie away, expressing his discontent. I am only 18, and you are over 30. That's quite an imbalance. Bai Jie, having long indulged in high-end self-care, believed her physique to be exceptional and could not be underestimated by a mere youth. You truly lack discernment. My attributes will undoubtedly please you. Resolutely, she removed her stockings and peeled off her fitted dress. In an instant, the room was enveloped in a spring-like ambience. Chapter 29. The Return of the Prodigy. Under the watchful eyes of many, Jun Lin savored the stunning sight before him. Bai Jie, noticing his growing interest, began to sway her waist and hips, eager to showcase her utmost allure. 5 minutes later, when she saw that Jun Lin had yet to seize the moment, her curiosity piqued. What was he waiting for? Any normal man would have succumbed by now. Could it be that he was inexperienced, incapable of responding? Lost in her thoughts, Jun Lin stood up, picked up his phone, and switched off the recording function. This few minutes of explosive performance had been securely saved. Mrs. Bai, after careful consideration, despite your enthusiastic invitation to explore the origins of life with me, I cannot betray the academic director. Let us not speak of this matter again. Furthermore, my demands remain unchanged. A public apology and 5 million for emotional damages. Not a penny less. With a slam, Jun Lin exited, the door closing behind him. A stunned Bai Jie, now devoid of clothing, stared blankly, her face burning as if it could bleed. She had been outsmarted, humiliated in such a manner. Thankfully, her indecent display had gone unseen. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. In a flustered haste, she dressed and departed from the Public Security Bureau. Later that night, at the City People's Hospital, Bai Jie sat beside her son, Zhao Gang, at his hospital bed. Engaged in conversation. The physical resilience of martial artists far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Thus, despite Zhao Gang's severe injuries, with adequate rest, he would likely recover in due time. Bai Jie recounted Jun Lin's demands, omitting the details of her seduction. It seemed she had come to terms with the situation, as Zhao Gang's reaction was not as explosive as she had anticipated. However, their son, Zhao Jie, was in a state of emotional turmoil, unable to accept the reality of a once weakling now blossoming into a genius. Zhao Gang, seasoned in the workplace, had already surmised that the beating he received was no accident. It was a deliberate act by Jun Lin. Contemplating Jun Lin's current strength, comparable to that of a 5-star martial artist, a wave of dread washed over him. Could it be that a tiger-level prodigy could possess such formidable power? Or was Jun Lin's true potential not merely tiger-level, but perhaps even ghost-level or dragon-level? With this thought, he shuddered, a realization dawning upon him. This Jun Lin is not someone we can provoke. Had it not been for the beating, he might have sought to engage this prodigy. However, having been thoroughly bested, he had experienced the pain firsthand. Ultimately, Jun Lin would likely leave Jinling City after the college entrance examination, making future encounters improbable. It was better to concede than to persist. Seeing her husband acquiesce, Bai Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Everything shall pass. In the future, she will still be the esteemed director's wife, living a good life. Zhao Jie felt a sense of reluctance, but with his father unable to confront Jun Lin, he considered himself insignificant, merely a turtle retreating into its shell. The following day, at the entrance of the 7th high school, a throng of people gathered, creating a tense yet solemn atmosphere. Principal Lu Qiran, accompanied by department heads and other high-ranking officials, stood in silence, awaiting their esteemed guest. The ground was adorned with a red carpet, flanked by 100 beautiful girls holding flowers, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the dignitary. Banners were strung up all around, while countless students held placards, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the individual. Beyond the cordon, numerous security personnel maintained order, preventing any disruption of the event. In prime viewing positions, reporters from Jinling City Television and various social media journalists stood ready. All of this was orchestrated for Jun Lin's return. Lu Qiran understood that a student who had been expelled would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow to their self-esteem. To welcome him back, it was imperative to make the occasion grand, to thoroughly restore his lost dignity. It could not be done surreptitiously. As the sun reached its zenith, a long convoy of stretched Hummers appeared, with celebratory fireworks and balloons released along the route, exuding a festive spirit. At the forefront of this procession sat none other than the protagonist, Jun Lin. Amidst such a grand display, he wore a bewildered expression, never anticipating that merely agreeing to visit the school at Lu Qiran's behest would lead to such an elaborate affair. A car had even been dispatched to fetch him from the hotel, blocking the street solely for his arrival. Was this truly necessary? At the entrance of the 7th High School, countless banners of varying sizes proclaimed, "Congratulations to the genius Jun Lin of the Tiger class for returning to campus." With a creak, the convoy came to a halt. Before the car doors even opened, a multitude of fireworks erupted into the sky. Simultaneously, a dragon and lion dance troupe entered, commencing a classic performance heralding a new era amidst a shower of colorful confetti. Jun Lin stepped down from the Hummer, standing on the pre-laid red carpet. Before him stood 100 youthful girls in short skirts, radiating vitality, flanking the carpet. They held flowers, their eyes fixed on him with fervor, as though gazing at their Prince Charming. Under such intense scrutiny, beads of sweat began to form on Jun Lin's brow. He felt more nervous than when battling a 6-star demon beast. "Lu Qiran, you've made quite the spectacle without even giving me a heads up," he thought. After navigating through the sea of flowers, he encountered the elite student team from 7th High School. These were the very students he had rescued in the Demon Beast Zone, and their excitement was palpable, nearly leading them to kneel in gratitude. Each presented him with handmade gifts, their enthusiasm leaving him no room for rejection. Once past this hurdle, a swarm of social media reporters and television hosts rushed over, inundating him with questions. Jun Lin dealt with them impatiently, feeling as though he might lose a layer of skin. At that moment, Principal Lu Qiran pulled him onto a makeshift platform, seizing the microphone and clearing her throat. "Dear friends in the press, fellow students of 7th High School, today is a day that will be etched in history. Due to the negligence of the former academic director, Jun Lin had to leave our beloved school. A tremendous loss for 7th High School that left us in despair. Today, Jun Lin returns to us, setting aside past grievances, a testament to his noble character and understanding of the greater good." The effusive praise from Principal Lu Qiran led Jun Lin, standing on the platform, to question whether he was about to be canonized. Accompanying her words were students waving colorful flags, cheering enthusiastically, creating a formidable atmosphere. After 10 minutes of accolades, Lu Qiran swallowed hard and concluded, "Regarding the grave errors of the former academic director, we have a specific course of action in place, ensuring that Jun Lin's heart remains unscathed." With a pointed gesture towards the big screen, she declared, "Let us now view the confession video of former academic director Zhao Gang." The enormous screen illuminated, showcasing a recorded apology from Zhao Gang filmed in a hospital. Thousands watched, collectively witnessing his contrition. Following this, Lu Qiran began to critique the apology, appearing dissatisfied. It was evident that Zhao Gang's demeanor, while acceptable, lacked depth, failing to address the core issues of his dereliction. Jun Lin couldn't help but smirk. Lu Qiran was quite astute. This implied that even with an apology, Zhao Gang's position was untenable. As predicted, Lu Qiran continued, "For someone who cannot even apologize adequately, there is no reason for 7th High School to retain him. He would only tarnish our institution further. Therefore, I hereby announce the dismissal of Zhao Gang from all positions within the school." Jun Lin had anticipated this outcome. The lengths to which the principal went to ensure his satisfaction were remarkable. This commotion not only reclaimed their genius, but also served as an advertisement for 7th High School. Jun Lin felt no resentment. After all, the matter was unrelated to the school and solely the fault of Zhao Gang and his son. Besides, with the college entrance examination approaching in just a few days, he was merely regaining a nominal position, which bore no significant consequence. But the surprises were not over. 2 girls approached, bearing a gigantic checkboard. Lu Qiran pointed to it and announced, "Due to our oversight in recognizing Jun Lin's genius, resulting in his missing 3 years of genius subsidies, the Education Committee has decided to grant a one-time cash compensation of 10 million yuan. Jun Lin gazed at the check, his heart racing with exhilaration. Aside from the 5 million given by Zhao Gang, the school was now presenting him with another 10 million. Unbeknownst to him, his assets had surpassed 20 million. Ever since he acquired the system, the speed at which wealth accumulated was astonishing. Lu Qiran discreetly observed the smile on Jun Lin's face, knowing her actions today were justified. Though the expenditure was considerable, winning the favor of such a prodigy was an investment well worth the cost. The grand welcoming ceremony finally concluded. Jun Lin returned to his alma mater, greeted with treatment vastly different from before, an entirely new realm. He chose not to engage with classmates, but instead retreated to the principal's office for a conversation with Lu Qiran. His status had soared, even upon returning. No teacher dared issue him commands. With only a week remaining until the college entrance examination, Lu Qiran, in her role as a guardian, offered him sage advice. It was crucial to showcase his talents while concealing his full capabilities. The world was not a peaceful place. Lu Qiran retrieved a confidential document from her computer, revealing news inaccessible to the ordinary populace. It detailed instances of geniuses being assassinated around the globe each year, with Huaxia being no exception. In gratitude for Lu Qiran's concern, Jun Lin expressed his sincere thanks. He understood the necessity of maintaining a balance, neither appearing as a prodigy beyond reason nor as an ordinary individual. His previous act of slaying a 6-star demon beast was, in truth, perilously conspicuous. Thus, he left 7th high school. Jun Lin felt as if the knots in his heart had been untangled, leaving him with an unparalleled sense of ease. Now that he was at peace, however, he couldn't allow others to feel the same. He picked up his phone and glanced at the explosive video recorded yesterday. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a fine physique indeed. Alas, one must blame your husband and son for this misfortune. He located Zhao Gang's WeChat ID and sent the video along with a message. From this moment on, we are even. By the way, your wife is quite alluring. At the hospital, upon learning that he had been removed from his position, Zhao Gang nearly fainted from rage. He had already issued an apology video and even paid 5 million, yet the outcome remained unchanged. His teeth ground in frustration. You cunning old fox. You never intended to keep me. Ding. His phone vibrated, and upon checking, he saw the video Jun Lin had sent. The sight of his wife posing provocatively struck his heart like 1,000 daggers. Beside him, Bai Jie remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Even as Zhao Gang's hand struck his face repeatedly, she was unaware of the impending storm. Have you lost your mind? I am here caring for you in the hospital. Why are you hitting me? Bai Jie shouted back. You shameless hussy. How dare you seduce a pretty boy while claiming I am all show and no substance? Today, I shall make you feel my wrath. Crash. Zhao Gang, already simmering with fury, lost all reason upon viewing the video and lunged at Bai Jie, pinning her down. The following day, the city was abuzz with news. Zhao Gang, the former academic director of the 7th high school, was arrested during his hospital stay on charges of assault and sexual violence. The Public Security Bureau discovered a substantial amount of unexplained funds and numerous contraband items in his home, and he faced the grim prospect of over 20 years behind bars. Jun Lin lay in bed, stunned upon reading the news, then burst into laughter. Truly, justice was served, and retribution was swift. Given Zhao Gang's character, he had undoubtedly engaged in numerous wrongdoings, and now they all came to light. His future days would surely be grim. At that moment, a long-unseen system notification suddenly appeared, jolting Jun Lin to attention. Ding! The sign-in count for the Dragon Ball universe has been refreshed. Would you like to sign in? Sign in immediately, Jun Lin commanded. In an instant, a massive ethereal treasure chest materialized before him, its lid slowly opening to reveal a burst of green light. Ding! You have acquired the skill Phantom Fist. Phantom Fist, a common skill from the Dragon Ball universe, created by Master Roshi. It utilizes high-speed movement to create afterimages, akin to a clone technique, to bewilder the enemy, rendering them defenseless. Jun Lin recalled this skill fondly. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, it was extraordinarily useful. However, as battles progressed, opponents began to rely on ki to determine positions, rendering the Phantom Fist increasingly ineffective and leading to its gradual abandonment. Nonetheless, for the current world, this skill was undeniably divine. Imagine, in combat, suddenly unleashing a flurry of mirror images. Wouldn't the enemy be terrified? He leaped into action, testing the might of the Phantom Fist. He moved at high speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Moments later, 4 identical figures stood motionless in the room. Creak. The door swung open. His father, Jun Changyuan, happened to return home and was instantly taken aback by the sight of 4 identical sons. Shaolin, he exclaimed, rushing toward one of the figures, only to grasp at nothing as it dissipated. What on earth? This is beyond my comprehension. He stammered, nearly bewildered. Jun Lin, noticing his father's shock, quickly dispelled the other 2 afterimages and explained, It's nothing, Dad. I was merely practicing a skill. Jun Changyuan gazed in confusion at the vanished specters, then back at his son, feeling a swell of pride. Unbeknownst to him, his son had grown so remarkable and powerful. How wonderful it would be if the child's mother could witness this. Chapter 31. The Mysterious Phantom Fist, Perceived by Others Today. Jun Lin planned to return to the Xinghe Martial Arts School. The reason was simple. Tomorrow marked the Champion Challenge match, and he was eager to claim his reward of the Gene Serum #1. With his current strength, the challenge match was merely a formality, devoid of any suspense. Arriving at the Xinghe Martial Arts School, he found the atmosphere bustling and lively. After greeting the receptionist, he headed straight for the combat zone to engage in some sparring. In the 3-star area, he used a mobile app to queue for an opponent. Soon, he was matched against a 35-star martial artist. Jun Lin had gained excellent control over his strength, so he calibrated it to a 30-star level. After all, using excessive strength would not accurately gauge his prowess. Both parties submitted a deposit of 3,000, and the match commenced. With a surge of power, Jun Lin left behind an afterimage while his true self vanished. His opponent, believing Jun Lin to be stunned, threw a punch, only to strike nothing but air. The afterimage dissipated upon impact. Realizing the mistake too late, the opponent found himself on the receiving end of a fierce kick to the gut. How fast? The man gasped, but he would not be underestimated. He was quite capable. Jun Lin toyed with him for several exchanges before losing interest and effortlessly knocking him off the stage, pocketing a tidy 3,000. Next, he challenged a 38-star brawny man, still maintaining his strength at 30 stars. As the battle began, he knew he couldn't match the brute's strength, so he relied on his agility to evade and outmaneuver. This tactic was one he often employed in the wild. Given the innate shortcomings of humans, even among peers, their strength paled compared to that of beast kind. Unless one possessed overwhelming power, a direct confrontation with beasts would invariably end in failure. Now, Jun Lin's approach mirrored this mindset. He viewed the brawny man as a beast, aiming to achieve victory through cunning and finesse. With a burst of speed, he activated the Phantom Fist. Boom! 2 afterimages appeared on the stage, each indistinguishable from the other. The brawny man stood dumbfounded, unsure of which target to strike. When an unexpected movement came from behind, he turned to throw a punch, only to find no one there. To his dismay, 2 additional afterimages appeared. What on earth is happening? He thought, as he struck one target, only to encounter another afterimage. Gradually, the stage was crowded with over a dozen afterimages, and the brawny man could not discern the real Jun Lin, moving with utmost caution. Yet, no matter how skilled he was, he could not keep track of all the afterimages. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Jun Lin struck swiftly, still using only his 30-star strength, but landing a perfect hit on the brawny man's head. The brawny man was dazed, followed by a flurry of rapid punches. The fight lasted 5 minutes, during which the brawny man couldn't touch Jun Lin even once, while he himself received countless blows, ultimately conceding with a bruised face. "Is this your talent? Truly impressive," the brawny man remarked with genuine admiration. "Something like that," Jun Lin replied vaguely. Subsequently, Jun Lin continued to engage in several matches, never exceeding the 31-star strength. Among his opponents, besides the 38-star brawny man, there was even a formidable 39-star woman. She was quite impressive, nearing invincibility among 3-star martial artists. Jun Lin employed the Phantom Fist, engaging in a fierce struggle that lasted nearly 10 minutes before ultimately overcoming his opponent. Through these practical experiences, Jun Lin has flawlessly mastered the profound intricacies of the Phantom Fist, enabling him to achieve resounding victories against lesser adversaries. The Turtle School's Qigong remains his ultimate technique, reserved for formidable foes. For now, it is prudent to keep it concealed. Relying solely on the Phantom Fist suffices to ensure his invincibility. Beep! A notification chimed on his phone, revealing a message from instructor Zhang Bin, requesting his presence. Jun Lin smiled faintly. Having secured multiple victories, the referees had already relayed the news to the higher-ups at the Martial Arts Academy. Upon arriving at the office area, he found Zhang Bin waiting for him, a smile gracing his face. "I saw the Jinling news. It seems your event at your alma mater garnered quite a bit of attention." "Huh, that was all Principal Lu's doing. The extravagance is so grand that one might mistakenly think I'm a top scorer returning home." Jun Lin chuckled in response. "This year, the title of top scorer in Jinling City undoubtedly belongs to you. I have great confidence in your abilities." Zhang Bin praised him. Jun Lin pulled a chair and sat down, humbly retorting, "Instructor Zhang, you flatter me. Let us not forget that Yi Qianqian is also a graduate of this year. I cannot be certain of defeating a fellow telekinetic of the same level." A glimmer of insight flickered in Zhang Bin's eyes as he responded nonchalantly. "But what if the opponent is of a higher level by a star? Do you still lack confidence?" Jun Lin paused, feigning ignorance. "I do not comprehend what you mean." Still pretending, Zhang Bin lit a cigarette, exhaling a leisurely smoke ring, and confidently declared, "You are already a 4-star martial artist, are you not?" With a quiet sigh of relief, Jun Lin admitted, "Indeed, you are quite perceptive, instructor. I never anticipated you had discerned my 4-star status. I had my suspicions, but only after speaking with Principal Lu Chiron yesterday did I confirm it. I hope my concealment of true strength does not constitute a violation of any rules. Not at all, for in truth, many individuals conceal their true abilities, aiming to astonish others at pivotal moments. Jun Lin nodded in agreement with this notion. Tomorrow marks the Champion Challenge, where the use of equipment is permitted. Do you wish to prepare accordingly? Zhang Bin produced his tablet, displaying an array of armored suits and weaponry available for purchase. Absolutely. Jun Lin responded eagerly, for this visit was intended for that very purpose. The rules of the Champion Challenge stipulate that competitors may only utilize 3-star armor and weaponry, priced at 1.2 million for a full set. Choose a style you prefer, and the funds will be deducted from my account. Zhang Bin proclaimed generously. With such magnanimity from his instructor, Jun Lin naturally did not decline. Selecting an impressive suit of armor along with a formidable blade. Please fetch Qianqian from the gravity chamber and allow her to select a set as well. Zhang Bin instructed Jun Lin. Truly, you are quite generous, instructor. Jun Lin praised. The equipment intended for telekinetic practitioners is the most expensive, especially weaponry, which often exceeds the price of ordinary melee armaments by more than 3-fold. He spotted a set of 9 telekinetic flying daggers, merely 3-star rated, priced at a staggering 2 million. As he traversed the corridors, he encountered numerous spirited martial artists. However, as Jun Lin approached the gravity chamber, he caught snippets of discordant voices. The strongest genius from No. 1 high school is not as impressive as rumored. What is there to be so proud of? Indeed, a waste who couldn't withstand even 3 moves from Brother Chen. Truly a disgrace to the telekinetic talent. You bully too much. Yi Qianqian shouted, visibly upset. If only I had a suitable telekinetic weapon, I would never have lost. A loss is a loss. Do you think that on the battlefield, when faced with death, you can argue that you lacked a fitting weapon? Humph, Chen Xiang, I will definitely win the Champion Challenge tomorrow and knock you down. Humph, mere fantasies of the weak. Chapter 32, Learning from Lei Feng, Striking with a Blunt Object. Outside the gravity chamber, 2 male figures emerged, their faces radiating with pride. Jun Lin brushed past them. Who didn't he even spare him a glance? Upon entering the room, he found Yi Qianqian seated on the floor, looking despondent. Upon seeing Jun Lin, she hurriedly stood up, attempting to maintain an aloof demeanor. When did you return? Jun Lin smiled in reply. It's been a couple of days. There have been numerous matters at home. So I haven't come to the academy. What is the background of those two? You heard everything, didn't you? Yi Qianqian's expression darkened, embarrassed by her own misfortune. Pure coincidence. Yi Qianqian clenched her fists tightly, stating, those two were recommended by Instructor Dong. One is named Chen Xiang, 20 years old, with a martial artist rank of 41 stars, and the other is Li Shengnan, also 20, with a rank of 39 stars, facing 20-year-olds at 18. We have a bit of a disadvantage, Jun Lin remarked, pondering. Do you have confidence in dealing with the 4-star Chen Xiang? Yi Qianqian shook her head, honestly admitting. Even with a suitable weapon, with my 35-star telekinesis, it is impossible to transcend realms and confront a 4-star martial artist. Then why the bravado? Making bold declarations about defeating him tomorrow? Yi Qianqian, taken aback by his retort, silently lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Seeing her despondent demeanor, Jun Lin felt a pang of sympathy. All right, since I'm in a good mood these past few days, I'll lend you a small favor. What do you mean? Yi Qianqian asked, puzzled. Nothing much. Instructor Zhang has asked you to come over to allocate you a set of telekinetic practitioner equipment. As for what transpired next, it goes without saying. At 8:30 p.m., beneath a large tree outside the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy, Jun Lin, who had been waiting patiently, finally opened his eyes. Through his senses, he detected that the presence representing Chen Xiang had departed the academy, heading home. Little Qianqian. Tonight I shall play the role of Lei Feng and lend you a hand. In a dim, secluded alley, Chen Xiang was humming a tune as he strolled. With high confidence for the upcoming Champion Challenge, he believed victory was well within his grasp. The so-called telekinetic prodigy. He had already gauged his capabilities and found them lacking compared to his own. The only two he needed to treat with caution were the 2 4-star individuals. If he remained vigilant, he might yet find an opportunity. As he indulged in such thoughts, a figure emerged from ahead. The person had their back to him, one hand on their hip, legs slightly apart, striking a rather flamboyant pose against the evening breeze. Who are you? Chen Xiang sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this individual, compelling him to inquire. I am Lei Feng. The mysterious man did not turn around, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chen Xiang realized it was merely an optical illusion caused by his inability to keep up with the opponent's speed, and panic surged within him. As a 4-star martial artist, anyone capable of obscuring their movements from him must be at least a 5-star, if not 6-star, powerhouse. In an instant, A powerful fist was suddenly in front of him. He could not dodge in time, and could only brace himself with both arms while shouting, "Senior, let us discuss this properly." Bang! His words were cut short as the fist struck down. The sound of bones cracking echoed, accompanied by the wails of anguish. Chen Xiang was sent flying several meters, struggling for a moment before deciding to play dead, remaining motionless. After all, he couldn't win. Resistance would be futile. However, as 3 minutes elapsed with no sign of activity, he slowly rose from the ground, glancing around. The mysterious figure had indeed vanished. Chen Xiang stared at his broken arm, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Tomorrow was the champion challenge, and yet here he was, inexplicably ambushed and incapacitated. Though the injury was not fatal, even with the best medical treatment, his arms would not recover in time for the competition. He painstakingly recalled the encounter, unable to fathom who that mysterious man could possibly be. With a heavy heart, he could only rush to the hospital for emergency treatment. The following noon, the Xinghe Martial Arts School in Jinling City was abuzz with excitement, as the annual Champion Challenge tournament was about to commence. Although only 16 participants could enter, the event took place in an outdoor arena, open for public viewing. It was said that each year, the competitors were exceptional individuals, often regarded as prodigies, with previous tournaments even featuring extraordinary talents. The prestige of this competition surpassed that of the Jinling College entrance examination, attracting numerous universities, martial arts schools, and mercenary groups eager to witness the emergence of brilliance. The outdoor fighting arena at Xinghe Martial Arts School was exceedingly spacious, boasting a colossal platform measuring 40 meters by 40 meters. Cameras were strategically placed in every corner and overhead, ensuring that every thrilling moment was captured. In the southeast corner, over 100 students from the 7th High School, led by Principal Lu Qiran, arrived, carrying banners that not only promoted their school, but also cheered fervently for Jun Lin. Beside them stood the support team from 1st High School, who appeared uninterested upon hearing the news of the first talent, Yi Qianqian's devastating defeat. Naturally, the official betting agency of Jinling seized the opportunity, sending representatives to design odds for the 16 competitors. They became the most enthusiastic spectators, as countless individuals chose to stake their fortunes on their favored contestants. Seizing the opportunity while on a bathroom break, Jun Lin boldly placed all his belongings on the line, laughing to himself as he went to relieve himself. Lu Qiran glanced at the odds and immediately beamed with delight. Lin Chuanhai, with odds of 1-0. 8 for the championship. Du Qingfeng, 1-1. 2. Shen Xiang, 1-1. 5. Li Shengnan, 1-2. Jiang Mingyue, 1-3. Yi Qianqian, 1-35. And Jun Lin, 1-4. He was astounded by the high odds for Jun Lin, realizing he was in for a significant profit. Without hesitation, he wagered his entire fortune of 18 million. Principal Chu of 1st High School was taken aback upon witnessing this. "Old Lu, do you have more money than you know what to do with? Even if you favor Jun Lin, this is quite extravagant. Old Chu, if you want to make money, follow my lead. Once more people place bets, the odds will change," Lu Qiran remarked dismissively, yet kindly offered a word of caution. "I want to bet. Today, I'm merely here for the spectacle. The Jinling College entrance examination is our true battleground." "Huh, do as you wish. Just wait and see," Lu Qiran replied with an enigmatic smile, ignoring him. Feeling a twinge of insecurity from Lu Qiran's confidence, Principal Chu quietly wagered 100,000 on Jun Lin, thinking that if he lost, it would just be a small sacrifice. Soon, Jun Lin and Yi Qianqian, under the guidance of instructor Zhang Bin, arrived at the massive arena. The other 7 instructors also brought forth their respective competitors. It was Jun Lin's first encounter with Wu Peng, the master of Xinghe Martial Arts School, an 8-star powerhouse endowed with speed talent, rivaling even 9-star warriors in agility. Chapter 33, Shock, the Dragon Ball Descent event. At this moment, all eyes were on them. Jun Lin and the other 15 participants simultaneously became the focal point of the crowd, basking in the admiration and envy of many. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Jun Lin's mind. Ding! A temporary mission has been issued. Become the champion of the Champion Challenge Tournament. Reward, Dragon Ball Descent event. Dragon Ball Descent. The 7 Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball world will descend upon Blue Star. The host can collect all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon, allowing for wishes to be granted. Type of dragon, Dandy Shinron, capable of granting 3 wishes. Note, this event lasts for 1 year. After 1 year, regardless of whether the dragon is successfully summoned, the Dragon Balls will return to the Dragon Ball universe. Ding! As this is the host's first activation of the Dragon Ball Descent event, the range of the Dragon Balls will be confined within the borders of Huaxia. Stunned, Jun Lin was momentarily petrified, standing utterly still. The concept of Dragon Ball Descent was beyond his imagination. He had initially thought that Dragon Balls could be acquired through simple sign-ins, but now he realized how naive he had been. 7 Dragon Balls. A year's time. While this duration seemed lengthy, it was far from sufficient, unless he could obtain a Dragon Radar. Searching for the Dragon Balls within such a vast area would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, since Blue Star had entered a high martial arts world, its size had expanded exponentially, making inter-city distances significantly greater, complicating the search further. Wait a moment, the Dragon Radar. An idea struck Jun Lin, prompting him to silently inquire the system. Since the Dragon Ball descent had been triggered, could he possibly be granted a Dragon Radar? This time, the system hesitated for a second before responding. The host must complete a task to request a specified high-level reward. Ding. A task has been issued. The host must achieve the top score in the Huashan National College entrance examination. Reward, Dragon Radar. A smile crept across Jun Lin's lips as he mentally praised. System, I didn't expect you to be so generous. With the Dragon Radar in hand, the quest for the Dragon Balls would no longer be a fanciful dream. Just picturing the moment, he gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon on Blue Star sent his heart racing with excitement. Damn, is it supposed to be this thrilling? He felt no fear of the Dragon Balls or the dragon being exposed, as, to his observation, the concept of Dragon Balls did not exist in this parallel universe. There had been no anime featuring Dragon Balls throughout history. Thus, the endeavor of collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, summoning the dragon, and realizing any wish was a secret known only to him. Hey, Jun Lin. Jun Lin. Someone beside him tugged at his hand, pulling him from his overwhelming joy. Jun Lin looked up to find everyone watching him, seemingly having waited for quite a while. Wu Peng, the master of Xinghe Martial Arts School, cleared his throat and reiterated, Now, let us invite contestant Jun Lin to make his pre-match declaration. Realizing he had been called, Jun Lin swiftly took the microphone from Yi Qianqian and addressed the crowd of thousands, his voice resonating far and wide. Today, I am the champion, and you all can only compete for second place. That is all I have to say, thank you. Everyone was momentarily stunned, taken aback by his audacious declaration. While 4-star warriors humbly expressed gratitude to their martial arts school, their school, and CCTV, here was a mere 3-star warrior boldly declaring his claim to the championship title. It was undoubtedly the biggest joke of the year. Instructor Zhang Bin covered his face, having noticed the meaningful smiles exchanged among the other instructors. Wu Peng raised a hand to quiet the commotion below, stating, All right, since these youngsters are brimming with confidence, we shall officially commence the tournament. The Champion Challenge tournament consists of 16 participants. In the first round, competitors will face off in pairs, with 8 advancing and 8 eliminated. In the second round, pairings will continue, with 4 advancing and 4 eliminated. In the third round, 2 will advance and 2 will be eliminated. The fourth round will determine the champions and runners-up, while the eliminated will compete for third place. Champion's prize, the illustrious Gene Serum No. 1, valued at 30 million. Runner-up prize, the esteemed Heart of the Millennium Spirit Tree, worth 20 million. Third place prize, the formidable 5-star complete set of armored weapons, valued at 10 million. These rewards are exceedingly rare and of superior quality. The Gene Serum No. 1 enhances one's cultivation potential, while the Heart of the Millennium Spirit Tree is a celestial treasure that aids in training, and the 5-star equipment speaks for itself. Thus, for the sake of these coveted rewards, the other 15 contestants in the arena are brimming with excitement and eagerness. As the competition is about to commence, the prominent figures depart the stage, leaving only the host behind. Grasping the microphone, the host exuberantly announces, The 16 contenders have undergone a fair and impartial computer draw. Now, let us direct our attention to the grand screen. A colossal screen, towering at 10 meters, is positioned against one side of the building, ensuring that the thousands of spectators can see clearly. The first match, Lin Chuanhai versus Chun Guodong. The audience erupts in fervor at the mention of Lin Chuanhai's name. The reason is simple. He is none other than the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jinling City 2 years ago, with an impressive score of 36. He secured admission to a prestigious 985 university. After 2 years, his prowess is likely to astonish everyone present. In a corner, Yi Qianqian, clad in blue battle armor, deftly practices her newly acquired telekinetic flying daggers. Jun Lin, who do you think will prevail? Jun Lin, sensing the disparity in their auras, casually remarks, the gap is too vast. At most, it will take 2 moves for Chun Guodong to be defeated. Yi Qianqian glances at the pre-match data and responds, although Lin Chuanhai is already at 42 stars. Chun Guodong is at 38 stars. I think he might just manage to last 10 moves. What nonsense. Lin Chuanhai has concealed his strength. He is actually a 45-star warrior. What? 45 stars? Yi Qianqian gasps in shock, nearly dropping her phone. He has been training at a 985 super university for 2 years. Is 45 that impressive? Jun Lin responds nonchalantly. Observing his calm demeanor, Yi Qianqian teases, weren't you the one boasting about claiming the championship? With that guy's 45-star strength. Do you plan to defeat him with your pinky toe? Defeating him with my pinky toe might be a stretch, but I am confident I can kick him down. He retorts. Humph, you can't help but brag. Yi Qianqian dismisses his claims. Soon, the first match begins. 5 seconds later, it concludes. Lin Chuanhai makes a swift advance, delivering a single punch that sends Chun Guodong's weapon flying and hurls him off the stage. He remains composed and unruffled, not even drawing his weapon. The audience bursts into enthusiastic applause. Indeed, he is a leading contender, demonstrating formidable strength. Several industry luminaries nod in approval, acknowledging his prowess. In the second match, the screen displays the names, Yi Qianqian versus Chen Xiang. It is a case of fate's cruel irony. Only yesterday, Yi Qianqian was defeated by this very opponent. And now they face each other once more. This is unfortunate. Is there any chance I can forfeit? Yi Qianqian murmurs, her body unwilling to move. Go for it, Qianqian. You are bound to win today. Jun Lin encourages her. If I lose, you must treat me to a week's worth of meals. Chapter 34, The So-Called Genius. Resolved with one punch. On the stage, Chen Xiang stands glowering on the left, while Yi Qianqian timidly occupies the right. As the match commences, Yi Qianqian unleashes her full strength. Disregarding the outcome, she launches her flying daggers without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The telekinetic daggers swirl through the air, forming various shapes. Chen Xiang, caught off guard, struggles to block the daggers with his sword and shield, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Before long, Yi Qianqian notices something amiss. Chen Xiang appears weakened, his arms trembling as if he can barely hold on. It is not just her. Many keen observers also sense something strange. His instructor, Master Dong, reluctantly explains, Chen Xiang encountered an unfortunate incident on his way home last night, sustaining significant injuries. Despite receiving the best treatment, he is now operating at only 30% capacity. Upon hearing this, the crowd falls silent. It seems Chen Xiang has encountered a stroke of bad luck. Had he not been injured, he might have at least secured a spot in the top 3. On the stage, after enduring for 2 minutes, Chen Xiang ultimately succumbs as the daggers breach his defense, leading to his crushing defeat. Yi Qianqian gleefully waves at the audience, while Chen Xiang lies prostrate on the ground. I told you I would bring you down today. I always keep my promises. Yi Qianqian declares triumphantly, glaring at Chen Xiang. I refuse to accept this. If I had been in good condition, defeating you would have been a breeze. Chen Xiang protests, feeling utterly wronged. Losing is losing. Would you argue your case on the battlefield if you were killed, claiming you were not at your best? This retort echoes Chen Xiang's own words from the previous day when he defeated Yi Qianqian, leaving him momentarily speechless. Joyfully, Yi Qianqian exits the stage, declaring to Jun Lin, I won. So, you need not treat me. I never agreed to that. Jun Lin retorts, you are truly a woman with delusions of grandeur. After a series of matches, it finally comes to the 8th and final round. Jun Lin, clad in a 3-star black battle armor, steps into the arena. His opponent is a woman in silver armor, with whom he shares a history from the previous day's practice session involving the Phantom Fist. Jiang Mingyue, a 39-star warrior. We meet again. Jun Lin greets her. The silver armor glimmers faintly, accentuating Jiang Mingyue's lithe form. However, the once gallant demeanor of this woman is now tinged with resignation. In their previous encounter, she was completely outmaneuvered by Jun Lin's Phantom Fist, failing to land a single blow while receiving over 100 herself. She harbors suspicions that her opponent had the capability to win all along but deliberately held back, seeking to toy with her. Jun Lin, how much strength did you use to defeat me yesterday? Jiang Mingyue directly inquires. 35. Jun Lin replies, wishing to spare her embarrassment. Yet, Jiang Mingyue's serious expression reveals her disbelief. Fine, it was actually 31, Jun Lin admits with a shrug, being honest. This time, Jiang Mingyue accepts his claim. Assuming her stance, she earnestly states, although I know I am not your match, I refuse to concede. Come at me. Jun Lin, uninterested in further banter, decides it is time to showcase his true abilities. To defeat you, one punch will suffice. With a flash, he lunges towards her, his right fist poised to strike with unparalleled speed and power. In the realm of martial arts, nothing can withstand the force of speed. Jiang Mingyue perceives a blur before her eyes as his fist approaches. Under the midday sun, his black fist radiates a chilling light. A torrent of emotions surges within her, wildness, ferocity, and invincibility. In this critical moment, she barely raises her shield to defend herself. However, how can a mere 3-star shield withstand Jun Lin's might? Boom. The shield shatters, and Jiang Mingyue is struck in the chest by the forceful punch. violently spitting blood and being sent flying. Is this truly his real strength? As she slips into unconsciousness, this thought crosses her mind. He is indeed extraordinarily powerful. The host hurriedly rushed to check on Jiang Mingyue, only to find that she had been knocked unconscious, prompting him to call for medical assistance. He then seized the microphone and announced loudly, "The victor of this match is Jun Lin," accompanied by the thunderous cheers of the audience. The expressions of the other competitors who had reached the top 8 grew grave. As the saying goes, the expert observes the subtleties, while the novice enjoys the spectacle. The fact that Jun Lin was able to defeat a 39-star warrior with a single punch demonstrated a level of power that posed a threat to everyone present. Whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating that Jun Lin had already ascended to the ranks of a 4-star warrior. An 18-year-old 4-star warrior, such a prodigy could only be described as a genius of extraordinary caliber. In terms of innate talent, none in the arena could compare. The prominent figures of Jinling City could hardly contain their excitement. A genius of such caliber might only appear once a year. Someone with the potential to advance to the ranks of a 9-star warrior. Amidst the audience's fervent applause, the second round of the quarterfinals commenced. In this round, Jun Lin's opponent was Li Shengnan, ranked 4th on the champion leaderboard. Li Shengnan, also a 39-star warrior, was considered a peak 3-star fighter. Eschewing the use of a shield, he wielded a massive sword with both hands, attacking with impressive vigor and strength. Undeterred by the dark horse of the year, Li Shengnan proclaimed loudly, "Others may fear you, Jun Lin, but not I. Watch as I defeat you." With a powerful stomp, he brought his sword crashing down, as if he could cleave the very heavens. Jun Lin, unfazed by the oncoming assault, grasped the descending sword with a single hand. The immense force transferred through his body into the ground, causing cracks to spread in a radius of several meters and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the scene became clear. Jun Lin was now holding the massive sword with one hand, wrenched it from Li Shengnan's grip, and delivered a swift strike to his opponent's side, following it up with a fierce kick that sent Li Shengnan flying off the stage. It was a clean and decisive victory, showcasing undeniably the strength of a 4-star warrior. Countless dignitaries nodded in approval, clearly impressed by Jun Lin's prowess. In this round, Yi Qianqian experienced fortuitous luck, as she did not face a 4-star warrior but rather a peak 3-star fighter. After a fierce battle, she managed to secure a hard-fought victory. Thus, with her 35-star telekinetic prowess, she successfully advanced to the semifinals. Yi Qianqian pouted, acknowledging that this was the extent of her capabilities. Ding, ding, ding. The competition continued. Her next opponent emerged, Lin Chuanhai, who arrogantly stood on the stage with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. The audience erupted into deafening cheers, the sound rising and falling like ocean waves. Upon seeing Yi Qianqian enter the arena, Lin Chuanhai raised 3 fingers, coolly declaring, "I will defeat you within 3 moves." The outcome of the battle quickly became evident. Although Yi Qianqian was formidable, she could only withstand 2 moves before succumbing to defeat. As she descended from the stage, she fortuitously encountered Jun Lin, who was preparing to step into the ring. She cautioned him, "That Lin Chuanhai is truly powerful. If you face him, be extremely careful. If you can't win, just concede. It's not a big deal." Seeing her seriousness, Jun Lin rubbed his nose and nodded. "All right, I will do my best." Chapter 35, Provoked. Unleashing 50 of talent. Jun Lin's opponent in this match was the second favorite for the championship, Du Qingfeng. Surprisingly, Du Qingfeng was not adorned in 3-star armor and had even dispensed with his shirt, revealing a robust physique. The large screen showcased Du Qingfeng's profile. Du Qingfeng, 40-star warrior, student of Magic Capital University, endowed with the innate talent of a steel body. This marked Jun Lin's second encounter with a gifted individual. Just as Yi Qianqian, possessing telekinetic talent, could defeat a 39-star warrior with her 35-star abilities, it was reasonable to assume that Du Qingfeng, with his steel body talent, would also be capable of fighting above his rank. With a thunderous roar, Du Qingfeng's previously ordinary physique suddenly swelled, his skin evolving into a deep black, harder than steel itself. Jun Lin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Steel Titan." Indeed, after his transformation, Du Qingfeng bore a resemblance to a mutant Steel Titan, his defensive and offensive capabilities surging by 50%, making him exceedingly formidable. "Jun Lin, I acknowledge your strength, but now that you've encountered me, your journey ends here," Du Qingfeng declared, his voice deepened and laden with confidence, mimicking Lin Chuanhai's arrogance. "Within 3 moves, I shall defeat you." Jun Lin nodded inwardly, recognizing the benefits of innate talent, though lamenting that Du Qingfeng's brain seemed similarly transformed into steel, leaving it less functional. The steel body had a glaring weakness: speed. Whoosh. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Du Qingfeng, delivering a swift kick. The steel titan, Du Qingfeng, felt the impact and quickly turned to retaliate with a punch, but by then, Jun Lin was already nowhere to be seen. Bang, bang, bang. Jun Lin's strikes rained down like waves upon Du Qingfeng's vital points. Eyes, ears, heart, groin. Each critical area was struck countless times. While Du Qingfeng was unable to track Jun Lin's movements, growing increasingly frustrated, it was evident that after transforming into his steel body, Du Qingfeng's weight had increased several-fold, drastically diminishing his mobility. Bang! Jun Lin landed another precise kick to Du Qingfeng's groin, nearly bringing him to tears. Were it not for his steel body transformation, he would surely have been left in a pitiable state. Hey, stop kicking. I concede, I concede. Jun Lin landed yet another flawless strike, grinning as he remarked. Did you not say you would defeat me within 3 moves? Du Qingfeng raised both hands in surrender. Brother, I was mistaken. I attempted to show off and ended up being humiliated. I was wrong. The bitterness in his heart deepened. If this continued, even his steel body might become deformed, jeopardizing his lifelong happiness. Throughout this battle, Jun Lin utilized only 40-star strength, still considerably weaker than his true capabilities. Yet, even with such restraint, he toyed with Du Qingfeng, who was reduced to a mere target. On the high platform, several influential figures exchanged astonished glances, not expecting Du Qingfeng, a talent in his own right, to be bested by Jun Lin. Observing Jun Lin's calm demeanor, it was clear he was still concealing his full strength. As the tournament had progressed to the semifinals, he had yet to reveal his true abilities. At just 18 years of age, possessing such prowess was indeed frightening. Soon, the championship showdown would commence between the favorites Lin Chuanhai and the dark horse Jun Lin. The audience buzzed with conversation, while many wept, having lost their fortunes in bets. Lin Chuanhai maintained his aloof demeanor, addressing Jun Lin. You are impressive, but you still cannot withstand my 3 moves. Jun Lin found Lin Chuanhai insufferable, his arrogance grating. I am eager to see how you will defeat me in 3 moves. He took his stance and began to channel the robust power within him, his warrior rank steadily rising. Simultaneously, the battle power detector began to register rapid increases. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 122. This was merely 50 of his true strength, yet it was already profoundly intimidating. The powerful energy radiated outward, causing the air around the stage to swirl, as if a tempest had arisen. Since the commencement of the tournament, such an intense surge of power has never been witnessed before. Who could have anticipated that this formidable strength would emanate from the very being of an 18-year-old high school student? The onlookers were left in utter astonishment, many incredulously inquiring, what realm does this Jun Lin inhabit? The master of the Wu Peng Pavilion, his expression heavy with gravity, immediately summoned the expensive energy detector. This device, a pinnacle of cutting-edge technology, could ascertain the energy levels of a target within 100 meters. He took charge, aiming the apparatus at Jun Lin and activating it. Beep, beep, beep. Energy star level, 46. As he set down the device, Wu Peng was finally convinced. Jun Lin was indeed a 46-star warrior, a mere 18 years old. This individual was a legendary dragon-level prodigy. In that moment, Wu Peng felt his legs weaken. The significance of a dragon-level genius was monumental. Each one represented a strategic asset capable of inciting tremendous repercussions. Among the crowd, news of this revelation ignited a wave of excitement. Did you know? The young man on stage, Jun Lin, possesses an actual strength of 46 stars. What? An 18-year-old 46-star warrior? How can that be? I'm 30 and only at 22 stars. I've heard that Jun Lin might be a dragon-level genius. What is a dragon-level genius? I only know about tiger-level geniuses, which are already quite impressive. Haha. I don't understand either, but there has never been a dragon-level genius in the history of Jinling City, so he must be remarkable. At that moment, the principal of the 7th high school, Lu Qiran, was brimming with self-satisfaction, exuding an air of confidence. He cast a glance at the dazed principal of the 1st high school and smugly declared, I told you to support Jun Lin. Now you must be regretting it. Principal Chu of the 1st high school glared at him, shouting angrily, Did you know all along? Of course. Why else would I have gone to such lengths to bring him back? Jun Lin is now the pride of our 7th high school and will surely be enshrined in our school's motto. On the arena, witnessing Jun Lin unleash his full potential, Lin Chuanhai, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, was rendered speechless. Is this truly your full strength? How have you trained? After years of arduous practice, Lin found his own abilities lacking in comparison to Jun Lin. Could this be the disparity between tiger-level and dragon-level geniuses? Jun Lin waved his hand, interrupting further discourse. All right, it's time for me to make my move. Prepare yourself. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, his body shot forward like an arrow, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, Jun Lin was earnest, his rapid movements creating a multitude of phantoms. Chapter 36. Dragon-level genius, astonishing the entire world. Not only Lin Chuanhai, but the audience below was equally stunned. What kind of ability or extraordinary talent was this? Surrounded by afterimages of Jun Lin, Lin was at a total loss, unable to discern which was the real body. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, one of the nearest afterimages spoke, startling him. Bam! A forceful strike sent Lin Chuanhai soaring 10 meters into the air. Upon landing, he coughed up blood and frantically searched for his opponent. Yet, all around him were Jun Lin's figures. He struck at a few phantoms in desperation. But in a moment of distraction, another heavy punch landed squarely on him. Lin was smashed into the ground, debris flying in all directions. This battle was nothing short of a farce. Wu Peng, with his keen eyes as an 8-star warrior, found himself unable to discern which afterimage was real and which was merely illusion. Left with no choice, he resorted to the high-tech energy detector. This time, the device revealed Jun Lin's true form. Setting down the detector, Wu Peng smirked. Jun Lin continues to surprise me. Not only is he a dragon-level genius, but he also possesses such a unique ability. In short order, Lin Chuanhai found himself battered and bruised. Despite his reluctance, he ultimately had no choice but to concede defeat. With his strength, he would have undoubtedly claimed victory in previous years, but this year, facing the monstrous Jun Lin, he could only lament his misfortune. The host, beaming with joy, raised the victorious right hand high and proclaimed, "I announce that the champion of this tournament is Jun Lin." The arena erupted in cheers. A multitude of fervent gazes and admiring glances fixated upon Jun Lin. These individuals bore witness to the birth of a genius. The head of the official betting center suddenly remembered something and called out, "What were the odds for Jun Lin? How much was wagered on him?" "Sir, Jun Lin's odds are 1 to 4, and the total amount wagered is 70 million. How could there be so much?" The official's heart skipped a beat. Filled with suspicion, his subordinate quickly retrieved the information, reporting, Jun Lin himself bet 20 million, Principal Liu bet 18 million, and the rest were from individual bettors. Upon hearing this, the official gritted his teeth in frustration. These two are really taking advantage of us. Soon after, Jun Lin and Lu Qiran approached, both wearing the exuberant smiles of newfound wealth. Despite the director of the betting center feeling a pang of loss, he maintained a facade of cordiality. After exchanging pleasantries and taking photographs, he reluctantly produced 100 million Huaxia coins. Jun Lin, upon receiving the transaction notification and gazing at the 9-digit figure, beamed with joy. After expressing his gratitude to the betting center director, he left with a light-hearted stride. Within the Star River Martial Arts Academy, the eagerly anticipated prize distribution commenced. The 16 participants displayed a myriad of expressions. Jun Lin received the coveted Gene Serum No. 1. It was a vial of milky liquid, reminiscent of pure milk. Instructor Zhang, will consuming this truly enhance human potential? Zhang Bin replied with certainty, absolutely. I once obtained a dose, and after taking it, my cultivation aptitude significantly improved. Otherwise, it would have taken me at least 3 additional years to reach the 7-star warrior level. That sounds promising. Jun Lin was intrigued. Indeed, if an ordinary person consumes this gene serum, they will immediately become a tiger-level genius, easily gaining admission to a prestigious university. Zhang Bin explained. Nearby, Yi Qianqian chimed in with a hint of envy. Your aptitude is already so high. If you're hesitant to drink it, you could sell it for at least 30 million. Jun Lin uncorked the vial and casually remarked, strength is paramount. Even if this is worth 30 million, enhancing my own aptitude is far more crucial. Selling it is out of the question. Rather, if given the opportunity in the future, I would procure several more vials for my family. Gulp. He downed the entire contents in one go. On this day, the tournament at the Star River Martial Arts Academy finally concluded. Simultaneously, an urgent message began to circulate through numerous special channels. In Jinling Bay City of Magic Capital Province, a dragon-level genius has emerged. In a remarkably short period, major forces across the nation received the news. Most reaching a consensus. Jun Lin must be incorporated into their ranks at all costs. If nurtured properly, a dragon-level genius could potentially become an extraordinary being. He must not be overlooked. The super university located in Magic Capital Province swiftly took action to prevent other super universities from seizing the dragon-level genius. A prominent figure from the prestigious Magic City University is set to board a private jet, escorted by a fleet of fighter jets, en route to Jinling City. Meanwhile, not far from the Magic City Province, the Jiangnan Province has also taken action. One of the elite 985 universities, the Jiangnan Military Academy, has dispatched its own squadron of fighter jets to secure the extraordinary talent, Jun Lin, a prodigy of dragon-class caliber. The Xinghe Martial Arts School, headquartered in the Imperial Capital Province, is where the remarkable Gu Xinghe is currently training in a 30-fold gravity chamber. Upon receiving this information from his subordinates, a smile graced Gu Xinghe's face. He promptly picked up the phone to personally call Wu Peng, the head of the Xinghe branch in Jinling City. Take good care of this young man. Cultivate a solid rapport. Upon receiving the call, Wu Peng was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears as he had never had a one-on-one conversation with the esteemed Gu Xinghe before, leaving him utterly exhilarated. This news spread rapidly, not only within the country but also across the globe in a matter of moments. Various countries and organizations, envious of the emergence of another dragon-class genius in Huaxia, dared not provoke openly. Instead, they resorted to clandestine methods, with some willing to pay hefty bounties for Jun Lin's elimination through assassination by hired killers on the dark web. On the other side of Blue Star, the satanic cult, a transnational, antisocial, and anti-human organization, believes in Satan as the true deity. They assert that the destruction of the world is a consequence of humanity's disrespect towards Satan. Their mission is to lead people away from God and toward the true deity, Satan, to ensure humanity's survival. Otherwise, a catastrophe capable of extinguishing humanity will inevitably recur. Within the cult's stronghold, the High Priest has received intelligence from Huaxiao regarding Jun Lin, the dragon-class prodigy, and believes he should be inducted into the satanic cult. The High Priest cast a glance at the cult members before his gaze settled on a striking half-blood beauty. Elena, you are the most exceptional witch of this generation and a mixed blood from Huaxia. You shall journey to Huaxia. If you cannot control Jun Lin, eliminate him to avert potential threats. Yes, High Priest, Elena replied, bowing gracefully. Chapter 37. The arrival of the Dragon Balls on Blue Star, a coveted treasure. In this world, the manifestation of top-tier talent has its advantages and disadvantages. Even though Jun Lin merely unleashed 50% of his power, he instantly became a dragon-class genius, capturing global attention. Some seek to recruit him, while others wish to eliminate this potential threat. Yet, this is merely the prelude to the tempest that is about to unfold. On a tranquil night, Jun Lin departed from his hotel, his body nimble as a monkey, swiftly navigating through the towering edifices. Ultimately, he arrived at the pinnacle of the Van Gogh Tower in Jinling Park. From this vantage point, his vision expanded immensely, allowing him to survey the entirety of Jinling City. His nocturnal visit was not merely for sightseeing, but for the purpose of the system's reward. System, initiate the Dragon Ball Arrival Event. Beep. The Dragon Ball Arrival Event has officially commenced. Event scope, within Huaxia. Event duration, 1 year. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 Dragon Balls materialized above Jun Lin's head, transforming into 7 shooting stars that streaked chaotically across Huaxia. Beneath the vast expanse of twinkling stars, several meteors suddenly illuminated the night sky. This spectacle went unnoticed by others. Even those who happened to glimpse it would dismiss it as ordinary meteors. Jun Lin stood beneath the Van Gogh Tower, his gaze intensely fixed on the trajectory of the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a surge of excitement washed over him as he swiftly turned his attention to a specific location. By sheer coincidence, one of the Dragon Balls had not flown far, but had landed directly in Jinling's base city. Without hesitation, he maximized his agility, racing toward the spot with the swiftness of a cheetah. In a civilian area, beside an underpass, an elderly man, clad in tattered garments, leaned against a handcart filled with plastic bottles, dozing off. This cart represented his week's meager collection, worth a mere 50 yuan. To safeguard against other scavengers, he relied on his presence here for peace of mind. Whoosh! Just as he drifted into slumber, a loud thud resounded, as though something had fallen from above. Assuming it was a bottle discarded from the bridge, he quickly roused himself to investigate. However, instead of finding a bottle, he stumbled upon a fist-sized orange glass orb containing 3 red stars. Mistaking it for a discarded toy, he paid it little mind, tossing it into the garbage truck. Just as he prepared to recline and rest again, a youthful figure approached nearby. Ah, the landing spot must be right here, Jun Lin thought, exhilarated at the prospect of the fabled Dragon Ball being so close at hand. He first tapped into his perception of chi, scanning the vicinity within a 200-meter radius for any living beings. Only a few scavengers were present. Aside from them, he detected no anomalies. No, nothing here, he murmured, puzzled. As a 5-star martial artist, his vision was exceptionally keen, capable of discerning details in the dark. Yet, after searching thoroughly, he found nothing amiss. Eventually, he arrived beneath a secluded bridge, where he spotted the scavenger once more. Upon noticing the approaching figure, the elderly man jolted awake, fearing someone was after his bottles. You better scram. Don't even think about stealing my stuff, he shouted. Jun Lin, adopting a desperate approach, softly inquired, Elder, have you seen a glass ball with stars inside? The old man paused, exclaiming, I did see it. Jun Lin's heart leapt with joy as he quickly replied, "I don't know where it is. I accidentally lost it." The elderly man, not overthinking it, assumed the young man had indeed misplaced it and rummaged through his cart until he finally retrieved the 3-star Dragon Ball. "Here it is. Take it. Just don't lose your things carelessly next time." The old man generously extended his hand. Jun Lin accepted the Dragon Ball, examining it closely. It indeed resembled the one from the animated series, encased in an orange glass orb with deep red stars inside. "I can't believe I obtained a 3-star ball so quickly. What incredible luck." He then glanced at the old man's difficult circumstances and felt compelled to do more than just walk away. He rummaged through his pockets, pulling out all the Huaxia currency he had without counting, and stuffed it into the old man's hands. "Elder, this item is incredibly important to me. Thank you for returning it. Consider this money a token of my gratitude." The scavenger stared at the hefty wad of cash in his hands, speechless. This must be several thousand yuan. His hands trembled slightly as the sound of rushing air filled his ears. He snapped back to reality only to find that the young man had vanished without a trace, leaving him gazing skyward in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Upon returning to his hotel room, Jun Lin procured his safe, carefully placing the 3-star Dragon Ball inside before tucking it beneath his bed. However, sleep eluded him that night, as he feared the safe might be stolen. At that moment, he couldn't help but envy other protagonists from parallel worlds who possessed spatial storage and magical rings. He felt a sense of shame for lacking such conveniences. The following morning dawned. A sudden, insistent ringing of the phone jolted Jun Lin awake. "Hello, who is this?" he replied irritably. He had just been on the brink of a delightful rendezvous with a girl in his dream, only to be rudely interrupted by this infernal call. "Jun Lin, you must come to the 7th high school at once. Something monumental has occurred." On the other end, Lu Qiron's voice was laced with palpable excitement. "Has Earth been invaded by aliens? Or has a solar flare triggered humanity's doom?" Jun Lin retorted, clearly reluctant. Lu Qiron paused, taken aback, before responding with a hint of annoyance. "It's not that dire, but the leaders of 2 prestigious 985 universities have come personally to meet you." Upon hearing this, Jun Lin, who had just risen, flopped back down, muttering, "They want to see me, not the other way around. I'll go once I've had enough sleep." Thud. The call ended abruptly. Lu Qiron was left in a state of shock. In the past, upon learning that the leaders of 985 universities wished to meet him, Jun Lin would have hastily thrown on his clothes and rushed over. But now, it seemed Jun Lin had become somewhat haughty. The most disheartening aspect for Lu Qiron was that the 2 individuals standing beside him had overheard every word of their exchange. These 2 were none other than the representatives dispatched by the 985 super universities, Vice President Wang, who of Magic City University, and Colonel Jin Long of Jiangnan Military Academy. Not only were Wang Hu and Jin Long men of significant stature, but they were also both 9-star warriors, the pinnacle of combat prowess beneath the extraordinary. Lu Qiron, a mere 6-star warrior, dared not even breathe freely in their presence. The hierarchy among warriors was rigidly defined. Typically, a difference of 1 star in rank equated to a 2-fold disparity in combat capability. In the realm of blue-star warriors, such a difference could spell instant demise. This little fellow has quite the character. To Lu Qiron's surprise, the usually stern and rigid Colonel Jin Long nodded slightly. Lu Qiron was speechless. Everyone knew that Colonel Jin Long held rules in the highest regard, and students at Jiangnan Military Academy faced severe consequences for even the slightest infraction. Yet, upon encountering Jun Lin, he seemed to have softened his demeanor. Wang Hu also chimed in with hearty laughter. "The path of cultivation is one that should be pursued with authenticity. This young lad has grasped this truth even before entering our Magic City University. Truly a prodigy." Lu Qiron's expression darkened. How can the vice president of Magic City University stoop to such flattery? If you continue like this, Jun Lin will become insufferably proud. Nonsense. It is Jiangnan Military Academy that would squander his talents. He belongs with us. Jin Long retorted, raising an eyebrow in discontent at Wang Hu's comments. Preposterous. It is your academy that would be a waste. Wang Hu shot Jin Long a fierce glare. Soon, the tension in the room escalated, and these 2 titans, disregarding Lu Qiron's presence, began to exchange sharp retorts. Ultimately, neither party could sway the other, and they rolled up their sleeves, prepared to step outside and settle the matter with a physical confrontation to see whose reasoning held more weight. Chapter 38, The Family Heirloom, 7 Dragon Balls. By midday, Jun Lin whistled a cheerful tune as he finally arrived at 7th High School. However, upon approaching the campus, he sensed something amiss. With the college entrance examinations looming, the atmosphere, which was usually bustling, felt unnaturally tense. The campus was filled with unfamiliar faces, and numerous security personnel were on high alert. A brief inquiry revealed the reason. The dignitaries from 2 985 universities had come to 7th High School, causing a significant stir throughout the city of Jinling. The principals of the 1st through 6th high schools had all rushed over, eager to make a favorable impression in front of the distinguished guests. As soon as Jun Lin stepped through the school gates, he was ushered into a conference room. The spacious room was filled with esteemed school leaders whom he usually admired from afar. At that moment, the principals of the 1st through 6th high schools sat obediently, like students, maintaining perfect posture and silence as they listened intently to the pearls of wisdom from the distinguished guests. Ah, so this is the illustrious Jun Lin. Indeed, strikingly handsome, dignified, erudite, and exceptionally talented, a true pillar of our nation, Wang Hu exclaimed, rising to his feet with a warm smile and a friendly demeanor. The other school leaders were left feeling embarrassed, some even pinching their ears in disbelief. Unlike the others, Jun Lin found himself instantly favoring this man. Despite it being their first encounter, Wang Hu had managed to pinpoint qualities even Jun Lin had yet to recognize in himself. Truly, he was a man of discernment. How shameless. Jin Long thought bitterly. Jun Lin, I am Colonel Jin Long of Jiangnan Military Academy. A true man should aspire to greatness and stand boldly in defense of our homeland. This is the pride ingrained in every son of Huaxia. His impassioned speech stirred many in attendance, igniting a fervor even within Jun Lin, who felt compelled to take up arms against beasts and foes. This is moral coercion, Wang Hu bellowed, cutting through the fervor. Jun Lin is merely a child. He should not be burdened with thoughts of defending the homeland. Such matters are for adults. He turned to Jun Lin, his voice oozing temptation. In Magic City, we are blessed with exceptional talent. Our city boasts the highest number of beautiful women in the nation. The top 10 campus beauties at Magic City University are all stunning. Should you join us, we can arrange official pairings for you. Take your pick. Wang Hu's words were essentially a surefire tactic, one of his trump cards. What young person wouldn't want to thrive in a place abundant with beauty and the freedom to choose a partner? Wang Hu, you have gone too far. Jin Long glared at him, enraged by his use of such tactics, implying that he felt Jiangnan Military Academy was inferior. It is not inferiority. There is simply no comparison. Wang Hu sneered. We soldiers uphold integrity, unlike you who resort to underhanded methods. Jin Long retorted sternly, then turned to Jun Lin with a gentler tone. Jiangnan Military Academy welcomes you. Feel free to propose any conditions, and we shall comply. Magic City University also invites you to present any conditions, and we shall add an official pairing. Wang Hu quickly interjected, eager not to let Jin Long snatch him away. We will also provide a pairing, and make it two. Jin Long conceded, maintaining his integrity. We will offer you four. Wang Hu said confidently, casting a disdainful glance at his opponent. The astonishing exchange between these two prominent figures left everyone in the room dumbfounded, rendered speechless by the absurdity of the scene. The sight of a vice president and a colonel, both 9-star warriors, so shamelessly vying for a single student, was utterly beyond belief. Gentlemen, could you perhaps exhibit a modicum of restraint? I would prefer not to be silenced after this. Someone mused internally. In truth, both Wang Hu and Jin Long wished to exhibit restraint, but the consequences of doing so were too severe to bear. They recalled their superiors' admonitions before their departure. No matter the cost, ensure that this promising talent is brought back. Thus, both Wang Hu and Jin Long arrived with unwavering determination. Principal Chu of the 1st high school felt a tumult of emotions. Their own student, Yi Qianqian, was a specially recruited student with a talent for telekinesis. Yet Magic City University had merely sent a letter of special admission. Looking at the treatment afforded to Jun Lin, the disparity was glaringly evident. Caught in the crossfire of this situation, Jun Lin felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, unable to bear the enthusiasm of these two eminent figures. Continuing in such a competitive manner, even when Jun Lin reaches university, he will undoubtedly become the nemesis of all the male students. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he struggled to politely decline the goodwill of the two individuals. Dear seniors, allow me to express a thought. Your universities are truly exceptional. Places I have long aspired to attend. It would be an honor to be accepted by any of them. However, I find myself overwhelmed with commitments. And I currently have a matter of great importance that may hinder my studies, which I fear might disappoint you both. Although his words were a refusal, the discerning could easily grasp the underlying implications. As expected, both individuals were astute, their eyes lighting up with intrigue. Wang Hu spoke first. Jun Lin, have you encountered a dilemma? Though I am merely a 9-star, my network is substantial. Feel free to share, and I shall certainly assist you. Indeed, reveal your predicament. And with our military academy's connections to the Huaxia military department, we are far more capable than that mere Wang Hu. Jin Long replied confidently. Jun Lin had been awaiting such a response. Since these two esteemed figures had made grand promises, he would not hold back. Seniors, here is the matter at hand. Jun Lin began to weave a fabricated tale to enchant those who had never encountered the Dragon Ball anime. In the era prior to the apocalypse era, my family, the Jun family, was a prestigious lineage. According to our family tree, we possess a priceless heirloom, 7 glass spheres adorned with stars, known as the Dragon Balls. This set of Dragon Balls symbolizes the honor of the Jun family. However, following the arrival of extraterrestrial meteors and the onset of the apocalypse era, they have scattered across the globe over the years. My father and I have only managed to recover one of the Dragon Balls after years of searching, and this quest has become a curse that hinders my earnest cultivation. As Jun Lin concluded his narrative, the listeners were rapt with attention, harboring no doubts about its authenticity. They had no prior knowledge of the Dragon Balls, thus naturally accepting them as the Jun family's treasured heirlooms. Jun Lin, is your pressing concern the search for the 7 Dragon Balls? Someone inquired. Indeed, Jun Lin exclaimed, retrieving his phone from his pocket to display a photo he had taken before embarking on his journey. Esteemed seniors, this is the 3-star ball I have located among the 7. A throng of individuals gathered around, eager to memorize the appearance of the Dragon Ball. This was a crucial token to strengthen their rapport with Jun Lin, should they be fortunate enough to find one to present to him. They would undoubtedly earn a significant boost in goodwill. Chapter 39, Training Under Burden. Jun Lin never imagined he would one day be the recipient of others' goodwill. Happiness came unexpectedly. In the conference room, Wang Hu and Jin Long exchanged glances, sparks of excitement dancing in their eyes. They understood. Assisting him in the search for the Dragon Balls was the condition Jun Lin had laid forth, as long as they helped him reclaim the Dragon Balls. This goodwill would be assured. Jun Lin, leave this matter to us. Observing the 2 esteemed figures making such bold promises, Jun Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Internally, he reveled in his cleverness. With just a little ingenuity on his part, others were willing to toil for him. This sensation was exhilarating. Then I shall rely on you. Esteemed seniors, he graciously bowed to the assembly, eliciting another round of praises. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly. As Jun Lin departed from the 7th high school, he felt as though the very air had transformed into something refreshing. As long as he maintained his persona as a genius, and the heirloom Dragon Balls belonged to his family, who would dare to snatch them from him? He would confront anyone who attempted such a thing. Simultaneously, news of Jun Lin's search for the heirloom Dragon Balls reached many powerful factions across the nation. Consequently, orders were dispatched to investigate the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Securing the Jun family's heirloom would forge valuable connections. If Jun Lin were to rise to prominence, he could exchange the Dragon Balls for opportunities with them. At the Xingham Martial Arts Academy, Zhang Bin greeted Jun Lin with a cheerful grin. Great genius. I have heard that leaders from 2 prestigious 985 universities have come to Jinling, both aiming to recruit you. Indeed, I just returned from the 7th high school, where I met with 2 prominent figures, Jun Lin replied, flopping onto the sofa and picking up Zhang Bin's tablet to search for something. Have you decided which university to attend? Shanghai or Jiangnan? Zhang Bin inquired curiously. It matters not where I go. Even in university, I will not remain idle, and I cannot simply confine myself to the campus. Suddenly, Jun Lin's eyes lit up as he focused on a particular item in the online store. What are you looking for? Zhang Bin leaned over to see what Jun Lin had chosen and was taken aback. It was a special weighted training suit, crafted from ultra-heavy tungsten alloy. Though it appeared as an ordinary training outfit, it weighed a staggering 1,000 kilograms. For an ordinary 4-star martial artist, donning such a suit would render movement exceedingly difficult, even more so than for an average person. Jun Lin, you are merely a 4-star and a dragon-level genius. There is no need for you to undergo weighted training, Zhang Bin advised. However, Jun Lin was known for his obstinacy. He smiled and proceeded to transfer the payment for the weighted training suit. It was reasonably priced at 800,000 per set for this 1,000 kilogram training suit. Instructor Zhang, please refrain from advising me. Since I am a genius, I must tread an unconventional path. In the realm of martial artists on Blue Star, some indeed employed weights for training, but those individuals were all 7-star martial artists or above, who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and resorted to weighted training in search of a breakthrough. After all, while weighted training may sound simple, it is incredibly arduous. Once donned, the weighted suit cannot be easily removed. It must be worn at all times. The body will endure immense pressure constantly, even while eating and sleeping. The latent potential within will gradually be awakened, and once the weight is shed, one will experience a significant surge in combat power, achieving a breakthrough in cultivation. In the world of Dragon Ball, weighted training is standard among the main characters. Jun Lin, possessing Saiyan blood, found such training to be second nature. Zhang Bin attempted to dissuade him a few more times, but upon realizing he could not change Jun Lin's mind, he ultimately relented. A knock echoed through the door. Come in. Upon opening the door, 2 3-star martial artists entered, carrying a large box. The manner in which they walked indicated that the contents were undoubtedly heavy. Thud. The heavy object was placed on the ground. Jun Lin approached and opened the box to reveal a pure black training suit, crafted from high-tech materials that felt elastic and smooth to the touch. Wow, is this the training suit weighing a ton? I can hardly contain my excitement. After shedding his previous attire, he donned the weighted training suit, now clad in only his shorts. The weight of 1 ton pressed down upon him, a staggering multiple of his own body weight. Instantly, a powerful pressure enveloped him, akin to being in a gravity chamber. Jun Lin's original combat power of 240 plummeted drastically due to the added weight, stabilizing at a mere 80. He had directly lost 160 points in combat power, equivalent to that of a novice 4-star martial artist. Excellent. This is precisely what I sought, Jun Lin exclaimed, leaping energetically on the spot, causing the ground to reverberate. Though the training suit appeared unremarkable at first glance, he resolved to diligently hone his body in the days to come, striving to elevate his cultivation swiftly. When the topic of cultivation arises, one cannot neglect the mention of the gene serum number 1. Unsurprisingly, after numerous experiments, this priceless treasure valued at 30 million proved to be quite effective. He still used his formerly mediocre self as a benchmark. Prior to consumption, his cultivation speed was a staggering 1,000 times. After ingestion, it surged to approximately 1050 times. However, when it comes to enhancing human potential, none compare to the Grand Elder of Namek from the Dragon Ball universe, who can directly transcend his limits without any side effects. As evening descended upon the Xingham Martial Arts School, within the gravity training chamber, he donned his weighted gear and eagerly arrived, yearning to challenge his own limits. At that moment, Jun Lin lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, as the immense pressure made even the slightest movement of his fingers a Herculean task. Who would have thought that I would be so utterly crushed by tenfold gravity? It appears I must adopt a gradual approach. Let's begin with 5-fold gravity. Issuing a command, the gravity chamber swiftly adjusted to 5 times the standard. With a sudden lightness, Jun Lin rose from the floor, gasping for breath. That was perilously close. Had I lingered any longer, I might have been crushed. The current 5-fold gravity was just right for him, challenging yet manageable for training. Without hesitation, he began multitasking, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air while relentlessly pushing his physical limits. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer sprint. No matter how arduous or exhausting, he persevered to complete these exercises, driven solely by the desire to become the strongest man. Initially, under 5-fold gravity, completing this rigorous routine took him 2 hours. Yet, the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, unparalleled by any ordinary being, was inherently destined for greatness. By the second day, the time required to finish the same routine had diminished to an hour and a half. On the third day, it shrank again, allowing him to complete it in merely an hour. However, on the fourth day, he did not train, for it was the day of the college entrance examination. In the year 266 of the Apocalypse era, on June 10th, the Huaxiao nation welcomed this year's college entrance examination. When Jun Lin excitedly dashed to the 7th high school, he was astonished to receive the news. Due to his status as a dragon-level genius with an exceptionally high combat power, he was exempt from the local examination in Jinling City and would instead proceed directly to the final competition. This year's final competition was scheduled to take place in one of the 5 major provincial cities, the Magic City province. In 10 days, the top scorers from 32 base cities, along with some specially recruited geniuses, would converge in the Magic City province for a true contest of brilliance. In the principal's office, Lu Qiran, wearing a smile, handed Jun Lin an envelope, which would grant him immediate access to the Magic City for the final competition. Jun Lin appeared somewhat disappointed. With his formidable prowess, he had anticipated relishing the opportunity to dominate and teach the novice students a lesson. Reluctantly, he returned to his rigorous training. This training was relentless, an unending cycle. Soon, 5-fold gravity ceased to exert a significant influence over him. The extreme exercises he had devised could now be completed in just 30 minutes. Consequently, he adjusted the gravity to 6-fold. The sudden increase in weight reintroduced a measure of pressure, making the execution of the afterimage fist considerably challenging. Another round of adaptation and new training ensued. As time rushed forward, one morning, a notification echoed in his mind. Your sign-in period has reset. Would you like to sign in? Without hesitation, he confirmed. In an instant, a colossal, semi-ethereal treasure chest materialized before him. As the lid of the chest slowly opened, a brilliant white light emanated forth. Ding! You have obtained Capsule Warehouse. Capsule Warehouse, a common item from the Dragon Ball universe, created by Dr. Briefs. A product that transcends time, featuring a vast internal space capable of storing various materials. Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback, and then a capsule-like object appeared in his hand, complete with a button. The appearance of the universal capsule was quite fortuitous. It would certainly alleviate any concerns about insufficient storage while embarking on future adventures. He was aware that the corpses of demon beasts held considerable value, particularly those of 5-star demon beasts, which fetch prices exceeding $1 million. The flesh of demon beasts was rich in energy and, when consumed regularly, could significantly enhance physical attributes. Their feathers, claws, teeth, and bones served as materials for crafting armor and weapons. With this capsule warehouse, he could effortlessly transport the corpses of demon beasts back home after vanquishing them. Recalling his last outing, where he had slain no fewer than 100 demon beasts, he felt a pang of regret at the thought of selling them all. It would have netted him at least several million Huaxia. Regaining his composure, he returned to the gravity chamber for training. Each day, he completed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer sprint. After 7 days, he was able to run effortlessly under 7-fold gravity while carrying a ton of weight. In a flash, 4 identical afterimages appeared, rendering it impossible to distinguish between them. Roaring with determination, he struck the punching bag with a powerful blow, obliterating it entirely. This period of training had significantly enhanced Jun Lin's strength. He himself could not ascertain the exact extent of his growth. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he activated his combat power detector and aimed it at himself. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 170. Under weighted conditions, his combat power had reached 170 points, marking his entry into the realm of a 5-star warrior. It was difficult to fathom how much his power would increase once he shed the weight. Jun Lin even speculated that he might break through the bottleneck into the 6-star warrior realm. If that were the case, he would surpass even the students in their final year at a prestigious 985 university before he had even enrolled. It is worth noting that the typical final year students at such institutions are merely 5-star warriors, with only the most exceptional geniuses attaining the 6-star level. Oh no, am I displaying too much talent? This might make everyone else seem inept. Jun Lin, reveling in his own prowess, chuckled to himself. Never mind. I'll keep this weight on for now. Revealing just 5-star warrior status will suffice, lest I frighten those with weak hearts. I wouldn't want to face any legal repercussions. Humming a cheerful tune, Jun Lin calmly exited the gravity chamber, only to have another system notification appear in his mind, indicating that his sign-in count had reset once more. He nonchalantly opted to sign in. Ding, you have obtained the skill, Wolf-Fang Fist. Wolf-Fang Fist, a common skill from the Dragon Ball universe, created by Yamcha. Characterized by swift attack speed akin to the wind and ferocity reminiscent of a pack of wolves tearing into prey, it is a formidable close combat technique. What a pity. If only Yamcha's signature move, the Spirit Ball, were available, it would be much more entertaining. Upon receiving this reward, Jun Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, this stage of martial artists primarily focuses on close-quarters combat, and the Wolf-Fang Fist would serve him well. Battling opponents would feel like child's play. After absorbing this skill, his proficiency in the Wolf-Fang Fist automatically reached its zenith. As Jun Lin unleashed this technique, he transformed into a ferocious wolf, his speed instantly heightened. Accompanied by the skill's inherent sound effects, the gravity chamber resonated with the howls of a pack of wolves. Jun Lin's hands seemed to morph into claws, delivering a flurry of strikes towards the front in an instant. Swift as the wind and vicious as a wolf, such is the essence of this move. After concluding his training, Jun Lin exited the gravity chamber, barely pausing to hydrate before receiving a phone call. Hello, Principal Liu, what can I do for you? Nothing much. Just a friendly reminder that the final examination for the National College Entrance Examination is the day after tomorrow. You need to prepare, tomorrow morning. You'll be taking a private jet to the magical city alongside Yi Qianqian. Oh, how time flies. I understand. After hanging up, Jun Lin returned home. Ever since dealing with Zhao Gang and his son, his family had moved back from the small inn. No matter how small the house, it was still their home. During dinner, Jun Lin was lost in thought, his silence not going unnoticed by Jun Changyuan, who inquired, Little Lin, what troubles you? After a moment of contemplation, Jun Lin replied, Dad, I will definitely be leaving Jinling City in the future. What will you and Jiyue do? Having never spent a long time apart from his father and sister, he felt a twinge of worry about their well-being during his absence. Upon hearing this, Jun Changyuan relaxed and said in a solemn tone, Children grow up and inevitably leave. Though it's hard for me, I have no choice but to learn to accept reality. He then looked at Jiyue and added, It's just that your sister might feel a bit sad. As expected, Xia Jiyue's eyes brimmed with tears, and she could no longer hold back her emotions, choking out, Wu, I don't want my brother to leave. If you go, who will protect me from bullies? Can you really be at ease? Jun Lin admitted, I don't want to be apart from you both either. Therefore, to ensure we can still be together in the future, you both must prepare for the move. What do you mean? Jun Changyuan asked, puzzled. Xia Jiyue gazed at him in confusion. What I mean is, regardless of which university I attend this time, I will bring my family with me. We must always stay together, Jun Lin said with a smile. Chapter 41, The Pearl of the Orient, the Magical City. The following day, a specially modified aircraft ascended from the skies of Jinling City, destined for the Magical City, situated 1,200 kilometers away. Since the advent of the apocalypse era, the land of Blue Star has expanded multiple times, making air travel an exceedingly lavish affair. Not only are there numerous ground monsters, but aerial beasts also roam the skies, especially the eagle and rock-type monsters, which can soar to altitudes of tens of thousands of meters. Should a conventional aircraft encounter them, it would likely suffer catastrophic destruction. Presently, only aircraft that have undergone cutting-edge modifications are capable of withstanding monster attacks, equipped with the fire god cannons capable of slaying seven-star beasts and dispersing their disruptive sound waves. Consequently, the cost of operating such flights is exorbitantly high. Even for the mere distance from Jinling to the Magical City, the expenses amount to tens of millions. Inside the cabin, devoid of windows to view the outside scenery, Jun Lin lounged on a VIP sofa, snacking on sunflower seeds. Opposite him sat a long-haired girl, quite attractive. Hee. I'm truly remarkable for securing the top spot in the Jinling City College entrance examination, aren't I? Yi Qianqian gleefully admired a brand-new flying knife, reveling in her achievement. What are you being vain about? You only secured first place because I didn't participate in the Jinling exam. Had I taken part, you would barely managed to come in second, Jun Lin retorted, dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. Yi Qianqian, once brimming with joy, felt her pride deflated upon being confronted with the truth. As a telekinetic master, she was supposed to be an invincible entity, but in Jun Lin's presence, she couldn't maintain even a shred of her usual aloofness. Jun Lin, do you have a girlfriend? Yi Qianqian suddenly posed a rather personal question. Jun Lin was taken aback, wondering if she was drawn to his undeniable charm, seeking to win his affections. After assessing her figure and appearance, he deemed her youthful allure acceptable, albeit not as impressive as Bai Jia's. I don't have a girlfriend. Why do you ask? Jun Lin replied. Upon hearing his response, Yi Qianqian nodded in agreement. That's just as well. With your proud and arrogant demeanor, self-righteousness, and that terrible temper, any girl would have to be blind not to overlook you. Her words struck like a barrage, darkening Jun Lin's expression, and he retorted angrily. I can tolerate your comments about other matters, but calling me ugly is an affront to my excellent genes. You are ugly, undeniably ugly. Yi Qianqian persisted defiantly, striving to best him in their verbal sparring. Little did she anticipate that Jun Lin, now fuming, would resort to physicality, seizing the slender Yi Qianqian as if she were a mere chick. Little girl, it seems you're asking for a lesson today. The cabin erupted in a cacophony of playful scuffling, interspersed with the girl's pleas for mercy and the boy's triumphant laughter. A five-star warrior stationed outside the cabin pricked up his ears, a sly grin creeping across his face. To be young is truly wonderful. Several hours later, the plane safely landed. Jun Lin emerged from the aircraft, invigorated, gazing at the bustling Oriental Pearl, the Magical City, and proclaimed with grandiosity, I, Jun Lin, have arrived in the Magical City. Yi Qianqian, still nursing the sting of her backside, followed suit, muttering, just wait, Jun Lin, I will repay this debt tenfold when the opportunity arises. At that moment, their designated escort's eyes lit up as he hurried over, respectfully inquiring, are you the esteemed Jun Lin and Yi Qianqian from Jinling City? Yes, that's us. And you are? Jun Lin responded. I'm Zheng, your bodyguard and guide during your stay in the Magical City. Here is my identification. After reviewing the credentials with no issues, Jun Lin was astonished by the man's prowess, realizing he was a six-star warrior. Indeed, this is the Magical City, employing a six-star warrior as a guide for students. Zheng led them to the hotel designated for the finals, and after completing the registration process, the trio gradually became acquainted. Jun Lin, I am your staunch supporter. You must win this time. As a dragon-level genius, Jun Lin had become a household name, drawing the attention of countless admirers, particularly with the upcoming National College Entrance Examination Finals, which would showcase the finest talents from across the nation. Among them, the most radiant star was undoubtedly Jun Lin. Even Yi Qianqian, known as a genius telekinetic, appeared overshadowed in his presence. Mr. Zheng, why are you so excited? Jun Lin asked, puzzled. I have placed a hefty bet on you, so of course, I'm excited. Jun Lin realized the extent of the official betting presence, intrigued by the prospect. How much did you wager? He inquired. Not much. Just mortgaged my house and car to secure a loan of over 10 million. Wow, you're quite the risk taker. Jun Lin thought, a tremor of surprise coursing through him. With others believing in him so fervently, he felt compelled to strive harder, lest he disappoint this supporter. However, he also found himself intrigued by the betting world. contemplating how to capitalize on it further. It is widely acknowledged that the housing prices in the 5 major provinces are exceedingly high, particularly in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, which is renowned for its exorbitant costs. To aspire for a better life necessitates a spacious abode, preferably a villa, ideally a standalone residence with its own garden. Upon inquiring, he discovered that the price per square meter in an average neighborhood reached an astounding 100,000, nearly rivaling the prices before the resurgence of spiritual energy. As for standalone villas with gardens, they start at several million. Although he possessed 100 million Chinese yuan, it would suffice for a modest villa. Yet he was far from affording a standalone estate. Yi Qianqian, taken aback, also found herself astonished by the soaring property prices in Shanghai. Simultaneously, she felt a profound sorrow for the ordinary individuals residing there, for many toil tirelessly throughout their lives only to find themselves unable to afford even a restroom, relegated to government-subsidized housing. Adjacent to the venue of the college entrance examination, there stood a betting center. Jun Lin and Yi Qianqian arrived to find the place teeming with people, all engrossed in speculating who would emerge as this year's top scorer. He approached the manager to review the odds for the examination's top performer. Upon seeing his name, his brow furrowed in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Have you made a mistake? Jun Lin, such an extraordinary talent, is ranked 4th? Yi Qianqian, momentarily stunned, leaned in to take a look, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. While she found it difficult to assess Jun Lin's capabilities in various respects, she was unequivocally certain of his formidable combat prowess. Before them lay a betting sheet issued by the official betting agency, the order of which essentially reflected the official rankings of the examination. First place, Hua Tinjing, odds 1-1. Second place, Bai Wuhan, odds 1-15. Third place, Jiang Qinyu, odds 1-2. Fourth place, Jun Lin, odds 1-3. 33rd place, Yi Qianqian, odds 1-20. Confronted with Jun Lin's confusion, the betting manager calmly explained, "These odds are derived from expert analyses, based on the strength exhibited by the participants. If you wish to support Jun Lin, you may place a bet on him." "Of course. That is precisely why I am here," Jun Lin declared, promptly producing a card to hand over to the individual. "How much would you like to wager on Jun Lin?" "Sir?" Extending a finger, Jun Lin slowly replied, 100 million. At this proclamation, the once vibrant betting center fell into a profound silence. Countless gamblers stared wide-eyed at Jun Lin and the bank card in his hand. Most individuals wagered merely hundreds or thousands, with occasional bets in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. However, encountering a bold wager of 100 million was unprecedented for them. Did this young man possess such unwavering confidence in the one known as Jun Lin? At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Jun Lin's face, which bore a striking resemblance to the promotional posters. "Oh, that's him. It's Jun Lin." The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as throngs of people rushed over to ingratiate themselves with him. "Sir, could you please hurry?" Jun Lin urged. The betting manager, regaining composure, promptly initiated the process. Before long, a specially crafted betting slip was placed in Jun Lin's hands. "Huh, 400 million in hand," Jun Lin exclaimed, clutching the slip tightly before dashing off. Left behind, Yi Qianqian stamped her foot in frustration, muttering a few curses before deciding to place a wager of her own for several thousand. Just as she was about to swipe her card, regret washed over her. "Sigh. Boss, change my bet to Jun Lin and adjust the amount to 2 million, please." Faced with the moment, she could not bear to let several thousand slip away. Opting for the wisest course of action, Jun Lin ventured forth, running until he lost track of the distance covered. Upon realizing his surroundings, he found himself amidst the ceaseless flow of the streets. He was unconcerned, as the finals were not set to commence until the following day. Today was merely an opportunity to explore. As he strolled down a street, he came upon a quaint little milk tea shop. Inside, a young girl was busily preparing drinks, while a handsome man with white hair engaged her in conversation, seemingly attempting to charm her. Feeling a bit parched, Jun Lin entered the shop and inquired, "Which flavor of cold drink is the most popular?" The girl adeptly replied, "Welcome. Given the current heat, our jasmine peach, purple grape slush, and strawberry bubble tea are quite popular." "All right, I'll have one of each. Make sure to reduce the sugar and add extra ice." After completing the payment, the girl returned to her tasks. At that moment, the white-haired young man spoke up, his tone tinged with arrogance. "Xiaoling, this lifestyle isn't suitable for you. Just say the word, and I'll ensure you live a life of luxury, free from worries." The girl shot him a glance, responding bluntly, "I'm not fond of guys who dye their hair, especially not white-haired ones. It's just too lame." Jun Lin stifled a laugh, barely managing to suppress it. The white-haired youth, touching his hair, replied with exasperation, "This isn't dyed. It has been this color since birth." "Then dye it black, and I might consider it." It was evident that the girl possessed a hint of interest. Instantly, the white-haired youth shook his head vigorously, decisively declining. No way. This is a mark of our by family's extraordinary lineage. If I were to die at black, my grandfather would surely beat me to a pulp. Jun Lin, who had been observing the exchange, was taken aback. An extraordinary lineage? Could it be that this white-haired youth hailed from a distinguished family? Sensing the energy within him, Jun Lin discerned that although the youth was young, his level was not to be underestimated, possessing a power level of 42 stars, barely trailing behind his own. From the youth's spiritual energy, Jun Lin could also sense a fiery essence, indicative of his innate talent. Oh, this white-haired fellow possesses a fire attribute talent of 42 stars. Truly, Shanghai is a place where remarkable individuals abound. Even a simple trip for milk tea reveals such intriguing characters. At that moment, the skies darkened, and fine rain began to fall. In June, the weather shifts as swiftly as a child's mood. After purchasing his milk tea, Jun Lin intended to leave, but upon noticing the rain, he decided to linger for a while to seek shelter. The sudden downpour prompted pedestrians to scramble for cover. The pedestrian street was soon devoid of life, a stark contrast to its previous bustle. Suddenly, Jun Lin sensed a powerful presence approaching within 100 meters. Goodness, who could that be? He thought, alarmed by the swiftness of the figure. Their strength is at 6 stars. Everyone, be cautious. His eyes widened, and he shouted, alerting the others. In an instant, a flurry of ice spikes pierced through the air, shattering glass and wood as they hurtled towards the three inside the shop. Jun Lin reacted with lightning speed, his fists smashing the incoming ice projectiles. With a swift kick, he shattered the glass door and propelled himself outside. Meanwhile, he heard the white-haired youth calling out, Xiaoling, are you all right? With a heavy heart, he lamented the sudden attack, fearing that the milk tea girl might have been inadvertently harmed. On the drenched street, rain poured relentlessly. Jun Lin looked up to see a masked man before him, whose physique and skin suggested he was a middle-aged individual. Given the circumstances, Jun Lin had mentally prepared himself for such an encounter. Oh, the trials that come with being exceptionally talented often lead to various dangers. He refrained from engaging in idle chatter, executing a swift movement that caused him to vanish from sight in an instant, leaving only a lingering afterimage standing vacantly. The masked individual was no ordinary foe. He was a 6-star warrior, adept in the art of transforming water into ice, particularly proficient in ranged and area attacks. However, his vulnerability lay in close-quarters combat. With a slight furrow of his brow, the masked man sensed something amiss. He reached out, summoning countless raindrops that morphed into ice spikes, which hurtled toward the afterimage. The phantom shattered in an instant. Where do you think you're striking? Jun Lin suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a powerful punch downward. Nevertheless, the masked man was clad in 5-star battle armor, which mitigated half of the force behind Jun Lin's blow. Utilizing the afterimage technique, he hastily created a multitude of phantoms, obscuring his true position and forcing the masked warrior to recklessly fire ice spikes in an attempt to disperse the illusions. After shattering 7 or 8 afterimages, an ominous feeling surged within him, compelling him to pivot quickly. Bang! Awaiting him was a devastating kick that landed squarely between his legs. Arg! The masked man could not suppress a cry of agony. Even with his 5-star armor providing formidable defense, such a targeted assault rendered him nearly incapacitated. What an opportunity! Jun Lin materialized before the masked man, seizing the moment of distraction to unleash his ultimate move, the Wolf Fang Fist. Chapter 43, Annihilation, Codename 48. Jun Lin channeled all his strength for a fierce close-range strike. The air resonated with the howls of wolves, and beneath the mask, the warrior's eyes beheld a pack of bloodthirsty, savage wolves encircling him. Tat 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 tat. Countless fists and claws assaulted his body, and even 5-star armor could not fully withstand such an onslaught. In an instant, the masked man was battered and bruised. Bang! Another powerful upward kick sent him soaring several meters into the air. What a perfect chance! Jun Lin's hands formed a blossom-like shape, a blue energy sphere expanding within his palms, brimming with destructive potential. The Kamehameha wave surged forth like a meteor, racing toward the airborne masked warrior, engulfing him in an instant. Amidst the thunderous roar, the masked man's armor disintegrated, his hair singed, as he crashed heavily to the ground. Jun Lin approached, delivering a couple of kicks, only to find the masked man still clinging to life. Well, you're lucky. If I had shed my burdens, your life would have been forfeit, he muttered before hastening toward the bubble tea shop. The scene was one of devastation. The white-haired youth appeared unscathed, frantically calling for assistance. The bubble tea girl lay in a pool of blood, with ice spikes piercing her abdomen, thighs, and arms. Fortunately, none had struck her heart or brain, and her face remained unmarred. She should recover fully. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter echoed from the sky, drawing closer. Before it even landed, 2 skilled individuals leaped down beside the bubble tea shop. They exchanged glances with the fallen assassin and Jun Lin, remaining silent as they rushed to the side of the white-haired youth. Soon, the bubble tea girl was lifted into the helicopter and whisked away to the nearest hospital. Jun Lin rubbed his nose, lamenting, "So, I've stumbled upon a super-rich heir. Yet, why squander your privilege chasing after bubble tea girls? Truly excessive." The battle had unfolded swiftly, and the helicopter's arrival was equally rapid. When the personnel from the Magic City Security Bureau received word of the incident, they rushed over, and even the rain ceased. Jun Lin lounged with his legs crossed, internally scoffing, "If I were relying on you lot for protection, I'd have perished countless times by now." Upon seeing Jun Lin unharmed, Gaijin finally exhaled in relief. As Jun Lin's bodyguard, any mishap would spell disaster for him. After escorting Jun Lin back to the hotel, Gaijin stood resolutely at the door, determined to prevent anyone from leaving even a step, lest any mishap occur. Finding himself bored, Jun Lin summoned Yi Qianqian to play cards. At that moment, her curiosity blazed as she bombarded him with questions. "Do you know who sent that assassin? What level of cultivation are you at now, to be able to turn the tables on him? Do you know the bubble tea girl and the white-haired elder? Should we go check on them?" Jun Lin retaliated with a light smack to her head, exasperated. "You're even more annoying than my sister." At the Magic City Security Bureau, in a specialized interrogation room, the masked assassin lay on a hospital bed. Director Yang was discussing the case with Wang Hu. As the vice president of Magic City University, Wang Hu took Jun Lin's situation very seriously and rushed over upon hearing the news. This individual hailed from the largest assassin organization in Blue Star, the Dark Web. And through data comparison, it was confirmed that he was codename 48. According to the records, codename 48 was a 64-star warrior with the talent to solidify water into ice. Wherever there was water, he could conjure countless weapons. He had come to Magic City to assassinate Jun Lin, as he had been placed on the Dark Web with a bounty of $10 million. This price was indicative of a 6-star assassin's worth, prompting codename 48 to accept the task. After outlining the case, Director Yang fell into deep thought, and Wang Hu mirrored his confusion. They simply could not fathom how such a 6-star assassin could be slain by a student. It defied logic. According to the records, Jun Lin had demonstrated a strength of 46 stars merely half a month ago, and even with rigorous training, he could have at most improved by 0.2 stars in that time. The notion of him defeating a 6-star assassin seemed utterly implausible. Yet, it had undeniably occurred. At that moment, a technician received a call and reported a discovery from the surveillance footage. Curiosity piqued. Wang Hu and Director Yang hurried to view the footage. The monitor displayed the scene of Jun Lin's confrontation with the assassin. Unfortunately, the rain and distance rendered the footage somewhat unclear. As the battle commenced, the situation grew increasingly bizarre. The masked assassin relentlessly attacked the air, ignoring Jun Lin, who was within arm's reach. "What is happening?" Director Yang inquired. The technician shook his head, confirming that they had adjusted the surveillance quality to its optimal state, yet the footage revealed only this strange spectacle. It was as if the masked assassin perceived countless phantoms before him, but the surveillance failed to capture them. At this realization, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. This was, in fact, a flaw of the afterimage technique. Ordinary surveillance could not record those phantoms, leading everyone to believe they were witnessing a ghostly apparition. The battle progressed rapidly, with Jun Lin employing the afterimage technique and formidable close combat skills to gradually overpower the masked assassin. After a series of brutal attacks, the masked assassin was launched into the air. Then, a captivating moment unfolded. Jun Lin's body suddenly erupted with blinding light as a massive laser shot forth from his hand, striking the masked assassin with pinpoint accuracy, ultimately leading to his defeat. After watching the footage, the two exchanged glances, their minds in a state of turmoil. One of the technicians remarked, "He must have been carrying a powerful laser weapon, which enabled him to defeat that assassin." The other technicians nodded in agreement. However, Director Yang and Wang Hu, being 9-star warriors, possess a far deeper understanding of matters. Beyond the 9 stars lies the realm of the extraordinary. The reason the extraordinary are referred to as such is that their abilities surpass the imagination of mere mortals. For instance, they can soar through the skies or unleash lethal energy attacks that are imperceptible to the naked eye. The assault executed by Jun Lin did not resemble that of a laser weapon. Instead, it bore a striking resemblance to the energy attacks of extraordinary beings. While he could not possibly be an extraordinary warrior, it was feasible that he possessed an extraordinary bloodline or had an extraordinary mentor. After much contemplation, Jun Lin proved to be rather extraordinary himself. Director Yang commanded his technical staff, "Eradicate all surveillance footage. No one is to disseminate information about this incident." The technicians, bewildered by Yang's orders, complied obediently, motivated by their own job security. Once everything was settled, Director Yang realized he had underestimated Jun Lin in the past. He also felt a deep respect for Wang Hu. Given Jun Lin's recent display, he was highly likely to emerge as the top scorer in this college entrance examination. With this thought, Director Yang suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and hurriedly dialed a number. Xiao Lu, head over to the betting center immediately. I wish to place a wager on Jun Lin as the champion. Let us go with 30 million. Wang Hu, somewhat speechless, picked up the phone as well. Chapter 44, The College Entrance Examination Finals, The Enchantress Elena. The following morning, within the colossal dome-shaped stadium of Magic City, the air was filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, and the venue was teeming with people, vibrant red flags waving. Zhang Bichigo, we adore you. Tianmei. Tianmei, forever the fairest. Countless voices echoed throughout the stadium, fervently cheering for their idols. One by one, the gifted participants entered, each drawing raucous applause from their supporters. Go Jun Lin. Champion. Jun Lin could hear his name being chanted, and as he looked up, he found mostly unfamiliar faces. Among them were a few acquaintances, including instructor Zhang Bin, Principal Lu Qiran from the 7th High School, and the principal of the 1st High School. What brought him the most joy was spotting his father, Jun Chuanyuan, and his sister, Xia Zhiyue, beside Principal Lu. His family waved enthusiastically at him, giving him thumbs up. Honestly, with you both here, I'm bound to feel nervous. Jun Lin chuckled, shaking his head. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted in the arena, signaling the arrival of a remarkable individual. Turning his gaze in that direction, Jun Lin beheld a young man with striking white hair, handsome features, and flamboyant attire. Ah, it's Bai Wuhan, the young master of the Bai family, the foremost prodigy of Magic City. Bai Wuhan, I sold my house to support you. Bai Wuhan waved at his numerous supporters, appearing to be in high spirits. Jun Lin then realized that the white-haired youth pursuing the bubble tea girl the day before was none other than Bai Wuhan, the second favorite for the championship. As a local member of an extraordinary family in Magic City, Bai Wuhan's influence was formidable, and Jun Lin, as an outsider, could scarcely contend with this local talent. Bai Wuhan soon noticed Jun Lin and jogged over. Brother, so you are Jun Lin. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. By the way, how is that young lady? Jun Lin still felt concerned for the bubble tea girl, as it was due to him that she had been injured. With the best doctors attending to her, Xiao Ling is fine now, Bai Wuhan replied cheerfully, adding, if not for yesterday's incident, she wouldn't have witnessed the strength of the Bai family and would undoubtedly have agreed to be my girlfriend. Well, that's a relief. Jun Lin sighed with relief. As more contestants entered, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. The excitement peaked when a girl in a green dress appeared, eliciting an even greater uproar. This young lady was none other than Hua Tinjing, the daughter of the esteemed Hua family from the capital, widely regarded as the favorite to win. Rumor had it that Hua Tinjing possessed a unique family talent, boasting a warrior star rating of 46, marking her as a dragon-level genius. As a leading contender for the championship and a beautiful woman, she naturally attracted throngs of admirers. Jun Lin nodded slightly, observing, she is quite attractive, with a sleek and refined appearance. Bai Wuhan concurred, no wonder she is the school beauty from the capital. Losing to her would be no shame. Yi Qianqian, unable to contain herself, scoffed, what a pair of lecherous wolves. Lastly, a young man in blue also stirred some commotion. He was said to be the top prodigy from Lingnan province, hailing from a military family, named Jiang Chini. Jun Lin assessed the aura of this individual and felt a hint of disdain. In this year's college entrance examination finals, there were a total of 64 participants. Among them, the highest-rated, Hua Tinjing, was merely at a rating of 46. Competing against these youngsters for the championship was akin to a father sparring with his son, lamenting unfulfilled potential. Were it not for the system reward of the Dragon Ball radar, he would have found it tedious to attend this spectacle. On the expansive arena stage, the host took the microphone to address the crowd. The venue gradually fell silent, everyone listening intently. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed classmates, welcome to this year's college entrance examination finals. We have 64 of China's brightest talents competing today, and I wish each of them great success. The host then invited the leaders of the event to speak. With a wave of the hand, a spotlight illuminated a designated area. A row of distinguished figures, all 9-star warriors, 3 in total, was seated there. It is worth noting that 9-star warriors are nearly at the pinnacle of their class and are rarely encountered. Each one is a prominent figure. The presence of 3 9-star warriors at this college entrance examination finals underscores the government's commitment to talent selection. A senior leader stood up, waving his hand, and began his speech. Those who have been students know that leaders tend to deliver long-winded speeches filled with platitudes. Just as everyone was on the verge of dozing off, the host finally reclaimed the microphone. We thank the leaders for their generous remarks. Now, the event officially commences. The matchups for this round of elite battles were randomly assigned by computer to eliminate any possibility of cheating. Now, let the top 32 confrontations begin. Those whose names are called, please step onto the stage. Jun Lin yawned, nearly falling asleep, but upon hearing that the fighting was about to begin, he perked up. On the arena stage, each prodigy exerted their utmost to showcase their talents, engaging in fierce battles. They had all attained at least a 35-star warrior rating, qualifying as tiger-level geniuses or top scorers in their respective cities. Even unarmed, they were formidable, with each clash resonating through the arena. Fortunately, the materials of the stage were specially designed to withstand damage, otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. After standing for a while, Jun Lin felt the urge to relieve himself. Thus, he ventured alone to the stadium's restroom, hoping to catch a glimpse of any long-legged beauties in black stockings along the way. As he approached the restroom, his eyes lit up when a mixed-race beauty clad in black stockings strolled towards him. Upon seeing Jun Lin, she appeared delighted, producing a poster of him and, with a heavy accent in her Chinese, said, "Mr. Jun, how wonderful. My name is Elena, and I am your fan. Could I ask for your autograph?" Taken aback, Jun Lin paused, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. As he stepped closer, the woman suddenly grasped his hand and seductively whispered, "Mr. Jun, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. You've truly captured my heart. May I request to spend a romantic evening with you?" "I'm afraid I must decline. I am a man of integrity and never indulge in relationships with fans." The sudden encounter left Jun Lin momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and withdrew his hand. The alluring mixed-race beauty displayed a look of regret, lamenting, "Oh, what a pity. Here is my hotel room keycard. I hope you might reconsider. I shall be waiting for you there." With that, she produced a card and slipped it into Jun Lin's hand before gracefully departing, her waist swaying enticingly. As Jun Lin examined the card, he noticed it bore a unique floral fragrance, intoxicating and capable of igniting an inexplicable heat within him. What a mysterious and furtive woman, he mused, casually tossing the card into a nearby trash bin. Initially, he had assumed this to be a cliché romantic encounter, yet he possessed an acute ability to discern one's aura. Although the woman had concealed herself well, she could not evade his perception. She was a formidable individual, at least a 6-star warrior, cleverly disguised as harmless. Jun Lin was uncertain of her intentions, but the likelihood of her being an adversary was substantial, prompting him to exercise caution. Chapter 45, Temptation, the arrival of the most notorious Saiyan. In her chamber, Elena knelt draped in a gossamer veil, her alabaster skin barely concealed, rendering her all the more enticing. A grave expression adorned her face as she murmured incantations, seemingly engaged in a ritual. Before her lay the pen Jun Lin had recently used, his signature, and a pilfered button. As a witch, she possessed numerous methods to manipulate and bewitch individuals. Anyone who came into contact with Elena was ensnared by her influence. However, this time, something had gone awry. She was unable to exert control. Elena's eyes widened in disbelief. As a 7-star witch, she found it incredulous that she could not dominate a mere 4-star warrior. Unwilling to concede, she began her experiments anew. Once, twice suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, suffering a severe backlash. How could this be? Elena was utterly perplexed. Little did she know that Jun Lin bore the bloodline of a Saiyan, a lineage renowned for its formidable immunity to mental assaults, rendering them nearly impossible to manipulate. Not even a 7-star witch like Elena, despite her extraordinary prowess, could assert control over him. After several failed attempts, Elena's eyes glinted with a cold resolve. Since she could not dominate Jun Lin, she would have to destroy him. Alongside her manipulation skills, she was exceptionally adept at seduction. She planned to discreetly incite the malevolent thoughts within Jun Lin, allowing them to fester and ultimately consume his reason, transforming him into a mindless killer. This way, she would not need to lift a finger. The official authorities of Huaxia would handle the matter. With focused determination, Elena began her incantation. Bala Bala on the final stage of the competition, the host, microphone in hand, cheerfully announced the upcoming match. Jun Lin would face Yang Wuming. While the large screen displayed their respective statistics, Jun Lin, student from Jinling No. 7 High School, Dragon-level genius, warrior star rating 46. Yang Wuming, top scorer of the college entrance examination in Dojiang City, tiger-level genius, warrior star rating 37. Jun Lin, my darling, you are the best. I love you to bits. Go, Jun Lin. I sold our house to support you. You must win the championship. As Jun Lin ascended the stage, the crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer, the atmosphere electric. As one of the only 2 dragon-level geniuses this year, Jun Lin had amassed a legion of fans, establishing himself as one of Huaxia's most outstanding talents. Like Zheng, who had mortgaged everything for Jun Lin's success, many were willing to gamble everything on him. Given that this event was being broadcast live, Jun Lin stood not only on that stage, but before the eyes of all who were invested in the college entrance examination finale. Countless spectators clutched tickets representing their life savings, eagerly watching the screen and cheering fervently. At this moment, 1,200 kilometers away in Jinling Bay City, Su Tingting stared blankly at the television broadcast, transfixed by the charismatic figure of the man she once knew. They had been friends, perhaps on the brink of something more. Alas, she had shattered that possibility with her own hands. Now, due to her previous injuries, she had underperformed in her exams, securing a spot only at an ordinary university. Meanwhile, the man she had once looked down upon, Jun Lin, had emerged as Huaxia's most brilliant genius, coveted by numerous prestigious universities. Su Tingting realized her grave mistake. Thus, in the future, she could only watch as Jun Lin's silhouette receded further into the distance, their paths forever diverging. Within the venue of the finals in Modu, the audience's cheers reached a crescendo, with over 90% chanting Jun Lin's name. This left Yang Wuming, positioned on the opposite side of the stage, feeling quite disheartened. As a distinguished tiger-level genius, he found himself overshadowed by Jun Lin's presence. Determined to showcase his abilities, he resolved to perform exceptionally well and hoped to last longer against Jun Lin in the match. Taking a few steps forward, Yang Wuming, with a feigned smile, addressed Jun Lin politely. "Brother, please show some mercy during the match. I would be eternally grateful." Jun Lin's expression appeared peculiar, his face twitching as if caught in some strange state. Yang Wuming felt a surge of irritation at his own awkwardness. As the host signaled the start of the match, a thud resonated from above the arena, marking the commencement of the battle. Yang Wuming eyed Jun Lin warily, adopting a combat stance, ready for action. However, Jun Lin remained stationary, seemingly lost in thought. What an opportunity! Yang Wuming would not indulge in pleasantries. Given his significant disadvantage in strength, he had no choice but to seize this moment. He launched the first strike, landing a punch squarely on Jun Lin's face, achieving a perfect hit. Despite Jun Lin appearing unharmed, he crouched, cradling his head in apparent agony. Success! Keep going. Yang Wuming, shaking out his numbed fist, relentlessly unleashed a flurry of blows upon the crouched Jun Lin, gaining the upper hand. This unexpected turn of events stunned the audience, who were left in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What is happening? What is Jun Lin doing? Fight back. It must be a fixed match. Refund us. Hurry up and stand up. I sold my house. If you lose, I'll have to jump off the roof. The atmosphere grew chaotic, resembling a bustling marketplace. Jun Lin's bizarre behavior also attracted the attention of several prominent figures. Wang Hu furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is going on with this guy? Could it be that yesterday's assassination attempt left him with lingering effects?" No one understood Jun Lin's condition or why he was acting so strangely, only noticing his pained expression as he clutched his head. Even Jun Lin himself was oblivious to the cause. He sensed an intrusion upon his mind, an attempt to control his thoughts. This was intolerable. He was of the noble Saiyan lineage, destined never to be enslaved. The mysterious presence had attempted multiple incursions, ultimately retreating and resorting to seduction instead. A voice within his mind incessantly urged him to kill the man before him, to slay everyone. This insidious whisper tormented Jun Lin, compelling him to clutch his head in distress. However, his willpower was formidable, far surpassing Elena's expectations. "Begone!" Jun Lin roared, the ground trembling in response to his fierce declaration. The audience and Yang Wuming were both taken aback. Inside the hotel room, Elena spat out another mouthful of blood. She had failed once again. Her once exquisite face was now marred with a look of sheer terror. She could hardly fathom how Jun Lin's willpower could be so formidable, capable of withstanding even the innate talents of a seven-star witch. The repeated backlash had left Elena feeling lightheaded, forcing her to reluctantly concede and reconsider her strategies. What Elena was unaware of was that her efforts had not been entirely in vain. Although she had failed to ensnare Jun Lin's mind and drive him to madness, she had inadvertently triggered a different, unforeseen transformation. The latent warrior spirit and tumultuous energy hidden within his Saiyan bloodline began to surge uncontrollably. Chapter 46. Jun Lin's terrifying strength. Bang! The rejuvenated Jun Lin effortlessly blocked Yang Wuming's punch, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "You were enjoying yourself just a moment ago." Yang Wuming realized that the man before him seemed to have returned to normal, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Jun Lin, however, was in no hurry. He extended a single finger towards Yang Wuming, sneering disdainfully. "What a waste. I could defeat you with just one finger." Furious at the implication of being defeated by a mere finger, Yang Wuming retorted, "I am a 38-star warrior, the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Dojang City. How could I possibly be vanquished by a single finger?" "Jun Lin, you are exceedingly arrogant." Yang Wuming, also a prodigy, was determined to showcase his own prowess, even if it meant losing. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Fist of Death, fueled by an unwavering belief in his victory. Yet, the only thing that met this powerful strike was a single finger. Is this your fist of death? Pathetically weak. Jun Lin's expression soured with disappointment. With a gentle flick of his index finger, bang, Yang Wuming was sent flying a dozen meters, crashing to the ground with a pained scream. In that instant, the arena fell eerily silent. A top scorer from a base city had been defeated by Jun Lin's finger. How could this be? Was the chasm between tiger-level and dragon-level prodigies truly so vast? The host stood in shock for some time before rushing over to check on Yang Wuming. Upon discovering his unconscious state, he promptly declared Jun Lin the victor. The audience erupted in cheers, celebrating Jun Lin's triumph and their own winning tickets. However, unexpectedly, Jun Lin's countenance darkened after his victory. The oblivious host, failing to read the room, picked up the microphone and asked Jun Lin, as expected of a dragon-level prodigy, "What are your thoughts on this match?" Jun Lin took the microphone and, glancing disdainfully at the recently revived Yang Wuming, remarked, "Such a weak opponent is truly disappointing. You couldn't even excite me. I hope my next match features an adversary who can actually challenge me, rather than another waste." Yang Wuming, just revived by the medic, heard Jun Lin's merciless words and, overwhelmed, fainted once more. The host awkwardly retracted the microphone, at a loss for words. This young man was excessively arrogant. His statements incited discontent among the other prodigies present. Everyone here was at least a top scorer from the base city's examinations, with several being ghost-level prodigies. All proud youths who had bested countless peers of their caliber. Who could tolerate Jun Lin's words? A few hot-headed individuals began to provoke him from afar, unable to contain their indignation. Back in the competitors' waiting area, Jun Lin held his head high, exuding an air of prideful indifference. Yi Qianqian, having just faced a ghost-level prodigy and failing to make it into the top 32, approached him. "Did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you so angry? If I didn't know better, I'd think you lost." Unfazed by her presence, Jun Lin bluntly replied, "Do you think I would ever lose to a waste like you? Are you implying I'm even worse than a waste?" Yi Qianqian's eyes reddened instantly. Although Jun Lin often acted playfully, he had never displayed such arrogance before. "Humph. I want to speak to you again," she huffed, storming off. Jun Lin paid her no mind, and instead sat cross-legged, focusing on adjusting his energy for the formidable opponents to come. After a while, he suddenly heard a commotion around him. Opening his eyes, he saw Hua Tinjing, the top contender for the championship this year, approaching him. "What, do you wish to battle me?" Jun Lin inquired. Hua Tinjing was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to forge a connection with Jun Lin, hoping to entice him to join the Imperial University. Little did she expect his first words to be a challenge to battle. This was indeed peculiar. Was he some sort of martial arts fanatic? "No, I don't wish to fight. I merely want to add you as a friend for future contact," she replied with a slight smile, retrieving her diamond-studded folding phone to add him. Nearby, several boys, envious of Hua Tinjing's initiative to befriend Jun Lin, lamented their own inadequacies, wishing they could capture the goddess's attention. "Oh, if you don't want to fight, then be on your way. I have no interest in you," Jun Lin replied nonchalantly, not even glancing her way. The crowd was left dumbfounded. What was happening? The prodigious girl from the Hua family in the Imperial City had sought to befriend Jun Lin, only to be coldly rejected. This was utterly unbelievable. Bai Wuhan widened his eyes, feeling a sense of admiration. Hua Tinjing, regardless of her background or cultivation level, could effortlessly befriend any boy based solely on her looks. Yet Jun Lin was like a stubborn stone, unyielding and dismissive of her and the sentiments of others. Hua Tinjing awkwardly retracted her phone, feeling a pang of discomfort. This was the first time a boy her age had rejected her, and it stung. In the past, such discomfort had always been something she inflicted on others. Now, the tables had turned. "Humph, insufferable straight man, you're nothing," she muttered internally, angrily turning away. Bai Wuhan secretly gave Jun Lin a thumbs up before rushing over to Hua Tinjing, his intentions far from pure. How utterly baffling. Jun Lin felt speechless and bewildered. Soon, the top 16 matches commenced on the arena stage. Among the remaining 32 contestants, the weakest boasted at least 39 stars. Jun Lin found himself positioned favorably. Yet his next opponent was formidable. Shen Mo, a ghost-level prodigy with a warrior star rating of 40, possessed the gift of strength. On the stage, Jun Lin's fighting spirit surged as he called out to his opponent. "Come on, Shen Mo, let me see if your strength talent can truly excite me." Shen Mo, brimming with confidence, arrogantly retorted, "Jun Lin, don't think just because you're a dragon-level prodigy that you're invincible. Today, I'll make you taste defeat." Shen Mo had every reason to be proud. With the strength talent, his actual attack power exceeded 4 stars, reaching an astonishing 45 stars. He was, undeniably, an unrivaled force among his peers. Even when faced with the dragon-level prodigy Jun Lin, he remained undeterred. Jun Lin's gaze burned intensely as he focused on Shen Mo. feeling the Saiyan cells within him yearning for a true rival. At that moment, his opponent made his move. With a thunderous roar, Shun Imo unleashed all the power within him, his attack reaching an astounding strength of 45 stars, causing the entire arena to tremble. Prepare to receive my strike. Hell's Dragon Burial. His fist, fueled by his utmost energy, struck directly into the abdomen of Jun Lin, who stood resolute, not evading nor flinching. Is this truly your full strength? Jun Lin's expression remained unchanged, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Indeed, I know you can no longer hold on. Just fall already. Shin Imo continued to feign bravado. What a tedious waste. Jun Lin retaliated with a powerful kick, striking Shin Mo's side, sending him spinning in place for 1,200 degrees. Subsequently, he unleashed a punch into his opponent's abdomen, propelling Shin Imo like a kite with its string severed, crashing far beyond the arena's boundaries. The host. The audience. Is that it? Chapter 47. Boasting to defeat, I will challenge everyone. Although the crowd held little faith in Shin Imo, believing he was likely to lose, the disparity in their strengths seemed extraordinarily vast. Regardless, Shin Imo was a gifted genius of ghostly caliber. Even in defeat, it ought to be a fierce contest. However, the force of Shin Mo's full-on strike against Jun Lin felt merely like a tickle. The gulf between the two was so extensive that it hardly resembled a battle between warriors of the same tier. It was more akin to a high-tier warrior pummeling a low-tier one. The 3 9-star warriors responsible for this match: Wang Hu, the vice president of Magic City University; Yao Ting, the president of the Magic City Martial Arts Association; and Wei Chongqing, the director of the Magic City Education Bureau, were equally intrigued. Wei Chongqing inquired, Vice President Wang, are you perhaps withholding something from me? This young Jun Lin's strength seems far beyond that of a 4-star warrior. Yao Ting too turned towards Wang Hu, for he was the one most familiar with Jun Lin. Wang Hu, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, reluctantly admitted, this student Jun Lin has likely, perhaps, reached the 5-star warrior level. Upon hearing this, Wei Chongqing and Yao Ting were utterly stunned, unable to regain their composure. This young man was merely 18 years old. To achieve 5-star strength at such a tender age was unprecedented in the history of the Chinese National College entrance examination. Over the past 2 centuries, only 2 prodigious geniuses had reached 5-star strength at this stage. One had tragically passed away young, while the other had become the foremost powerhouse of contemporary China. Could it be that today they were to witness a miracle, the emergence of a third prodigy? Chairman Yao, quickly fetch the energy detector. I sense we are about to witness history, Wei Chongqing urged eagerly. Yao Ting nodded and promptly left to retrieve the energy detector from the Martial Arts Association. Wang Hu sighed in resignation. He had initially intended to keep Jun Lin's talents under wraps to prevent undue exposure. Yet, with such ostentation, he found it impossible to contain the situation. Now he could only hope to acquire that dragon pearl swiftly and secure Jun Lin for his Magic City University. While these eminent figures were astounded by Jun Lin's prowess, the young man himself remained unfazed, feeling rather that his opponent was too weak to provide him with a satisfying battle. Finally, he awaited his turn to compete. This was the final match of the quarterfinals. Once completed, the list of the top 8 would be revealed. Regrettably, Jun Lin's adversary turned out to be even weaker than Shun Imo, a mere ordinary 3-star peak warrior. Inexplicably fortunate to have reached this stage. Upon witnessing such a feeble opponent, Jun Lin's expression soured. He merely wished for an exhilarating fight. Why was it so difficult? In that moment, fury ignited within him. With a surge of rage, he elevated his power to the 5-star level, causing the arena floor to buckle under the immense pressure. His opponent, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura, lost the will to attack, only wishing to flee. At a mere 39 stars, how could he withstand a blow from a 5-star warrior? Attempt to flee? Jun Lin's eyes narrowed, a potent energy gathering in his mouth as he roared, roar. The unfortunate soul felt as though his head had exploded, the force of Jun Lin's breath striking him atop, causing him to roll his eyes back and collapse, unconscious. The diligent host, emerging from a corner of the shattered arena, was taken aback to find the unfortunate warrior had been knocked out by Jun Lin's breath. He dared not approach the furious Jun Lin, fearing collateral damage. The audience and other competitors exchanged glances, mouths agape. Was this truly the quarterfinals? Jun Lin had dispatched his opponent with a single roar. How could the other talented contenders compare? Not even the exceptional talents, Hua Tinjing, Jiang Chini, and Bai Wuhan, could mask their astonishment. Their sole thought was, I must avoid this monster at all costs, otherwise it would be disastrous. Director Wei Chongqing turned to inquire of Yao Ting. Did you manage to capture Jun Lin's energy data just now? Yao Ting, holding a device resembling a telescope, furrowed his brow and remained silent. Wei Chongqing, agitated, pressed again. Yao Ting shook his head, delivering a statement that sent Wei Chongqing into a fit. Director Wei, the device is malfunctioning. What? Wei Changqing's agitation was palpable, drawing the attention of many spectators. As a prominent figure, he quickly sought to regain his composure. Yao Ting meticulously inspected the energy detector, finding no anomalies. Yet, during Jun Lin's outburst, the device had registered an energy response of 54. How could this be? Even if Jun Lin possessed extraordinary fortune to rival the achievements of predecessors and attain 5-star status, a reading of 54 was simply preposterous. Such figures would be commendable among graduates of the 985 universities. However, for Jun Lin, a rating of 54 was far from exaggerated, for he still bore the weight of burdens, suppressing much of his combat potential. At this moment, he yearned for a fervent battle to satiate the tempestuous genes of his Saiyan ancestry. Yet, these students were far too weak to evoke any excitement. The host, awkwardly standing amidst the wreckage of the arena, was consulting with his superiors. Given the extensive damage, should they pause the competition until repairs were completed? The 3 9-star warriors exchanged glances, uncertain how to proceed. This specially constructed arena was extraordinarily robust, designed to withstand the aftermath of 4-star warrior battles. Who could have anticipated the emergence of a monster like Jun Lin? Under his full-powered rage, the arena resembled a roadway ravaged by a bulldozer, pockmarked and broken. Wang Hu remarked, "These students are warriors. Occasionally adapting to new terrains in battle isn't a bad thing." Wei Changqing, a stickler for tradition, countered vehemently. "This competition is being broadcast live, viewed by a national audience. These geniuses cannot even fight on a decent stage. What sort of decorum is this?" Yao Ting, taking a neutral stance, suggested, "The audience's enthusiasm is palpable. Outright canceling the match may lead to negative repercussions. Perhaps we should hastily attempt repairs. It might still be feasible." While discussions continued, no one anticipated Jun Lin's sudden interjection. "Esteemed seniors, there's no need for further deliberation. Allow me to propose a far better solution." "Jun Lin, what do you wish to convey?" Wang Hu inquired with a cordial demeanor. Faced with a prodigious talent from Huaxia that ranks among the top 3, Wang Hu was undoubtedly inclined to accommodate Jun Lin's unreasonable demands, provided that it did not involve rebellion. Were it anyone else making such a request, they would likely be met with indifference, perhaps even scorn. Jun Lin stood tall, exuding an aura of formidable power without reservation. He gestured toward the contestant waiting area, brimming with fighting spirit, and proclaimed, "There is no need for such complications. I want to challenge them all." The host murmured, "Jun Lin, there's no need to rush. Your turn will come." Jun Lin shook his head and articulated deliberately, "What I mean is, I wish to challenge all of them simultaneously. That way, I can truly feel the pressure." The host, the 3 leaders, the other contestants. Chapter 48, the Battle Royale of the Top 8, Madness. This was undoubtedly madness. In the history of the National Examination Finals, no one had ever possessed such audacity to confront all the remaining prodigies single-handedly. Wang Hu, Wei Changqing, and Yao Ting found themselves pinching their ears, almost convinced they were hallucinating. Wei Changqing, being a senior official in the Education Bureau and rather conservative, immediately voiced his disapproval. "This is unacceptable. There has never been a precedent for such a thing in the history of Huaxia's national examinations." Wang Hu leaned towards Jun Lin, visibly intrigued. After some contemplation, he slowly suggested, "I believe this could be feasible, but rather than having Jun Lin face them all alone, we should organize a grand melee. The final rankings will be determined by the order of elimination, with the last one standing declared the champion." Both men expressed their opinions, eventually turning their gaze towards Yao Ting, the president of the Martial Artists Association. After a moment of silence, Yao Ting resolutely declared, "This time, I stand with Principal Wang." Wei Changqing expressed his discontent. "Isn't this somewhat against the rules? Rules are rigid, but humanity is flexible. In the face of a prodigious talent, we must learn to adapt." Wang Hu counseled, "Indeed, and besides, Jun Lin himself proposed this. It is only fitting we honor his wishes." Yao Ting concurred, with 2 of the 3 influential figures in agreement. Wei Changqing ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Soon, the host received directives via intercom and promptly took up the microphone to announce, "Esteemed contestants of the top 8. Due to various considerations, the higher authorities have decided to cancel the one-on-one matches and instead adopt a melee format. Final rankings will be determined by the order of elimination." Upon hearing this, the venue fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of excitement. "Fantastic. I have grown weary of one-on-one matches. A melee is far more exhilarating. Indeed, if we were to enter the Beast Zone, who would engage in one-on-one combat? Only those who survive will be deemed victors." The other 8 prodigies, upon learning of the melee decision, began to ponder their strategies. Bai Wuhan, a notorious playboy skilled in romance but evasive in combat, resolved that, given his inferiority to Jun Lin in strength, it would be prudent to form an alliance with him. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he could secure second place. With a plan set, he felt a surge of confidence. Hua Tianying and Jiang Chun, among other top-tier competitors, also contemplated alliances to collectively defeat Jun Lin, the formidable newcomer. Before determining their respective standing thereafter, their calculations revealed that the likelihood of claiming victory in a melee was significantly higher than in a series of one-on-one encounters. Consequently, a confident smile spread across their faces. Naturally, the most elated among them was Jun Lin. Upon hearing of the melee, his entire being ignited with enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating a monumental clash. Soon, the battered arena witnessed the entrance of the 8 contenders. The audience below held their breath, tension permeating the atmosphere. This melee had disrupted many plans, rendering the path to victory increasingly enigmatic. No one could guarantee that their favored champion would emerge victorious. Xia Zhue stood anxiously at the edge of the stage, her palms clammy with sweat as she whispered to Lu Qiran, "Principal Lu, do you think my brother can win? Will he get hurt?" Jun Changyuan, a quintessential ordinary man, lacked comprehension of the battles unfolding in the arena. Upon hearing his daughter's query, he turned his attention to her. "Well, he should be able to win, I suppose," Lu Qiran responded, though uncertainty lingered in her voice. This was not the petty skirmishes of Jinling City, but rather a congregation of talents from across Huaxia. Any individual plucked from this assembly was a notable figure. In the past, their 7th high school had not even qualified to spectate. Their presence here was thanks to Jun Lin's reputation. While he held confidence in Jun Lin, he could not shake off the anxiety of possible misfortune. Xia Zhue clenched her small fist, silently praying, "My brother is so formidable, he will undoubtedly triumph. He even promised to reunite our family and move us into a grand house." On the stage, the 8 prodigies positioned themselves in 8 directions, feigning vigilance while secretly exchanging signals. Bai Wuhan gradually approached Jun Lin and whispered, "Jun bro, let us form an alliance. Otherwise, you will find it challenging to fend off multiple opponents and could easily be at a disadvantage." Jun Lin regarded him with a dispassionate gaze and replied coolly, "I require no allies. I seek only a battle." Rejected. Bai Wuhan felt a twinge of embarrassment and thought to himself, though Jun Lin is strong, he is somewhat eccentric. He may very well be the first to be eliminated from the stage. Dong dong dong. The bell for the match rang. The battle commenced as if preordained. Hua Tianying and her 6 companions unleashed their full power. Boom 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 boom. 6 formidable auras swept across the arena, the weakest among them possessing a stellar rating of 40, while Hua Tianying herself soared to an impressive 46 stars. The expendable combatants initiated the assault, darting towards Jun Lin with remarkable speed and launching a coordinated kick aimed at his lower body. The other expendable combatant, positioned to Jun Lin's side, seized the opportunity to follow up with a kick to his rear. Clearly, these two had conspired in advance, their movements executed with impressive synchronicity. Both were 4-star warriors, their speed and ferocity evident. "Good coordination, but your speed is insufficient. Retreat," Jun Lin remarked indifferently. The duo's strength had indeed reached 4 stars, and their instantaneous assault was rapid, so swift that an average person would struggle to perceive it. Yet, in Jun Lin's eyes, their movements appeared as if in slow motion. With a mere extension of his hand, he swiftly and accurately seized the leg of the attacking expendable combatant. Subsequently, he swung him like a hammer, crashing him into his companion. Bang! The two collided, disoriented from the impact. Jun Lin's right leg surged with power as he delivered a forceful kick, sending both warriors flying. Even though the arena was vast, they soared through the air like kites severed from their strings. For the 4-star warriors, who lacked the ability to fly, this kick would result in their elimination. In that crucial moment, 2 vine-like tendrils shot forth, ensnaring the 2 combatants and yanking them back with force. The expendable fighters glanced at the ground below, their faces drained of color. "Thank you, Miss Hua, for your life-saving grace," they exclaimed in unison. Hua Tianying, her expression grave, offered no words, only a nod in acknowledgement. From the moment the 2 individuals coordinated their sudden attack to the instant they were sent flying by a single kick, the entire sequence appeared intricate, yet transpired in less than 5 seconds. Hua Tianying never anticipated that the 2 prodigious talents would falter so swiftly. Chapter 49. The Invincible Monarch. Swish, swish, swish. 8 verdant vines emerged from behind Hua Tianying, resembling the formidable legs of a colossal spider. This was her unique gift, the ability to command these botanical tendrils in battle. Green-silver entwinement. Hua Tianying commanded with an authoritative tone. The robust vines, seemingly endowed with intelligence, ensnared Jun Lin with unwavering tenacity. In an instant, the previously motionless Jun Lin was enveloped, transformed into a large green dumpling, having successfully subdued her opponent. Hua Tinjing exhaled in relief and explained to her companion, "Rest assured, under my green-silver entwinement, he shall not escape. We merely need to throw him off the stage." "Not escape? I beg to differ." A voice suddenly emanated from the green cocoon. Immediately, the sound of vines snapping echoed through the air. Crack, crack, bang. With an explosive effort, Jun Lin broke free, tearing apart all 8 vines. Despite the efficacy of such control, the overwhelming disparity in their combat prowess allowed Jun Lin to easily shatter the restraints. Given Jun Lin's current strength, Hua Tinjing's attempt to bind him was nothing short of a fantasy. With a mere surge of energy, the so-called green-silver entwinement disintegrated entirely. With a swift motion, he grasped one of the vines in his hand. "Does this little girl delight in bondage? Let me give you a taste of your own medicine." With a powerful tug, he yanked the vine. Hua Tinjing found herself being propelled uncontrollably towards Jun Lin. Just then, another pawn attempted to impede Jun Lin, charging at him with a fist raised. However, before he could reach him, Jun Lin retaliated with a kick, sending him sprawling back. The immense force caused his body to scrape along the ground, carving a trench in the earth. Jun Lin then delivered a precise punch to the approaching Hua Tinjing's abdomen, and with a flourish, he spun the vine in his hand, swiftly binding her securely. With a leap, Jun Lin soared several meters high, slamming Hua Tinjing down with tremendous force. Boom! A gaping hole more than a meter deep was created on the stage, from which Hua Tinjing's pained groans emerged. "Jun Lin, you have gone too far," Jiang Chun-Yi shouted, launching his own attack against him. Jun Lin deftly evaded Jiang Chun-Yi's rapid punch, bending his right leg to deliver a kick. Jiang Chun-Yi skillfully dodged but retaliated with a punch, which Jun Lin met with an open palm, forcefully repelling him. Jiang Chun-Yi stumbled backward, bracing himself with his hands, only to kick Jun Lin into the air with his legs. Suspended in midair, Jun Lin nodded slightly. Despite Jiang Chun-Yi's relatively weaker strength, his impressive martial skills reflected his lineage from a military family, marking him as a true prodigy. Thud! As Jun Lin landed, he scanned his tense opponents and smiled. "Now, I shall get serious." Roar! A formidable aura erupted from within Jun Lin, as he chose no longer to conceal his strength, unleashing his full power. The ground trembled, and a powerful force surged forth. Wei Chongqing, observing from the high platform, urgently instructed, "Chairman Yao, quickly assess Jun Lin's energy index." Yao Ting had already readied the energy detector, aiming it at the surging Jun Lin. Beep, beep, beep. Energy value, 54 stars. At last, he was convinced of Jun Lin's might. Indeed, a staggering 54 stars. "Have you assessed it? What is it?" Wang Hu inquired. Yao Ting opened his mouth, finally managing to say, "Jun Lin's martial artist star level is 54. Wei Chongqing and Wang Hu were taken aback. Although they suspected Jun Lin to be a 5-star martial artist, given his age, reaching 50 stars was already remarkable. Who would have imagined he was actually at 54 stars? No wonder Jun Lin dared to challenge everyone. With such prowess, even a group effort from the others would likely be futile against him. On the stage, the 5-star martial artist. Others, facing Jun Lin's full-blown eruption, found themselves gasping for breath. Hua Tinjing was pulled back to her feet by Bai Wuhan, her complexion pale. Though Jiang Chun-Yi stood tall, his calves quivered. "All of you, attack together, or you won't stand a chance." At that moment, Jun Lin resembled a formidable boss, awaiting challengers. What a freak. How on earth did this guy train? Bai Wuhan, though reluctant, positioned himself against Jun Lin. "Let's all attack together," someone shouted. Boom. The 7 launched themselves like arrows, displaying their skills as they assaulted Jun Lin in the center. In an instant, fists, claws, palm strikes, flying kicks, sliding tackles, and elbow strikes converged upon him. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Jun Lin did something astonishing. As the myriad of attacks approached, he slowly closed his eyes, preparing to use his formidable reflexes to gauge the positions of the incoming strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that moment, his agility reached an astonishing peak, deftly countering the assault of the 7. At times, he evaded the attacks with precision. At others, he blocked them with his fists. The attackers grew increasingly unnerved, perplexed by how he managed to do so. Could it be a unique talent of his? Ha, yes. Just like that, keep going. Jun Lin laughed boisterously. This time, he was genuinely exhilarated. The 8 engaged in close combat, though more accurately, it was 7 against 1. This bizarre yet captivating spectacle persisted for several minutes. However, Jun Lin remained unscathed, not even retaliating. The audience watched in shock, unsure how to evaluate Jun Lin. A madman? A freak? Or perhaps a king? Boom. Jun Lin appeared to grow weary of the charade, suddenly slamming both palms into the ground, sending everyone flying. "You all did well. Now it's my turn to counterattack." Jun Lin smirked with audacious confidence. In the blink of an eye, the stage was filled with Jun Lin's afterimages. each vividly striking various poses. This scenario startled the other 7, leaving them tense and bewildered. Jun Lin's figure darted across the stage, a blend of reality and illusion that made it nearly impossible to discern the truth. One by one, individuals were struck by Jun Lin, accompanied by cries of anguish as they were hurled off the stage. Jiang Chun shattered the afterimage before him, but before he could react, Jun Lin's true form appeared behind him. Without turning back, he executed a flying kick. Bang! His ankle was seized, and he was violently swung down, crashing onto the ground. Jiang Chun grunted in pain, but, demonstrating his resolve, refused to concede, still attempting to break free. Alas! Bang! 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 The ground was riddled with craters as Jiang Chun, ultimately overpowered, succumbed to unconsciousness. On the sidelines, Jiang Chunyi's friends, witnessing his brutal defeat, were filled with rage and concern for their unfortunate friend, having encountered the freakish Jun Lin. Chapter 50, The Final Champion, All Eyes on Him. In a corner of the stage, Bai Wuhan, overwhelmed by Jun Lin's might, felt a surge of fear and contemplated fleeing. Who would have thought that I would nearly collide into the hurried embrace of Jun Lin? Gazing into Jun Lin's eyes, which were rife with violence, Bai Wuhan unabashedly cried out, "Do not strike me. I surrender." With that declaration, he leapt decisively from the arena. The members of the Bai family, hailing from the magical metropolis, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, covering their faces in dismay. Bai Wuhan truly proved to be utterly incompetent throughout the entire battle. He merely skated by, failing to utilize his talents, and ultimately conceded without a fight, bringing shame upon his family. Fortuitously, the patriarch of the Bai family was absent. Otherwise, he would have surely administered a thorough reprimand. After Bai Wuhan's exit, the only remaining contender on the stage was Hua Tinjing, still valiantly holding her ground. 8 robust green vines encircled her, serving as a protective barrier against potential attacks. Jun Lin approached with measured strides. "Do you truly believe that these flimsy defenses can withstand my might?" Hua Tinjing retorted, gritting her silver teeth, "Whether they can withstand it or not, you shall find out soon enough." Unlike Bai Wuhan, she, as a direct descendant of an extraordinary family, bore a profound sense of pride and had no intention of conceding. In response, Jun Lin smirked disdainfully and boldly declared, "What a foolish woman, relying solely on her ample bosom and lacking in intellect." Hua Tinjing cast a glance at her chest, her face flushing with indignation, yearning to rush forward and deliver a few slaps. Alas, the disparity in their abilities rendered such a desire futile. Jun Lin raised his right hand, gathering a potent surge of energy, manifesting as his single-handed energy wave. Although its power paled in comparison to the Kamehameha, it was still formidable. "Woman, should you fail to evade this strike, the consequences shall be upon you." Gradually, a blinding blue energy sphere emerged in the palm of Jun Lin's hand, expanding steadily. The audience was taken aback by the intensity of the energy. Wei Chongqing and others in the viewing area gaped in astonishment. The energy detector in Yao Ting's hand emitted an alarm, prompting him to examine it with a sudden change in expression. The energy reading in Jun Lin's grasp had already surpassed 57 and continued to escalate rapidly. Should this attack land on Hua Tinjing, it could very well spell her demise. Wang Hu also sensed the impending danger, his expression shifting as he vanished from sight. The single-handed energy wave quickly coalesced, then erupted forth with a resounding boom. Hua Tinjing, unable to discern reality, placed the 8 vines in front of her, attempting to shield herself from Jun Lin's onslaught. Little did she know that this strike could very well lead to her untimely end. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Wang Hu materialized on the stage, intercepting Jun Lin's energy wave with his palm. The explosion reverberated from Wang Hu's hand, tearing his sleeves to shreds. He was taken aback and somewhat vexed, not anticipating the magnitude of the attack. Turning to Hua Tinjing, he spoke with a kind demeanor. "You would have been unable to withstand that blow. To prevent any unforeseen consequences, I felt it necessary to intervene. I hope you understand." Hua Tinjing nodded, realizing her impulsiveness in the face of Jun Lin's terrifying energy. "Thank you, Principal Wang," she said, casting a few fierce glares at Jun Lin before descending from the arena. She acknowledged her inferiority in strength compared to Jun Lin, yet she remained undaunted, knowing they were both dragon-class geniuses, and surpassing him was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, the finals of this year's college entrance examination came to a close. The sole figure remaining on the stage was Jun Lin. Instantly, the tens of thousands of spectators erupted in cheers. "Jun Lin, the champion. Jun Lin, invincible. Jun Lin is so handsome, even more so than I after a fresh bath. Jun Lin is incredible. Even I would have to yield in my prime." They had witnessed a miracle that day, the birth of an unparalleled genius who stood unrivaled among his peers. Jun Lin's strength was indisputable, The other contestants were all exceptional talents in their own right. Yet before Jun Lin, they amounted to naught. During the chaotic finale, not even their combined efforts could inflict a scratch on Jun Lin. Such power transcended any ordinary level. The host, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "I am thrilled to have witnessed such a spectacular battle. I hereby announce that the valedictorian of this year's college entrance examination is Jun Lin." With a flurry of fireworks, the grand display erupted, and the screen showcased Jun Lin's victorious moments. Concurrently, this scene was broadcasted into countless households. In the year 266 of the era of revelation, the top scholar of the college entrance examination was none other than Jun Lin. The deafening cheers around him engulfed Jun Lin entirely. Meanwhile, once the battle had concluded, Jun Lin shook his head and returned to his state of normalcy. Did I win? He pondered, bewildered. In that instant, a flood of memories surged into his mind, clarifying all that he had done. His eyes widened in disbelief at his own actions, particularly the images of vanquishing his opponents, sending shivers down his spine. Goodness, this Saiyan bloodline truly embodies the warrior spirit. I may have offended quite a few people this time. He then contemplated the sudden shift in his temperament, realizing there must be a reason behind it. Recalling the peculiar voice that had echoed in his mind, he suspected he had been subjected to some form of mental manipulation. Suddenly, he remembered the mixed blood beauty he had unexpectedly encountered that morning, and it dawned on him. The peculiarities in his behavior were most likely orchestrated by that woman. Humph. Little enchantress, should our paths cross again, you shall face the consequences. After a tumultuous round of applause and praise, 3 esteemed figures, each a 9-star powerhouse, appeared on the stage, and the other contestants returned as well. The host announced, "We shall now proceed to the awards ceremony. The prizes have been generously provided by the Apothecaries Association of the Magical Metropolis, the Warriors Association, the Mercenaries Association, the Metropolis University, the Border Defense University, and the Star River branch of the Metropolis." As the host called out the names of these organizations, their representatives stood to bow. "Now, let us invite the first place winner, Jun Lin, to the stage to receive his award." The host gestured towards a slightly elevated stone platform. Jun Lin stepped forward, slightly taken aback. To his surprise, the top scholar of the college entrance examination would receive a Gene Potion No. 1 provided by the Apothecaries Association. He had consumed this potion once before. While its effects were mediocre for him, it would undeniably be a precious treasure for an ordinary individual. Such gene potions of this type would lose their efficacy upon subsequent use. Nevertheless, he could either sell it for money or gift it to friends and family. As the award ceremony concluded, Jun Lin was immediately besieged by a throng of reporters, eager to conduct interviews. Faced with the strongest genius of Huaxia and this year's most dazzling star, the media, akin to cats scenting fish, went into a frenzy, all vying for an exclusive interview. Jun Lin found their attention bothersome. Employing a technique to create an afterimage, he left a phantom in his place and vanished from sight. Chapter 51. A nightly intrusion into the boudoir, delivering fine gifts. In the competition venue's rest area, after a considerable time, Yi Qianqian returned, her spirits high. Although she only secured a participation award, it was still valued at 1 million, which was quite commendable. However, upon seeing Jun Lin toying with a milky white vial, her joyful expression faltered, instantly transforming into one of discontent. Jun Lin had previously belittled her, and now he was flaunting the coveted Gene Potion No. 1. She felt no inclination to congratulate him. "Qianqian, I won. Champion!" Jun Lin exclaimed. Yi Qianqian turned her back, ignoring him. What a miser, and now he is angry. Jun Lin touched his nose, a spark of inspiration igniting within him, and grinned widely. "I placed a bet of 100 million at the betting center. Let us go claim our winnings together, and I shall treat you tonight." The mere mention of dining and gambling made Yi Qianqian's eyes sparkle, instantly casting aside her earlier displeasure. Having placed her own wager of 2 million, she anticipated a modest profit of several million, and her earlier irritation evaporated, replaced by palpable eagerness. Let us hurry, we must go collect the money." Before long, the pair arrived at the betting center. Along the way, they overheard discussions among the throngs regarding the recent college entrance examination finals. To avoid unnecessary attention, Jun Lin and Yi Qianqian donned masks. From this day forth, he had become a celebrity, and thus must embody the low-profile demeanor befitting one of prominence. The betting center was bustling, yet most faces were drawn and glum, indicative of significant losses. However, a small fraction wore beaming smiles, their happiness unmistakable. Ding dong. With the arrival of a text notification, a staggering 400 million Huaxia coins appeared in Jun Lin's bank account. He counted the zeros repeatedly, fearful of an oversight. In a mere month, he had transformed from a penniless youth to a billionaire, as if traversing the realms of a dream. Yi Qianqian clutched her bank card, grinning foolishly, feeling as though fortune had dropped from the heavens. Subsequently, Jun Lin invited his father, sister, Principal Lu Qiran, and instructor Zhang Bin to indulge at a five-star hotel. Jun Changyuan and Xia Zhiyue had never set foot in such an establishment, their curiosity palpable as they explored their surroundings. Witnessing their wonder, Jun Lin felt a pang of guilt. Their family had endured hardship for far too long, and he vowed to provide them with a better life. During the meal, his sister exhibited blatant hostility towards Yi Qianqian, snatching whatever dishes others were enjoying, embodying the fierce demeanor of a little tiger. This left Yi Qianqian feeling quite uncomfortable, likely not even sated by the meal. Observing her sulking with a pout, Jun Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. That evening, the Jun family chose to stay at the hotel, with Jun Lin reserving a presidential suite to afford his father and Zhiyue a taste of Shanghai's opulence. As night fell, Jun Lin knocked on Xia Zhiyue's door and entered. "Brother, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Xia Zhiyue blushed slightly. Jun Lin flopped onto the bed, languidly replying, "Have you grown so mature that you no longer allow me into your room?" "Not at all." Xia Zhiyue quickly shook her head. "You can come in whenever you like." "So, how did I perform today? Was I not incredibly dashing?" You're just being vain. You were acting like a madman, attacking everyone in sight. I was terrified." Xia Zhiyue recalled the day's events, visibly shaken, her delicate hand patting her chest anxiously. Was it truly that frightening? Don't girls typically favor the more aggressive types? Like those who stand and ride bicycles? Xia Zhiyue seemed to grasp his point, her pretty face flushing a deep crimson, even her ears betraying her embarrassment. "Oh, you're insufferable. I don't like violent types. They break bicycles. And what sort do you prefer? Let me help you find someone suitable," he jested. A pillow struck Jun Lin squarely on the head. "I don't need your help. If you have nothing better to do, just leave." Jun Lin caught the pillow, smiling. "Oh, but I'm here to deliver a gift." "What gift?" Xia Zhiyue's face lit up with curiosity as she closed her eyes and extended her hand. "Here, it's this." Jun Lin produced a small bottle of milky white genetic serum from his pocket and handed it to her. "You're to drink it yourself. Don't even think about me feeding you." Xia Zhiyue felt the weight in her hand, opened her eyes, and was greeted by the sight of the small bottle, leading her to utter a rather amusing line. "Is there something weird mixed in there? Drink it first, and then I'll reveal what's inside." Jun Lin smiled. "Uh-huh. You really did mix something in. You're not planning to drug me and do something nefarious, are you? You silly goose. Just drink it." Jun Lin insisted, eyes wide. Xia Zhiyue shook the small bottle, removed the cap, and drank eagerly. After finishing, she licked her lips, clearly enjoying the taste, yet wanting more. "Now can you tell me what was in that bottle?" "This is my championship prize, the genetic serum number 1, which enhances human potential. I've taken it once, and this time it's a gift for you." Having never encountered such a treasure, Xia Zhiyue was taken aback, her speech faltering. "Isn't this, like, really expensive?" "Not too pricey, just around 30 million huaxia coins," Jun Lin boasted. "Oh my goodness, I just drank 30 million. Xia Zhiyue nearly fainted, pondering how many snacks she could have purchased with that sum for a lifetime. "Really, it's quite pathetic. You're just like Yi Qianqian, always thinking about food." Jun Lin facepalmed in exasperation. "Ah, you are too good to me. I must repay you with my life. Get out of here." Chapter 52, The 4-Star Ball Acquired. A standalone villa. After a light-hearted exchange and some education, Jun Lin returned to his room, finally free to anticipate the rewards of his tasks. Soon, the system's rewards were credited. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on winning the National College Entrance Examination Championship. Reward, Dragon Ball Radar." His hands felt the weight of a palm-sized, circular, precision instrument materializing in his grasp. This was the Dragon Ball Radar, entirely akin to its animated counterpart. With this remarkable device, he could swiftly locate Dragon Balls, no longer needing to sift through the ocean for needles. Beep beep beep. Jun Lin gently tapped the radar's surface, causing the screen to shift. A small triangle represented his location, alongside a micro Dragon Ball marker. This indicated the 3-star ball he carried. He pressed a few more times to expand the search radius. On the radar's display, Dragon Balls began to materialize one after another. Ultimately, a total of 7 Dragon Balls appeared on the radar. In that moment, Jun Lin exhaled deeply. The effectiveness of this Dragon Ball radar was indeed formidable, surpassing any technology in this world. According to the radar, aside from the Dragon Ball in his possession, the nearest one was within a distance of no more than 200 kilometers and was continuously moving. Jun Lin furrowed his brow, realizing this Dragon Ball had already been claimed by someone and was in rapid motion. Before long, he discerned a pattern, noticing that this Dragon Ball was getting closer, heading towards Shanghai. In an instant, a thought struck him. Perhaps someone had obtained the Dragon Ball and was delivering it directly to him. To confirm his hypothesis, Jun Lin remained vigilant, foregoing sleep in favor of monitoring the Dragon Ball radar. As dawn broke, the Dragon Ball entered the urban area of Shanghai, just as he had anticipated. Jun Lin sighed in relief. He understood that he would indeed receive a call that day. Pulling the covers over himself, he promptly fell asleep. The second Dragon Ball was secured. In the morning, he was awakened by delightful news. Shanghai University had recovered a Dragon Ball and cordially invited Jun Lin to come and collect it. Jun Lin rose from his bed, freshened up, and donned a spirited appearance before departing the hotel. Today, he was to explore the illustrious Modi University, one of the 5 esteemed 985 super universities. As the school bell rang at noon, the campus erupted into a cacophony of laughter and chatter, with throngs of young men and women spilling from the buildings, their footsteps imbued with the exuberance of youth. Standing at the entrance of Modi University, Jun Lin was enveloped by the vibrant energy of these students and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Truly, it was one of the premier universities in Huaxia, and not a single student here fell below a 35-star rating. The presence of 4- and 5-star students was frequently palpable. Many female students, upon spotting a handsome young man at the gate, couldn't help but giggle softly. "Excuse me, could you direct me to the principal's office?" Jun Lin inquired, stopping a girl with long black hair. She smiled gently and provided him with the precise directions. After a series of turns, Jun Lin knocked on the door of the principal's office. Inside awaited not only Vice Principal Wang Hu but also the esteemed Principal Li Donglai. Although Li Donglai was also a 9-star warrior, he was at the pinnacle of that level, on the verge of transcending into an extraordinary being. The fact that 2 9-star principals were waiting for him was a testament to Jun Lin's significant standing. Upon Jun Lin's arrival, Li Donglai engaged him in cordial conversation, lavishing praise upon him. Finally, he unveiled an antique wooden box, placing it before Jun Lin. As the lid opened, a 4-star dragon pearl lay quietly within. "Jun Lin, my dear student, is this not your treasured family heirloom?" he asked. Jun Lin nodded, feigning surprise and expressing his gratitude. To recover this dragon pearl, Modi University has expended a considerable effort, and I hope you can appreciate that, Li Donglai continued, seizing the opportunity to express his grievances. Jun Lin understood the underlying message. Essentially, they were inviting him to join Modi University. For him, the choice of university was inconsequential, but he was keen on maximizing the benefits. Both men, astute in their understanding, exchanged glances, recognizing they had gained the upper hand and that there was potential for success. Wang Hu presented a document outlining the university's sincere offer. "We understand your family's circumstances are modest, residing in an old community in Jinling City. If you choose to enroll in Modi University, we can provide you with a standalone villa valued at 300 million for you and your family to reside in." This document served as proof of the villa, and if he agreed, arrangements could be made that very afternoon for him to move into his new home by the next day. The mention of a 300 million villa caused Jun Lin's heart to flutter. Goodness, Modi University is indeed investing heavily for my sake, he had to admit. He relished the idea of being courted with such financial allure. The more extravagant, the better. Seeing Jun Lin's reaction, Li Donglai and Wang Hu knew they had stirred his interest. They continued to sweeten the pot. "Jun Lin, I've heard you have a younger sister in high school. I'm acquainted with the principal of Modu No. 1 High School. Why not facilitate her transfer here for better educational opportunities?" Li Donglai suggested. "Moreover, our logistics department is in need of a quality control supervisor. Why not have your father work here at Modi University as well?" Wang Hu chimed in, grinning broadly. The cunning tactics of these 2 seasoned administrators were undeniably effective. They had not only secured Jun Lin but also orchestrated opportunities for his father and sister. After careful consideration, Jun Lin realized that the allure of the 4-star dragon pearl, the villa, as well as the prospects for his sister and father, left him with no grounds for refusal. "Very well, I agree to enroll at Modi University." Upon hearing Jun Lin's acceptance, both Principal Li Donglai and Vice Principal Wang Hu broke into satisfied smiles. In their eyes, Jun Lin was a golden ticket, barring unforeseen circumstances. He was destined to become an extraordinary being, if not more. After all, judging by Jun Lin's performance the previous day, his potential could rank among the top 3 in the annals of Huaxia's history. The implications of this realization sent shivers of excitement through both men. "Principals, after joining Modi University, I will require time for independent cultivation and may not be able to adhere strictly to the school schedule. I felt it necessary to mention this in advance," Jun Lin suddenly stated, putting forth his request. "Haha, that's not an issue. The school does not prohibit independent cultivation, as long as you can participate in key activities," Li Donglai replied with a smile. Soon, through Modi University's publicity, the news of the top scorer Jun Lin joining the institution spread rapidly. The other 4 985 super universities were left lamenting their loss, grieving for the absence of such a prodigious talent. Unbeknownst to them, Jun Lin's true power exhibited on the day of the finals was not merely 50 stars, but much greater. Otherwise, those old-timers would have likely fought tooth and nail to recruit him to their institutions. As evening descended, the five-star hotel gleamed in golden splendor. Upon returning to the suite he had booked, Jun Lin was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food as he pushed the door open. Before him lay an extravagant dinner spread, featuring 7 or 8 dishes. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not from the hotel, but rather his favorite home-style stir-fries. Xia Zhiyue sprang from her chair, exclaiming, "Finally, we can eat." Jun Changyuan, donned in an apron and embodying the image of a devoted homemaker, beckoned Jun Lin to the table. Ever since the passing of Jun Lin's mother, Lu Xinlan, Jun Changyuan had taken on both parental roles, successfully raising his 2 children. Understanding his own limitations, Jun Changyuan often engaged in household chores typically associated with women, cooking and cleaning. Yet, he did not mind, as long as his son thrived. In the wake of Lu Xinlan's death, many had urged him to remarry while still young. But he had steadfastly declined, determined to ensure his son was not deprived. As the years passed, the prospect of remarriage grew increasingly improbable. Instead, Jun Changyuan found himself yearning for his wife, often mentioning Xinlan in conversation. "Dad," Jun Lin announced, holding up his bowl, "I signed a contract with Modu University today. They have allocated a standalone villa for us, and we will be living in Modu from now on." "What did you say?" Jun Changyuan was taken aback, while Xia Zhiyue nearly choked on her rice. "Don't be alarmed. Look at this." Jun Lin produced a set of villa keys along with the signed contract, presenting them to his father. Jun Changyuan scrutinized the document, reading each line meticulously, fearful that it might be a forgery. Ultimately, he set the contract down, his expression oscillating between disbelief and astonishment. "This is a standalone villa in Modu. It must be worth at least 10 to 20 million. Modu University values you highly. You must study diligently. Haha, don't concern yourself with the villa's price. It's a gift." Jun Lin waved dismissively. "There's one more thing." He pointed at Xia Zhiyue and smiled. "Principal Li knows the head of Modu No. 1 High School, so Zhiyue can transfer directly to the best high school in Modu." Xia Zhiyue's mouth dropped open at the prospect of attending the prestigious Modu No. 1 High School, where she could boast to her friends. "Brother, when can we move into the villa? I can't wait to see the big house. If you're eager to go, we can check out the new house tomorrow." "Haha, my son has truly made it." Jun Changyuan's emotions surged. After years of hardship, he suddenly felt it all worthwhile. He had once thought this would be his life, but now, he could hardly believe that a turnaround was possible. In this moment, he longed to share his joy with someone. Regrettably, the child's mother is no longer present. The following day, at the luxurious community of Perfume Bay in Magic City, Jun Lin and his companions were halted at the entrance. A squad of fully armed soldiers, all 4-star warriors, emerged from the security station. This community ranks among the top 3 elite neighborhoods in Magic City, inhabited by individuals of exceptional status. Since the onset of the apocalypse era, although the territory of the Huaxia nation is vast, the area designated as Beast Territory occupies a staggering 90%, leaving a mere 10% for human habitation. In Magic City, despite the expansive urban area, the population exceeds 50 million, resulting in a relatively low per capita land allocation. It is indeed true that every inch of land is of immense value. The construction of standalone villas is stringently regulated due to their large footprint. Only those who have made significant contributions to the nation and society are deemed worthy of residence. Jun Lin presented his credentials, and the soldiers saluted and allowed passage. The trio arrived at their villa, scrutinizing it closely. This standalone villa features an enclosed garden layout, encompassing approximately 3 acres, with the villa itself covering 860 square meters. It boasts 3 stories and an interior area of 1750 square meters, complete with all necessary appliances, ready for immediate occupancy. Xia Zhiyue let out an exuberant shout and dashed into the villa, her voice echoing with excitement. "This will be our home. There are enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, a bathtub large enough for swimming, and a very spacious living room. Wow, this television screen is at least 300 inches. It's practically a cinema." As Jun Changyuan stepped inside, memories of his old house flooded his mind. The cramped living room, perpetually deprived of sunlight, the diminutive bathroom, and the musty bedroom barely accommodating a bed, all starkly contrasted with this new residence, appearing woefully inadequate. Observing his son, now grown, and his jubilant daughter, his eyes grew misty with emotion. That afternoon, the family embarked on an extensive shopping spree, acquiring numerous daily necessities and clothing. They were to make this place their new home. As for the old house in Jinling City and its antiquated appliances, Jun Changyuan entrusted a few neighbors to keep an eye on things, intending to return when time allowed. The neighbors, having heard of Jun Lin's meteoric rise, achieving the top score in the college entrance examination and relocating his family to Magic City, were filled with admiration. Jun Lin had become a paragon for the neighbors, the quintessential model child. Beep, your Dragon Ball Universe sign-in count has been refreshed. Would you like to sign in? After a few days of busyness, Jun Lin finally settled into the villa. Upon awakening one morning, he heard the system notification. Sign in immediately. In an instant, a colossal ethereal treasure chest materialized before him, its lid slowly opening to reveal a flash of green light. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining Vegetable Person Seed. Vegetable Person, a peculiar race within the Dragon Ball world, formidable and ferocious, traditionally wielded as weapons by the Saiyans, inherently suppressed by their Saiyan bloodline. Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback as a green seed appeared in his hand, lost in contemplation. Could this vegetable person be akin to those extraterrestrial thugs resembling vegetables? He recalled from the original Dragon Ball that, while vegetable people often served as cannon fodder, they possessed remarkable combat prowess, exhibiting cunning and brutality. The world-renowned painting of Yamcha was a testament to underestimating them, resulting in his demise by their self-detonation. The combat power of the vegetable person was recorded at 1200, which, when compared to Blue Star Warriors, equated to. Jun Lin's eyes instantly sparkled as he exclaimed, 8-star warrior. Though merely an entry-level 80-star, the vegetable persons were swift, possessed high defense, and could spray corrosive liquid. If all else failed, they resorted to self-detonation as a last resort. Jun Lin mused that an ordinary 8-star warrior, if complacent, could easily find themselves in dire straits against a vegetable person, much like the unfortunate T-God in the past. Now, with the vegetable person as his enforcer, his restless spirit stirred with renewed vigor. After settling his family and providing Jun Chanyuan with a considerable sum of Huaxia currency, Jun Lin departed the villa. Chapter 54. The Emergence of the 20x Gravity Training Room. At the Magic City Xinghe Martial Arts Hall, the scale of this facility surpassed that of the Jinling branch by several magnitudes, and the number of skilled practitioners was exponentially greater. Jun Lin promptly sent a message to instructor Zhang Bin, who soon appeared, brimming with excitement, and escorted Jun Lin to meet the hall's director. Since Jun Lin's rise to prominence, Zhang Bin, as his guide, had certainly reaped substantial benefits. Upon learning of Jun Lin's decision to enroll in Magic City University, Zhang Bin had successfully requested a transfer to the Magic City branch. The director of this Xinghe branch was a 9-star warrior named Wei Wui. Upon meeting Jun Lin, they engaged in friendly conversation. Jun Lin discovered that the gravity training rooms at the Magic City Xinghe Martial Arts Hall were far more advanced, capable of increasing gravity up to 20 times. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin felt invigorated, as his Saiyan cells began to stir with excitement. Training was his greatest passion. However, with only 3 20-fold gravity rooms available and numerous high-ranking members vying for access, utilizing these rooms required the consumption of Xinghe Martial Arts Hall points. Jun Lin nodded in understanding. Such valuable resources, even for a prodigy like him, necessitated competition. The most efficient way to earn points was to venture into the beast territory and slay beasts, exchanging their corpses for points. This suited Jun Lin's tastes perfectly. Wasn't it simply a matter of hunting beasts? Now equipped with a capsule storage and a vegetable person enforcer, he was genuinely eager to embark on a hunt in the beast territory. Moreover, he could conveniently gather Dragon Balls along the way. This multifaceted endeavor was too advantageous to pass up. Just the thought of it sent his Saiyan blood racing with anticipation. With preparations underway, acquiring equipment was essential. Saiyans typically do not utilize weapons, but a set of battle armor was indispensable. Jun Lin once again accessed Zhang Bin's tablet, opening the marketplace to search for gear. Unlike the lower-tier 3 or 4-star equipment, higher-tier items were markedly fewer, making selection challenging. This time, Jun Lin set his sights on a set of 7-star Kuro alloy armor, priced at 1.2 billion. Although somewhat exorbitant, the stakes of survival compelled him to make the expenditure. Witnessing Jun Lin spend 1.2 billion on a single set of armor left Zhang Bin astounded. Though he himself was a 7-star warrior, he had never owned such superior equipment. An envy washed over him. Once donned in the Kuro alloy armor, Jun Lin's defensive capabilities surged. With the 7-star armor shielding him, he could mitigate over 80% of attacks from 6-star beasts, and even against a 7-star beast, he could reduce damage by 50%, greatly enhancing his survival odds. It could be said that, equipped with this armor, Jun Lin would face 6-star beasts with ease, ensuring victory. However, should he encounter an 8-star beast, it would pose a significant threat, requiring him to fight desperately or retreat at once. 100 kilometers southwest of Magic City, nestled within the mountains, lay a vast canyon. This area was well beyond the safety confines of the city, classified as an extremely perilous beast territory. With a thunderous roar, a modified 6-wheeled Hummer was on the move. Inside the vehicle, Jun Lin leisurely held a cigarette in his mouth, humming a tune with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, his combat power detector remained activated, continuously monitoring the surroundings within a 10-kilometer radius. With this invaluable device, he could sense the presence of formidable beasts in advance and prepare accordingly. As for the heavily armored Hummer, it was a purchase made when he left the Demon City, costing him a staggering $3.5 million. Many demon hunting teams opt for such robust vehicles, which spare them the hardship of sleeping rough. These modified vehicles are remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding attacks from beasts of 3 stars or lower, some even equipped with heavy machine guns to serve as a deterrent against these creatures. The spacious interior can accommodate both spoils of war and food supplies. Jun Lin picked up his Dragon Ball radar and pressed a few buttons, discovering that the nearest Dragon Ball was less than 50 kilometers away. Engaging in a Dragon Ball adventure in the real world was undeniably exhilarating. Suddenly, the combat power detector emitted a sound, indicating a powerful energy source had appeared within range. Jun Lin hurriedly checked, and his expression shifted slightly. A target with a combat power of 520 was rapidly approaching from the left front. He deduced that it was a formidable 6-star high-tier beast, likely possessing keen auditory senses. The noise generated by the Hummer's movement drew the beast's attention, prompting it to give chase. With a smirk, Jun Lin brought the vehicle to a halt and stepped out of the car. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a capsule warehouse, and with a resounding pop, a massive storage unit materialized before him. This warehouse was filled with numerous beast carcasses, trophies from his journey. Jun Lin pushed the Hummer into the warehouse and then activated the capsule warehouse's switch. With another pop, the large storage unit vanished, reverting to its capsule form. Jun Lin's gaze sharpened as he quietly awaited the target's appearance. His sensitivity to energy had now expanded to a range of 1,500 meters, and the target soon entered this radius. Remarkably swift, it was already exceeding 100 meters per second. Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback. Moments later, the ground trembled as a towering, pitch-black wolf-like beast appeared before him. Jun Lin immediately recalled information about this creature. Wind Wolf Beast, a speed-oriented beast capable of unleashing devastating wind blades to attack its enemies, making it exceedingly difficult to handle. A woo! The Wind Wolf let out a low growl, its blood-red eyes fixated on its prey as it lunged forward. It moved like a speeding car, claws extended, shimmering with a chilling gleam. "You beast, seeking death," Jun Lin growled. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, propelling himself forward, his right hand morphing into a blade aimed at the beast's neck. The strike was swift, precise, and forceful enough to cleave through stone like tofu. At the critical moment, the Wind Wolf unleashed its speed, causing Jun Lin's strike to miss its neck and instead hit its back, sending the creature flying. The Wind Wolf opened its maw, unleashing an invisible attack. This was the Wind Blade Assault. Wind is formless, rendering the Wind Blade attack invisible to the naked eye. Thankfully, Jun Lin's combat prowess was not solely reliant on sight. He could also discern attacks through the energy around him. Leaping high into the air, he evaded the invisible assault. Behind him, a massive tree, capable of being embraced by an adult, trembled and was sliced cleanly in half by the wind blade. Chapter 55. Hungry Wolf Squad enters 6 stars. The Wind Wolf, surprised that the human before it had evaded its lethal strike, cautiously approached with elegant steps, maintaining a vigilant stance. "Come, test my phantom fist," Jun Lin scoffed, swiftly moving his body. A series of afterimages appeared in the arena, leaving the Wind Wolf bewildered. With its limited intelligence, it could not comprehend why a single enemy had suddenly multiplied into so many. Letting out a low growl, it began to attack recklessly. At that moment, as it exposed a significant opening, Jun Lin seized the opportunity. Die. As the saying goes, copper head and iron bones, but a tofu waist. A powerful punch, infused with all of Jun Lin's strength, struck the Wind Wolf's waist. With a series of cracking sounds, the beast's weak point suffered a fatal blow, rendering it paralyzed on the ground. Jun Lin lunged forward, delivering a flurry of lethal punches. Thud! The beast's corpse collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Jun Lin kicked the Wind Wolf's body, confirming it was utterly deceased. He retrieved the capsule warehouse and tossed the body inside. If sold, the carcass of this Wind Wolf would fetch at least 10 million yuan, and he was determined not to let it go to waste. Just as he finished dealing with this situation, Jun Lin sensed another presence approaching. Through his energy sensitivity, he discerned that it was a small human team. The group appeared to possess advanced technology and had already locked onto his position, heading directly toward him. Thunderous sounds echoed as a similarly modified heavy Hummer emerged, stirring up clouds of dust. With a creak, the Hummer came to a halt, and 5 or 6 fully armed warriors disembarked. The leader, a burly man with a thick beard, exuded strength, his rugged appearance complemented by a massive machete strapped to his back. His level was the highest among them, having reached 65 stars. Jun Lin could tell from the man's confident stride and cautious gaze that he was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran in the realm of beast encounters. Behind him stood a woman clad in black armor, wielding a sharp combat knife, also of notable caliber, having just entered the 6-star realm. Among the others, some carried heavy machine guns, their bodies adorned with rows of ammunition, easily numbering in the thousands. While such heavy weaponry would be ineffective against beasts of 5 stars or higher, it was an effective tool for exterminating those of lower tiers. Others wielded precision instruments, seemingly probing the surrounding terrain and energy signatures. Jun Lin had likely been detected by their devices. "Young brother, you shouldn't be in a place like this. It's perilous," the burly man called out with a booming voice. Jun Lin remained on guard, replying, "Who are you?" The burly man, seeing Jun Lin's wariness, was undeterred. Conflicts among warriors in beast territories over resource disputes often led to animosities and violence. However, Jun Lin, lacking even a vehicle and merely carrying a satchel, appeared to be a destitute individual, an obvious observation that even a bandit would hesitate to rob. As for Jun Lin's attire, it was understated, making it impossible to discern his star level, and thus, it went unnoticed. "Fear not, young brother. We are the Hungry Wolf Squad from the Mercenary Association. I am Ba Dao." The burly man introduced himself with familiarity. The woman in black also spoke softly, "I am Shuang Fei Yan." As others revealed their identities, Jun Lin felt compelled to respond in kind. "Respected brothers and sisters, I am Beijite, a student from the Demon City University, who inadvertently found myself in this location." Ba Dao murmured, "Beijite, what a peculiar name." However, upon hearing that Jun Lin was a student from the university, he expressed some surprise. Among the graduates of the 985 institutions, achieving 5-star prowess was indeed a remarkable feat. To my surprise, you truly are a prodigy of our magical city. However, it is imperative that you return swiftly, for this vicinity spans several dozen miles and is perilously dominated by the Windwolf beasts. Ba Dao, assuming he was addressing a soon-to-be graduate, was not entirely mistaken in acknowledging Jun Lin's prowess as a 5-star warrior. His intention was merely to offer a friendly warning. Jun Lin, wishing to refrain from entangling himself with these individuals, nodded appreciatively and replied, "Thank you for the warning. I shall depart immediately." At this juncture, Shuang Fian interjected, "Xiao Bei, here is a map we have drawn that should prove useful to you. Take it with you." She produced a map adorned with numerous circles marked by a marker, with particularly hazardous areas highlighted in red. Jun Lin's eyes sparkled with interest. He momentarily set aside his concern regarding Shuang Fian's choice of address and focused intently on the map. Such maps, annotated by mercenary groups, are exceedingly rare and valuable, typically circulated only among trusted individuals and seldom bestowed upon outsiders. This map did indeed indicate their current location as within the territory of the Windwolf beasts. Although Jun Lin possessed a combat power detector capable of locking onto energy signatures from a distance, this field map remained crucial. "Thank you, dear sister," he exclaimed as he accepted the map with gratitude. "We have pressing matters to attend to," Ba Dao remarked. "Time is of the essence. Beiji, take care of yourself, and should fortune allow, we shall reunite in our magical city." With that, Ba Dao and his companions hurriedly bid farewell to Jun Lin and departed. As he observed their retreating figures, Jun Lin was lost in thought. He retrieved his Dragon Ball radar and the newly acquired map, commencing a meticulous comparison. Soon, his eyes lit up as he delineated a general area. The location of the next Dragon Ball was less than 60 kilometers from his current position. However, it was marked with a large red cross, signifying a dangerous zone. Based on the strength analysis of the Hungry Wolf Squad, which was capable of contending with 6-star beasts, they were classified as a 6-star mercenary group. If a 6-star mercenary group deemed an area dangerous, it was highly likely that 7-star or even higher-tier beasts resided there. This posed a significant challenge. Jun Lin stroked his chin, realizing he would need to shed his weighted training attire. He sought a sheltered spot and promptly removed the cumbersome gear, storing it in his capsule warehouse. With a thunderous crash, the sensation of long-standing pressure dissipated, unleashing an astonishing surge of power within him. This newfound strength propelled his cultivation level, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59 finally. His body quaked as he ascended to a new realm, becoming a 6-star warrior. Utilizing his combat power detector, Jun Lin was astonished to discover an impressive reading. Combat power, 355. Typically, newly initiated 6-star warriors possess combat power around 320. But Jun Lin's exceptional talent allowed him to exceed this threshold by 35 points, nearly equating to the might of a 63-star warrior. With his combat power nearly doubling, Jun Lin felt lighter than air, as graceful as the wind. A few swift movements left a flurry of afterimages in his wake, his speed rivaling that of the Windwolf beasts. With a low growl, he unleashed a powerful punch against a massive boulder behind him. The boulder shattered into countless fragments, sending dust spiraling into the air, an impressive display of force. Clenching his fists, Jun Lin wore a slight smile. This time, he possessed the confidence to confront even more formidable beasts. Haha, Dragon Ball, here I come. Chapter 56, Savage Beyond Measure, the Three-Eyed Demon Wolf. According to the map's markings, the next Dragon Ball was located in a desolate county town that had been abandoned for over 200 years. A day later, Jun Lin arrived at the outskirts of this town, known as Shinkong County. The landscape was a tragic sight, utterly desolate, devoid of any human presence. Most beasts prefer to inhabit such forsaken cities, where countless structures provide ample nesting opportunities and concealment. The teachings from school had imparted some knowledge. Beasts possess a certain level of intelligence, and over the 200 years of conflict with humanity, they have learned that in open fields, without cover, humans can unleash heavy weaponry, even missiles, against them. Conversely, within densely built urban environments, human firearms are significantly constrained. By retreating into the city, these towering edifices serve as excellent shields, compelling humans to engage in close combat. In close quarters, beasts of the same tier typically exceed human strength, often requiring 2 or 3 warriors to cooperate to bring down a single beast. Jun Lin employed his combat power detector to scan the entire county, and immediately, a cacophony of beeping filled the air. There were at least thousands of beasts residing here. The overwhelming noise even made Jun Lin feel dizzy. After several adjustments, he filtered out all beasts below 3 stars, as they posed no challenge to him. The remaining targets were drastically reduced, revealing a clear view with over 90% of the targets eliminated. However, within the remaining targets, one particularly massive energy signature caught his attention. Ah, fortunate indeed, this is a 7-star beast. Undoubtedly, the ruler of this abandoned county was this mysterious 7-star beast. Jun Lin pulled out his Dragon Ball radar once more, pressing a few times to pinpoint the exact location of the Dragon Ball. Soon, his expression darkened. The Dragon Ball was situated within an old city area, nearly overlapping with the position of the 7-star beast. This meant that to obtain the Dragon Ball, he would have to confront the 7-star beast. The tiers are categorized as 3-star to 4-star, 4-star to 6-star, and 7-star to 9-star. The disparity between 6-star and 7-star is immense, although Jun Lin had previously spoken with confidence as a 6-star warrior. Overcoming the challenge of a 7-star beast would not be a simple endeavor, unless he resorted to his trump card, the Vegetable Man, whose strength could easily decimate the entire Shinkong County. Yet, as a Saiyan, Jun Lin's very cells were infused with a combative spirit. He would not cower in the face of battle nor hide behind another. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, and a giant blackish-brown rat, about the height of an adult, emerged. Jun Lin recognized it as the One-Eyed Rat, a 3-star beast, notorious for burrowing underground and often undermining building foundations, leading to collapses. Upon spotting a human, the One-Eyed Rat hesitated momentarily, then bared its sharp teeth and lunged forward. For beasts, human flesh is a substantial source of nourishment. Upon seeing a human, they instinctively launch an attack. With a swift motion, Jun Lin unleashed a powerful palm strike, effortlessly reducing the One-Eyed Rat to a mere pulp. He kicked aside the repugnant remains, turning his back to continue towards the old city. Such low-tier beasts were not worth the effort of collecting, as he found them too cumbersome to keep. As he gradually approached the old city, the streets had deteriorated beyond recognition, resembling the aftermath of a devastating earthquake. Jun Lin held his breath, focused his energy, and moved stealthily as though an ordinary person. However, even in this state, some highly perceptive beasts were still able to detect him and launched attacks. Throughout his journey, Jun Lin dispatched countless such beasts, each encounter resolved with swift efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. Inside a mall-like structure, various green plants had overtaken the walls, contributing to the desolate atmosphere. Jun Lin sensed a formidable and ferocious presence within the building. Under the influence of this aura, not a single beast dared to linger within a radius of several hundred meters. Creak, creak. He strained his ears and suddenly detected the sound of teeth gnawing on flesh. Instantly, he turned his gaze in the direction of the noise. Peering through the collapsed brick wall, in what was once the atrium of the shopping mall, a large shadow writhed ominously. It was a robust creature, its head nearly brushing the ceiling of the second floor. Its form bore a resemblance to that of a wind wolf beast, yet it was grander in size. Cloaked in a deep azure fur, most chilling of all, its massive wolf-like head sported 3 eyes, which glimmered with a disquieting light in the darkness. Could it be the legendary 3-eyed demon wolf? Jun Lin gasped internally, nearly exclaiming out loud. The 3-eyed demon wolf, a creature that had been frequently mentioned by his instructor in class, was notorious for its ferocity, far surpassing that of lesser creatures like the One-Eyed Rat. These beasts typically resided in desolate mountains, harboring an innate hostility toward humans and delighting in their slaughter. They were greedy and brutal, watching covetously over anyone daring to encroach upon their territory. Their strength was astounding, classified as no less than a 7-star beast, with the mightiest among them reaching 9 stars. The Chongping Bay city of Huaxia had once been on the brink of destruction at the hands of a 9-star three-eyed demon wolf, an event that still sent shivers down the spines of those who survived. At this moment, the powerful and terrifying beast was relishing its lunch. Jun Lin focused intently and realized that what it feasted upon was not mere sustenance, but the severed arm of an adult, being savored with a grotesque delight. It was not surprising for a beast to consume humans, yet the nearest human city lay hundreds of miles away. How had this creature acquired such a delicacy? Could there be other warriors lurking within this county? With this thought, Jun Lin commenced a thorough scan of the surrounding energy. 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Finally, he detected the presence of 2 warriors approximately 1,200 meters away atop a clock tower. One emanated a 65-star aura, while the other bore a 60-star signature. He found these energies somewhat familiar and suddenly recalled their identities. Were they not Ba Dao and Shuang Fei Yin from the Hungry Wolf Squad? If the rest of the squad comprised 5 or 6 members, why were only these 2 left? Abruptly, his attention was drawn to a pile of white bones at the feet of the three-eyed demon wolf, sending a chill down his spine. Could those individuals have met their end within the belly of the beast? The natural order dictated that humans slay monsters and monsters devour humans, a jungle law that was not inherently unjust. Yet, the thought of those boisterous men from yesterday now reduced to mere bones left an unsettling feeling in his heart. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The three-eyed demon wolf, in the midst of savoring its meal, suddenly trembled, its head swaying imperceptibly. Bang! A bullet hole the size of a bowl appeared in the wall behind it. Jun Lin was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that someone was attempting a long-range sniper shot, only to have the three-eyed demon wolf evade it. Could the rumors be true? Did the third eye of the three-eyed demon wolf possess the ability to foresee danger in a brief moment? Thus, no sniper's bullet could harm it. Chapter 57. Caught while stealing time rewound to 1 minute prior. Atop the distant clock tower, Shuang Fei Yan's phoenix-like eyes blazed with fury as she aimed a heavy sniper rifle. Behind her, Ba Dao's left arm bled profusely, seemingly torn by some beast, rendering it useless. Fei Yan, you are still young. We should leave while that creature remains unaware of our presence, Ba Dao urged. No. Ere Guzi and the others died such a gruesome death, I must avenge them, Shuang Fei Yan asserted, loading specialized armor-piercing explosive rounds into her rifle. Ordinary bullets would be ineffective against a 7-star beast. Only these costly specialized rounds could inflict any damage. Ba Dao sighed in resignation, raising his gigantic battle sword with one hand and murmuring, very well, if you are intent on madness, I shall accompany you. Even in death, we can face it together as siblings. What is there to fear? Thank you, big brother. Shuang Fei Yin took aim at the head of the three-eyed demon wolf and pulled the trigger. To her astonishment, what should have been a sure shot missed entirely, as the three-eyed demon wolf seemed to sense the danger in advance, evading the bullet. This is impossible, Shuang Fei Yin cried out, her fingers squeezing the trigger in a furious frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. Several armor-piercing explosive rounds were unleashed, yet they too returned without effect. The eyes of the three-eyed demon wolf turned a sinister shade of crimson, and after dodging the sniper's assault, it slowly turned its head, locking onto Ba Dao and Shuang Fei Yin with its 3 bell-like eyes. In that instant, the air thickened with palpable tension. Even Jun Lin, hidden behind the brick wall, could feel the bone-chilling malice, let alone Ba Dao and Shuang Fei Yin, staring directly into the terrifying gaze of the three-eyed demon wolf. Shuang Fei Yin felt as though she were plummeting into an abyss, her very blood freezing in her veins. This was the immense pressure exerted by a 7-star beast. Roar! The three-eyed demon wolf arched its body and transformed into a blur, hurtling toward the clock tower 1,000 meters away with astonishing speed. Madness glinted in its blood-red eyes. Fixated on its prey, Ba Dao and Shuang Fei Yin each grasped their weapons, seeking to intercept the beast's assault. Yet they were akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Boom! The top of the clock tower was obliterated by the impact of the three-eyed demon wolf. As though struck by a missile, Ba Dao lost his grip on his massive sword, feeling as if he had been struck by a locomotive, sent flying several meters away. The disparity between them was insurmountable, compounded by his prior injuries. They were in no position to contend with such a foe. Shuang Fei Yin, being more agile, fared slightly better. She quickly leaped onto the rooftop of an adjacent building, leveraging the force of the recoil. But the three-eyed demon wolf had already set its sights on her, unwilling to let this morsel escape. With powerful hooves pounding the ground, it pursued her at breakneck speed. Witnessing the beast depart, Jun Lin sprang from behind the brick wall and dashed into the abandoned mall where the dragon orb resided. Clutching the dragon orb radar in his left hand and the flowing light flying blade in his right, he seized this opportune moment to meticulously search for the whereabouts of the dragon orb. This was the lair of the three-eyed demon wolf. Littered with various remnants of past meals, a horrific scene with heaps of excrement reeking of foul odors. Suddenly, Jun Lin heard the plaintive howls of wolf pups, stirring a sense of suspicion within him. Following the sound, he ventured deeper into the wolf's den, discovering a nest of three-eyed demon wolf cubs. They appeared to have only recently been born, no larger than small puppies, frolicking together in their nest. Meanwhile, the coveted dragon orb had been turned into a toy by these cubs, rolling about on the ground. Jun Lin hastened forward, retrieving the dragon orb and examining it. Within, he found 6 red stars. 6-star ball secured. This is quite fortuitous. Jun Lin beamed, stowing the dragon orb in his pocket. One of the three-eyed demon wolf cubs, realizing its toy had been snatched away, displayed fierce aggression, biting down on Jun Lin's boot. Get lost. Jun Lin kicked out, sending the cub flying several meters away, narrowly escaping disaster. The other cubs, witnessing his display of dominance, huddled together, trembling in fear. He had heard tales of individuals who specialized in purchasing monster cubs for a handsome sum. These wolf pups certainly could not be overlooked. Jun Lin stroked his chin, a triumphant smile gracing his face. He prepared to seize the opportunity while the three-eyed demon wolf was away, intending to abscond with its litter of wolf cubs. There were 5 cubs in total, and with a swift kick, Jun Lin rendered each one unconscious. Subsequently, he bound them securely with iron chains and placed them into a large leather sack. Since the capsule warehouse could not accommodate living beings, he had no choice but to carry the bulging sack on his back. With such a bountiful haul, Jun Lin hummed a cheerful tune as he prepared to depart. Alas, luck has a way of running dry. Just as he exited the building, he abruptly looked up in a certain direction, sensing something amiss. There, the three-eyed demon wolf was racing back, clutching a half-dead woman in its jaws. It seemed the creature intended to bring this delectable morsel back to feed its cubs, only to unexpectedly encounter Jun Lin, the thief. In an instant, the wolf's eyes blazed red once more. Through its bloodline instinct, it deduced that the sack Jun Lin carried contained its offspring. Releasing the woman from its grasp, the three-eyed demon wolf surged forward, its speed multiplying as it lunged at Jun Lin. Its massive form resembled a heavy military Humvee, hurtling towards him with tremendous kinetic energy. Jun Lin believed that even a train would think twice before colliding with such a beast. With a swift motion, Jun Lin hurled the sack aside, then seized the opportune moment to leave behind a phantom image as he evaded the attack. The three-eyed demon wolf shattered the illusion, realizing something was amiss, yet before it could react, Jun Lin had already positioned himself beneath its belly, delivering a crushing blow with his mighty fist. The wolf's abdomen twisted in pain, and its whip-like tail lashed out, sending Jun Lin flying several dozen meters away. Bang! Bang! Both the three-eyed demon wolf and Jun Lin rolled on the ground, quickly regaining their footing. Although Jun Lin's earlier punches were fierce, the wolf's formidable size meant it only sustained minor injuries. Clad in his 7-star battle armor, Jun Lin emerged largely unscathed from the tail's strike. They locked eyes, each preparing for a new round of combat. Jun Lin flexed his wrists, brimming with fighting spirit, declaring, "It appears that dealing with this beast requires some genuine skill. Come forth and witness my wolf fang fist." Channeling all his energy, Jun Lin forcibly elevated his combat power to 420. In contrast, the three-eyed demon wolf, a 7-star monster, had recently given birth and was still in a postpartum phase, maintaining a combat power of 640. Despite the apparent disparity, Jun Lin, as a scion, thrived in battle, growing more exhilarated with each confrontation. Chapter 58, The Super Brawler, Vegetable Man. The clash between Jun Lin and the three-eyed demon wolf was brutal, both covered in wounds. However, the pain coursing through his body only served to unlock Jun Lin's latent potential. Possessing the bloodline of a high-ranking scion endowed him with the characteristic of growing stronger the more he fought. With a sharp pain in his left shoulder from a wolf fang puncture, he conjured a wave of energy in his right palm, blinding one of the wolf's eyes in the process. The three-eyed demon wolf left a trail of blood as it nearly had its belly torn open, separating from one another. Both were left in a disheveled state, gasping for breath. Jun Lin pressed his palms together and seized the moment to unleash a Kamehameha wave, a blue meteor rapidly forming. The wolf's third eye glimmered with an eerie green light, sensing the impending danger of the attack. Without hesitation, it pivoted and fled, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Boom! A colossal energy wave erupted, expanding in the air, the blue comet at its apex radiating immense light and heat. This Kamehameha wave tore through several buildings before its energy was completely expended. Jun Lin, battered and bruised, sat on the ground, panting heavily. Ah, truly cunning. It escaped me. He glanced at his battle-worn armor, sighing in resignation, knowing repairs would cost him dearly. Activating his combat power detector, he sought the location of the three-eyed demon wolf and soon discovered that it had already fled the county. Disregarding the creature, Jun Lin instead retrieved a peculiar seed. He buried it in the soil and watered it diligently. Soon, a miraculous event unfolded. The earth trembled as if a terrifying monster was being birthed from below. The soil was forcefully displaced, and a pair of green, grotesque arms emerged, reminiscent of a corpse rising from the grave. Following this, the bizarre green body surfaced, revealing the complete form of the vegetable man. Given Jun Lin's injuries, he required a capable guardian, and thus it was time to unleash the vegetable man. Beep, beep, beep. The detector indicated that the vegetable man possessed a combat power of 1,200 points, which did not surprise Jun Lin. It barely qualified as an 80-star entity. However, it would effortlessly dispatch the fleeing three-eyed demon wolf. The vegetable man stood at a modest height of less than 5 feet, its body covered in a green exoskeleton, providing it with formidable defense. Its appearance was distinctly non-human, more akin to that of a monster. Kneel. Jun Lin commanded the vegetable man. The creature, unable to speak, emitted strange sounds, but upon hearing Jun Lin's order, its malicious triangular eyes reflected a pitiful expression. I said kneel, Jun Lin emphasized. Thud. This time, the vegetable man comprehended the command and obediently knelt. Slap yourself, Jun Lin instructed further. Smack, smack, smack. The vegetable man complied without hesitation, delivering punishing slaps to itself that echoed with a resonant thud. All right, rise, Jun Lin commanded as the vegetable man ceased its self-punishment and stood obediently, resembling a dutiful servant. Relieved by the vegetable man's compliance, Jun Lin sighed. It seemed that the minions rewarded by the system possessed unwavering loyalty, ready for immediate use without fear of betrayal. With a vegetable man of comparable strength to an 80-star entity by his side, Jun Lin finally allowed himself a moment of respite. Cough, cough. I shall bestow upon you a name, Jun Lin said to the bewildered vegetable man. From this day forth, you shall be known as Big Head Cabbage. Do you understand? The vegetable man touched its green head and nodded in acknowledgement. Squeak. In the distance, a few one-eyed rat monsters were stealthily prowling. Jun Lin sensed human presence among them, and alarmed, he dashed forward despite his injuries. On the ground lay a woman with a severed arm, being viciously torn apart by 3 one-eyed rats. On the verge of dismemberment. Big Head Cabbage, eliminate them, Jun Lin commanded urgently. Boom. In less than 3 seconds, the vegetable man executed the order, obliterating the 3 one-eyed rats. Recognizing the woman as the one who had gifted him a map just the previous day, Jun Lin was stunned to see her in such a dire state. He checked her pulse with his hand. There was still a faint heartbeat, but her injuries were far worse than his. Even if healed, she might be bettered in for the rest of her life. He recalled another presence atop the bell tower and concentrated, scanning the surroundings for the energy signature. Finally, he located his target, the Blade of Dominance, beneath the rubble of a collapsed building. The Dominator had been thoroughly buried, descending several meters underground. Had it not been for Jun Lin's ability to pinpoint its location through sensing, no one would have discovered this place. Kai immediately transformed into a humanoid excavator, commencing the arduous task of unearthing the ruins. Moments later, Kai emerged from the depths with the gravely injured Dominator in tow, leaping back to the surface. Similarly, Dominator was also severely wounded, with multiple fractures and a missing leg, faring little better than the twin swallows. Jun Lin shook his head in silent disbelief, uncertain whether to deem these two fortunate or unfortunate. With a loud thud, the capsule storage appeared, and Jun Lin drove out his heavy-duty Hummer. Carefully lifting both individuals into the vehicle, he retrieved a large sack containing 6 wolf cubs and secured it atop the Hummer. The interior of the Hummer was stocked with various emergency medical supplies and was spacious, resembling a small tent. Jun Lin instructed Kai to remain vigilant for any threats while he entered the vehicle to administer first aid to their severed limbs, injecting each with a dose of adrenaline. Before long, the two, having lost significant blood and succumbed to unconsciousness, began to awaken. Xiao Bei, the twin swallows, recognized Jun Lin at once and weakly inquired, "Was it you who saved me?" Jun Lin produced a vial of nutrient solution and poured it into her mouth, responding calmly. "It seems fate has spared you, as I happened to find you." Gulping down the nutrient solution, the twin swallows felt a surge of vitality and managed to utter a faint thank you. Nearby, the hulking Dominator groaned and opened his eyes. He attempted to rise, but was overcome by excruciating pain, forcing him to relent. "Beijite brothers, I shall never forget this kindness, but in my current state, I fear I may be rendered a useless shell for the rest of my life. Jun Lin gently pressed him down, replying with calm assurance, do not dwell on such thoughts. Focus on your recovery. You will regain your strength once we return to the magic capital. Will I truly recover? The twin swallows lamented, glancing at her severed arm with a bitter smile. The biological technology of Blue Star was indeed advanced, having surpassed that of the pre-apocalypse era. Rumors spoke of a supreme biological serum that could regenerate severed limbs, a marvel indeed. Alas, such top-tier serums were priced in the millions, far beyond the means of mere six-star warriors like them. Thus, it seemed their futures were destined for disability. Chapter 59, The Enigmatic Divine Beings. On the desolate road, the engine of the Hummer roared with a thunderous growl as it sped towards the magic capital. Kai crouched atop the vehicle, his mischievous triangular eyes scanning the surroundings, ready to eliminate any obstacles in their path. Though the vegetable creature could not unleash energy waves or take flight, it excelled in speed, high defense, and balanced strength. With a capable escort this time, Jun Lin drove the Hummer at breakneck speed, no longer encumbered by caution. Such commotion inevitably attracted the attention of numerous formidable beasts. According to his map, Jun Lin realized he had ventured into a perilous zone inhabited by a herd of wild boar-like beasts, their leader being a seven-star monarch. On ordinary days, he would tread carefully, but the urgency of returning to the magic capital compelled him to act swiftly. As he approached, the road ahead was severely damaged, rendering the Hummer's passage exceedingly bumpy. Peering through his binoculars, Jun Lin spotted 100 steel-bristled wild boars charging down the hillside, akin to a torrent of iron. Behind them loomed a massive red-haired wild boar, rivaling a heavy tank in size. Undoubtedly, this was the ruler of the region, the bloodthirsty red tank. Kai, eliminate that herd of wild boars. Jun Lin commanded, obeying. The vegetable creature leaped from the Hummer like a bolt of lightning, launching itself towards the horde of beasts. Jun Lin halted the vehicle, intently sensing the battle unfolding on the hillside. Due to Kai's vastly superior strength, Jun Lin found it challenging to keep pace with its swift movements. However, his mastery over energy allowed him to vaguely perceive the entirety of the conflict. It was a sheer display of overwhelming dominance. Regardless of whether they were steel-bristled boars or the red tank, all fell victim to the relentless onslaught of Kai. Ultimately, after dispatching over 40 beasts, Kai returned, somewhat disgruntled. The seven-star monarch, the bloodthirsty red tank, demonstrated cunning intelligence. Sensing the tide of battle turning against it, it burrowed into an escape tunnel. In the domain of beasts, such escape routes were often left for convenience. Jun Lin felt a pang of regret. Both the three-eyed demon wolf and the bloodthirsty red tank were immensely valuable. He estimated they could fetch at least 30 million huaxia coins. Kai, how could you let my 30 million slip away so easily? Can you compensate for it? Jun Lin scolded the returning vegetable creature, who, under the weight of his reprimand, lowered its head in silence. The journey continued without further incident. 2 days later, an early morning brought a notification from the system as Jun Lin awoke in the Hummer. Ding! Your Dragon Ball Universe sign-in count has been refreshed. Would you like to sign in? The sign-in count has reset again. How swiftly time passes, he mused. System. Sign me in immediately. Ding! Signing in, please wait. In an instant, a colossal ethereal treasure chest materialized, its lid opening to unleash a cascade of blue light. Blue light? How splendid! Jun Lin rejoiced inwardly. Though the system had not explicitly stated it, through numerous sign-ins, he had discerned varying tiers of rewards. Thus far, he had encountered 3 distinct colors: white light, green light, and blue light. White light represented the lowest tier, offering the most meager rewards. Green light was of medium quality, providing average rewards. Conversely, blue light was exceptionally promising, having previously granted him gifts such as his Saiyan Bloodline and the Turtle School's Kamehameha, clearly a level above the others. Encountering blue light again assured him of extraordinary rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 10 divine beans. Divine beans, a miraculous being from the Dragon Ball world, imbued with divine power, bestowing incredible effects. No matter how severe the injury, consuming one guarantees miraculous healing. Even the regeneration of severed limbs is but a trivial matter. However, it offers no remedy for bodily ailments and does not extend lifespan. As the system notification faded, Jun Lin discovered 10 small beans, resembling broad beans, resting in his palm. Seemingly unremarkable. Wow, divine beans. System, you are truly impressive. Jun Lin couldn't contain his delight, bursting into laughter within the vehicle. Fortunately, Dominator and the twin swallows remained in a deep coma. Otherwise, they might have thought him mad. The significance of divine beings was lost on those in this world. In the latter stages of Dragon Ball, each being played a crucial role, capable of turning the tide of battle. It was precisely due to the Divine Being's almost overpowered effects that the creator of the Dragon Ball universe intentionally arranged for a character to consume them, rendering them rare items. Gazing at the 10 vibrant green beans, Jun Lin carefully placed them into a sturdy cloth bag for safekeeping. Afterward, he took one divine bean and popped it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The substance bore a striking resemblance to broad beans in taste, lacking any distinct flavor. Yet it exuded an extraordinary divine power that initiated a rapid restoration of the consumer. In the blink of an eye, the grievous wounds on Jun Lin's body, deep enough to reveal bone, were completely healed. His skin became smooth and renewed, erasing even the scars from previous battles. Under this miraculous effect, Jun Lin shed his former frail appearance, brimming with vitality, almost yearning for another fierce battle to unleash his pent-up energy. Moreover, he sensed a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. This was an inherent trait unique to the Saiyan race. Each time they sustained severe injuries, their fighting capacity would increase. He opened the car door and stepped into a spacious area, preparing to unleash his full power. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power detector emitted alarms. Having already registered Jun Lin's data, combat power, 525. Jun Lin rejoiced. During his last confrontation with the three-eyed demon wolf, his maximum output was only 420. To his astonishment, after recovering from his injuries, his power had surged to 525. If this combat strength were to be applied within the cultivation system of Blue Star, it would be roughly equivalent to a 67-star warrior. Should he encounter that 7-star three-eyed demon wolf again, Jun Lin would undoubtedly triumph. Returning to the vehicle, he glanced at the unconscious Badu and Shuang Fian, hesitating over whether to administer aid to them. This would not only consume 2 precious divine beings, but would also be difficult to explain due to the miraculous nature of the phenomenon. After much contemplation, he resolved to save them. They were of good character, and his acquisition of the Dragon Balls was largely thanks to their diversion of the three-eyed demon wolf. He felt indebted to them. Now that he possessed 10 divine beings and anticipated acquiring more in the future, such resources were not particularly scarce. Why should he be stingy? Chapter 60. Becoming the leader, returning to the fold. Jun Lin retrieved 2 divine beans from his small pouch, crushing them into powder with his fingers and mixing them with some clear water before administering the concoction to the 2 individuals. Soon, a wondrous scene unfolded. Badu's severed leg began to regenerate, with bones, muscles, tendons, blood vessels, and skin all reconstituting themselves. In no time, a complete leg reappeared. Simultaneously, Badu's other injuries were healing at an astonishing rate, and even some old ailments were cured. Similarly, Shuang Fian's severed arm grew back, and her scars vanished, her skin regaining its luster and elasticity. Ah, what is happening? Both exclaimed in unison, nearly colliding with the car's roof as they leapt in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't I on the verge of death? How am I completely healed? My leg has grown back. Could this be a dream? Badu touched his smooth thigh, his expression one of incredulity. I felt someone giving me something to eat. Shuang Fian turned to Jun Lin, disbelief etched on her face. Xiao Bei, did you use a treasure to save us? Jun Lin nodded and casually replied, just now, I found 2 peculiar fruits in a cave of magical beasts. I thought, as a last resort, to give them to you both, and to my surprise, they truly restored you. Badu stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering the miraculous fruit. Yet he could not piece together any clues. Since the dawn of the apocalypse era, rare treasures had indeed emerged on Blue Star, possessing astonishing effects. Perhaps this was destiny. It seemed they were not meant to perish here. Their fortune lay in encountering the man before them, for otherwise, they would have long since become the dung of magical beasts. With a thud, Badu knelt down, and Shuang Fian followed suit. Why are you both doing this? Get up. The gratitude for saving my life is akin to a rebirth. I, Badu, hold the principle of Yeet, righteousness, in the highest regard. You not only saved me, but also rescued Fian. From now on, I owe you 2 lives, Badu proclaimed with grandiosity. I owe you 2 lives as well, Shuang Fian said earnestly, her previously cold demeanor now warm. I will comply with whatever you ask of me, even if it costs my life. I, Shuang Fian, will not flinch. Seeing that they were truly grateful, Jun Lin nodded slightly. You both need not bear too great a psychological burden. Although I fortuitously saved you, I do not seek repayment. I have a task, and your skills are commendable. Would you be willing to assist me? Please go on. Badu and Shuang Fian spoke in unison. Quite simply, Jun Lin stated, traveling alone in the wilderness can be isolating and fraught with difficulties. Would you be willing to accompany me? The remuneration will surely satisfy you both. You want to be the leader, Shuang Fian blurted out, then flushed, realizing her slip of the tongue. Haha, what's wrong with that? Badu chuckled heartily. Clearly, the leader is a hidden expert. From now on, I will follow you. Just considering that Jun Lin had saved them from the jaws of danger and healed their broken bodies was enough for Badu to deduce that Jun Lin was indeed a formidable figure. He began to suspect that this young man named Vegeta might have consumed some potent elixirs, which explained his youthful appearance. He surmised that Vegeta's true strength was likely beyond the 7-star level. Ultimately, Jun Lin achieved his goal, gaining 2 companions. Henceforth, he would have 2 more allies for his ventures. Big Cabbage, come over and meet my 2 friends. Jun Lin prepared to introduce his enforcer. Bang! The ever-vigilant vegetable creature leaped down from the roof of the vehicle. This startled both Badu and Shuang Fian, nearly causing them to flee. The vegetable creature's appearance was so bizarre that it would be a grotesque sight amidst a horde of magical beasts. Though Badu and Shuang Fian lacked a combat power detector, their years of experience allowed them to gauge the creature's strength. Standing before the vegetable creature, they felt an overwhelming aura wash over them, akin to encountering a 7-star magical beast. The realization that such a formidable creature was under Jun Lin's control only deepened their sense of his mystery. The Hummer roared back to life. This time, Badu took the wheel, while Jun Lin reclined in the back seat, casually remarking, "Fian, my back has been hurting lately. Could you give me a massage?" Shuang Fian hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing as she shyly moved closer to Jun Lin. Jun Lin, suppressing a smirk, teased, "Did you not say you owed me 2 lives? That you would do anything I asked? Or do you mean to say your gratitude was merely lip service and that you didn't truly mean it?" "That's not it," Shuang Fian exclaimed, quickly denying his implication. "I can do it. It's just that I've always been in battles and never engaged in such tasks before. Fian, life should not be solely about fighting. One must also learn to savor the joys of existence," Jun Lin said, lighting a cigarette, half closing his eyes in sheer contentment. His expedition had yielded bountiful rewards. Though he had not slain a 7-star magical beast, he had defeated 5 6-star beasts. The numbers of 4-star and 5-star beasts were even greater, filling his gigantic capsule storage to near capacity, with at least over 100 specimens. Most fortuitously, he had returned with a litter of 3-eyed demon wolf pups, which would fetch a handsome price. Once he returned to the demon city and sold them, he would earn a substantial profit, further enhancing his satisfaction. Shuang Fian gazed at her now pristine hands, then glanced at her new leader, who was enjoying his moment of leisure, and ultimately began to awkwardly massage him. The imposing figure of Ba Dao, seated in the front of the vehicle, maintained a stoic demeanor, observing the world through a lens of indifference. He chose to disregard the unfolding events behind him, pondering the potential benefits of his younger sister gaining the favor of the new leader. Soon, the magnificent and colossal walls of the Magic City came into view, a testament to their survival after a harrowing adventure. Due to the peculiar appearance of the vegetable beings, they were deemed unsuitable for entry into the Magic City, prompting the Hummer to come to a halt. These vegetable beings possessed a unique ability to dehydrate themselves and transform back into seeds. This proved convenient, as Jun Lin promptly collected one of the seeds and tucked it away in his pocket, successfully passing through the security checkpoint at the city gates. Once inside the Magic City, the trio exchanged contact information before parting ways. Ba Dao and his companion had matters concerning the Hungry Wolf team to attend to, while Jun Lin focused on managing the spoils of their conquest. That afternoon, Jun Lin hired several large trucks, offering 500 coins to the drivers to allow them a break for lunch. Once they departed, he extracted all the beast corpses from the capsule storage and loaded them into the trucks. When the drivers returned and beheld the trucks brimming with monster carcasses, they stood in astonished silence. However, being ordinary individuals, they understood the unspoken rule: some things were better left unasked and unsaid. The realm of martial artists was not one they could intrude upon. A convoy of trucks made its way to the Xinghe Martial Arts School, the pungent scent of the beast corpses and the residual energy emanating from them drawing curious glances from passers-by. Chapter 61, Striking It Rich, Showering My Sister with Wealth. "Hey, Instructor Zhang, I'm back," Jun Lin announced. "Yes, my companions and I have hunted a batch of monsters. Please send someone to receive them." After ending the call, he began to strategize in his mind. The point system at the Xinghe Martial Arts School was exceptionally valuable, with a conversion rate of 100,001 to the Huaxia currency, meaning that 10,000 Huaxia coins could only be exchanged for a fraction of a point. These points could be utilized not only for accessing the gravity training rooms, but also for acquiring top-tier combat manuals and high-level weaponry. Inside the Xinghe Martial Arts School, Zhang Bin gazed in astonishment at the line of returning trucks, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Did you really hunt all of these?" he stammered. No. Jun Lin quickly clarified. "I joined a mercenary team. This is the result of our collective efforts." "I see," Zhang Bin nodded, momentarily relieved, suspecting that the strength of this mercenary group must be formidable, especially since he discovered the corpses of 6-star monsters among the cargo. Each of these beasts could be worth millions, and there were no less than 5 of them here. Not to mention, over 100 4-star and 5-star beasts also filled the trucks. Let us go eat first, then we can sell all of this, Jun Lin suggested with a smile. At the dining table, Jun Lin recounted his experiences, emphasizing his affiliation with a 6-star mercenary group as the rationale for their bounty. After their meal, Jun Lin and Zhang Bin proceeded to the recycling department to sell the corpses. Following an expert appraisal, they discovered a total of 88 4-star beast corpses, 21 5-star corpses, and 5 6-star corpses. The average prices were estimated at 650,000 for 4 stars, 2.8 million for 5 stars, and 10.5 million for 6 stars. In total, Jun Lin garnered 168.5 million huaxia coins. Given his status as a key trainee at the Xinghe Martial Arts School, he received preferential treatment, allowing him to exchange huaxia coins for points at a rate of 80,001. After some contemplation, he converted 80 million huaxia coins into 1,000 points. The remaining 80 million was deposited into his bank account. However, the matter was not yet concluded, as he still had 5 wolf cubs to sell. Upon returning home, he was taken aback. The lawn outside the villa had been thoroughly excavated by the wolf cubs, and several large holes marred the walls. What on earth? Did you all decide to remodel the house? One might think you were huskies. Brother, you're finally back. These little rascals have driven me insane, Xia Zhiyu exclaimed, standing at the door, her hands on her hips in frustration. Jun Lin kicked the mischievous cubs one by one, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I've vented my frustration on them." Once inside, he inquired, "I heard your class has commenced formal training. How is your training aptitude?" At the mention of this, Xia Zhiyu's demeanor brightened immediately, her joy unmistakable. "You might not believe this, but after testing, I ranked first in my class for training aptitude. I'm officially a tiger-level genius." Just tiger level? Jun Lin shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. His sister, while not expected to match his extraordinary abilities, should at least aspire to dragon level. It seemed that in the future, if he came across any treasures that could enhance aptitude, he must ensure to set aside a portion for her. "Do you think I'm inadequate?" Xia Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, preparing to unleash her indignation. "Well, barely passing ISNT exactly commendable," Jun Lin retorted, his words teasingly infuriating her. Xia Zhiyu bared her little tiger teeth, playfully clawing at him. "You were rated E-level overall back then, and I never looked down on you. Now you dare to criticize me? Does your conscience not ache?" "I have no conscience, so of course, it doesn't hurt," Jun Lin replied, his humor intent on provoking her. At that moment, he resolved that if he could acquire a bloodline from the Dragon Ball world, he would certainly help Zhiyu improve hers as well. With this invincible system at his disposal, he intended not only to become formidable himself, but also to empower those around him. One day, breaking through the borders to dominate Blue Star would undoubtedly be within reach. "Yikes, I'm going to bite you." Xia Zhiyu lunged at him, attempting to sink her silver teeth into this heartless brother. Jun Lin held her head back with one hand, preventing her advance, and said, "I made some money during my outing. I'll transfer 1 million in pocket money to you shortly." With a thud, the once ferocious Xia Zhiyu stumbled and fell onto the carpet. Her rear end elevated comically. She quickly sprang back up, incredulous. "How much pocket money are you giving me?" Jun Lin raised a single finger, smiling. 1 million. Once the little girl confirmed she hadn't misheard, she leapt for joy, launching herself at him with a fervent kiss. Jun Lin wiped the drool from his face, adding, "That's 1 million a month, plus an extra big red envelope at the end of the year." Xia Zhiyu was utterly stunned, overwhelmed by her brother's monetary generosity, her legs feeling weak beneath her. The following morning, Jun Lin arrived at the Xinghe Martial Arts School, brimming with energy, armed with 10,000 points. He planned to make some expenditures. His previous 7-star equipment had sustained some damage, so he spent 500 points on repairs, which would take approximately a week. In the meantime, he resolved to challenge the 20 times gravity chamber. Navigating through layers of security, he arrived at the gravity training area situated on the top floor. Accompanied once again by instructor Zhang Bin. "Jun Lin, this time, please don't drag your feet like last time. The 20 times gravity chamber is not like the 10 times 1. Typically, only 6-star and above warriors are permitted to attempt it. Instructor Zhang, I have a secret to share. Please don't tell anyone." Jun Lin suddenly interjected. Upon hearing the word secret, Zhang Bin glanced around to ensure no one was listening. Seeing no one paying attention, his stern demeanor softened, and he whispered, "What is it? Tell me." Jun Lin began slowly, already a 6-star warrior. "What? You've reached 6 stars. Upon hearing this astonishing news, Zhang Bin's eyes nearly popped out, and he exclaimed loudly. Immediately afterward, he hastily covered his mouth and whispered again, "Is it truly 6 stars? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Believe it or not. It's your choice." Jun Lin retorted, somewhat exasperated. had it not been for his previous sensory perception, which indicated no other martial artists nearby. Zhang Bin's loud outburst would have revealed his presence. Wow, how did you level up so quickly? Do you have some kind of secret? Can you share it with me? Zhang Bin, at this moment, transformed into an eager elementary school student, his face brimming with curiosity. It's 99 innate talent, coupled with 1 effort, something you simply cannot acquire. Jun Lin seized the opportunity to disparage him. Geez, you're just a freak. At this rate, I reckon it won't be long before you surpass me. Zhang Bin appeared exceedingly disheartened. Chapter 62. The Fate of the Wolf Cubs, The Golden Legend. The cost of the 20-fold gravity training room at the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy is exorbitantly high. It is said that the construction cost for each room exceeds 3 billion. The materials used for the gravity chamber are all made from grade Kuro alloy, capable of withstanding the residual force of attacks, even from 8-star warriors. Such a treasure naturally requires a significant expenditure of points. Currently, training for 1 hour in the gravity chamber costs 1 point, which translates to approximately 8,000 yuan for an hour of training. If one trains for 15 hours a day, the total expenditure amounts to 120,000 yuan. Such a price, in the past, would have been beyond Jun Lin's wildest dreams. Fortunately, he is now in a vastly different situation, with nearly 300 million yuan in his account, ample enough for his indulgences. Upon opening the heavy door of the gravity chamber, he was astonished to find the interior surprisingly spacious, at least 300 square meters. With no additional weight, Jun Lin sought to test his limits. Boom. Activating 11-fold gravity. Jun Lin's expression shifted as he felt an overwhelming pressure that made his entire body uncomfortable, making movement somewhat laborious. He possessed the bloodline of a Saiyan, qualifying him as a true Saiyan. Given that the gravitational force of the Saiyan home planet, Vegeta, is 10-fold that of Earth, even Saiyan infants can adapt to 10 times Earth's gravity. However, when the gravity increased to 11 times, Jun Lin began to struggle. In that moment, he felt the pressure and the boiling of his blood. He found the environment to his liking. For several consecutive days, he immersed himself in gravity training, gradually acclimatizing to the high-intensity regimen, until one day, a phone call from Principal Li Donglai interrupted him. Jun Lin, I heard you captured a litter of 3-eyed demon wolf cubs. Would you be interested in selling me too? Principal Li, how did you find out about this? While you were engrossed in your training, a cub from your home escaped last night and was caught by the community guard. Subsequently, the news spread. Realizing he was not particularly in need of money and had been keeping the wolf cubs as pets, Jun Lin had not rushed to sell them. The 2 principals of Magic City University had treated him well, so selling 2 cubs was no issue. All right, since you asked, I shall sell you 2. Jun Lin agreed without inquiring about the price. That's wonderful. The beast taming program at the university is currently lacking such highly spiritual demon beast cubs. I'll transfer you 100 million. Is that sufficient? 100 million is more than enough. Jun Lin was taken aback, not expecting the 3-eyed demon wolf cubs to be worth so much. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 cubs were indeed worth that price. After proper training, 3-eyed demon wolves can evolve into 8-star demon beasts, and may even reach 9 stars. Many extraordinary families relish the idea of nurturing demon beast cubs, as they become a tremendous asset to the family once fully developed. However, let's temper that optimism with a dose of reality. The idea of nurturing demon beasts is enticing, but the reality can be harsh. Many demon beasts may still escape back to the demon beast realm after being raised. Furthermore, some demon beasts trained by humans do not attack their closest humans, yet still pose a significant risk to others. Jun Lin recalled the 9-star celestial fox from the Red Leaf Valley, which could have been raised by humans, but eventually turned rogue for some reason. Before long, another phone call came in. The caller was someone he had met before. Bai Wuhan from the Bai family, a prominent family in Magic City. It had been over 10 days since they last saw each other during the college entrance examination. Bai Wuhan had heard that Jun Lin possessed 3-eyed demon wolf cubs and wished to acquire one for amusement while also rekindling their friendship. Jun Ge, long time no see. I would like to invite you to dinner. Sure. Jun Lin readily accepted. At the Shangri-La Grand Hotel, in a private room on the top floor, Bai Wuhan had prepared an elaborate feast to welcome Jun Lin. Accompanying him was a girl named Xiao Ling, a bubble tea enthusiast. Observing her radiant complexion, Jun Lin could tell that her previous injuries had healed, and she had evidently been basking in the glow of love recently, appearing invigorated. After the customary pleasantries, Bai Wuhan broached the topic of interest, intending to purchase a 3-eyed demon wolf cub. In his mind, he assumed Jun Lin would be willing to part with such a precious beast due to his apparent financial comfort. To his astonishment, Jun Lin's reply left him speechless. I still have 3 of them, and they keep wreaking havoc at home, driving me crazy. If you want them, I'll sell you all 3 for 5 billion. Bai Wuhan's mouth dropped open, his admiration for Jun Lin growing deeper. Look at Jun Lin, everyone's coveted demon beast cubs, and he remains unfazed. All right, it's a deal, Bai Wuhan exclaimed joyfully. In the afternoon, Jun Lin loaded 5 wolf cubs into his Hummer. By the time he returned in the evening, the 5 cubs had vanished, replaced by an additional 2.5 billion in his bank account. However, this transaction did cause a minor uproar. That evening, when Xia Zhiyue returned home from school, she discovered that the mischievous 5 wolf cubs were missing, prompting her to panic. It was later revealed that they had been sold by Jun Lin. The little girl cried for quite some time, repeatedly asserting that her brother lacked compassion. In a moment of desperation, Jun Lin promised her that he would bring her an even better pet next time, which finally coaxed a smile back to her face. On one particular day, as Jun Lin had just awakened, he heard a familiar voice. Beep. Your Dragon Ball Universe sign-in count has been refreshed. Would you like to sign in? Having been in seclusion lately with no plans to venture out, Jun Lin tentatively inquired, System, can the sign-in count be accumulated? Response to the host, sign-in counts can be accumulated indefinitely. If the host performs 10 consecutive draws, there is a 100 chance to trigger an additional blue reward and a 10 chance to trigger a gold reward. Gold rewards? Jun Lin was momentarily stunned, then filled with uncontainable joy. To think that above the blue rewards, there existed even rarer gold rewards. System, what do the gold rewards comprise? Response to the host, gold rewards are even more substantial, including the ultimate moves of Dragon Ball characters, interstellar spaceships for traversing space, divine items akin to the fruit of the Tree of Might, and even the appearance of artificial humanoids. Upon hearing this from the system, Jun Lin's eyes brimmed with vivid fantasies, imagining an ultimate move capable of obliterating everything. He yearned for those magnificent spaceships traversing between celestial bodies and coveted treasures that could exponentially amplify one's combat prowess with but a single fruit. Above all, he longed for the artificial beings akin to the Super Saiyans. Just imagine the thrill of drawing an 18. What's a mere 10 consecutive draws to me? Chapter 63. Limits. Return to Jinling. In the gravity training chamber, enveloped by a 15-fold gravitational environment, the combat power detector beeped, displaying new information. Combat power, 639. After 2 relentless months of training, Jun Lin had fortuitously elevated his strength to an impressive 639. Yet, his martial artist realm remained stagnant at 699 stars, awaiting a slight opportunity for a breakthrough. This catalyst could be anything: a battle, a grievous injury, perhaps even a simple meal or a restful slumber. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, Jun Lin was greeted by the sight of a girl in a purple skirt, standing with a vibrant demeanor before him. Jun Lin, what level of gravity were you training under just now? Yi Qianqian inquired. 10 times, it nearly crushed me. I almost met my end. I don't believe you. You're always spouting nonsense, never a word of truth. Believe it or not, you didn't summon me merely to inquire about my strength, did you? This girl, once haughty and fierce, had recently softened considerably, giving off the impression of a charming neighbor girl. Though Jun Lin was far too preoccupied with his rigorous training to ponder her thoughts, he hadn't even attended classes, having turned down multiple invitations from Principal Li Donglai to teach. As a top-tier genius of Huaxia, coupled with his striking appearance, it was hardly surprising that several girls were enamored by his extraordinary charisma. Yi Qianqian fiddled with the hem of her skirt, displaying a hint of bashfulness, evoking a sense of pity in Jun Lin. Jun Lin, do you have time tomorrow? She asked softly. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin's mind raced with possibilities, and he could not resist replying. Are you asking me out? Yi Qianqian, you've just begun your freshman year. You should focus on your studies and refrain from romantic entanglements too early. Although I am aware of my extraordinary charm, we must exercise restraint in our emotions. What if we were to have a child? That would impede your future martial training. You should abandon such wild thoughts. Bang! Yi Qianqian could no longer contain herself, landing a punch on Jun Lin's eye. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she leapt onto his waist, raining down playful blows. Who wants to date you? Bang, 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 bang. Who wants to have your child? Bang, 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 bang. Even if every man on earth perished, I would never bear your child. Bang, 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 bang. Jun Lin, attempting to overturn her while being cautious not to harm her, roared, if you don't cease this instant, I shall retaliate. I want to stop. I'll bite you to death. Good heavens, are you a dog? In a fit of rage, Jun Lin flipped Yi Qianqian beneath him, preparing to teach her a lesson about the allure of flowers. What are you two doing? Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment interrupted them. It was Zhang Bin, causing both to scramble to their feet. I heard Qianqian shouting about having children from afar. Though youth is brimming with energy, you both must exercise restraint. This is a public space, not a playground. Zhang Bin lamented, offering a stern reprimand. Instructor, it's not what it seems. Yi Qianqian protested. Instructor, it absolutely is. Jun Lin feigned innocence. Zhang Bin, exasperated, facepalmed and ushered the two away. Outside the Xinghe martial arts school, in a bubble tea shop, Yi Qianqian was easily appeased with a cup of sweet orange smoothie. She sipped through the straw, her face lighting up with delight. I haven't tea-trained these past few days and was thinking of finding something to occupy my time, Jun Lin remarked, also enjoying a cup of pearl milk tea. I've taken a few days off to return to my hometown in Jinling City to catch up with old friends, and I would like you to accompany me. Are you serious? Jun Lin exclaimed. I am not your boyfriend. It would be improper for me to return with you. Find someone else. Yi Qianqian shot back. Oh, you're suddenly concerned about propriety? Then why did you just touch my backside? Ah, a misunderstanding. That was merely a momentary slip. Jun Lin awkwardly rubbed his nose. Fine. I'll accompany you just this once, to sell the old house in Jinling City and bid farewell to the past. At least you're sensible. The next day at the Shanghai train station, Yi Qianqian, burdened with numerous gifts, looked at Jun Lin, exasperated. Why did you bring 2 lackeys along? What a buzzkill. Behind Jun Lin loomed the imposing figure of Ba Dao and the slender double flying swallows in form-fitting leather attire. Yi Qianqian cast a few glances at double flying swallows, particularly eyeing a certain area, feeling somewhat insecure, which dampened her mood. These 2 are my friends and bodyguards, here to ensure I'm not abducted by unscrupulous girls, Jun Lin declared, pointing grandly. This big guy is Ba Dao, and this lovely lady is double flying swallows. Anyone named double flying in this day and age is surely not reputable. Double flying swallows blushed, recalling the oversight in her nickname. My real name is Yang Meng. You may call me Sister Meng. Jun Lin waved dismissively, smiling. No need. I find the name double flying swallows quite charming. I bet you'd prefer if the swallows part were omitted, you scoundrel. Yi Qianqian mused inwardly. The 4 exchanged brief introductions before boarding the train, heading straight for Jinling City. Along the route, they observed that the entire railway was cordoned off by electric fencing, with patrolling soldiers ensuring the train's safety. Yet, despite these precautions, unexpected incidents were still a possibility. Each year, several attacks by monstrous beasts on trains resulted in heavy casualties. Thus, traveling by train was a gamble of fortune. One could very well encounter a beast attack on the railway, leading to dire consequences. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful. Upon reaching the Jinling base city, it was already evening. Returning to the city he had lived in for 18 years, Jun Lin felt a profound sense of nostalgia. The place was filled with memories of his childhood, his home, and his school. He first visited his old residence to reminisce. Climbing up to the 4th floor, he arrived at his doorstep. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing as his expression darkened. Someone was living there, and it was someone he particularly detested. Creak. The door swung open. A scruffy-haired individual emerged, carrying a bag of trash. Upon seeing Jun Lin at the threshold, he froze for a moment before breaking into a grin. Cousin. What a coincidence. Li Dai, what are you doing here? Chapter 64, A Frantic Trap. Li Dai did not respond. Instead, a man's voice echoed from within the house. Xiao Dai, who is it out there? The tone was laced with anxiety and fear. It's nothing. It's my cousin Jun Lin. Li Dai quickly replied, ushering him inside and pouring a cup of hot water. What brings you here? Jun Lin inquired directly. He had never shared a strong bond with his uncle Li Taijun and cousin Li Dai, when his aunt had suffered from breast cancer. The atmosphere had been heavy with despair, needing guidance and support. The uncle not only failed to provide care, but also engaged in an affair with another man's wife. Ultimately caught in the act, the younger cousin proved to be equally troublesome, at a tender age, causing another's pregnancy and nearly committing murder out of jealousy, resulting in a 2-year stay in a juvenile detention center. Consequently, the aunt was deeply distressed by the antics of these two, leading to her premature demise. One must ponder, how could Jun Lin possibly maintain a positive disposition in the presence of such characters? However, upon encountering Jun Lin, Li Tiejuan's eyes sparkled with an unmistakable glint of mischief. Shaolin, the reason my son and I have sought refuge in your home is due to our unfortunate circumstances. Remembering their past connection, Jun Lin refrained from forcibly ejecting them, choosing instead to remain silent. As a native of Jinling, Li Taijun was well aware that his esteemed nephew had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had emerged as the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Examination, possessing both significant resources and wealth. Thus, he sought to extract some advantage from Jun Lin, launching into an emotional recounting. Alas, this predicament is solely my fault. Xiao Dai has turned 18 this year, and the expenses for his training are considerable. I had no choice but to gamble a little. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin instantly grasped the entirety of the situation and coldly retorted, in the end, you not only lost all your money but also resorted to high-interest loans, am I correct? He had long been aware of Li Tiejuan's penchant for gambling. What had once been a stable life for the aunt's family had gradually deteriorated due to his vices. Alas, Li Taijun lamented, his face awash with regret. Letting out a deep sigh, "You are correct, but my intentions were solely for Xiao Dai's future, to provide him with a chance to excel." Jun Lin, uninterested in his excuses, replied icily, "I have no desire to hear about your family's trivial matters. If you intend to take advantage of me, you are sorely mistaken. You have until tomorrow morning to prepare. Should you still be here when I return, do not expect me to be courteous. Farewell." The water in the cup remained warm. But the individuals had already departed. Li Dai, glaring at the open iron gate, cursed vehemently, "Damn it. Just because he topped the college entrance exam. He is acting all high and mighty." Li Taijun shared a look of resentment, fully aware that Jun Lin had received a substantial cash prize, likely amounting to tens of millions. If he could borrow 3 million, he could repay the exorbitant loans and cease living in hiding. To his surprise, before he could even voice his request, Jun Lin had outright refused, showing no regard for their feelings, even demanding they vacate. This was intolerable, absolutely outrageous. The pair, infuriated, wreaked havoc, demolishing the house in a fit of rage. Does he want the house? Then let's reduce it to rubble and see how he claims it. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful mixed-race woman approached, smiling faintly at the two men engaged in their destructive frenzy. "Gentlemen, this is Jun Lin's residence." Li Taijun and Li Dai, captivated by the enchanting beauty before them, found themselves utterly entranced under her mesmerizing gaze. Indeed, this was Jun Lin's old house. "Oh, and who might you be?" The mixed-race beauty beckoned with a finger, and the two, as if bereft of their souls, quietly revealed their identities. "Ha ha ha, I thought you two were worthless. But it seems there's more to your story." This captivating beauty was none other than Elena, a witch of the Satanist cult. During this period, Jun Lin had been diligently training at the Xinghe Martial Arts School, making it impossible for Elena to act against him. When she finally learned that Jun Lin had left the capital for Jinling, she swiftly concealed her aura and altered her appearance to follow him. Aware that Jun Lin would return to his old house the next day, a dangerous glimmer sparkled in Elena's eyes. Utilizing her mental abilities, she easily took control of Li Taijun and Li Dai, cautiously extracting a fist-sized dark crystal. This item, known as the Black Flame Crystal, possessed explosive power comparable to a small nuclear bomb, capable of devastating everything within hundreds of meters. In close proximity, even a 7-star warrior would find it difficult to survive. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare, sourced from the cosmos. With only one in her possession, she was determined to succeed in her mission. The following morning, Jun Lin indeed returned. Upon entering his old house, he discovered that Li Taijun and Li Dai had not vacated. Moreover, the entire place had been reduced to chaos, clearly embodying a mindset of "if I cannot have it, neither shall you." What a pair of selfish societal parasites. Initially, Jun Lin had considered that he might have been overly harsh the previous day and thought perhaps he could lend a hand to avoid trouble with his father. However, given the current state of affairs, he felt no obligation to assist. He picked up his phone, ready to call the police to have them forcibly removed. Across the street, Elena, armed with binoculars, monitored the situation closely. When she noticed that Jun Lin had not entered the house, but was instead making a phone call and leaving, she grew anxious. Using her special abilities, she controlled Li Taijun from a distance of a kilometer. Inside, Li Taijun received the command and abruptly pulled out the dangerous black flame crystal, slamming it forcefully against the ground. Outside, as Jun Lin was on the phone, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. A powerful instinct warned him of impending danger. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his speed, crashing through the wall and racing outside. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted within the neighborhood, a colossal mushroom cloud shooting skyward. The black flame crystal detonated, unleashing tremendous energy and searing heat, generating pressure and temperature capable of obliterating anything in proximity. Inside, Li Taijun and Li Dai were instantaneously vaporized by the intense heat, leaving no trace behind. The walls suffered immense impact, turning to dust and collapsing the entire building, annihilating all its residents. Adjacent structures also succumbed to the blast, crumbling with nearly all occupants perishing. Within a 10-kilometer radius, all windows shattered, and the nearby populace collectively lost their hearing, only regaining it after some time. Elena's building also experienced the repercussions, but fortunately, she had prepared in advance, donning a set of 7-star armor, thus emerging unscathed. This formidable black flame crystal was a sight to behold, eliciting an eerie yet alluring smile from Elena. How magnificent! She mused, envisioning the countless lost souls ascending amidst the mushroom cloud, transforming into ethereal wisps of smoke. As for her target, Jun Lin, he was undoubtedly dead. Though this has escalated somewhat, the mission is complete. It's time to return. However, just as she prepared to depart from this place of chaos, an unexpected figure blocked her path. Elena stared in disbelief at the person before her, exclaiming, "Impossible. How are you still alive? Chapter 65. Jun Lin's dominant strength, slaying the 7-star Demoness. The moment of the explosion had been perilously close for Jun Lin, even exerting all his strength. He had only managed to run a little over 100 meters before the shockwave engulfed him. At that instant, it felt as though a powerful foe had struck him with an overwhelming force, leaving him on the brink of death. When the explosion subsided, Jun Lin was horrified to find one side of his body mangled and his limbs missing. Fortunately, his pouch of magical beans and capsule stash remained intact. Thus, before losing consciousness, he managed to retrieve a magical bean with one hand and consume it. In that moment, a miraculous event unfolded. In an astonishing display, the once shattered half of his body rapidly restored itself, as if time itself had reversed. In less than a second, he sprang from the ground, fully revitalized. Moreover, through this near-death resurrection, he shattered his limitations and officially ascended into the ranks of the 7-star warriors. Upon sensing a familiar aura emanating from a nearby building, realization dawned upon him. This was an assassination attempt directed at him. To eliminate him, the adversary had nearly leveled the entire neighborhood. That amounted to thousands of lives extinguished in an instant. At that moment, Jun Lin was engulfed by fury. With a flicker of movement, he swiftly intercepted the fleeing silhouette of Elena. Their eyes locked, each brimming with fierce intent to kill. Indeed, it was you, wretched one. Jun Lin gazed at Elena's face, confirming his suspicions. Jun Lin, consider yourself fortunate this time. I shall return to claim your life. Elena, however, was disinclined to engage further, merely seeking a swift escape. In a flash, she transformed into a phantom, vanishing from sight. Although she was not adept at close combat, her speed filled her with confidence. Think you can flee without consulting me? Jun Lin seethed with rage, resolving that if he allowed her to slip away today, he would write his name backward. With a roar, he unleashed his full aura, entering a state of furious wrath, his combat power surging to a staggering 800. This was the extent of his true strength. In a swift motion, Jun Lin pursued Elena, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of energy blasts to disrupt her escape route. Thud, thud. Though Elena was augmented by her 7-star armor, granting her a slight edge in speed, she was unprepared for Jun Lin's energy attacks. Caught off guard, she was struck by an energy wave and plummeted from the rooftop. You've reached 7-star status? Elena, sensing his formidable prowess, exclaimed in terror. Spare me your words, Enchantress, and prepare to face my wrath. Jun Lin closed the distance. Unleashing his Wolf Fong Wind Fist, a flurry of punches and claw strikes aimed at Elena. In close combat, Elena proved no match for Jun Lin. Often it was she who landed a single blow while he retaliated with two. Relying solely on her 7-star armor, she desperately attempted to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Jun Lin received a powerful punch to the face from Elena, blood streaming from his nose, yet he appeared impervious to pain as he retaliated. Seizing her flowing hair, he forcefully slammed her head against the asphalt. Boom. The pavement cracked under the impact, yet Jun Lin persisted, grinding her head into the ground. Sparks flew as her helmet scraped the surface, carving deep grooves. This was a busy city expressway, bustling with traffic. Many onlookers beheld the spectacle of a man and woman battling, as if they were superheroes. The ground was littered with craters, and vehicles parked too close risked being sent flying by the conflict. In a state of panic, someone grabbed their phone and urgently called the authorities. Hello, 110? There are two superheroes fighting here. After an intense struggle, Elena found herself at a significant disadvantage. Despite her helmet's protection, she emerged bruised and battered, her armor marred. As a witch, it was disgraceful to be so thoroughly beaten. Jun Lin was infuriating. Gritting her teeth, she aimed a brutal kick at Jun Lin's groin. Seeking to incapacitate him, Jun Lin recoiled, and Elena seized the opportunity to elevate her leg high, aiming for his head. In a swift motion, he caught her long leg, swinging it forcefully toward a nearby fuel tanker. Crash! Elena was sent crashing into the tank, and Jun Lin, seizing the moment, unleashed a powerful energy wave. Kaboom! The energy wave ignited the fuel tanker, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. A small mushroom cloud ascended amidst the searing heat, accompanied by billowing black smoke. The shockwave overturned nearby vehicles, wreaking havoc in the vicinity. Fortunately, the onlookers had retreated far enough to avoid civilian casualties. Jun Lin sensed Elena's aura still lingering. Protected by her 7-star armor, forming his palms into a blossom shape, a blue energy orb began to coalesce within his grasp, swelling larger and emitting a blinding light. He fixated on the blazing fuel tanker, shouting, Kamehameha. A dazzling blue meteor streaked forth, trailing a long tail as it hurtled toward the tanker. Elena, charred and just emerging from the wreckage, collided head-on with Jun Lin's furious assault. In an instant, the powerful energy wave engulfed her, the searing heat and explosive force overwhelming even her armor. I am perished. Elena's anguished cry echoed as her form disintegrated into ashes. The relentless Kamehameha continued its trajectory, soaring beyond the Jinling base city, ultimately detonating in a desolate mountain, summoning yet another fierce mushroom cloud. The distant populace stood in stunned silence. To their eyes, the speed of Jun Lin and Elena was beyond comprehension, yet the devastation they wrought was undeniably palpable, akin to monstrous beings. Particularly the final energy attack unleashed catastrophic destruction. Many spectators speculated it must have been a new military weapon. As Jun Lin observed the crowd's astonished gestures from afar, he vanished in an instant. Moments after his departure, two formidable auras descended upon the scene. Wu Peng from the Star River branch of Jinling City and Duan Honglei, leader of the Red Romance mercenary group. These two were the pinnacle of Jinling City's warriors, both of them 8-star warriors, representing the city's elite. What transpired? Wu Peng surveyed the ravaged area, perplexed. Duan Honglei shook his head, equally uncertain, merely stating, the head of the Safety Bureau, Director Song Yang, just visited the Ronwang affordable housing community, where a severe explosion occurred, nearly obliterating the entire complex with catastrophic casualties. I did not anticipate another incident here. Indeed, the energy fluctuations here are intense. At least 2 7-star warriors engaged in combat. This situation is becoming increasingly troublesome. 7-star warriors represent an exceedingly high echelon on Blue Star, viewing ordinary individuals as mere insects. If there were 7-star or higher beings wreaking havoc, it would become an exceedingly daunting predicament. Chapter 66. The True Culprit's Rampage. Could it be him? Within the Jinling City Safety Bureau, Director Song Yang bore a grim expression, having pieced together the unfolding events. 2 significant incidents had transpired today. The first involved the Ronwang affordable housing community, where powerful explosives were planted, nearly sending the entire area skyward. Given the dense population, the casualty rate was staggering, with reported deaths exceeding 8,000 and injuries surpassing 30,000. Based on the scant evidence, Song Yang surmised it was likely a premeditated terrorist attack. A report from the Chemical Analysis Department revealed that the explosives originated from the international cult known as the Cult of Satan, specifically their unique black flame crystals. The dreadfulness of the black flame crystals sent a chill down Song Yang's spine. If detonated near him, it could easily result in his demise. The most perplexing aspect was why such a rare and strategic material would be used to target a modest community. To speak bluntly, the entire community, if sold off in its entirety, would scarcely fetch even a single black flame crystal. Such an endeavor is utterly devoid of meaning. The second matter pertains to the egregious combat incident that transpired on the West Outer Ring. According to eyewitness accounts, the combatants consisted of a man and a woman. The woman, with a slender waist and long legs, donned a suit of armor that obscured her features, though her flowing hair undoubtedly signified her beauty. As for the man, he was clad in tattered garments, his body smeared with blood. Witnesses noted that they paid little attention to him, their gaze fixated on the woman's long legs. Subsequently, a series of violent explosions ensued, blinding all the onlookers, who were unable to discern the outcome of the battle. The timing of this martial confrontation coincided closely with the explosion at the community, leading Song Yang to suspect a connection. It is highly probable that one of the individuals involved is the instigator of the recent explosion. Knock, knock, knock. A member of the technical department entered, bearing a stack of intelligence reports. Director Song, he began, the analysis of the blood left at the scene has yielded perplexing results. The confrontation between Jun Lin and Elena was indeed fierce, leaving behind some traces of blood. As Song Yang perused the documents, his expression quickly turned grave. The reason? One of the blood samples from the scene had been traced through special national channels to reveal a significant identity. Elena, 28 years old, of Chinese-American descent, a martial artist of 75-star rating, one of the witches of the satanic cult. At that moment, Song Yang felt the paper in his hand was almost scalding. He hastily set it down and rubbed his temples. The presence of a 75-star witch in Jinling City could spell an unprecedented catastrophe. Although witches are not renowned for their combat prowess, their insidious methods render them exceedingly difficult to defend against. Song Yang even speculated that perhaps some high-ranking officials in Jinling City had already fallen under her control. After a brief pause, he turned to the next page, eager to discover the identity of the individual who had fought against Elena. The blood analysis yielded no results. There was simply a single line that left Song Yang in a state of disbelief. Given the current technological capabilities of Huaxia, even foreign spies could be thoroughly investigated. Yet, this time, there was no trace of the individual. How could this be? Was the opponent perhaps an extraterrestrial? He was not mistaken. Jun Lin was indeed an alien. More precisely, he was a Saiyan disguised as a human. Since his blood had merged with that of the Saiyans, it had undergone alterations, making it impossible to trace. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Ba Dao and Shuang Fei Yin were engaged in a game of poker while awaiting Jun Lin's return. The recent tremors had reverberated throughout Jinling City, and while both were curious to investigate the commotion, they ultimately restrained themselves. Suddenly, with a crash, a bloodied figure burst through the shattered glass. The two were startled. This was the 15th floor. Could one not show some respect for Sir Newton? Seeing the two poised to draw their weapons, Jun Lin quickly called out, "Hold your fire." "It's me. Boss, you're injured," Shuang Fei Yin exclaimed, jumping up to assist Jun Lin, only to inadvertently tear apart his already tattered clothing with excessive force. The sound of fabric ripping echoed as Jun Lin's muscular form was revealed, marred by bruises and bloodstains, clearly indicating he had just emerged from a fierce battle. However, in comparison to his shredded garments, this was a minor issue. Feeling a chill, Jun Lin quickly crossed his arms over his chest and admonished, "What a ruckus. Control yourself. Hurry and find me a new outfit. What are you covering up for? Do you think anyone would want to see you like this?" Shuang Fei Yin muttered as she hurried off to fetch some clothes. "Boss, the massive energy fluctuations outside earlier, they wouldn't have anything to do with you, would they?" Ba Dao asked, regarding Jun Lin with a look of admiration. "Well, they are somewhat related. It has all been resolved," Jun Lin replied nonchalantly, choosing not to divulge the details. The deaths of thousands weighed heavily on him, and he needed time to come to terms with it. Not long after, Jun Lin took a hot shower and dressed anew, revealing a resolute and handsome young man, utterly unrecognizable as one of the instigators behind the tremors in Jinling City. The three descended to the dining area for lunch, where they fortuitously encountered the gossiping Yi Qianqian, who joined them on their way. At the dining table, Yi Qianqian dramatically waved her sleeve, her face a mask of shock as she exclaimed, "Jun Lin, thank goodness you didn't go to the old house this morning. Something monumental happened there. The entire Ronwang Laurent community nearly exploded." "Ah, I suppose I am rather fortunate," Jun Lin replied. "Hey boss, weren't you supposed to go there this morning?" Shuang Fei Yin queried, puzzled. "I did not go. You must be mistaken." Jun Lin shot her a warning glance before adding a chicken leg to her plate. Oblivious to the subtleties, Yi Qianqian continued to spill the news she had heard. Particularly, she spoke of a martial artist battle on the West Outer Ring, which had caused significant destruction. According to some high-profile individuals, the participants were at least 2 7-star martial artists, if not more. The entire Jinling City had grown exceedingly sensitive, with everyone in pursuit of the whereabouts of these 2 martial artists. Ba Dao and Shuang Fei Yin exchanged glances, their intuition leading them to fixate on Jun Lin. It required no guesswork. One of the combatants was undoubtedly Jun Lin himself. Considering that Jun Lin had been at the old house earlier and the Ronwang community had subsequently been obliterated, the simultaneous occurrence of 2 powerful fighters engaged in a fierce battle was clearly indicative of someone attempting to assassinate Jun Lin, taking thousands along with him. A chill ran down both Ba Dao and Shuang Fei Yan's spines. Such ruthless tactics. The mere fact that Jun Lin could sit here unharmed and eat signified something far more terrifying. Unaware of the deeper implications, Yi Qianqian excitedly continued her narrative, taking a sip of her drink, her eyes sparkling. "I wonder when I might achieve such earth-shattering feats. I've heard one of those powerful figures is a stunning beauty. She truly is a role model for our generation. I'd love to meet her. That woman is a lunatic, role model my foot. If you want to meet her, you might as well go die." Jun Lin interjected suddenly. Chapter 67. The campus beast consumes humans, truly seeking death. Yi Qianqian truly had no filter. Elena's actions were heinous. Yet this girl continued to speak so casually. If not Jun Lin, then who would she challenge? Jun Lin's words had just revealed a wealth of information, and the seasoned Ba Dao immediately discerned the implications. Could it be that the formidable enemy who sought to ambush Jun Lin had already met their demise at his hands? Upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. In that moment, Ba Dao's respect for Jun Lin deepened. Yi Qianqian, lacking the same level of insight, assumed that Jun Lin was merely looking for an excuse to chastise her, a scenario that had become all too familiar. The proud girl was slowly learning to accept it. The matter was brushed aside, and Yi Qianqian instead brought up a bizarre incident she had heard from a close friend. In recent days, several students had gone missing from the first high school. Initially, it was thought to be mere mischief, students sneaking out without notice, but after several attempts to reach them, none could be found. Yi Qianqian had a friend named Ding Xiaoyu who had also disappeared. Thus, Yi Qianqian intended to enlist Jun Lin and his 2 bodyguards to assist in the search. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Jun Lin agreed to lend a hand, viewing it as no great burden. After finishing their meal, the 4 set off together towards Jinling First High School. As I stepped through the gate, the campus lay enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by a few stray cats that scurried into the flower beds in fright. Oh, it dawned on me that today was Saturday, A day of respite when most students had returned home. Yi Qianqian mused. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from behind. What are you all up to? Turning around, Jun Lin was met by the sight of a gracious female teacher, clad in a delicate, pale yellow floral dress. Her face framed by a pair of stylish black-rimmed glasses, exuding an inviting charm. Teacher Tang, I am Qianqian, Yi Qianqian explained. I've come with friends to investigate the disappearance of Xiao Yu and the others. Teacher Tang nodded, clearly familiar with Yi Qianqian, who had already distinguished herself as an outstanding student at Magic City University, rumored to possess formidable skills approaching the 4-star level, rivaling her own. Since you are not outsiders, feel free to investigate. It would be a relief for us as well. 2 male teachers, also 4-star warriors, approached from behind Teacher Tang. Initially, the 3 educators had planned to scour the school for clues over the weekend. Yi Qianqian's willingness to assist was indeed a stroke of good fortune. What have you discovered? Jun Lin inquired. Teacher Tang regarded Jun Lin with a sense of familiarity, though she could not immediately recall his identity. Nevertheless, out of respect for Yi Qianqian, she recounted all known clues. All the disappearances occurred at night, and the prevailing theory is that a terrifying beast has emerged within the school, preying on individuals after sunset. The mention of a beast lurking within the school sent a chill through Yi Qianqian, her face paling with fear as nightmarish images flooded her mind. Beneath the dim glow of streetlights, a bloodthirsty creature lurked in the shadows, prowling for its next victim. I see, Jun Lin mused, stroking his chin, before issuing commands with an air of authority. Since it is a nocturnal beast, we shall set an ambush. Tonight, you 3 teachers will cover the playground, the boys' dormitory, and the girls' dormitory. The 4 of us will take charge of the teaching building, the comprehensive building, the library, and the cafeteria. We shall split our forces and cooperate. Should anyone spot the beast, they must immediately alert their companions. Though youthful, Jun Lin's strategic acumen was evident, clearly indicating he was no novice. The 3 teachers, including Teacher Tang, voiced no objections, and the plan was swiftly established. As night fell, Yi Qianqian found herself assigned to the library, despite her apparent trepidation. As a 4-star psychic, she recognized the necessity to overcome her fears of darkness and beasts, gritting her teeth and persevering. Jun Lin exchanged brief greetings with Ba Dao and Shuang Fei Yin before making his way to the cafeteria. Both were 6-star warriors with extensive combat experience, unfazed by such minor concerns. The cafeteria of First High School was expansive, resembling a grand hall, divided into 2 tiers, capable of accommodating over 2,000 diners simultaneously. In the absence of light, the cafeteria appeared ominously foreboding under the streetlight's glow, with the air occasionally carrying the foul stench of spoiled ingredients. Based on Jun Lin's assessment, if a beast truly roamed the campus, the cafeteria, with its long-term accumulation of food, would undoubtedly be the most likely location for such an encounter. 3 hours passed in silence, the school remaining eerily quiet, devoid of any anomalies. Suddenly, the ground trembled without warning. A deep, resonant boom emanated from the depths below. Thud, 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 thud. The earth quaked slightly, as if something was crawling beneath the surface. Such sounds were subtle enough that they would easily go unnoticed in the stillness of the night. Ah, so it originates from underground. No wonder I failed to detect any unusual aura, Jun Lin murmured to himself. His sensitivity to energy was formidable, yet his awareness of subterranean movements was considerably diminished. A low, guttural breathing echoed from the direction of the kitchen, accompanied by an unfamiliar scent that piqued Jun Lin's senses. Following the sound, he beheld a colossal beast rummaging for food. Bathed in the moonlight, the creature's appearance became clear. It resembled a lizard, encased in thick scales, with powerful hind limbs capable of bipedal locomotion and evolved forelimbs akin to human hands, equipped with 4 fingers for foraging. Most unsettling was its head, shaped like a drill, with a pair of triangular eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Indeed, this was a beast, specifically, a 4-star beast known as the Earth-Eating Beast. This creature was not only capable of devouring soil, but could also consume concrete and steel, far surpassing the capabilities of those pesky burrowing rodents. Such an earth-eating beast could wreak havoc on underground structures across multiple neighborhoods, posing a significant danger. Jun Lin had initially thought that the city was well guarded by the military, ensuring safety, yet it appeared that even in the shadows, threats could still lurk. The vastness of the base city concealed countless hidden corners. Should a beast inflict harm, the authorities would undoubtedly intervene swiftly to quell the unrest. After all, the panic induced by the populace often proved to be more catastrophic than the events themselves. The earth-eating beast sniffed the air, seemingly detecting the scent of a living being. Its bizarre, drill-like head lifted, locking onto its target. With a savage glint in its bumpy visage, the beast's expression turned predatory. Suddenly, It began to convulse violently, as if something was about to be expelled. With a resounding boom, a stone the size of a basketball was forcefully ejected, shattering the barrier of glass and wood, akin to a cannonball hurtling toward Jun Lin. Seeking death, Jun Lin roared. Disgusted, he refrained from catching it with his hands, instead dodging the stone and charging towards the earth-eating beast, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the beast's several-ton body was sent crashing through multiple walls, propelled far away, causing extensive destruction in its wake. Amid the swirling dust, Jun Lin stepped forward, only to find that the earth-eating beast had vanished among the rubble. It fled. Chapter 68. Hidden Perils in Jun Lin, Ominous Signs of Beast Tides. That punch had been a mere casual strike, yet the 4-star beast had not been obliterated, which spoke volumes about its defensive capabilities. In the debris left by the earth-eating beast, a sizable hole over a meter wide had formed in the ground, a clear indication of its escape route. Jun Lin sensed the creature's aura emanating from the dark hole below and promptly leaped down into it. As he descended, the darkness enveloped him, devoid of any light, rendering visibility non-existent. Channeling his energy into his left hand, he conjured a luminous orb to illuminate his path. After traversing several dozen meters downward, Jun Lin abruptly halted. Before him lay a labyrinth of underground passages, intricately woven like a network of veins. The traces of the beast's passage were evident, mingled with remnants of human flesh and bones. Clearly, those who had gone missing had succumbed to the beast's insatiable hunger, their fates grim. Furthermore, within his perception, he detected not just one, but 5 earth-eating beasts. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The underground of First High School, extending dozens of meters deep, had been clandestinely excavated by these beasts, creating countless tunnels. While the structural integrity of the ground remained intact for now, it posed a formidable latent threat. Summoning the seed of a vegetable human, he commanded its incubation. Moments later, a large-headed cabbage sprouted from the soil. Go forth and eliminate those earth-eating beasts, but remember to preserve the soil's structural integrity, Jun Lin instructed. The large-headed cabbage pondered for a moment, finally grasping the significance of the soil's structure. Whoosh, whoosh. One individual vanished from sight, this time without holding back, commencing an all-out pursuit of these creatures. A soil-eating beast was joyfully consuming dirt, endowed with a peculiar ability to convert the consumed earth into energy for its sustenance. In a flash, a figure darted past, shattering half of the beast's body with a single punch, rendering it lifeless beyond resurrection. Gradually, Jun Lin's sphere of activity extended beyond the First High School, yet the subterranean expanse remained densely interwoven with tunnel networks. He pulled out his phone to dial 110, only to find that the depths of the earth had long severed any signal. Shaking his head, he decided to wait until he emerged to make the call. Not long after, he had dispatched over a dozen soil-eating beasts when an unexpected discovery awaited him. Before him lay a tunnel 3 to 4 meters wide, spacious enough for a subway train. The surrounding soil and rock bore the marks of something having crawled through, exhibiting signs of compression and deformation. Jun Lin extended his chi along the tunnel, detecting the presence of countless beastly auras, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. What the hell? Jun Lin couldn't contain a curse. At that moment, he could no longer discern east from west, and could only charge forward in a single direction. Along the main tunnel, numerous smaller tunnels branched out, and he continued his rampage, encountering various subterranean creatures. 2-starred 9-star centipedes, 3-starred one-eyed bloody rats, 4-starred soil-eating beasts, 5-starred Niayu ring snakes, and even a 6-star beast, the 1,000-poison centipede, measuring over 10 meters in length, relentlessly sprayed venom as it attacked. After defeating it, Jun Lin retrieved his combat power detector and began scanning for nearby foes. This device proved remarkably effective, as even the subterranean rock layers could not impede its signal. Truly a marvel of extraterrestrial technology. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the detector emitted an alarming alert, indicating the presence of a massive energy source nearby. With a combat power reading of 2,700, Jun Lin was taken aback. A combat power exceeding 2,500 signified the entry into the 9-star tier. This energy source, boasting a combat power of 2,700, was undoubtedly a 9-star beast. According to the detector, the distance between them was no more than 10 miles. A sheen of perspiration formed on his brow as he resolved to conclude this hunt. If he were to encounter that 9-star beast, it would spell disaster for him. Better to retreat first. Supporting the corpse of the 1,000-poison centipede with his left hand, Jun Lin surged with energy, elevating his combat power to 800, while an energy shield enveloped his body. With a powerful leap, he transformed into a subterranean dragon, ascending swiftly towards the surface. Within a lavish mansion, Countless men and women were reveling at a party. The jubilant music, accompanied by numerous bikini-clad models, bestowed immense excitement and joy upon all attendees. Wang Jiyue, a wealthy scion of Jinling City, had invited a throng of friends to celebrate his birthday. Regardless of the times, as long as one possessed wealth and power, even in the age of apocalypse, one could still indulge in extravagance. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, the water in the swimming pool splashed wildly, and the surrounding structures began to collapse. Ah, an earthquake! Run! Someone shouted. Instantly, the crowd, which had been in a state of extreme exhilaration, scattered in panic. Boom! At that moment, a figure soared into the sky, erupting from the solid stone beneath. What the hell, an assassin? Where are the bodyguards? Wang Jiyue exclaimed, his legs trembling in fear. His personal bodyguard, a highly paid 5-star warrior, instinctively reacted upon seeing someone burst forth from the ground. With a flash, he unleashed a powerful kick towards the intruder. However, the assailant merely waved his hand casually, sending the elite bodyguard flying like a mere fly. As the stranger landed, he grasped a peculiar object in his left hand, the nature of which was indiscernible. With a vigorous tug of his left hand, a gargantuan centipede corpse, measuring over 10 meters, was extracted from the ground and crashed onto the floor. Jun Lin had no time for lengthy explanations. He checked his phone only to realize it had been lost during the skirmish. Glancing at the astonished young men and women, he felt no urgency to clarify matters and simply sought to make a call. Approaching Wang Jiyue, he inquired, "Do you have a phone?" After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Jiyue finally responded, Yes, I have one, brother." Jun Lin took the phone and promptly dialed the emergency number. "Hello, this is Jun Lin. Hurry and notify your director to stay awake. Something grave is about to happen." "What the hell? Do you dare insult me? I swear I'll go to the security bureau and beat you up." "Yes, it's me, Jun Lin. Do you think I'm joking?" "Yes, you heard correctly. A beast tide is about to erupt, and Jinling City is doomed." "What the hell are you insane?" With a decisive click, he hung up, intending to go in person. Turning to Wang Jiyue, he said, "I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll leave my prey with you. If you dare entertain any ill intentions, I'll demolish your house." The corpse of the 1,000-poison centipede was worth millions. He couldn't just discard it. However, with so many people present, it was not the right place to reveal his capsule warehouse, hence this arrangement. "Understood, brother," Wang Jiyue assured, "you can rest easy. I will assign someone to protect this at all times, and nothing will go awry." "That is good to hear. I'm leaving now. Take my advice, find a safe house to hide in, and do not continue this party." With that, Jun Lin's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 69. The 9-star guardian is dead. Wang Jiyue watched Jun Lin depart, momentarily lost in thought. Who was that person? He seemed incredibly formidable. Someone remarked. Wang Jiyue took a deep breath and replied slowly, "That person is the rising star who has been making waves for the past few months. The top genius of the year in the Huaxia Nation, Jun Lin. The top scorer of the college entrance examination? That can't be true. I'm about to graduate from university, yet I'm still a 4-star warrior. How can there be such a vast disparity? The difference may be even greater than that." Wang Jiyue gazed at the 10-meter-long corpse of the 1,000-poison centipede, a hypothesis forming in his mind. "Old Joe, if you're still alive, come and see what star level this beast's corpse is." "Wang Xiao, I'm fine." The elite bodyguard hurried over to examine the remains and quickly provided an answer. "Wang Xiao, this is a 6-star beast, and it was just killed less than half an hour ago." Wang Jiyue and all those around him were taken aback. Comprehending the implications, their eyes widening in astonishment. "My heavens, Jun Lin, this prodigious talent from Jinling City, has already attained the strength to single-handedly slay 6-star beasts." Recalling Jun Lin's warning about the impending beast tide, Wang Jiyue couldn't help but shudder. "Quickly, notify my father and uncle to seek refuge in a safe house." Meanwhile, at Song Yang's home, he had just settled down when the ringing of his phone jolted him awake. Although the receptionist was skeptical of Jun Lin's claims, certain matters still warranted reporting. Even if it turned out to be a false alarm, the fault lay with the caller. If he failed to report it, the blame would fall on him. When Song Yang learned the caller was Jun Lin, his gaze turned steely as he commanded, "Xiao Lu, immediately notify all security personnel. Something significant may indeed transpire. But what if this is just a false alarm? One should be more inclined to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Furthermore, I hold steadfast in my conviction that Jun Lin is not one to speak frivolously." Soon enough, all security personnel in Jinling City were roused from their slumber and summoned to the headquarters of the security bureau. Song Yang chose not to drive, for his legs were swifter than any vehicle. Upon his arrival, he found that security officers were already trickling in. Meanwhile, after departing from the party, Jun Lin returned to First High School. Yi Qianqian and others were stationed at the dark tunnel near the cafeteria, anxiously awaiting Jun Lin's return. Without further ado, upon seeing them, Jun Lin briefly outlined the situation. When Yi Qianqian learned that her close friend had been devoured entirely, her complexion turned ashen with terror. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Jun Lin instructed Yi Qianqian and the teachers to seek refuge and avoid causing any trouble, while he set off towards the security bureau with Ba Dao and Shuang Fian. En route, he utilized Ba Dao's phone to contact Master Wu Peng of the Xinghe Martial Arts School, succinctly conveying the circumstances. Wu Peng was taken aback and promptly began to mobilize. At the entrance of the security bureau, hundreds of security personnel stood ready, while Song Yang busily made phone calls. At long last, Jun Lin arrived. Director Song, Jun Lin. The two confirmed each other's identities, and Jun Lin inquired, "Where is the 9-star guardian of Jinling City?" He had heard that every base city possessed a 9-star guardian, and Jinling should be no exception. Song Yang hesitated, as if harboring a secret that could not be disclosed in that place. "Young friend Jun Lin, are you certain that a beast tide will manifest, necessitating the intervention of a 9-star warrior?" Jun Lin pointed to the ground beneath them, his tone grave. "At this very moment, countless malevolent beasts have infiltrated the depths of Jinling City, among which the most formidable is a 9-star beast." Song Yang expressed his disbelief. "That cannot be. The walls surrounding Jinling City are equipped with seismic detectors. Ordinarily, they should not be able to breach our defenses." Observing Song Yang's skepticism, Jun Lin refrained from further argument and attuned himself to the shifts in the subterranean energies, ultimately pinpointing a specific presence. The target was situated alarmingly close to the surface, less than 30 meters down. He concentrated his energy and unleashed a powerful ki blast. The wave penetrated the earth for several dozen meters, creating a sizable opening. Unsurprisingly, the targeted beast was obliterated in an instant. Junlin's sudden display of prowess rendered the hundreds of security personnel utterly speechless. "By the heavens, that was extraordinarily impressive." Jun Lin gestured towards the gaping hole, calmly stating, "Director Song, after you. Let us venture inside." The two, emboldened by their abilities, descended through the aperture into the underground. As anticipated, Song Yang encountered an extensive tunnel excavated by the beasts. Following the passage, he observed numerous forks and tracks left by various creatures. He refrained from delving deeper, wary of encountering a 9-star beast. "Young friend Jun Lin, you assert that a 9-star beast lurks within these tunnels? Believe it or not," Jun Lin retorted, somewhat exasperated. Song Yang glanced around, noting that they were alone, and thus felt compelled to divulge a secret. "In truth, the 9-star guardian of Jinling City has been deceased for 5 years, and no successor has yet been appointed. It has simply lingered in this state." "Are you serious? At a time like this, one must not jest." Jun Lin was taken aback. It made sense now. While the 9-star warriors and other base cities were eager to appear on television to reassure the populace, Jinling had maintained an air of mystery, never revealing its guardian. "I am not jesting," Song Yang patiently explained. "Master Wu Peng of the Xinghe Martial Arts School is an 8-star peak warrior, poised to break through to 9 stars at any moment. The directive from above is for him to assume the role of the new guardian upon his breakthrough, thereby avoiding friction between outside forces and local powers." Jun Lin nodded, recognizing the rationale behind such a strategy. Typically, an 8-star warrior suffices to address ordinary calamities. However, scenarios like a beast tide might not occur for decades. Who could have predicted that Jinling would encounter such misfortune? "By the way, Director Song, what was the name of the deceased 9-star guardian? Being a local, I am surprised I have never heard of her." Jun Lin casually inquired. Song Yang, recalling the remarkable woman, donned an expression of reverence and admiration. Her name was Gu Xiuxiu, the only daughter of Gu Xinghe, the founder of the Xinghe Martial Arts School. She was an extraordinary woman. "What did you say?" Jun Lin stumbled, nearly losing his footing. The grave in the Hongya Valley of the northern suburbs housed a girl named Xiuxiu. Could it be that this Gu Xiuxiu was the same individual? Sensing a shift in the conversation, Song Yang asked, "Do you know Gu Xiuxiu?" Jun Lin shook his head, then nodded, leaving Song Yang perplexed. "I do not know her, but I am familiar with her grave, along with a large white fox." Song Yang was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "You approached Gu Xiuxiu's grave and were not mauled by that 9-star celestial fox?" Upon mentioning the 9-star celestial fox, Jun Lin smiled faintly. "I found that large fox to be rather docile. Why would it attack me? How peculiar indeed." Song Yang muttered, "Let us not dwell on her any longer. Your early warning this time was a significant contribution. I shall report it to the authorities." For Jun Lin, this was of little concern. His priority was ensuring the safety of his homeland. Upon returning to the surface, the expressions of the gathered individuals indicated that they understood Jun Lin's claims were not unfounded. Song Yang, feeling a twinge of apprehension, was grateful for Jun Lin's timely discovery. Had the beast surged forth from the depths to launch an assault, it would have been too late. He exhaled deeply, commencing the deployment of action. First, he sought assistance from the Security Bureau in Modu, assuring that within 10 hours, 9-star reinforcements would arrive. Their objective was to conduct a covert evacuation. Safe houses had been established in every city to accommodate emergencies, and Jun Lin was no exception. Once inside a safe house, even amidst chaos outside, the citizens would remain unharmed. With Song Yang's calls echoing, numerous martial artists residing in Jun Lin sprang into action. At that moment, both governmental entities and private factions fell into alignment. When external threats loomed large, internal unity became paramount. During the age of apocalypse, malevolent beasts roamed freely, with human territories reduced to less than 10%. To speak bluntly, humanity was akin to livestock, reared by the beasts for sustenance. Periodically, reports surfaced of beast-tied incidents around the world, resulting in the deaths of millions. Hence, humanity remained largely united, save for the most nefarious organization on the international stage, the Satanic Cult. The cult's existence was predicated not on valuing human life, but rather on the veneration of the true Lord Satan. This malevolent organization acted with utter inhumanity, frequently committing heinous acts against cities or nations, with a death toll surpassing tens of millions throughout history. Once this matter was resolved, Jun Lin intended to return home. However, he was halted by Song Yang, who, with a somewhat dubious gaze, prompted Jun Lin to speak. "I fear my limited talents may not suffice for any significant undertaking." Song Yang, having gleaned some insight into Jun Lin's capabilities, recognized the opportune moment and was determined not to let this chance slip away. Wait a moment. Song Yang swiftly returned to his residence and soon emerged with a locked wooden box. "Brother, I implore you to assist me with a small favor. Deliver this box to the command center at the South City Gate and hand it over to the border commander of Jun Lin City." It is as simple as that. Indeed, Jun Lin shook the box, attempting to pry it open, only to be halted by Song Yang's admonition. "This is a state secret. Given your lack of official position, you are forbidden from viewing its contents." How absurd. Jun Lin chastised inwardly, departing with his formidable weapon, the Dominator Blade, and his companion Shuang Fei Yan. Once Jun Lin had left, Song Yang hastily retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Commander Hao, the situation is urgent. I am aware you are short-handed, so I am sending over a capable individual. You must ensure this person stays." No need for thanks. We are all striving for the safety of Jun Lin City. The command center of the Jun Lin City border defense was situated in the southern part of the city, alongside its towering walls, where a solemn post stood. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. The border troops, initially scheduled for rest, had been summoned back, and all present bore serious expressions. Commander Hao, known for her forthright demeanor and efficient execution of tasks, earned the trust of her subordinates. Especially after her promotion to the Chief of Border Defense, she exuded an even greater sense of authority. Upon receiving Song Yang's call, informing her of the rampant monster threats in Jun Lin's underbelly, she immediately gathered everyone on standby. "Captain Zhang Ming, swiftly take your team outside the city to establish a perimeter in preparation. Lu Yan, Zhou Hao, Qian Xing, you are to lead your teams to the other outposts. We must ensure the city is fortified against these monsters." "Understood, Commander." The 4 captains of the 7-star team set off to fulfill their orders. After issuing her commands, she stood atop the city wall, allowing the cold wind to whip around her as her gaze pierced the distance. Jun Lin arrived at the post in a flurry, and after an introduction, finally stood before the esteemed border commander of the area. Bathed in moonlight, a woman clad in military attire stood proudly on the wall. She had shoulder-length black hair, and beneath her elegantly arched brows were bright apricot-shaped eyes. Her lips were thin but slightly upturned, suggesting she was quite articulate. As his gaze traveled downward, he noted her figure, tightly encased in armor, making it difficult to ascertain her true stature, though her long legs certainly caught the eye. "Have you seen enough?" Commander Hao inquired. "Ahem, I couldn't help myself," Jun Lin replied, composing his expression as he introduced himself. "I am Jun Lin. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." The woman flashed a grin, internally thinking, if you were not Jun Lin, I would have already given you a thrashing. "I have long admired your reputation." The woman confidently extended her right hand. "I am Hao Shuang, the current border commander of Jun Lin City." "How delightful." Jun Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, repeating her name incredulously. "You must be jesting." Hao Shuang's composure wavered slightly, as if she were preparing to deliver a reprimand. Jun Lin instinctively recoiled, observing that this female commander appeared youthful, resembling a charming young lady. However, that was misleading. High-level martial artists, nourished by spiritual energy over time, aged at a significantly slower rate. Hao Shuang was a genuine 8-star martial artist, and her true age was certainly not reflective of her appearance. Having taken in the beauty before him, Jun Lin handed the wooden box to Hao Shuang, intending to withdraw gracefully. Yet, he soon realized that departing would not be so simple. In an instant, Hao Shuang blocked his path, extending her arm. What is the meaning of this? Jun Lin questioned, perplexed. Hao Shuang produced a pre-prepared document and declared with clarity, according to the laws of the Huaxia nation. During emergencies in the base city, the border commander has the authority to mobilize any martial artist for duty, and such martial artist cannot refuse for any reason. With a smile gracing her delicate features, she calmly continued, "This is indeed an emergency. In my capacity as the commander of Jin Ling, I requisition you and your companion to assist in safeguarding the city." Jun Lin's expression darkened. He had initially intended to return and protect Qian and her friends. The thought of being surrounded by a throng of beautiful maidens seeking refuge in his arms amidst the impending beast tide had thrilled him. Yet now, he found himself forcibly conscripted. At that moment, the long silent system unexpectedly emitted a notification, catching him off guard. Beep, mission issued, protect Jinling. Protect Jinling, within 12 hours. If Jinling City is not overrun by monsters, the mission will be considered complete. Reward, King of World's Fist. Jun Lin was astounded by the system's reward. Who among those familiar with Dragon Ball could overlook the sheer power of the King of World's Fist? He suspected such a skill could only emerge from a golden sign-in. To his surprise, the system had issued a mission. Jinling was his hometown, and even without the system's task, he would have rushed to protect it. However, with the mission in play, it was all the more compelling. In that instant, he ceased his lamentations, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Chapter 71, Level 1 Alert. Catastrophe of Annihilation. At 3 in the morning, the hour when humanity typically slumbers most soundly, the citizens of Jinling City were abruptly roused. Countless individuals exited their homes, orderly forming lines under the guidance of security personnel as they proceeded to nearby safe houses, to avoid alarming the monstrous entities and provoking unnecessary chaos. Everyone was warned against raising their voices. Song Yang from the Safety Bureau, Wu Peng from Xinghe Martial Arts Hall, and Duan Honglei from the Hong Romance Mercenary Group, 3 esteemed 8-star figures, gathered together, vigilantly on guard, fearful of an impending assault by the 9-star beast lurking beneath Jinling. News from Modu had arrived. 2 9-star martial artists were en route with a support team, arriving by private aircraft. If they could endure for just 5 more hours, everything would improve. Alas, fate often harbors its own designs. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly erupted in the distant southern sky of Jinling. Instantly, the border outpost, which had been attentively on alert, was set into motion. Countless individuals surged forth, their gazes fixated on the source of the luminosity. It is a warning signal. A multitude of beasts is advancing towards us. Should we sound the alarm? A voice cried out. Before the words had fully escaped, another brilliant flash tore through the sky. The speaker's voice caught in their throat, rendered speechless. 2 consecutive warning signals signified a Level 1 alert. A Level 1 alert indicated the presence of a 7-star beast leading an assault on the city, a moderate threat. The difficulty of the Level 1 alert escalated tenfold if an 8-star beast was at the helm of the monstrous horde. Among that swarm would surely be a considerable number of 7-star and 6-star beasts, potentially numbering in the thousands. Quickly, sound the alarm. A squad leader commanded. A thunderous roar resonated from the far distance, reverberating through the air, shaking the very glass of the outpost buildings. In the midst of all this astonishment, a third warning signal shot skyward, illuminating the distant heavens. A soldier monitoring through binoculars shrieked in terror, "What is that creature?" In the distance, beneath the radiant glow, a monstrous figure, akin to a small mountain, began its slow advance towards them. The earth-shattering roar they had just heard emanated from this very beast. It is a 9-star beast. A 9-star beast. Someone screamed frantically. A Level 1 alert, the catastrophe of annihilation. Hao Shuang's expression grew grave as she gazed at the hazy silhouette in the distance, her resolute eyes betraying a hint of despair. Jun Lin. Do you think the 9-star beast lurking beneath Jinling is that one over there? Jun Lin's countenance mirrored her concern as he shook his head with a wry smile. That is a different 9-star overlord. The one beneath the ground will likely be stirred by this roar as well. Are you suggesting that the earlier cry was a signal? Hao Shuang's body swayed slightly. Commander Hao, summon the elite soldiers from other directions. Jun Lin stated calmly. In Jinling Park, the vast ground suddenly split open, and a colossal creature resembling a dragon surged forth. It was a massive black python, approximately 40 to 50 meters in length, coiling its truck-like body around the Van Gogh Tower. The immense weight caused the towering structure, standing over 100 meters high, to creak ominously. At the pinnacle, the triangular head of the black python was raised high, its long tongue flicking as it surveyed the entire city from above. With its emergence, unrest rippled throughout the city. These monstrous beasts had long plotted their attack, suddenly appearing from the city's sewers, poised to strike. A catastrophe. This was indeed a genuine disaster. Song Yang gazed at the black python atop the Van Gogh Tower, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The 9-star overlord, the Black Water King Serpent. This time we must fight with all our might. He, along with Wu Peng and Duan Honglei, prepared meticulously, donning their finest 8-star battle armor and wielding 8-star battle blades. At this moment, their sole intention was to delay the enemy until reinforcements arrived. A multitude of martial artists within the city had already engaged in fierce combat with the abruptly emerging beasts. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance and donned their gear. Had there been no prior warning, the sudden assault at 3 in the morning, while everyone was in deep slumber, would have resulted in far greater casualties. The city was in chaos, filled with cries of battle. Yet, the strongest and most elite border troops of Jinling City were unable to assist. For their own front lines would become even more perilous. Hao Shuang sent countless messages to Captain Zhang Ming, stationed at the front lines, but all fell on deaf ears. She realized that Captain Zhang had likely fallen. She had heard that his wife had just become pregnant with their second child last month. Shaking her head, she knew this was not the time for sorrow. She must not dwell on such futile thoughts. Chief Guard, have all the fire god cannons been moved over? Commander, all 52 fire god cannons have been transported and are currently being set up, replied a composed man. Speed it up. When the beasts draw near, I want them obliterated. Jun Lin soon beheld the legendary fire god cannons. Each was the size of a car, with dark, cavernous barrels measuring a diameter of 12 centimeters. Among modern weaponry, the fire god cannon boasted the most formidable power, capable of slaying 7-star beasts. Though there were more advanced weapons, limitations in materials and technology prevented their widespread use. Howls echoed, resonating with such intensity that the nearby stone walls trembled. A kilometer away, in the darkness, wolf-like beasts with glowing green eyes were the first to arrive. Jun Lin recognized these creatures as the 6-star wind wolf beasts he had encountered previously. They were remarkably swift, being the first to reach this location. Jun Lin, witnessing such a spectacular scene for the first time, felt a shiver run down his spine. The vanguard comprised 6-star beasts. This tide of beasts was truly terrifying. Amidst the chaos, Qian mentioned she was going to protect a group of her female friends. He wondered if they would encounter danger. Fortunately, he had discreetly released the vegetable man, instructing it to provide covert protection. They should be safe. A series of deep growls erupted, rivaling the previous wind wolves. This time, a large group of ironclad giant rhinos appeared, possessing immense strength. Once they entered the city, they would transform into bulldozers, easily demolishing skyscrapers. Someone fired a bright flare into the distance, illuminating the area as bright as day. Now, people could see clearly. Besides the 6-star vanguard, thousands of various lower-star beasts were advancing. Most striking was a colossal dragon-like beast in the distance, flanked by 2 gigantic gorillas. Hao Shuang recognized it as a thorny ironclad dragon, a type of ground dragon. Not only was the thorny ironclad dragon a 9-star overlord, but it also possessed exceptional defensive capabilities among 9-star beasts. Even if it allowed itself to be struck for an hour, it would likely not shed a drop of blood. With the thorny ironclad dragon outside and the Black Water King's serpent within, coupled with thousands of rampaging beasts, the Jinling base city faced grave peril. Chapter 72, Bloodstains on Jinling. Boom, 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 boom. The fire god cannons proved their worth as the most lethal weapon, with 52 lined up together, unleashing terrifying destruction. Each shot left a massive crater in the earth. Even a few blasts would spell doom for a 7-star beast. Unfortunately, 7-star beasts were not so foolish as to stand idle and be struck. After a barrage from the fire god cannons, it became evident that they had only felled beasts below the 7-star level. The 7-star beasts had long since fled. Damn it, these creatures are too cunning. The distant thorny ironclad dragon remained unhurried, savoring the thrill of slaughtering the city. In the eyes of high-level beasts, humans were merely livestock raised for their amusement, organized into waves of beasts whenever they grew bored, serving to thin their numbers. Currently, many of the beasts could attack from a distance. Dozens of wind wolf beasts continuously unleashed razor-sharp wind blades upon the city walls. Others spat venom, hurled stone projectiles, or launched spikes, an array of assaults. The border troops suffered casualties. Many soldiers tragically lost their lives, with limbs and corpses strewn about. Ding ding ding. A series of urgent phone rings pierced the air. Hao Shuang answered her phone, receiving a distress call. She turned to Jun Lin and said, I just received word that the evacuation team from your alma mater, 7th High School, encountered a horde of beasts. Principal Lu Qiran requests your assistance. You don't need me here, Jun Lin replied seriously. As long as the 9-star overlord remains idle, we can hold our ground. You should go. She harbored unspoken thoughts, knowing this place was far too dangerous for a prodigy like Jun Lin with a promising future. Jun Lin nodded. Outside the city, it was a battle of long-range attacks, seemingly designed to exhaust lower-star beasts. After Jun Lin departed, Hao Shuang instructed the chief guard, activate the heavenly cannon's energy reserves and prepare in advance. My lord, our current energy is only sufficient for one shot from the heavenly cannon. Should we prepare now? The chief guard inquired. The heavenly cannon was Jinling City's secret weapon, with destructive power comparable to the Tsar Bomba, the only trump card against 9-star beasts. Indeed, the energy reserves will generate a powerful magnetic field. For now, we can only use the heavenly cannon for intimidation. Remember, its primary function is to intimidate. Once fired, Jinling City will no longer be able to contend with the 9-star overlord. The chief guard nodded gravely, accepting the order. In the 7th high school campus, the situation was dire. Beasts had infiltrated, and there were many of them, pursuing their prey. They possessed enormous size and strength, easily snapping trees as thick as a bowl with their bodies. The frightened students were like lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of the beasts, drooling in anticipation of their next meal. Although it was a weekend holiday, around 300 boarding students remained at school. Among these individuals, the vast majority of warriors possess only 1 to 2-star rankings and have never encountered a beast in battle. They are akin to a cluster of delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Merely not soiling themselves in fear upon seeing the beasts is a commendable feat, let alone being able to wield weapons in defense. At this moment, leading their retreat is Principal Lu Qiran, accompanied by numerous teachers from the school. Keep going. We are merely 3 kilometers away from the safe house in the East District. We can surely make it, Lu Qiran encouraged, despite clutching his injured arm. Since the outbreak of the beast tide, they had faced several waves of beast attacks in less than an hour, and even the strongest among them, Lu Qiran, had sustained injuries. At this juncture, he thought of Jun Lin. Having heard that Jun Lin had returned to Jinling City, after several inquiries, he finally located Jun Lin's whereabouts through the border defense station. The thought of Jun Lin's unfathomable strength felt like grasping a lifeline to Lu Qiran. Principal, it's bad. A large pack of snake dogs is roaming ahead, and the grade director who went to scout has been dismembered. A teacher ran over, panic-stricken. The faces of everyone shifted dramatically. Snake dogs are 4-star beasts and are social creatures. When they strike, they do so in hordes, proving to be exceptionally fierce and difficult to contend with. Not to mention the students. Even among the school's teachers, few possess experience in hunting beasts. In a one-on-one encounter, a teacher who is a 4-star warrior would only serve as a mere appetizer for the snake dogs. An icy chill enveloped Lu Qiran's heart as he envisioned the slaughter of his students and staff. Under the pressure of a beast tide, the survival rate in ordinary base cities is merely 30, a conclusion drawn from countless bloody lessons. The group from the 7th high school was highly likely to be among the unfortunate 70. Retreat. We must change direction and head towards the safe house in the South District. Lu Qiran gritted his teeth and made the decision. But Principal, the South District safe house is over 10 kilometers away. The journey could be even more perilous. Someone questioned. Then what do you suggest we do? Lu Qiran responded. Somewhat frantically, the group of over 300 people redirected their course, heading south. However, just 10 minutes later, before they had ventured far, more bad news arrived. The scouting teacher reported that a nearby community had failed to evacuate and had been obliterated by a pack of steel-quilled wild boars, which were currently feasting on the corpses. To advance, the team would have to pass through the herd of steel-quilled boars, inevitably leading to combat. Lu Qiran found himself in a dilemma. Was it possible to take a detour? The entire city was teeming with hordes of beasts, and there was no safe haven. No matter which route they took, they would encounter beasts, resulting in confrontation. He gazed back at the pale-faced children behind him. Although he yearned to save them all, it was ultimately a futile dream. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback. The snake dogs, with their keen sense of smell, had detected the group and were in hot pursuit. There were more than 40 of these creatures, each as large as a bison, with heads resembling snakes, bodies akin to dogs, and long tails trailing behind. The leader of the pack was notably larger, twice the size of its companions, a 6-star beast. Lu Qiran's expression turned grave as he immediately commanded, everyone, form a circle. Those with lower cultivation should take shelter in the center, while the teachers protect the perimeter. With that, he leaped forward, brandishing a double-edged sword to confront the snake dog leader. He swung down, striking its back. Clang. Sparks flew. The snake dog was encased in a hard shell, with only its neck and head being vulnerable. Attacks on other areas proved ineffective. The snake dog leader swung its massive tail, sending Lu Qiran flying, before lunging forward to bite. Lu Qiran raised his sword to shield himself from being bitten in half. The creature's powerful claw struck his sword, sending it flying several dozen meters away. It was indeed a challenge for an elderly principal like Lu Qiran to contend with such a ferocious 6-star beast. Within mere exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. He glanced to other areas and was horrified. There, a massacre was underway. The battle strategies of the 7th High School had utterly collapsed. The 40-odd snake dogs charged forth as if they were a fleet of freight trucks, instantly scattering the group of over 300. In an instant, cries of despair and agony filled the air. Before the immense size and strength of the snake dogs, the students were akin to helpless little rabbits, posing no threat whatsoever. A teacher fought valiantly, striking at a snake dog, but only leaving a white mark. That snake dog pinned the teacher down with its paw and, with a savage bite, gruesomely tore him in half. The terrified screams of boys and the sobbing of girls intermingled, weaving a tragic symphony on this night filled with death. Damn it! Just as Jun Lin arrived, he was met with this horrifying scene and cursed vehemently. Behind him, Bad Knife and Double Flying Swallow followed, equally enraged at witnessing their alma mater's faculty and students being slaughtered by the beasts. Seeking death, Bad Knife growled, leaping into action, his massive battle axe gleaming ominously in the air. The snake dog that had just torn a person apart was caught off guard, only able to defend itself with its hard shell. Thud! The power of a 6-star warrior wielding a 6-star weapon was not something a mere 4-star beast shell could withstand. The snake dog was cleaved in two, its entrails spilling onto the ground. Bad Knife, Flying Swallow, assist in saving the people. I will take down that giant, Jun Lin commanded before his figure began to dissipate. Double Flying Swallow drew a gleaming silver Gatling gun and set it on the ground, aiming the dark muzzle at the snake dogs and unleashing a torrent of bullets, leaving behind multiple bullet holes in their flesh. Heavy machine guns like the Gatling possess immense power, proving quite effective against beasts below 5 stars. However, such weapons are regulated, and not everyone is qualified to wield them. Otherwise, the beast tide would not be so difficult to manage. The once dominant pack of snake dogs found themselves in disarray upon encountering the fierce Bad Knife and Double Flying Swallow. Meanwhile, Lu Chiron had nearly become the plaything of the snake dog leader, torn and battered. Fortunately, having previously wagered on Jun Lin and reaping substantial rewards, he extravagantly spent tens of millions to procure a set of 6-star equipment for himself. Without this armor, Lu Chiron would have been dismembered by now. The snake dog leader, reveling in its dominance, was about to perform a fatal move when it was suddenly kicked. The force of that kick was tremendous, sending the snake dog leader hurtling through a residential building. After flying over 100 meters, it finally crashed into a cluster of trees, coming to a halt. At that moment, a sizable hole was clearly visible in its once impenetrable shell, with torrents of blood gushing forth. The snake dog leader, trembling on its legs, stood up, dazed and incredulous. However, before it could comprehend who had the power to injure it, a figure charged towards it with astonishing speed. Wolf Fong Wind Fist. A relentless barrage of punches rained down, each strike erupting in sprays of blood and the unmistakable sound of cracking bones. The onslaught continued unabated. Once an invincible leader of the snake dogs, now lay shattered and motionless on the ground, like a lump of mud, his bones broken. Jun Lin, with an impassive expression, lifted the lifeless body and leaped effortlessly to land before Lu Chiron, 100 meters away. With a thud, the corpse was cast onto the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. I have arrived late. I apologize for the fright you've endured. Jun Lin spoke slowly. Not late at all. Lu, the principal, felt an overwhelming urge to revere him at that moment. His prowess was simply astounding. Reflecting on a few months prior, Jun Lin had indeed slain a 6-star beast. But that victory had come only after exhausting all means. Yet, the recent battle could only be described as an annihilation. The formidable 6-star beast, the snake dog leader, had exhibited not the slightest resistance before Jun Lin, appearing as weak as a child. At that moment, the principal, hailing from the same alma mater, felt a compelling desire to kneel and exclaim, Jun Lin, forever the best. What shall we do next? Jun Lin's sudden inquiry interrupted his reverie. With Jun Lin's assistance, Lu Chiron felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. His spirit rekindled. He turned to issue commands. All uninjured students, carry the wounded. With Jun Lin's help, we shall be safe. Principal, a female teacher lamented, her expression sorrowful. What shall we do with the bodies of Teacher Zhou and the others? They have sacrificed themselves. Lu Chiron's complexion paled momentarily, but he responded with composure. This is the most perilous moment. We lack the capacity to retrieve the bodies. We must leave them here for now and return to bury them once the beast tide has receded. Everyone understood that his words were merely a means of self-soothing. In a city teeming with beasts, those corpses would soon be devoured by the ravenous creatures, leaving behind little more than a few bones. The female teacher's eyes reddened with grief. Her boyfriend was among the fallen, and though she was unwilling to accept it, she could only nod in agreement. Jun Lin, too, felt a heaviness in his heart as he gazed upon the bodies of his classmates and teachers. At that moment, Shuangfian spoke up. I have a flamethrower. Let me incinerate them. It is far better than becoming a beast's midnight snack. Very well, proceed. Jun Lin nodded in assent. The group altered their course, heading east towards the nearest safe house. Shuangfian remained behind to perform the grim task, and as the flames erupted from her weapon, the bodies were reduced to ashes. Not long after Shuangfian rejoined the main group, trouble emerged ahead. The scout, Badblade, reported that a ghost-faced spider emperor had appeared, ensnaring the entire street in webs, rendering passage impossible. Upon hearing the name of the ghost-faced spider emperor, many faces paled in terror. This was a 7-star beast, far beyond their capacity to confront. However, with the safe house merely 2 kilometers away, the thought of retreating was particularly disheartening. Jun Lin, exuding confidence, calmly declared, "You all stay here. I will investigate." In a few swift movements, he reached the designated location, where indeed the streets were enshrouded in webs, with several nearby blocks similarly ensnared. Besides Badblade, numerous others were gathered, all residents of the nearby community, similarly intending to reach the safe house. The crowd swelled to over 2,000. Badblade was urgently advising, "There are too many people here. We risk attracting powerful beasts. Everyone disperse." Yet, with the safe house so close, how could they bear to leave? Thus, over 2,000 individuals stood in the street center, chattering like a bustling marketplace. Chapter 74, A Shot to the Heart. The turtle wave technique surged forth unimpeded. Badblade, an experienced mercenary, sensed the growing danger as the crowd amassed. He raised his voice, urging others to leave swiftly. However, no one recognized this nameless figure, and no one heeded his words. They all awaited government rescue. Suddenly, Jun Lin's gaze sharpened. He sensed several powerful presences approaching, 7-star beasts. Indeed, the congregation of people had attracted formidable creatures. While he could leave at any moment, the townsfolk would likely be unable to escape. He had no choice but to act. Navigating through the throng, Jun Lin approached the street, sealed by webs. No one noticed him, save for Badblade, whose expression shifted. Was the boss preparing to strike? Badblade felt an inexplicable trust in Jun Lin. Regardless of the obstacles, he believed Jun Lin would find a solution. Just as they had once faced the 3-eyed demon wolf, where they had seemingly been doomed, yet Jun Lin had awakened to restore everything intact. Jun Lin was a man who brought miracles. A sound of energy rapidly coalescing filled the air. Jun Lin's palms formed a lotus shape, a blue energy sphere materializing in his hands and steadily expanding. He was preparing to unleash the turtle wave technique, intending to blast open the webbed barricade of the entire street while simultaneously intimidating the lurking beasts. Only by instilling fear in the beasts could the people here remain safe. Go. The tumultuous crowd suddenly hushed, overshadowed by another voice. Wave. Someone spotted Jun Lin manipulating the energy wave, their mouth agape in shock. Power. The tremendous force ignited the atmosphere, with all surrounding energy spiraling into Jun Lin's grasp, the very air growing thin. Technique. With all the energy gathered, Jun Lin's ultimate move was finally ready. A brilliant blue comet erupted forth, racing towards the web-enveloped street. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power detector Jun Lin carried blared an alarm. Combat power, 1465. Boom. The energy wave surged across the expansive street, instantly melting the webs while incinerating all obstacles in its path. The 7-star ghost-faced spider emperor, sensing the terrifying power, fled in panic. Other powerful beasts that had been rushing in for a feast were equally deterred. This force rivaled that of an 8-star. If struck, they would undoubtedly perish. The intelligence of high-grade beasts was not to be underestimated. They understood whom they could provoke and whom they could not. Seeing that an 8-star human was present, they opted to seek sustenance elsewhere. Several powerful 7-star beasts quietly retreated. Jun Lin sensed this development and breathed a sigh of relief. The full-powered turtle wave technique consumed considerable energy, making it impossible to unleash continuously as a standard skill. If 4 or 5 7-star beasts had attacked him simultaneously, he would have had no choice but to flee. After executing the turtle wave technique, the street lay cleansed, the ground scorched and barren. All beasts along this route and in nearby streets, those that remained, dead or fled, had vanished without a trace. Ahead lay a starlit avenue stretching thousands of meters. Had Jun Lin not intentionally directed the turtle wave to ascend into the depths of the clouds at the last moment, it might have unleashed devastation akin to a nuclear explosion upon Jinling City. The over 2,000 witnesses stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed. With the limited understanding of these individuals, it is indeed challenging to comprehend the true extent of Jun Lin's prowess. In their minds, he could only be described as extraordinarily formidable. Why are you all still dawdling? Hurry up and move. Jun Lin addressed the stunned crowd with an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as over 2,000 people began to rush forward, chattering animatedly. The newly established pathway was guaranteed to be safe for the time being, a rare opportunity indeed. Consequently, the members of the 7th High School called out to one another and joined the main throng in a frantic dash. The Eastern District safe house resembled a fortified bunker, constructed from the most resilient alloys. 2 7-star warriors stood at the entrance, receiving the multitude of evacuees. Out of nowhere, a dazzling beam of meteor-like energy shot down from the Western District, narrowly missing the safe house's roof. The 2 7-star warriors nearly lost their composure. A strike from such a terrifying energy attack would undoubtedly leave them utterly obliterated. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for an explanation. Just then, a thunderous rumble emanated from afar, reverberating as if an army were marching. "What is happening?" one guard exclaimed. "How would I know? Could it be a beast horde? Don't frighten me with such a cacophony." In the midst of the guard's panic, a dark swarm of citizens surged down the street, swiftly reaching the vicinity of the safe house. Guard A leapt to a vantage point, shouting, "Do not panic. Form an orderly line and enter in sequence." A mere 15 minutes later, everyone had successfully entered the safe house, and the computer scans quickly yielded results. Remarkably, they had managed to rescue 536 individuals, an impressive feat. Jun Lin stood atop a high building, observing the safe arrival of the 7th High School crowd, letting out a sigh of relief. In the face of the beast tide, no one could guarantee the sight of tomorrow's sun, and even he remained ever vigilant. Activating his combat power detector, Jun Lin scanned the entirety of Jinling City and a 50-kilometer radius beyond. After filtering out targets below the 6-star level, hundreds of conspicuous energy sources appeared on the detector. Further filtering revealed over 100 targets at the 7-star level or above. Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback. He too was now a 7-star warrior. This indicated that there were currently over 100 entities within and surrounding Jinling City that matched his level of capability. Continuing to operate the detector, Jun Lin conducted another round of filtering, ultimately obtaining the complete data: 13 8-star targets, 8 of which were beasts, 4 were humans, and 1 was a large turnip. The 9-star targets numbered only 3, all of which were beasts. The most formidable among them was the 9-star celestial fox of Hongya Valley, boasting a staggering combat power of 3,000 points. Following closely was the thorned iron armored dragon outside the city, with a combat power of 2,900. And in third place was the black water king snake within the city, possessing a power of 2,700. Upon gazing at these figures, Jun Lin suddenly conceived a daring plan. Since the 9-star celestial fox was the pet of the former guardian of Jinling, Gu Xiuxiu, could he not solicit its assistance in dealing with one of the 9-star overlords? If the celestial fox agreed to intervene, humanity would only need to confront a single 9-star adversary. With this thought igniting his determination, he felt compelled to test the waters. "Master Wu, did you just witness that astonishing energy beam shooting from the Eastern District?" Song Yang inquired breathlessly. Wu Peng, his battle boots expelling energy as he deftly evaded the sweeping tail of the black water king snake, retorted, "Do you think I have time to notice anything else?" A corrosive venom was unleashed, and Song Yang barely managed to dodge, landing awkwardly in a rather undignified manner. "If you didn't see it, you didn't see it. Why shout?" Duan Honglei groaned, clutching his injured abdomen. "It's clear that your realms are higher. I truly admire you both." The 3 8-star warriors were valiantly staving off the advances of the Black Water King snake, whose combat power soared to 2,700, while the strongest among them, Wu Peng, barely reached 1,800. This disparity was immense, rendering any attempts to bridge the gap nearly futile, with lives hanging in the balance every second. As such, despite the commotion caused by Jun Lin's Kamehameha wave, the trio had no time to spare for distractions. As the clock struck 5 in the morning, the autumn air bore a slight chill. The beast tide had persisted for over 2 hours, resulting in countless human fatalities that already approached the grim figure of 1,000,000, an outcome of the thousands of beasts prowling within the city. Beyond the walls lay an even more formidable array of beasts, steadily advancing their front lines. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a figure vaulting over the city walls, racing with remarkable speed toward the northern outskirts. A few guards, detecting the escape via radar, could only shake their heads in disbelief, thinking the individual must be mad. Jun Lin sprinted to Hongya Valley, treading over a ground carpeted with venomous snakes, and headed straight for Gu Xiuxiu's grave. There he indeed found the large white fox, resting peacefully before the tombstone. Upon sensing Jun Lin's presence, it showed little reaction, permitting him to approach. Time was of the essence, and Jun Lin cut straight to the chase. "Big White, Jinling is under siege by a beast tide. Could you lend us your aid?" Knowing the celestial fox possessed high intelligence, he was confident it could comprehend his words. The fox raised its head, its large, unadorned ears twitching slightly. Then, in a remarkably human-like manner, it shook its head. "Why are you unwilling to go?" Jun Lin quickly asked. Then he recalled that the creature could not speak, so he gestured. "Your master was the guardian of Jin Ling. As her ally, you should also be considered a guardian, correct?" The fox cast a lingering glance at the grave, its head shaking in response to his gestures. Jun Lin, perplexed, could only guess at its meaning, but the celestial fox continued to shake its head. "Is it that you are loath to leave your master, wishing to remain here with her?" At this, the fox surprisingly nodded. Jun Lin was taken aback. He could not fathom what charm Gu Xiuxiu possessed that would make a 9-star overlord so reluctant to leave, willingly choosing to remain in her company at the grave for so many years. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck him. "Big White, if I promise to resurrect your master in the future, would you assist me this time?" In that instant, Jun Lin recalled the Dragon Balls. How had he forgotten about such an extraordinary artifact? Once gathered, resurrecting a single individual was as simple as child's play. Not to mention, some Dragon Balls could even revive entire planets or universes. He surmised that once he grew stronger, resurrecting a few individuals would be a trivial task. The celestial fox stared at him, wide-eyed, as if seeking clarification on his statement. "As long as you are willing to act, I will certainly resurrect your master in the future," Jun Lin affirmed earnestly. It must be said that beasts are quite straightforward. The celestial fox sensed the sincerity in Jun Lin's tone, understanding that he meant no deceit, and its eyes sparkled with newfound hope. "Can my master truly be revived? If this were to come to fruition, it would be more than willing to comply." Immediately, the celestial fox nodded vigorously. Jun Lin smiled as he extended his right hand, intending to exchange a solemn high-five with his companion. But suddenly, with a swift flick of its tail, the celestial fox ensnared Jun Lin and hoisted him onto its back. "Oh, Dabai, I must say, you are surprisingly assertive," Jun Lin teased, gripping the fox's pristine fur. The celestial fox paid him no heed, its body as light as a feather, swiftly darting towards the city of Jinling. This was Jun Lin's inaugural experience riding such a majestic steed. He marveled at the soft, silky fur beneath his grasp. How splendid it would be to be the master of a celestial fox, to ride daily in such grandeur. Unbeknownst to the galloping fox, it had drawn the attention of adversaries. Just then, Jun Lin sensed something amiss and inquired curiously. I hadn't noticed before, but Dabai, you possess 3 tails. Are you on your way to becoming a fox spirit? How delightful. When will you transcend into your true form? I've heard that once a beast reaches the extraordinary realm, it gains the ability to transform. If you were to take human form, I can only imagine how enchanting you would be. Dabai, why not consider a change of masters? I've always been fond of tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio and would love to befriend a spirit. Rest assured, I shall provide you with chicken daily." As the celestial fox approached Jin Ling, Jun Lin abruptly halted his chatter, sensing the gravity of the situation. The combat power detector indicated that the 3 8-star warriors assigned to delay the Black Water King snake were gravely injured, their strength severely diminished, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Damn it! At this moment, Jun Lin resolved to confront the Black Water King snake first. As for the border station, he could only hope for the best. "Dabai, I've heard that foxes relish snake meat. There's a giant snake in the city. I wonder if you can handle it." The celestial fox perked up at his words. She was well acquainted with the Black Water King snake, which had been evading her for years, terrified of being devoured. Today, she seized the opportunity to settle the score. As dawn broke at 6 o'clock, the sun rose to reveal a clear sky, a day that should have been splendid. Yet, Jinling was enduring unimaginable suffering. With less than 2 hours remaining until reinforcements from Modu arrived, those hours would prove to be the most arduous. The Black Water King snake had finally escaped the entanglement of the 3 8-star warriors, rampaging without restraint. Its venomous breath could corrode entire city blocks, and a single coil could topple skyscrapers. Song Yang and his companions were all severely injured, barely clinging to life under the might of the 9-star overlord. They watched in despair as the Black Water King snake wreaked havoc upon the city, feeling utterly powerless. "It's over. Jinling cannot hold out much longer. Sigh, why hasn't help arrived yet?" Suddenly, as the Black Water King snake continued its destruction, it seemed to sense something, its triangular eyes fixated on a particular location. Chapter 76, The Lethal Fangs of the Snake. There, the Black Water King snake detected a significant concentration of human presence. Song Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Not good, it has discovered the safe house." At that moment, less than 500 meters to the right of the Black Water King snake, a concealed safe house was revealed. With the creature's keen senses, the protective array of the safe house was rendered ineffective and ultimately exposed. This sanctuary, buried over 10 meters underground, resembled a vast underground parking structure, harboring over 100,000 humans. Unaware of their impending doom, the occupants were animatedly recounting their harrowing escapes, their tones filled with relief and pride. Among them were numerous students from the first high school, including Yi Qianqian and her friends. Qianqian, is that Jun Lin really so formidable? Or is it just a case of beauty in the eyes of the beholder? A girl with large eyes inquired gossipingly. It certainly seems so. If Adong and the others knew their goddess was already taken, they'd surely weep in despair. Another girl with a pale yellow complexion added with a laugh. Oh, Xiaoqiu, Qingqing, if you two keep babbling nonsense, I'll tear your mouths apart. Yi Qianqian retorted with a hint of annoyance. Harnessing her psychic energy, she bound her friends' mouths, forcing them into a pout. Ha ha ha, you two look just like ducks. Yi Qianqian erupted in laughter. Though Xiaoqiu and Qingqing could not speak, their hands were free as they tugged at Yi Qianqian. The trio soon engaged in playful antics. After arriving at the safe house, the three girls noticeably relaxed, shedding the earlier tension as they exchanged jokes. By the way, Qianqian, when we were being chased by that six-star beast outside, did you see that green-headed creature that came to our aid? Xiaoqiu recalled. Yi Qianqian shook her head. No, it was too chaotic. I was focused on escaping and didn't notice. Qingqing stroked her chin, deep in thought, before suddenly recalling something and shivering involuntarily. I remember now. On our way here, there was indeed a green-headed beast that followed us stealthily. I initially thought it was just a low-star beast and didn't pay it any mind. That was no low-star beast. When I glanced back, I saw it shatter a six-star monster with a single punch. Xiaoqiu asserted, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is that true? I don't believe it. As the three girls continued their spirited conversation, a sudden cacophony of thunderous roars erupted nearby. The ground trembled, the alloy-constructed earth was torn asunder, and everyone in the safe house fell to the ground. Those who had just relaxed were instantly gripped by anxiety, unsure of what had transpired. Outside, the massive form of the Black Water King snake coiled ominously, its head raised high, flicking its long tongue. Abruptly, the serpent's gargantuan head lunged forward, crashing into the location of the safe house. Boom! Another deafening explosion resonated, shaking the walls and causing buildings to crumble. No matter how sturdy the safe house was, it could not withstand this relentless assault. With a series of 3 successive impacts, the protective barriers of the safe house finally succumbed, utterly obliterated. The colossal snake's jaws wrenched open, tearing off the roof of the safe house like a can lid, exposing the panicked crowd within. Gazing upon so much potential prey, the Black Water King snake's saliva began to drip. Its massive jaws opened wide, inhaling deeply. An overwhelming suction emerged from its gaping maw, drawing the terrified occupants towards it like moths to a flame. In an instant, the air filled with blood-curdling screams as the scene transformed into a hellish nightmare. Yi Qianqian grasped Xiaoqiu and Qingqing's hands, using her psychic power to anchor herself against the terrifying pull. The three girls were frozen in fear, their only instinct to resist being swept away. Meanwhile, many of their classmates were not so fortunate, as former companions were drawn into the Black Water King snake's maw, becoming its breakfast. The three girls turned pale, knowing that their strength would not hold out for long, if they didn't endure just a few more seconds. They too would share the same grim fate as their classmates. In mere moments, thousands of people were consumed by the belly of the Black Water King snake. Yet, even this immense feast did not satiate the creature. Instead, it grew increasingly exhilarated. As long as it devours all the humans before it, its power will undoubtedly increase significantly. By that time, among the 3 9-star overlords in this region, it shall no longer be the third. Shifting its perspective, the Black Water King's serpent continued to engulf the throngs of people below. No one could withstand its relentless hunger. All were destined to be consumed by it. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the Black Water King's serpent abruptly ceased its feeding. Its colossal head lifted, fixing its gaze in a singular direction. In its perception, a formidable presence approached from that way. Hissing, its forked tongue, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, flicked out, and the black scales along its body bristled, making the Black Water King's serpent appear even larger. Feeling helpless about their inability to contain the rampaging beasts in Jun Lin, Song Yang and his companions were overwhelmed with guilt. It was at this moment that they sensed the unusual behavior of the Black Water King's serpent and instinctively looked up towards the same direction. On the distant rooftop of a tall building, a magnificent, pristine white fox appeared, exuding an air of elegance. With a few leaps, the grand white fox arrived before Song Yang and his companions. It was then that Song Yang noticed a figure standing atop the fox's back, none other than the smiling Jun Lin. Big White, I entrust that colossal serpent to you, Jun Lin declared, patting the celestial fox on the head. The celestial fox nodded, shook its body, and sent Jun Lin flying. With a sudden, piercing cry, the celestial fox began to swell and expand. In the blink of an eye, The once 2 or 3 meter tall celestial fox grew to 10 times its height, matching the size of the Black Water King serpent. Jun Lin was astonished, his mouth agape. Realizing that the celestial fox had this remarkable ability, it was truly becoming a formidable being. Song Yang and the others were equally astounded, left speechless. Jun Lin summoned the 9-star celestial fox. How did he manage that? It's incredible. Oh my, Jinling City is saved this time. Jun Lin is amazing. After the celestial fox's transformation, it let out a resounding cry and lunged at the Black Water King serpent. Foxes were natural enemies of snakes, and the combat prowess of the celestial fox surpassed that of the Black Water King serpent by a considerable margin. Thus, despite both being of 9 stars, victory was assured for the celestial fox in this encounter. The clash of these two terrifying beasts erupted into chaos, the destruction far exceeding previous battles. Buildings crumbled, stones shattered, and debris flew in all directions as the battlefield continually shifted, with no one daring to approach. Those within the safety of their shelters trembled in fear, yet there lingered a sense of relief at having survived. That was close. We almost perished. Below, Yi Qianqian gazed at the spirited Jun Lin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her friends shared the same starry-eyed infatuation. Qianqian, who is that man riding the grand white fox? He is so impressive. Hee. I declare him my idol from this day forth. What are you two thinking? That is Jun Lin. He is not for you. Yi Qianqian replied, her pride evident. Chapter 77. The Value of a Celestial Being. Jun Lin had once again achieved a momentous feat. As Song Yang watched the distant forms of the Black Water King serpent and the celestial fox, he could not help but exclaim, indeed. If we can eliminate this great serpent within the city and eradicate the 7-star beasts, the threat posed by this beast tide will diminish by 50%. Therefore, Jun Lin must be credited with the primary achievement here. Wu Peng praised without reservation. In this beast tide, Jun Lin had first provided an early warning, granting everyone precious time to prepare. Then, he persuaded the 9-star celestial fox to join the human ranks to confront the Black Water King serpent, directly saving the lives of tens of thousands. Such accomplishments at such a young age surely qualified him for the title of a hero of Huaxia. How are your injuries, esteemed seniors? Jun Lin teleported directly to stand before Song Yang, Wu Peng, and Duan Honglei. The 3 men appeared somewhat helpless. Although their injuries were not life-threatening, it would be quite difficult for them to engage in battle again in the near future. Observing their expressions, Jun Lin understood that the situation was dire. These 3 were the pinnacle of combat power in Jinling City. Without their strength, the battle would remain arduous. However, if they could recover, combined with the celestial fox, the vegetable man, and his own assistance, they would possess sufficient power to quell the turmoil in Jinling City. Now was not the time to be stingy with celestial beings. Gritting his teeth, Jun Lin turned and made his way to an unnoticed corner. It was a collapsed pharmacy, the owner long departed. He rummaged through the remnants and found a few Gong Niu Huang Wan pills. From his pocket, he produced a small pouch containing celestial beans, carefully extracting one, crushing it into powder and mixing it with the 3 pills. Since Sun Wukong had once managed to save others by splitting a celestial bean in half, surely dividing it into thirds would be possible as well. This was not due to Jun Lin's stinginess, but rather a necessity to temper the overpowering effects of the celestial being. Upon returning to Song Yang and the others, he unveiled the 3 pills, his face etched with discomfort. Director Song, Master Wu, Captain Duan. These are powerful healing treasures awarded to me by the state after I achieved the top score in the college entrance examination. Your esteemed abilities are vital for the protection of Jinling City, so please, take these. With that, he presented the pills, which the 3 men accepted, nodding in acknowledgement of Jun Lin's earnestness. Time was of the essence. They could not afford to be modest, but they silently vowed to remember this kindness. As the pills were swallowed, they lacked the expected medicinal aroma, tasting instead similar to ordinary Chinese herbal pills. As gastric juices gradually digested the celestial bean powder, its miraculous effects were activated. Before long, the injuries sustained by the 3 men began to heal rapidly. 15 minutes later, Duan Honglei's eyes widened in astonishment. What sort of pills are these? Their effects are astonishing. Wu Peng leapt to his feet, his figure vanishing and reappearing in an instant, his expression one of incredulity. I'm fully healed. I've regained all my strength. Jun Lin, is this the legendary life elixir of Huaxia? Song Yang exclaimed, equally amazed. Jun Lin neither confirmed nor denied the claim, allowing them to draw their own conclusions. At that moment, his image in the eyes of the 3 8-star warriors grew grand and enigmatic. The value of such a life elixir was incalculable. It was likely a special reward from the state intended for Jun Lin's survival, yet it had now been consumed by the 3 of them. While it felt somewhat harsh to describe it as squandering a divine treasure, such was Song Yang's sentiment. In that instant, the three were utterly astounded. Jun Lin smiled at the unfolding scene, equally astonished by the celestial being's extraordinary efficacy. This was merely the effect of 1/3 celestial beings, capable of facilitating rapid recovery from injuries. No wonder it was among the 10 legendary items of Dragon Ball. Haha, let us go hunt down some 8-star beasts, Duan Honglei declared with exuberance. Wu Peng gripped an 8-star battle blade, equally filled with enthusiasm. As an 8-star peak warrior, he feared no beast except for those of 9 stars. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Song Yang called out to the two who were eager to spring into action. Wu Peng and Duan Honglei halted, looking at Song Yang in confusion regarding his interruption. With a serious expression, Song Yang stated, "We have consumed Jun Lin's life-saving treasure. We absolutely cannot act as if nothing has happened. I propose that all the beast corpses we slay this time be offered as compensation to Jun Lin." "Absolutely. I have no objections." The two readily agreed, nodding in unison. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin declined, saying, "That simply cannot be. I feel unworthy of such generosity." "My young friend, you speak too lightly. Were it not for you, our survival would have been fraught with uncertainty, let alone the matter of those external possessions," Song Yang earnestly replied. In his heart, the value of the life-saving divine pill was incalculable. Even if they were to sell all the corpses of the demon beasts they had slain, it would hardly equate to the worth of that pill. The three of them had certainly reaped a substantial benefit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three 8-star powerhouses transformed into streaks of lightning, vanishing into the distance. Jun Lin understood that they had banded together to hunt the 8-star demon beasts that had entered Jinling City. With their formidable strength, they were more than capable of securing a successful hunt. Reflecting on the fact that the corpse of an 8-star demon beast was valued at 200 million, he ceased his refusals. Although he had expended a celestial being, he had gained the goodwill of 3 8-star warriors, along with a copious amount of spoils. This transaction was indeed quite advantageous. After a brief moment, Ba Dao and Shuang Fian, who were out hunting demon beasts, approached. The three of them prepared to join forces to alleviate the pressure of the beast tide within the city. Just then, a distant female voice echoed, reaching their ears. "Ah, Jun Lin, is that really you?" Jun Lin was taken aback. It was Yi Qianqian's voice. Turning to look, he indeed saw 3 young girls running toward him, with Yi Qianqian being the fastest. When the girls reached him, Jun Lin irritably inquired, "What brings you here?" I came to see you, and to introduce you to my sisters," the girl panted slightly, placing a hand over her chest. Beside her, Xiao Qiu and Qing Qing gazed at him as if he were an idol, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Jun Lin looks even more handsome in person than on television. Indeed, he exudes such a strong masculine charm. Confronted once again by infatuated fans, Jun Lin felt somewhat exasperated. "All right, you've seen me. I have urgent matters to attend to. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, once the situation here is resolved, you may offer yourselves in thanks. I would not mind at all." Jun Lin jested lightly, his form beginning to dissipate. Ba Dao and Shuang Fian understood that Jun Lin was already departing and swiftly followed him. The 3 girls' faces instantly flushed a deep crimson, filled with shyness, especially Yi Qianqian, who stomped her foot in exasperation. What a lecherous wolf. Doesn't he fear exhausting himself? Chapter 78, The Unfortunate Reinforcement Team. On the rooftop of a tall building, Jun Lin activated his combat power detector, seeking suitable targets for elimination. Beep, beep, beep. To the southeast, 1,800 meters away, a target was detected with a combat power of 760. A 7-star demon beast, surrounded by several 5-star and 6-star demon beasts. This level of difficulty was perfectly suited for Jun Lin and his companions. Setting his sights on the target, he sped ahead, with Ba Dao and Shuang Fian closely trailing him. The Jinling department store was currently occupied by a terrifying lizard-like demon beast. This creature was the size of a large truck, covered in scales, with 2 protruding flesh lumps on its back. This was the 7-star demon beast known as the lizard-head giant demon. Once the 2 flesh lumps on its back developed into wings, its rank would ascend to 8 stars. However, with Jun Lin's current combat power reaching 800, he had no fear facing a beast with a power of 760. As a Saiyan, a race of warriors, they never feared opponents of equal rank and were always confident of victory. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches, and thus commenced an intense battle. In the sky, a modified aircraft was racing toward Jinling City. Inside the cabin, aside from the pilot, 8 sharp-eyed warriors were fully equipped, ready for the impending battle. These 8 were elite fighters from the Magic City, sent to provide reinforcements to the Jinling base city. Among them were 2 9-star warriors and 6 8-star warriors. In the face of unexpected calamities, the Huaxiao nation boasted a comprehensive disaster relief system to ensure maximum safety across various regions. This time, as long as Jinling City could hold off until their arrival, there was a significant chance of averting disaster. It could be said that the deployment of such formidable reinforcements from the Magic City was also a demonstration of their strength. Liang Air, how long until we reach Jinling? Inquired a man with an imposing aura. The speaker was Wu Yong, the vice president of the Magic City Martial Arts Association and a 9-star powerhouse. President Wu, we are less than 200 kilometers away. Just a little longer, and we will arrive, Liang Air replied. Wu Yong nodded, but a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Old Wu, you've asked that 4 or 5 times along the way. Why are you so impatient? Teased another 9-star warrior, Bai Wan, who hailed from the Bai family, a prestigious clan in the Magic City. I can't quite explain it, but I have an unsettling feeling that this journey will not go smoothly. Wu Yong admitted candidly. You seem overly suspicious. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a 9-star demon beast soared through the sky, unexpectedly spotting the metallic bird that it despised. This was a golden-feathered red-crowned eagle, measuring over 20 meters in length, with an impressive wingspan of approximately 40 meters, its feathers glowing with a fiery hue. Its cold, merciless eyes fixated on the aircraft ahead. Boom. The already swift red-crowned eagle surged in speed, instantly breaking the sound barrier and leaving a series of explosive sounds in its wake. Subsequently, a piercing cry from the eagle erupted, sending a powerful shockwave towards the plane. Several of the reinforcements from the Magic City were still laughing and chatting within the aircraft when, suddenly, boom, a deafening sonic wave erupted, overwhelming to the point that not only humans found it unbearable, but the modified aircraft did as well. Crash. The glass within the plane shattered into a myriad of fragments. The sound of explosions ringing incessantly. The pilot's body was obliterated in an instant, and various instruments aboard began to malfunction, sparking fire. The aircraft plummeted, howling, into a dense forest below. Boom, boom. The tremendous impact shattered countless plants, sending clouds of dust into the air. After a brief interval, a series of coughs echoed as several figures staggered from the wreckage, beginning to check each other's injuries. Fortunately, aside from the pilot, all 8 were alive, albeit with varying degrees of injuries. Wu Yong utilized a locator device to assess their landing position, his expression suddenly turning grave. Everyone be cautious. We are in the Panlong Mountain area, which is home to more than one 9-star demon beast. What bad luck we have. Wu Yong lamented. At this rate, not only will we fail to reach Jinling City for reinforcements, but our very survival will depend on fate. Old Bai, send a message to Jinling and let them figure it out on their own. Wu Yong sighed in resignation. Bai Wan rummaged through his belongings, his expression growing increasingly grim. We're finished. Both satellite phones are broken. We can't send any messages out. Wu Yong's countenance darkened as well. Are you saying that we are now unable to contact the outside world and are completely cut off? Yes, that's exactly it. Bai Wan shrugged helplessly. Before we even had a chance to make our mark, we are facing demise. It makes a hero's tears flow profusely. Meanwhile, within the Jinling base city, the fierce battle between the Sky Fox and the Blackwater King Snake had raged for some time, obliterating several city blocks in its wake. At least a dozen skyscrapers lay in ruins from the aftermath of their conflict. The Sky Fox possessed a combat power of 3,000, allowing it to dominate over the Blackwater King Snake, which only had 2,700. However, while vanquishing an adversary may be a simple endeavor, slaying a 9-star overlord is far from straightforward. The two parties have been entangled in combat for over an hour, with the Blackwater King Snake repeatedly pleading for mercy. Yet, the conditions set by Jun Lin for the Celestial Fox were to eliminate the foe, thus the Celestial Fox had no intention of retreating. Of course, there may also be an element of savoring the delectable spoils involved. After another hour, dawn broke, bathing the city in the gentle warmth of sunlight, offering a glimmer of hope. With a resounding thud, the massive serpent finally collapsed, crushing countless fragments of stone beneath its weight. Bearing some injuries, the Celestial Fox stood atop the carcass of the Blackwater King Snake, emitting a proud cry. This formidable opponent was finally defeated, marking the completion of a transaction with Jun Lin. With a wide mouth, the Celestial Fox effortlessly lifted the carcass of the Blackwater King Snake, intending to carry the trophy back to Maple Leaf Valley. Jun Lin had been observing closely and swiftly approached, exclaiming, "Wait, Dabai, are you leaving?" Upon hearing the question, the Celestial Fox nodded its massive head. "Can you still assist me with that thorned armored dragon outside the city?" Jun Lin asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The Celestial Fox, however, was already drained. Slaying a foe of equal rank had depleted more than half of its strength. In its current state, facing the thorned armored dragon with a combat power of 2,900 could easily lead to a fate akin to that of the Blackwater King Snake. Observing the Celestial Fox shake its head again, Jun Lin realized he had been overly greedy. Fortunately, Time had already been sufficiently extended, and he believed reinforcements would arrive soon, ensuring the safety of Jinling City. With a swift motion, the celestial fox, bearing the immense carcass, departed. Jun Lin refrained from claiming the spoils. Recognizing them as the hard-won prize of another, he still held on to his dignity. Just as he thought the situation was progressing favorably, Song Yang, panting heavily, found him. Jun Lin. The situation is dire. What is it, Director Song? Jun Lin inquired. Song Yang's face was ashen, his expression one of utter disbelief as he said, "News from Magic City indicates that all the experts sent for reinforcements have gone missing without a trace." Jun Lin was momentarily stunned, before exclaiming in expletive, "Damn it." Chapter 79. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. The sudden influx of grim news disrupted Jun Lin's rhythm. He had believed that by resolving the threat of the Blackwater King snake within the city and stalling for 5 more hours until reinforcements arrived, they could withstand the tide of beasts. At that point, his mission would also be fulfilled, but he could never have anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events. In a fit of agitation, he grasped Song Yang's collar and urgently questioned, "Isn't there a transcendent powerhouse stationed in Magic City? I've heard they can fly. Send one over immediately." Song Yang, unfazed by Jun Lin's irrationality, merely sighed. To be frank, neither of the 2 transcendent beings in Magic City are present. They have gone to suppress the turmoil at the Emperor Qin's tomb in the Jiangnan province. Jun Lin, upon hearing this, placed a hand on his forehead, feeling profoundly vexed. Were they truly left to fend for themselves against this wave of beasts? Though the Blackwater King snake had been dealt with by the celestial fox, the thorned armored dragon outside the city posed an even greater threat as a 9-star overlord. The combined strength of everyone present was still insufficient to contend with it. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Now, their only hope rested on the secret weapon, the sky cannon. Suddenly, the entire realm trembled violently. Jun Lin and Song Yang halted, gazing towards the border military post. There, a straight beam of light shot upward, illuminating the heavens. The ensuing cacophony of thunderous noise reverberated through the city, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears, while some even fainted from the overwhelming sound. The sky cannon, capable of contending with 9-star overlords, was finally unleashed. The expressions of Jun Lin and Song Yang changed dramatically. As a weapon meant to intimidate foes, its release signified that the battle outside the city had spiraled out of control, and the situation had reached a perilous climax. This also indicated that another, even stronger 9-star overlord was about to make its move. The circumstances at the southern border military post were far graver than anticipated. The casualty rate among the border troops had surpassed 60, with the original force of over 1,500 elite warriors now dwindled to less than half, and nearly all remaining soldiers bore injuries. The city walls were in tatters, battered and breached, allowing countless beasts to flood into the city, wreaking havoc. At this moment, Hao Shuang, seething with rage, was engaged in battle with a peak 8-star mighty demon ape. Beside her lay the shredded remains of Captain Tian Gang. Her heart ached with a mix of sorrow and fury. At this juncture, even seeking vengeance was a daunting task, let alone self-preservation. Just moments ago, under her command, the sky cannon had fired, but its target was not the thorned armored dragon, but rather the peak 8-star mighty demon ape. This beast had discovered the underground nuclear energy center of Jinling City, and if left unchecked, the consequences would be dire. The sky cannon unleashed its unparalleled might, obliterating the mighty demon ape, but in doing so, it lost its deterrent effect against the 9-star beasts. With a deep, furious roar, thousands of beasts outside the city seemed to receive a command and launched themselves into a frenzied assault. Not even the million-volt high-voltage electric fences or the numerous heavy artillery could halt their advance. Among them, the thorned armored dragon stood out as the most formidable. This creature, resembling a tyrannosaurus, boasted 2 powerful hind legs and a robust tail, its back adorned with spiny scales of incredible hardness. With a low growl, the thorned armored dragon charged, its massive body, weighing thousands of tons, crashing against the city walls. Despite the walls having undergone special reinforcement and incorporating various anti-collision measures, they could not withstand the might of a 9-star overlord. With a resounding crash, the towering city wall crumbled, revealing the chaos within Jinling City. Hao Shuang's face contorted in despair. In her moment of distraction, she was caught off guard and sent flying by the mighty demon ape's strike. Blood gushed forth as she soared through the air, akin to a kite with its string severed. Along with her blood, tears streamed down her face. For years, she had regarded the former guardian of Jinling, Gu Xiuxiu, as her benchmark. The latter was so extraordinarily talented, yet here she was, unable to contend with a mere 8-star beast. She felt utterly worthless, ashamed to wear the battle garb she donned. With a thud, her body collided with another. Propelled by the force of impact, both tumbling into a heap amidst the rubble. "Oh my god, I'm dead," came Jun Lin's voice from the ruins. "Hey, what is pressing down on my face?" Hao Shuang opened her eyes to find herself sprawled atop Jun Lin, awkwardly shifting her weight and saying, "What are you doing here?" She was taken aback by Jun Lin's sudden appearance. This little fellow was an extraordinary talent, with potential that could even surpass Gu Xiuxiu in the future. She could not allow herself to be the reason for his demise. Jun Lin rose from the ground, rubbed his nose, and uttered a statement that left Hao Shuang exasperated. "Sister Shuang, your figure is truly remarkable. I can hardly breathe." "Oh," Jun Lin clutched his head, receiving a playful slap from Hao Shuang. "The city is on the brink of collapse, and I have no time to indulge in flirtation with a little pup like you. I was just trying to lighten the mood since you seemed so tense. And for the record, I'm not a little pup. I'm a big wolf dog." Regarding dignity and face, Jun Lin felt compelled to defend himself. Hao Shuang shot him a glance, poised to strike again, only to suddenly realize that the mighty ape was charging at them once more. "This beast is formidable. You should step aside," she declared, preparing to rush into the fray. To her astonishment, Jun Lin was quicker, unleashing a powerful energy wave in an instant. The mighty energy beams startled the mighty ape, which deftly leaped aside to evade it. "Big Radish, go and tackle it," Jun Lin roared. From an unknown source, the vegetable man emerged, its head splitting open as a torrent of venomous, corrosive liquid erupted forth. Caught off guard, the mighty ape was doused in the corrosive substance, causing its iron-hard skin to blister and bleed profusely. Hao Shuang was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, particularly by the bizarre creature's obedience to Jun Lin. "Sister Shuang, don't just stand there. Let us all three of us take down that gorilla." "Oh," Hao Shuang snapped back to reality. Now was not the time for questions. The duo, along with the vegetable man, resumed their assault on the mighty ape. Though the mighty ape was immensely powerful, it had already endured several fierce battles and was now weakened by the vegetable man's surprise attack. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Lin unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating the mighty ape's head in a spectacular explosion. "Your energy attack is remarkable. Its damage far exceeds your own strength," Hao Shuang exclaimed, panting heavily on the ground, a hint of envy lacing her words. Jun Lin, gathering a glowing orb of energy with one hand, smiled and said, "This is a method of concentrating one's inner energy. Would you like to learn? I can teach you." Hao Shuang tilted her head, nodding earnestly. "Yes, I want to learn. This is simple. Just call me master and I'll listen." Chapter 80. 10 consecutive sign-ins. How extravagant. "Hey, you two, can you lend a hand?" Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. It was Song Yang, who was being pursued by a thorny iron-armored dragon and was nearly out of breath. Fortunately, his 8-star battle armor was equipped with jet boots, allowing for brief flight, while the thorny iron-armored dragon could not take to the skies, preventing his immediate demise. However, the energy within the armor was not infinite, and the warning lights were now flashing red. Once his energy was depleted, Song Yang would lose his aerial advantage and would be swiftly turned into pulp by the dragon. Hao Shuang touched her own battle armor with a wry smile. The energy had long been exhausted, and over 30 of the armor was damaged, leaving much of her skin exposed. Jun Lin, too, felt helpless. Faced with a terrifying beast boasting a battle power of 2,900, he, with his mere 800, was utterly powerless. He glanced at the vegetable man, uncertain if its self-detonation would yield any results. The vegetable man's ultimate technique was self-detonation, capable of instantly obliterating an adversary with a battle power of 1,600. However, against the thorny iron-armored dragon, it was likely to be a fruitless sacrifice. Much like the previous dumpling incident, just as Jun Lin furrowed his brow in despair, a crisp system notification suddenly echoed in his mind, startling him. Ding! The Dragon Ball Universe sign-in count has been refreshed, current total, 10 times. Would you like to proceed with a 10 consecutive sign-in? For the past 2 months, Jun Lin had refrained from signing in, waiting for this moment. Finally, at this perilous juncture, the system offered him its greatest assistance. "Hold on, master. I have urgent business to attend to," Jun Lin exclaimed cryptically before darting away. "Humph, so mysterious," Hao Shuang muttered, hurrying towards the thorny iron-armored dragon. Regardless of the situation, if this terrifying beast was not thwarted, Jinling City would surely fall. In a secluded corner, Jun Lin spoke slowly. "System, I wish to perform a 10 consecutive sign-in." A colossal, ethereal treasure chest descended, its massive lid opening and closing repeatedly, unleashing beams of light in various colors. As Jun Lin watched with eager anticipation, the first reward materialized. Plain underwear, a common item from the Dragon Ball world, acquired from the wish-granting dragon of Oolong. It is a rare treasure for certain enthusiasts. Next came the second item. Weighted turtle shell, a standard item from the Dragon Ball world, traditional weighted gear from the turtle school, a practical item from the early days of Dragon Ball. The third item, capsule aircraft, a high-end product from the Universal Capsule Corporation, containing a brand new aircraft within. Jun Lin's eyes lit up. This reward was quite beneficial. As he would need to traverse long distances in search of Dragon Balls, having a private aircraft would be immensely helpful. The fourth item, Frieza Force Combat Suit, a modified combat suit that is ultra-light, ultra-soft, and ultra-durable, providing enhanced agility and strength in battle. Another excellent item. This suit bore no unsightly bulky shoulder pads, boasting a minimalist design that was both stylish and durable. According to the lore of Dragon Ball, Vegeta and others wore such suits during their battles against the Frieza Force on Namek. Thus, it was evident that this combat suit could still provide benefits even at battle powers of tens of thousands. The fifth item, Vegetable Man Seeds, a unique race in the Dragon Ball world, powerful and fierce, traditionally a weapon of the Saiyans, naturally suppressed by their bloodline. Another Vegetable Man ally. Quite splendid. The first 5 rewards were all white and green, with no blue light appearing, heightening his anticipation for the subsequent rewards. The 6th reward was a martial art from early Son Goku, rock, paper, scissors, a technique involving the game of rock, paper, scissors in combat. Rock represents a fist, scissors signify eye jabs, and paper is a slap. This reward was rather lackluster and of little use. 7th sign-in reward. Dodon Wave, a traditional skill from the Turtle School in the Dragon Ball world, characterized by rapid attack speed and low energy consumption, though its power is average. Once again, it was a green sign-in, and still no blue reward had appeared, causing Jun Lin to feel a twinge of anxiety. How could it be that after 7 attempts, no blue light had manifested? Was he destined for a consolation prize this time? Just as he was caught in his worries, a brilliant blue light finally emerged. And the 8th sign-in reward did not disappoint him. Congratulations, host. You have received the skill, Flight. Flight, a secret technique in the Dragon Ball world, originating from the Turtle School, allowing practitioners to move freely in the air, unbound by the force of gravity. Flight. Jun Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling at the corners of his mouth. This skill was one of his favorites, rivaling the Kamehameha in desirability. Since childhood, he had dreamed of soaring through the skies, and now it was finally within reach. While this skill was considered common in the Dragon Ball universe, as early as the story's beginning, characters like Son Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha had learned it. By the mid to late stages, nearly every warrior could utilize flight, making it an essential skill in combat. Yet, that was merely for the sake of the plot. In reality, mastering flight was quite challenging. The principle of flight involved maintaining a certain balance by utilizing the energy within the body, releasing sufficient energy towards the ground to counteract the Earth's gravity, thus achieving levitation and flight. Practitioners must possess a deep understanding of energy manipulation and master its flow before they could successfully learn flight. Jun Lin was exceedingly satisfied with this reward. At this moment, the 9th sign-in commenced. A surge of blue light flickered once more, and Jun Lin narrowed his eyes as he received a new reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Solar Fist. The Solar Fist is a special skill from the Dragon Ball universe, originally developed by Tien Shinhan and later mastered by the Z Fighters, proving instrumental in numerous battles. Another classic Dragon Ball skill has emerged. Although the Solar Fist inflicts no damage, its extensive blinding effect often leads to unexpected outcomes, making it a staple technique for ambushes and retreats. In this round of 10 consecutive draws, 2 blue rewards have already appeared, leaving only one last opportunity. Jun Lin eagerly anticipated what might come next. Finally, the last reward was revealed. Once again, it was blue, but this time it shimmered with a hint of golden brilliance, seemingly reaching the pinnacle of blue rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving 5 portions of the Fountain of Youth. Fountain of Youth, a miraculous item from the Dragon Ball world, believed to originate from the divine realm. Consuming it not only delays aging, but also wards off all ailments, making it an exceedingly rare treasure. Upon reading this description, Jun Lin was astounded. He had encountered the Fountain of Youth during his anime viewing. This item had been mentioned only once in Dragon Ball, and only 3 individuals, Master Roshi, Master Shun, and Baba the Fortune Teller, had ever consumed it. While the fountain grants a youthful appearance, the 3 were already elderly when they drank it. Thus their appearances were forever frozen in old age. Jun Lin felt immensely fortunate to acquire such a wondrous item through this sign-in. Chapter 81, The Final Opportunity. The 10 consecutive draws concluded. A plethora of treasures lay before him. Jun Lin summarized his rewards: a pair of panties, a turtle shell, a flying vehicle, a battle suit, vegetable seeds, rock, paper, scissors, the Dodon Ray, the flight technique, the Solar Fist, and the Fountain of Youth. Setting aside the turtle shell, he felt indifferent towards the panties, despite their original flavor. However, he was delighted to find 5 portions of the Fountain of Youth. enough for each of 5 individuals to significantly extend their lifespans, potentially granting them centuries of life. The other rewards enhancing his combat capabilities included the battle suit, Dodon Ray, Solar Fist, and flight technique. These rewards would elevate his abilities by several tiers. However, they would still be insufficient against the 9-star Thorned Armored Dragon. To confront it head-on, he needed to obtain the Kaio-Ken technique. Given his current ability to withstand 15 times normal gravity, he should be able to endure a triple Kaio-Ken. With the triple Kaio-Ken, he could achieve 9-star combat power, instantly becoming one of the strongest individuals in Huaxia. Yet, obtaining the Kaio-Ken reward required him to defend the Jinling base city, which posed a considerable challenge. He activated the power detector and scanned the vicinity around Jinling City. Currently, 5 8-star beasts remained in the beast tide, all formidable foes comparable to Song Yang and the Wupong. Just dealing with these 5 powerful beasts was exceedingly difficult, let alone the invincible Thorned Armored Dragon. Presently, the only way to secure victory in this battle was for someone to distract the Thorned Armored Dragon. Until this massive boss was subdued, the beast tide would not end. The only one capable of this task was Jun Lin, who had acquired the flight technique. Alas, how noble I am, he sighed, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the second vegetable seed, planting it in the soil. Shortly thereafter, a new vegetable creature sprouted from the ground. Jun Lin named it Double-Headed Cabbage. He instructed the double-headed cabbage to follow closely behind him, then produced a blue and white combat suit. This was the combat attire of the Frisia Force from the Dragon Ball world, remarkably soft, yet durable, even with all his strength. He could not tear it in the slightest. This combat suit offered superior damage resistance compared to the 7-star battle armor, representing advanced extraterrestrial technology. Once donned, Jun Lin tested his movements, finding no hindrance whatsoever. This suit should suffice for a considerable time, saving him a significant amount on battle armor. Now, it was time to familiarize himself with his new abilities. Dodon Ray, Jun Lin growled, extending his right index finger. A crimson beam shot forth instantaneously, piercing through the body of a minor beast, the overwhelming power causing it to explode into a mass of flesh. While its power was average, it required no charging, allowing for instant attacks with minimal energy consumption, thus proving highly practical. After several more trials, Jun Lin was quite satisfied with the Dodon Ray's effectiveness. Next, he turned his attention to the flight technique, which he had long mastered due to his proficiency in controlling ki. With his right foot stepping forward, he landed on air at a height of 20 centimeters above ground, his left foot following suit, continuing to walk upon the invisible steps of the air. Step by step, Jun Lin ascended to a height equivalent to a 3-story building. Gazing around, he felt a surge of exhilaration. As long as he utilized the flight technique, he could soar through the air at will. This sensation was truly beyond belief. With a mighty roar, Jun Lin propelled himself upwards, his body shooting into the sky like a rocket. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, Jun Lin soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The sprawling expanse of Jinling City, covering over 10,000 square kilometers, lay fully before his eyes. The air here became exceedingly thin, making it difficult for an average person to breathe. However, it had little effect on him. Jun Lin began to roar continuously, his strength surging higher and higher. He reached the limit of his physical capabilities, with his combat power peaking at 820 points. Spotting a direction, Jun Lin utilized the flight technique to dart through the air, the intense force creating trails reminiscent of airplane contrails. After a brief period of high-speed flight, he came to a halt, panting slightly, having completely mastered the flight technique. Next, he raised both hands in front of him, palms facing outward, and shouted with fervor. Solar Fist. A brilliant light erupted from Jun Lin's face, radiating outward for dozens of miles. At that moment, those engaged in battle below felt an overwhelming brightness from above, as if a larger and brighter sun had appeared. A few unfortunate souls who happened to glance upward were caught in the blinding effect of the Solar Fist, temporarily rendered sightless. Jun Lin had not anticipated the immense power of this technique. Its brightness surpassed even that of the sun. No wonder it proved effective even against formidable foes like Cell or during the Tournament of Power. This time, Jun Lin felt a renewed confidence in his audacious ambitions. On the ground, amidst the wreckage of the border defense station, the colossal tail of the Thorned Armored Dragon struck down, sending tremors through the earth, which could not bear the impact, cracking open a fissure several meters wide that extended far into the distance. Debris flew in all directions, some even landing miles away. Among the chaos, 2 inconspicuous figures were also swept away, mingling with the debris. These 2 were Director Song Yang and Commander Hao Shuang. Both possessed formidable strength. Yet attempting to delay the Thorned Armored Dragon was a daunting task. Damn it, This creature is too powerful. We have no chance whatsoever. Song Yang lamented, his spirit dejected. At this moment, he was on the verge of losing faith. Hao Shuang, silent, charged forward once more. Should such a terrifying beast be allowed to wreak havoc unchecked? Within an hour, the entirety of Jinling City would be reduced to ruins. The agility of the thorned armored dragon paled in comparison to that of the Blackwater King snake or the celestial fox, yet its raw power far surpassed both. With a low growl, the thorned armored dragon raised its tail high and executed a swift spin, utilizing inertia to bring its tail crashing down upon the ground. Boom! The tremendous force struck the earth, causing the entire Jinling City to tremble. Countless buildings succumbed as if they had faced a magnitude 10 earthquake, with a corner of the city collapsing into a wasteland. This was overwhelming. This was terrifying. Witnesses were engulfed in despair, for who could stand against a 9-star overlord? Just when the atmosphere became suffocatingly hopeless, that man appeared. Turtle, Send, Energy, Technique. Chapter 82, Jun Lin's Realm. Amidst the blinding light, a blue meteor with a long tail streaked across the sky, striking the thorned armored dragon squarely on the head. Roar! The thorned armored dragon let out a pained growl, losing a scale as it frantically twisted its head, searching for the perpetrator. Before long, it spotted the culprit on a small hillside and charged in fury. Jun Lin, with a bitter smile, realized that this was his most powerful attack, one he had been charging for a long time, his combat power nearing 1800. Yet, upon striking the target, it merely caused the dragon to lose a scale. As the massive creature bore down upon him, he casually unleashed a barrage of energy waves, further increasing its animosity towards him. Come on, big guy, catch me, Jun Lin taunted, taking off in flight. In mere moments, both man and beast had raced 1,000 meters away. Hao Shuang, coming to her senses, shouted at Song Yang, "Quick, stop him. He intends to sacrifice himself to lure away this monster." Realization dawned on Song Yang. Jun Lin was the future of Huaxia, and he must not come to harm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both he and Hao Shuang transformed into streaks of light, anxiously giving chase. Just after cresting a hill, they were met with a sight that made their hearts sink. Despite the thorned armored dragon towering at 4 or 5 stories high, its speed was anything but slow. It had now caught up to Jun Lin, its massive claws striking him with tremendous force. Boom! Dust flew as the ground shook violently. No! Song Yang's eyes widened as he let out a scream. Hao Shuang collapsed onto the ground, utterly despondent. This fellow had been fatally struck in a single blow. She found it hard to believe, as if caught in a dream. The death of a prodigy with unparalleled potential, one who could rank among the top 3 in Huaxia, was a colossal loss for the entire nation. Though he possessed a pure heart and was wholeheartedly dedicated to repelling the beast tide, such impulsiveness was unwarranted. Just as Hao Shuang was lost in thought, a familiar voice echoed from afar. "Hey, Big Oaf, where are you swinging?" Accompanying the voice was a red beam that struck the dragon's chin perfectly. Energy wave. Hao Shuang and Song Yang turned towards the source of the voice and, to their astonishment, saw Jun Lin standing unscathed in the distance. Realizing it had only struck an illusion, the thorned armored dragon was consumed by rage and sprinted after him once more. Jun Lin, unwilling to engage further, poured all his strength into fleeing, leaving behind numerous illusions along the way to divert the dragon's attention. Song Yang called out several times, but the distance rendered his voice inaudible. Anxiously, Hao Shuang produced a communicator, her voice trembling. "Jun Lin, what are you planning? Hurry back. Protecting Jinling City is our responsibility. You are still young and cannot throw your life away like this." After sending her message, silence ensued. "Song Yang, you stay here and guard the line. I will go rescue Jun Lin." Hao Shuang rolled up her sleeves, determined to dash into danger. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged, and the communicator crackled to life. "Sister Shuang, I won't perish easily. This boss is mine to handle. Your mission is to protect Jinling City, understood?" Jun Lin's voice was serious and calm, reminiscent of a commanding general. "No, you must return. The thorned armored dragon is immensely powerful. You will be killed," Hao Shuang fervently protested. After a moment, the communicator relayed another message. "Rest assured, I haven't even heard you call me master yet. How could I die? You fool. Just come back, and I'll call you whatever you want, understood? Sister Shuang, what I am doing now is my responsibility. Your duty is not to sit here in tears, but to safeguard Jinling. If you do not, my efforts will be for naught. Hurry and go. I will have Big Radish and Little Radish assist you." The voice abruptly ceased, and from afar erupted an astonishing brilliance, far brighter than the sun itself. Hao Shuang and Song Yang were left in shock, unsure of what was unfolding. She attempted to reconnect, only to find the signal severed, meaning Jun Lin's military communicator had lost connection. They could only speculate about the extraordinary events occurring on the other side. Just then, 2 diminutive creatures with green heads approached. "Song Yang, startled, prepared to attack, but was halted by Hao Shuang. She recognized one of the creatures as Jun Lin's familiar, named Big Radish, known for its formidable strength, having reached 8 stars. The other, resembling Big Radish, was likely Little Radish. "Hey, Big Radish, do you still remember me?" Hao Shuang inquired. Big Radish nodded, animatedly gesturing as if to indicate cooperation in defeating the beast. "Wait." Song Yang finally grasped the situation, pointing at the 2 vegetable-like creatures. "These 2 Big Radish lookalikes are Jun Lin's familiars?" Hao Shuang affirmed. Recalling their previous battle against the mighty demon ape alongside Jun Lin and Big Radish, there was no mistaking it. Song Yang sensed the overwhelming power within the vegetable creatures and cautiously asked, "These 2 familiars feel incredibly strong. Are they peak 7 stars or low 8 stars?" Hao Shuang revealed without hesitation, "They are indeed 8 stars." This revelation left Song Yang speechless. In all of Jinling, there were only 4 8-star warriors. And yet Jun Lin possessed 2 8-star familiars and was friendly with a 9-star celestial fox. Was this level of exaggeration even feasible? What's wrong? Do you think Jun Lin is a freak? Hao Shuang interjected, catching him off guard. "Indeed. Thankfully, my realm can still surpass his, otherwise the next time we meet, I fear I would have to address him as senior." Given the circumstances, it seemed Jun Lin was facing a perilous situation. Hao Shuang decided not to conceal the truth any longer. "Song Yang, you may not hear the term senior from me in the future, as my observations suggest that Jun Lin's true realm has already reached at least 75 stars. 75 stars? Are you joking?" Song Yang's eyes nearly popped out, incredulous at her statement. However, upon meeting Hao Shuang's earnest gaze, his words caught in his throat. How could a youth not yet 19 possess such formidable power? In comparison, his own years felt wasted. Throughout the vast annals of Huaxia's history, Song Yang could scarcely conceive of anyone who could rival Jun Lin. The title of the nation's foremost genius is truly well-deserved. Most importantly, Jun Lin possesses not only unparalleled talent, but also a heart as pure as that of a child. In a bid to protect the city of Jinling, he boldly ventured alone into peril, daring to confront the terrifying 9-star overlord. Such courage and audacity surpass even that of the director of the Jinling City Security Bureau. Chapter 83. The Emergence of Extraordinary Beings in Jinling City. Crack. A celestial being was crushed, and Jun Lin's previously grievously injured body was instantaneously restored to its former state. He had been careless. He never anticipated that the seemingly clumsy thorned armored dragon would wield a trump card against him. Dragon Breath. This classic skill, which exists only in various cinematic and literary works, had just been unleashed upon him. Moments ago, while he had been in midair gesturing obscenely at the thorned armored dragon, it had unexpectedly expelled a blast of dragon breath. In an instant, that terrifying force engulfed half the sky. Despite his combat suit mitigating some damage, he was still left battered and bloodied, with half his bones fractured, nearly succumbing to the onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. The earth trembled as the thorned armored dragon, having just expelled its dragon breath, charged forth with its massive foot poised to strike. Whoosh. The rejuvenated Jun Lin deftly evaded, leaving behind numerous afterimages to confound his foe, while he stealthily ascended into the sky, fleeing into the distance. The thorned armored dragon shattered each afterimage, and in its fury at failing to locate Jun Lin's true form, it let out a low growl of rage. Bang! A crimson beam shot in from afar, striking the dragon's head once more. The thorned armored dragon looked up, searching for the detestable human, only to discover that the adversary had already fled several miles away. Roar! Its eyes blazed crimson as it stomped forward in relentless pursuit, determined to annihilate this loathsome human today. As Jun Lin soared through the skies, his combat power detector was fully activated, ensuring he did not trespass into the territory of any aerial overlords. At the same time, he remained on high alert, constantly sensing the energy trajectory within the thorned armored dragon, vigilant against being caught off guard by another dragon breath. With only 4 celestial beings remaining, he silently calculated whether they would suffice to see him through the completion of his mission. This high-intensity, rapid flight was immensely taxing on his stamina, and coupled with periodic taunts to provoke the beast, he required the celestial beings to restore his strength and preserve his life. Although he was essentially fleeing for his life, it felt akin to a life-and-death struggle, with every cell in his body in a state of exhilarating fervor. Under such pressure, his combat prowess was gradually increasing. This exhilarating dance between life and death presented itself as a fortuitous opportunity, as long as he did not meet a direct demise. He could utilize the celestial beings to recuperate and grow stronger. In the imperial capital of Huaxia, at the headquarters of the Star River Martial Arts Academy, bang! A lavish desk was shattered by a single slap, and Gu Xinghe's furious voice echoed through the room. Why am I only hearing about the beast tide that occurred in Jinling City at 3 a.m. now? Master of the Academy, a subordinate stammered, panic evident in his voice. The beast tide was originally to be handled by the rescue team from the Demon City, but this morning, the rescue personnel went missing, which is why there has been a delay. Gu Xinghe, typically a refined middle-aged man, now appeared exceedingly irritable. Regardless of the circumstances, Jinling City was under the guardianship of his daughter. If it were to be ravaged by monstrous beasts, Xiao would surely be distressed in the underworld. Contact the military chief of the imperial capital immediately. I must leave for Jinling City at once. In no time, a call was connected. The parties on the line operated on a level inaccessible to ordinary individuals, capable of causing tremors throughout Huaxiao with a mere stamp of their feet. Marshal Dongfang. I need to leave the imperial capital to address the beast tide issue in Jinling City. As an extraordinary being, Gu Xinghe's every action carried significant weight. He could not leave the imperial capital recklessly without notifying the relevant authorities. Very well, go ahead. Old Master Bai and General Zhu have gone to the tomb of the first emperor. You might as well take the opportunity to oversee matters in the Demon City for a while. I understand. Soon after, a figure streaked through the sky, breaking the sound barrier with astonishing speed as he sped toward Jinling City, located thousands of miles away. Just how powerful are extraordinary beings? Perhaps only those of the same caliber could truly answer that question. In the high above, Gu Xinghe resembled a meteor slicing through the heavens, exuding an aura of invincibility. At that moment, even the 9-star overlords soaring in the sky trembled at the sight of Gu Xinghe, hastily retreating in fear. 3 hours later, Gu Xinghe's silhouette appeared over the skies of Jinling City, suspended above a metropolis of millions, looking diminutive yet capable of controlling the fates of all its inhabitants. With the hawk-like sharpness of his gaze, he scrutinized the beast tide below. To his astonishment, the tide had largely been brought under control. Numerous low-tier beasts had been driven out of the city, with only a few powerful ones remaining in defiance. Wasn't it reported that there were 2 9-star beasts? Where have they gone? The intelligence he received was from the Demon City, and in his understanding, 2 9-star overlords could easily lay waste to the city several times over. Even if the martial artists of Jinling employed every possible means, surviving with 20 of the population would be considered fortunate. However, based on his own observations, not only were there no 9-star overlords, but even the 8-star beasts had dwindled to just 1, which was being mobbed by the crowd. Furthermore, the casualty rate among the citizens appeared to be under 30, with many even emerging from their safe houses to clean up the battlefield. The streets were littered with the corpses of beasts, a veritable treasure trove. Many were surreptitiously taking low-tier beast remains to exchange for money. As the saying goes, surviving a calamity brings future blessings, and this was precisely the case here. However, those of 4-star rank and above were not approached by the common folk, who dared not touch them, as they could not sell them. Gu Xinghe pinpointed a location and in a flash, descended. Here, Hao Shuang and Song Yang, among others, were engaged in a fierce battle against the last remaining 8-star beast, the blazing savage bull. The combat was intense, with flames engulfing the beast, charring the ground beneath it. Gu Xinghe formed hand seals and struck downwards. A massive bolt of lightning arced down, striking the blazing savage bull with devastating precision. Roar! The blazing savage bull let out a wail of agony, its body charred from the electric strike, collapsing to the ground in convulsions before falling still. Hao Shuang turned to regard the newcomer, recognizing him immediately, astonished yet elated. Song Yang also expressed great joy, hastening forward to greet him. Despite his position as a public servant, which might seem impressive, he was nothing compared to extraordinary beings. Since the dawn of the apocalypse era, extraordinary beings had transcended the mundane world. They typically held themselves aloof, seldom mixing with ordinary people, and maintained their own elite circles. Even the strongest extraordinary generals in Huaxia interacted with other extraordinary beings on equal footing, never boasting of their prowess. Gu Xinghe was intrigued by how Jinling City had managed to control the beast tide independently, prompting him to inquire. Wasn't it reported that there were 2 9-star beasts in Jinling City? Where are they? Upon seeing his superior, Wu Peng appeared visibly excited and hurriedly explained, indeed. There were 2 9-star beasts. One has been slain, and the other has been lured away. Chapter 84. Mission accomplished, the Realm King fist at hand. Gu Xinghe was taken aback by Wu Peng's words. It was beyond his imagination that a city like Jinling, devoid of even a single 9-star warrior, could achieve such feats. Subsequently, Hao Shuang and his companions recounted the events to this top-tier powerhouse of Huaxia. Are you telling me that all of this is due to that little rascal? Jun Lin. Gu Xinghe exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it was all because of Jun Lin. Without him, the Tianhu wouldn't have intervened to assist in vanquishing the Blackwater King Serpent. Song Yang replied earnestly. Had it not been for Jun Lin, the four of us, myself, Director Song, Pavilion Master Wu, and Team Leader Duan, would likely have met our demise. Hao Shuang added, his expression appearing somewhat strange, as if he were lost in thought. At this moment, Gu Xinghe's curiosity towards Jun Lin surged significantly. Wu Peng, is this Jun Lin the dragon-level prodigy of this year? Indeed, Pavilion Master. He is the very genius you took a keen interest in back then. When Gu Xinghe first learned of this young prodigy, he had expressed some curiosity, but it was merely an appreciation for the younger generation. Now, having encountered Jun Lin in person, he began to realize just how extraordinary that prodigy truly was. Gu Xinghe seemed to glimpse a rising star, one that would undoubtedly become a transcendent existence rivaling his own in the future. Considering that the young man was also a member of the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy, a connection had already formed between them. Gu Xinghe resolved to protect this infinitely promising young talent, aspiring to cultivate another extraordinary powerhouse for the academy. I am quite intrigued by this young friend Jun Lin. May I inquire as to his whereabouts? Gu Xinghe inquired with a gentle expression. His refined demeanor perfectly suited the image of a charming elder, a figure many young women would find irresistible. Upon hearing Gu Xinghe's inquiry about Jun Lin's location, the several 8-star warriors present exchanged glances of discomfort. Time has elapsed, and I fear that Jun Lin may have met with dire circumstances. Observing their expressions, Gu Xinghe felt an ominous premonition and blurted, could it be that Jun Lin has already perished? Hao Shuang shook his head adamantly. No, he certainly wouldn't die so easily. Wu Peng, noticing his superior's confusion, swiftly explained, I mentioned that the 9-star overlord was lured away. That individual was Jun Lin, and it has been 3 to 4 hours. What? You, a group of 8-star warriors, allowed a student to lure away a 9-star overlord? A thunderous aura erupted from Gu Xinghe, sending Hao Shuang and the others flying like leaves in a tempest. At that moment, Gu Xinghe was genuinely furious. Pavilion Master, please do not be enraged. Allow me to explain. Song Yang hastily interjected, recounting how Jun Lin had selflessly engaged the thorny armored dragon, willing to sacrifice himself to safeguard Jinling. Upon listening to Song Yang's account, Gu Xinghe was deeply moved, his thoughts drifting to his own daughter. Finally, he sighed. This Jun Lin, much like my dear Xiuxiu, exhibits such stubbornness. For the sake of safeguarding his dreams, he is willing to forfeit his life. Clenching his fists, he lamented the loss of his daughter, feeling helpless despite his high rank. Yet, he pondered whether this young man, so reminiscent of his daughter, would also tread the same tragic path. At that moment, after much contemplation, Hao Shuang suddenly spoke up. Pavilion Master, could you perhaps seek out Jun Lin? I have a strong feeling that he is not so easily defeated. I doubt he has perished. Otherwise, his 2 demon pets would surely sense it, Song Yang asserted, pointing towards the stealthy figures of the 2-headed vegetables lurking in the distance. Gu Xinghe had long since noticed the presence of De Tu Kai and Air Tu Kai. Indeed, had it not been for the assistance of these 2 demon pets, stabilizing the situation would have been much more arduous. They are unlike humans or ordinary demon beasts, yet their strength is formidable. To possess such powerful demon pets at such a young age, Jun Lin is truly full of surprises. Gu Xinghe pondered for a moment before asking, in which direction did Jun Lin flee? I must retrieve him. Hao Shuang pointed towards a direction, exclaiming, Jun Lin headed that way. But you will need to deduce his precise location from the battlefield traces. Very well, I shall leave the matters here to you. I must take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, with a swift motion, Gu Xinghe vanished from sight. He sprinted forth, streams of electricity coursing across his body, exuding an astounding aura. Before long, he discovered the unmistakable footprints of the thorny armored dragon and followed them diligently. After covering a considerable distance, Gu Xinghe halted abruptly. Noticing something quite peculiar, there were no footprints left by Jun Lin, only the prints of the thorny armored dragon. Were it not for the traces of energy attacks remaining at the scene, he might have doubted whether Jun Lin had already perished. How strange. There are signs of battle, yet no footprints. Could it be that Jun Lin can fly? He shook his head, dismissing the implausible notion, yet remained unable to discern the true reason. In the Qingshan Gorge, situated over 1,000 kilometers away from Jinling, the picturesque landscape was dominated by a flock of mountain eagles. These eagles were 5-star demon beasts, with some of their strongest members reaching 6 stars or higher, a relatively powerful clan, seldom troubled by other demon beasts. However, today, an uninvited guest had intruded upon their territory. In an instant, the atmosphere became as volatile as oil in boiling water, as countless mountain eagles erupted in fury. They spread their expansive wings and charged towards the audacious human intruder. At that moment, a deafening roar resonated, accompanied by tremors across the ground. The 9-star overlord, the thorny armored dragon, made its grand entrance, causing all the mountain eagles to ruffle their feathers in panic. The previously aggressive demeanor vanished in an instant. As they hastily fled, disregarding the human entirely, the thorny armored dragon was incensed. As a proud 9-star overlord, it had been toyed with by this human, igniting a desire to devour him piece by piece. While it wallowed in its fantasies of revenge, Jun Lin, who had been soaring through the air, suddenly halted, a look of ecstasy blooming on his face. At long last, the long-awaited system reward had materialized. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of protecting Jun Lin. Reward skill, King of the Realm Fist. King of the Realm Fist, a technique created by the North Realm King, allowing the user to exponentially amplify their combat power within a short time frame, potentially by several times or even dozens of times. The higher the rank, the greater the burden on the body. This skill is notoriously difficult to master. Within the main protagonist group, only Sun Wukong has succeeded. Once this technique is unleashed, combat power will surge dramatically, but the body will also operate beyond its limits, enveloped in a crimson aura of blood. Caution is advised when using it, as failure to gauge one's capabilities may result in catastrophic consequences. Chapter 85, King of the Realm Fist, Exploding the 9-Star Overlord. As Jun Lin hovered in the air, the thorny armored dragon wasted no time and launched a devastating attack. A terrifying breath of dragon fire erupted from its maw, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged towards Jun Lin. This time, Jun Lin chose not to retreat in disarray, his gaze sharpened with fierce determination. Having been relentlessly pursued like a mouse for hours, he was now brimming with rage. Now that he possesses the Kaio-Ken, he fears nothing. With a mighty roar, Jun Lin activated the triple Kaio-Ken, instantly amplifying his strength threefold. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the battle power detector began to leap and surge uncontrollably, culminating in a terrifying figure. Battle power, 3000. Whoosh. A blood-red aura enveloped Jun Lin's body, and an overwhelming force surged forth. As the torrent of dragon breath approached, he unleashed his signature technique, the Kamehameha. No Saiyan has ever feared a counterattack. A dazzling energy wave shot from Jun Lin's hands, colliding directly with the dragon breath. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the very earth. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended from the Qing mountain gorge, flattening the surrounding area for miles. Those who could not escape, the mountain eagles, suffered dire consequences, disintegrating into dust amidst the intense heat and explosion. The massive form of the thorned iron armored dragon was sent tumbling by the blast, akin to leaves caught in a tempest, rolling over multiple times. Jun Lin, too, was hurled thousands of meters into the air by the explosion. Yet despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, his fighting spirit remained undeterred. This time, he was ready to get serious. The battle commenced in earnest. Jun Lin swiftly approached the iron-armored dragon, seizing its colossal tail, and, with a fierce roar, executed an over-the-shoulder throw. Seizing the opportunity as the dragon's belly was exposed, he unleashed a flurry of dodo waves that pierced like arrows. Unlike before, these waves could now breach the dragon's defenses. In the blink of an eye, numerous dense holes appeared in its abdomen, gushing blood. The iron-armored dragon, unwilling to concede, raised its thorny armor, transforming into a spiky creature and launching a haphazard assault on Jun Lin. The clash of man and dragon raged from the mountains to the valleys, and then into the waters below. Each strike reverberated like thunder, causing the earth to churn and tremble, a lament for the suffering land. Dazed from the relentless onslaught, the thorned iron-armored dragon could not fathom how this human had suddenly become so formidable. Roar. With a low growl, it began to charge up another powerful dragon breath, intent on obliterating this human. You dare to challenge me? Jun Lin bellowed in response. A counterattack? He had never feared one. His hands formed a flower bud shape as energy coalesced within. The formidable Kamehameha re-emerged. Boom. A beam as thick as a house shot forth, meeting the dragon breath head-on. The energies clashed in a magnificent display, forming a colossal sphere of power. It was an evenly matched confrontation. This cannot stand. Jun Lin roared, his skin oozing blood that evaporated almost instantly. Quadruple Kaio-Ken. With this declaration, his battle power surged dramatically, reaching an intensity of 4,000. This vastly exceeded the iron-armored dragon's power, and with the added boost of his ultimate technique, the outcome was inevitable. Jun Lin's Kamehameha surged forward like a shot of adrenaline, breaking through the dragon breath's energy and hurtling downward. Splat! The dragon's massive head was struck by this energy, exploding like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. Thud! The enormous corpse crashed to the ground, shaking the earth beneath it. High above, Jun Lin released the Kaio-Ken mode, his body wobbling as he became overwhelmingly weak. The strain was immense, making it difficult to maintain flight. He could only descend to the ground. Plopping down atop the iron-armored dragon's carcass, he gasped for breath, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. The Kaio-Ken truly is a divine technique, granting me such terrifying power. From this moment forth, with this ace up my sleeve, I can ensure my safety on Blue Star. Heh, this effort wasn't in vain. The corpse of the iron-armored dragon should fetch quite a sum, at least several billion. I shall never have to worry about money again. Just as Jun Lin reveled in his triumph, the battle power detector emitted a loud alarm. Beep, beep, beep. This time, the alarm's frequency was alarmingly intense, sounding incessantly. Jun Lin froze, his gaze riveted on the data displayed, his face a mask of shock. A target with an extraordinarily terrifying battle power was rapidly approaching. The detector displayed an astounding value of 15,000. What is going on? Why is such a formidable force appearing? Could it be that a transcendent being has descended? Before he could process this, a figure materialized before him. Jun Lin saw that it was a refined middle-aged man, not a beast, and countless thoughts raced through his mind, uncertain of whether this individual was friend or foe. Gu Xinghe was no ordinary person. He immediately discerned Jun Lin's apprehension and promptly introduced himself. Young friend, do not be alarmed. I am Gu Xinghe, here specifically to seek you out. Oh, it is the esteemed Grandmaster. I am well. Jun Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that even after the disappearance of support from the magic capital, the nation had not abandoned Jun Lin, but rather dispatched a more powerful transcendent being. It was said that there were only 12 transcendent beings throughout the entirety of Huaxia, each one a shadowy figure, seldom seen. For such a personage to seek him out personally was indeed a significant honor. Well, I am relieved to hear that, Gu Xinghe remarked, glancing at the headless corpse of the iron-armored dragon with disbelief. You killed this thorned iron-armored dragon? Though he had not witnessed the battle, the immense tremors had resonated for miles, and he had felt them. Indeed, it was I who did it, Jun Lin boldly affirmed. There was no way for him to deflect the truth with excuses. He certainly couldn't claim that the foolish dragon had perished from its own breath. Gu Xinghe regarded Jun Lin with a penetrating gaze. Even with mental preparation, he was still taken aback. Gu Xinghe considered himself a gifted warrior, yet at Jun Lin's age, he had never reached even a 6-star rank. What had Jun Lin accomplished? He had slain a 9-star overlord. Gu Xinghe opened his mouth several times, wishing to inquire how Jun Lin had managed to defeat a 9-star beast, but each time he restrained himself. With his status, how could he pry into the affairs of a junior? Moreover, Jun Lin was no longer an ordinary person. Probing into his hidden abilities could very well invite resentment. Jun Lin noticed Gu Xinghe's hesitation, understanding that his extraordinary performance had left this transcendent being in awe. Yet what could he do? It was simply a result of his exceptional prowess. Grandmaster, are you curious about how I was able to kill a 9-star overlord? Ultimately, it was Jun Lin who broke the silence. Gu Xinghe's demeanor shifted, his expression relaxed, yet his ears perked up, intrigued. That should be your secret. I have no interest in prying into other secrets. In truth, it is not much of a secret. I possess a talent that consumes life force, allowing me to temporarily boost my battle power significantly. Utilizing this ability, I was fortunate enough to slay that creature. The notion of a talent that consumes life to achieve a higher level of power turned Gu Xinghe's mind upside down. The price of such a terrifying talent must be unimaginably high. It is likely that Jun Lin's usage of it throughout his life will be limited. Thus, he warned, Jun Lin, given the significant aftereffects of this talent, you should refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. He scrutinized Jun Lin's realm with great care and finally inquired tentatively, what is your current realm? Assessing another's strength among warriors is no simple feat. One can only gauge a rough estimate, as precise measurements require sophisticated instruments. I am roughly at the peak of the 7 stars, Jun Lin candidly replied. He discerned that this esteemed individual had a deep concern for him, having traveled great distances to render aid, which naturally endeared him to Jun Lin. Even with prior mental preparation, he was nonetheless profoundly shaken by the realization of being at the peak of 7 stars. A prodigy, without a doubt. On the return journey, Gu Xinghe effortlessly carried the several thousand-ton corpse of the thorned iron-armored dragon with one hand, flying alongside Jun Lin in leisurely fashion. Truth be told, when he witnessed Jun Lin soaring through the air, he was once again taken aback. He yearned to inquire how Jun Lin accomplished this feat, but his pride as a transcendent power forbade him from doing so. Thus, despite the inner turmoil, he maintained an outward facade of calm. Jun Lin, should you find it challenging to keep pace, do let me know, and I shall slow down. After several exchanges, Gu Xinghe had truly epitomized the protective nature of an elder, even suggesting a familial address. To this, Jun Lin felt immense gratitude. No need. My speed is quite commendable as well, capable of effortlessly breaking the sound barrier and achieving supersonic speeds. Upon saying this, he exerted himself, producing a powerful sonic boom behind him as he entered a state of supersonic flight. Guxinghe couldn't help but marvel, generally. Only 9-star warriors could attain such speeds, yet Jun Lin had accomplished it at the peak of 7 stars. There was no denying it. Such a remarkable genius was someone he needed to forge a connection with. Perhaps he should adopt him as a godson? Guxinghe pondered, stroking his chin. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, Jun Lin was not lacking in paternal figures, and making such a request might yield adverse effects. Alas, if only Xiaoxiao had not passed away so early. Otherwise, having him as a son-in-law would have been perfect. With the talents of these 2 children, both breaking through to the transcendent realm in the future would be highly probable. Just imagining a family of 3 transcendent beings sends shivers of excitement down my spine. Lost in this contemplation, Guxinghe couldn't help but shudder. In Jinling, the issues surrounding the beast tide had been completely resolved. What remained were the aftermath rescue operations and resettlement projects. Surprisingly, the destruction and casualty rates caused by this beast tide were significantly lower than in previous incidents. It is believed that all those who participated in the battle will receive commendations from the state, serving as a model case for widespread dissemination. At the relay station, Border Commander Hao Shuang, Security Bureau Director Song Yang, and Wu Peng from the Xinghe branch stood atop the wall, awaiting eagerly. Suddenly, figures approached rapidly from the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, they were before the trio. Upon seeing the corpse of the thorned iron-armored dragon and the unharmed Jun Lin, expressions of joy adorned their faces. This is splendid news. The beast has been dealt with, and no one was harmed. They praised the extraordinary strength of the transcendent warrior, knowing that even the thorned iron-armored dragon would meet its end at his hands. In their minds, the 9-star overlord had undoubtedly fallen to Guxinghe, without a shadow of a doubt. For humanity, transcendent warriors were akin to deities. Suddenly, Hao Shuang seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Jun Lin, did you just fly?" Jun Lin had no intention of revealing his flight technique just yet. Therefore, he feigned confusion and replied, "You must have misseen. I was clearly hanging on the corpse of the iron-armored dragon." "Is that so?" Hao Shuang was also puzzled. She thought she had seen Jun Lin hovering in midair, but that seemed impossible. Turning to Song Yang and Wu Peng, she asked, "Did you 2 see that?" The 2 had been preoccupied with observing the iron-armored dragoness corpse and had not noticed Jun Lin, shaking their heads in denial. Hao Shuang then cast aside her impractical notion. Upon returning to Jinling, Jun Lin did not join the esteemed figures, but left with the 2 Kai and Heir 2 Kai. As for the thorned iron-armored dragon's corpse, Guxinghe expressed his willingness to purchase it for 1.8 billion. Furthermore, Jun Lin learned from him that the primary raw material for the number 1 gene serum was the essence blood from 9-star beasts. A beast the size of the thorned iron-armored dragon could yield dozens of gene serums. In addition to blood, the scales, skin, and bones of the 9-star beast were invaluable materials. Thus, hunting a 9-star beast generated immense value. Not only did they secure the corpse of a 9-star beast, but Hao Shuang and the others also delivered 6 corpses of 8-star beasts, with a total value exceeding 1.2 billion. This time, Jun Lin conservatively estimated that he could earn a target of 30 million. Oops, I inadvertently struck it rich again. As night fell, Jinling lay in disarray due to the beast tide. Buildings were severely damaged, and half of the houses were uninhabitable, transforming into dangerous ruins. Fortunately, rescue supplies arrived swiftly, and many citizens were accommodated in temporary tents. Ba Dao, experienced in such matters, promptly found an undamaged hotel without needing Jun Lin's instruction, ensuring that the group would not find themselves homeless. After dinner, Jun Lin and the 2 others rested in their suite. Dui Fian turned on the television, which was broadcasting the latest hot news. A month prior, a deafening roar was heard from the heart of the Pacific, suspected to be from a 9-star beast king breaking through. Coastal bases had received orders to enhance their vigilance. Meanwhile, outstanding graduate Wang Tianze from the Imperial Capital University successfully advanced to a 7-star warrior a week ago, pledging allegiance to the Huaxia Tribunal. After 3 years, the United States had once again witnessed the emergence of an SS-level talent awakener, whose specific abilities remained shrouded in secrecy. This awakener had declared their intention to compete for the championship at the 4-year Global Hunter Convention. Just yesterday morning, Jinling suffered a sudden beast tide invasion. Yet thanks to numerous valiant warriors who risked their lives to combat the enemy, the tide was eventually repelled. After browsing the hot news, Ba Dao turned off the television and smiled at Jun Lin. This time, the credit for the Jinling beast tide belongs chiefly to you, boss. I truly anticipate what kind of reward the state will offer. I believe a first-class merit should be awarded. Dui Fian chimed in, equally excited. Fian, please don't jinx me. A first-class merit is reserved for the most exceptional. You surely understand that. Jun Lin exclaimed, startled, and immediately countered. He was not ready to claim such an honor during the Qingming festival. Oops. Dui Fian stuck out her tongue, realizing her faux pas. Upon hearing about the first-class merit, Ba Dao's eyes sparkled with excitement. That would be a matter of great familial pride, even benefiting his hometown. In the future, he could establish his own branch within the clan, positioning himself as the first, with his name immortalized in the ancestral hall. The thought sent a shiver down Ba Dao's spine, and he quickly suppressed that notion. After 2 days of rest, Jun Lin had fully recovered his injuries and vitality, regaining his radiant demeanor. One day, a phone call from Hao Shuang invited him to the border relay station for a discussion. Jun Lin speculated that the national reward was imminent, wondering what he might receive. He hoped it wouldn't merely be a first-class merit. As he drove his Hummer, the city had undergone 2 days of restoration, and the streets were now pristine, the remnants of beasts and bloodstains thoroughly cleared. He had heard that a memorial service for the victims took place last night, but not being one to revel in spectacle, he chose to abstain. Upon arriving at the station, he finally encountered the dashing commander. The two entered a quiet room, shutting the door behind them. Hao Shuang personally rose to brew a cup of fragrant tea for Jun Lin. He savored a sip, offering his praise. Who would have thought that aside from battling demons, Sister Shuang also possessed commendable tea-making skills? What a cheeky remark. It's merely good tea leaves. I just steep them in boiling water. There's no skill involved. Hao Shuang, at this moment, appeared remarkably relaxed, devoid of any authoritative demeanor. What I say is true, Sister Shuang. Do not forget our initial agreement. Jun Lin recalled that day when Hao Shuang expressed a desire to be his apprentice, adopting an air of inscrutable wisdom. What agreement? I seem to have forgotten. Hao Shuang feigned ignorance. The circumstances were unique that day, and the atmosphere was just right. Now, in this calm moment, how could I possibly address you, a mere youth, as my master? That would be utterly mortifying. Jun Lin, however, remained unfazed. Martial artists from Blue Star possessed a rather superficial grasp of qi, and few had the ability to project energy prior to transcending. Failing to learn would be a detriment to her. Hao Shuang recognized her own impoliteness. Despite his youth, Jun Lin's strength and accomplishments rivaled her own, and upon receiving this national honor, his status would likely surpass hers. She could not afford to regard him as just a child. Reflecting on the notice from her superiors, Hao Shuang shifted to the matter at hand. Thanks to you, Jinling has remained safe and sound. Director Song and I have relayed your deeds back to the capital, and today the nation has decided to grant you the highest commendation for your performance. Would you like to know what it is? It won't be a first-class merit, will it? Hao Shuang shook her head, smiling. You've guessed wrong. It is a hero's medal, which is even rarer than a first-class merit. Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehended. Good heavens, I truly am something else. Receiving a hero's medal signifies that one is a national hero, thereby granting them a sword of authority and a pardon from death. In the entirety of Huaxia, few possess the authority to act against a national hero, and even if they were to err, the process for their judgment would be exceedingly convoluted. To act against a national hero is to commit a heinous crime, punishable as treason. The families of national heroes are equally safeguarded. No individual or force may inflict harm upon them, or they too would be prosecuted for treason. Furthermore, the personal information of the medal's bearer will be classified as a state secret, protecting their strength, unique abilities, and personal relationships from those with ulterior motives. Upon hearing that he was to receive the Hero's medal, Jun Lin felt a tingling in his hands. His greatest fear was being targeted by nefarious individuals or forces due to his prodigious talents. As the saying goes, a bright arrow is easy to dodge, but a hidden dagger is hard to guard against. He feared not the direct confrontations. He would strike them down if they dared. Rather, he dreaded the underhanded tactics that might be employed against him. With the Hero's medal as his talisman, he could sidestep numerous troubles. Sister Shuang, where is this hero's medal? Hurry and show it to me. Hold your horses. I summoned you today for this very matter. 1 week from now, on the 1st of October, the Emperor will hold an awards ceremony to honor the young individuals who have made outstanding contributions this year. And your hero's medal will be the grand finale of the event. Hearing that he would be the highlight of the awards ceremony in the capital, Jun Lin felt a surge of excitement. He had always wished to keep a low profile, but his abilities simply would not allow for it. Subsequently, Jun Lin and Hao Shuang discussed the arrangements for the trip to the capital, toasting with a few glasses of fine wine in celebration. Satisfied, he prepared to take his leave, when suddenly, someone tugged at the edge of his clothing. Before he could turn around, a sultry voice filled his ears. Master, are you planning to leave just like that? Have you forgotten to teach your disciple how to cultivate? Jun Lin's mind buzzed as if struck by a spell. Incredulously turning to face Hao Shuang, she gracefully shed her military attire, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, There's no one else here. Do you wish to be a master, or shall you prove yourself as a little wolf cub? The choice is yours. The recent beast tide had exposed Hao Shuang to the tragic loss of countless lives, and she herself had narrowly escaped death multiple times. With the specter of mortality looming, she had come to a more liberated perspective on certain matters. Life is to be lived fully, and when the time comes, even if she were to perish, it would not render her existence meaningless. Moreover, although Jun Lin was youthful, he had made significant contributions during this incident. It could be said that the peace in all of Jinling was largely thanks to him. Her heart brimmed with gratitude, rendering her actions entirely understandable. Jun Lin's lips twitched as he adopted a frigid demeanor. Woman, your provocative behavior is rather perilous. Hao Shuang leaned languidly against a large sofa, stretching her limbs. Her ample bosom nearly bursting forth, her exquisite figure on full display. My fiancé has been dead for many years, and I have lived in solitude all this time. Would you be willing to lend a hand to your sister? She half closed her eyes and continued. Do you find me repulsive, or are you merely a boastful little brat? No, how could I possibly find you repulsive? Faced with the beauty's challenge, Jun Lin finally grasped the situation, pondering the ancient adage. Indeed, at 30, a man is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as ferocious as a tiger. How true it was. Jun Lin straightened his neck and unfastened the first button of his shirt. Disciple, I shall teach you how to control the qi within your body and unleash energy waves. First, allow the qi to circulate throughout all your acupoints, leaving none untouched. Then, concentrate this qi at a specific point in your body, such as your fingers or toes. Finally, unleash it with a sudden force. Chapter 88, A Name That Fits. 2.5 hours later, the door swung open, and Jun Lin stepped out with lightness in his stride. The Saiyan physique truly is remarkable. He had initially thought he could not outmatch Hao Shuang, yet he emerged victorious. Even an 8-star commander was thoroughly defeated, left disheveled, and unable to mount an effective defense. Fortunately, it was Hao Shuang he faced. Had it been a frail maiden, it would have been far less entertaining. All in all, Jun Lin felt immensely satisfied. His assessment of Hao Shuang could be succinctly summarized in 4 words. A name that fits. He found a bustling eatery where he sat down, indulging in a hearty feast to replenish his expended energy. Over the next 2 days, Jun Lin periodically received invitations from Commander Hao for duels. Simultaneously, he did not forget their initial agreement and shared numerous methods regarding the application of qi. He believed that, in due time, results would manifest. One morning, Jun Lin lay in bed, deeply asleep, when an urgent ringtone jolted him awake. Answering the call, he was met with a young girl's exasperated voice. Hello, Jun Lin. Where have you been these past few days? I've been searching for you everywhere. I find myself in a crucial situation at the station, where Commander Hao is in dire need of my assistance. Just then, the bathroom door swings open, revealing Hao Shuang, freshly emerged from her bath, wrapped in a towel. The scene utterly captivates Jun Lin. How splendid! Hao Shuang's tall and graceful figure, with droplets of water glistening on her fair legs, exudes an allure that could dazzle anyone. As she walks, the towel sways enticingly, enough to leave any normal man parched with desire. The tantalizing sight between her legs evokes an overwhelming temptation. Returning to bed, Hao Shuang playfully pinches him, eliciting an involuntary gasp from Jun Lin. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen enough? He whispers, gesturing towards his phone. It's a call from Qianqian. Keep quiet. Hao Shuang covers her mouth and leans in, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment. Oblivious to their antics, Yi Qianqian, upon learning that Jun Lin has been stationed at the border, recalls the striking woman and warns him, let me be clear, while it's one thing to tease my sister, don't you dare be so casual with Commander Hao, or you might find yourself in a predicament. Stealing a glance at Hao Shuang, who is nestled in his embrace. Stifling a laugh, Jun Lin muses, Commander Hao, with her breathtaking beauty and poised demeanor, is a remarkable pillar of our nation. She would never stoop to my level. His flattery seems to have warmed the woman beside him, as he feels her body temperature rise. Humph. I called to inform you that I'll be returning to Modu at 3 this afternoon. I've already secured the tickets, so don't be late. With that, he hangs up. Hao Shuang, twirling a strand of her hair, chuckles. If your little girlfriend finds out about us, she might just split you in half. Jun Lin pulls her closer, snatching away her towel, their eyes locking. Qianqian is merely a friend. Do not misconstrue. Ah, what are you doing? I just bathed. Time is of the essence. Let us continue. Hao Shuang's eyes gleam with mischief as she blushes and nods. At 3 in the afternoon, at the train station, the group congregates before embarking on their journey. Safe travels. The following morning, the train arrives at its destination, Modu. Jun Lin, laden with an array of high-end gifts purchased along the way, returns to the Fragrance Bay community of Modu, brimming with excitement. This trip to Jinling has not only garnered him the wealth of 30 minor targets, but also promises a national commendation medal in a few days, truly a matter of familial pride that should bring joy to his father and sister. As he approaches the villa, he overhears a cacophony emanating from within. Long Yuan, your second and third brothers have traveled countless miles from Jiangnan to see you. And this is how you treat your elder brothers? Jun Lin is taken aback, a grim realization dawning upon him. The Jun family hails from Jiangnan, and his grandfather has 4 sons, with his father, Jun Yuan, being the youngest. Although the Jun family is not an aristocratic lineage, they are undeniably affluent, with assets worth billions. However, Jun Yuan's reality starkly contrasts this privileged upbringing. He is the illegitimate son of a fleeting affair, and due to his poor aptitude for cultivation, he has faced relentless scorn within the Jun family, deprived of any resources. Ultimately, driven by despair, he abandoned his family to make his way in Jinling. 2 decades have passed without a single inquiry from the Jun family regarding his well-being. Even the passing of Junlin's mother went unnoticed by them. Not a call nor a message was sent. It is as if Jun Yuan, the illegitimate son, has been completely forsaken by the Jun family, with no regard for his existence. Even Junlin's grandfather, his biological father, views him merely as the byproduct of a fleeting liaison, unworthy of the family's name. Since learning of this family history, Jun Lin harbors no affection for the Jun family. Such relatives are better left unacknowledged. Now, the previously indifferent Jun family members have suddenly appeared at his doorstep, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Turning the doorknob, he pushes open the door to find 3 middle-aged men in the once familiar living room, their eyes lighting up at the sight of him. Huh, so this is Jun Lin. My great-nephew. Time flies, and you've grown so tall. The eldest of the Jun family chuckles. Where did this old dog come from? Don't dare to claim kinship here, or I'll toss you out. Without warning, Jun Lin retorts, causing an abrupt silence to envelop the room. The eldest Jun's expression darkens at being insulted by a younger relative. Jun Lin, how can you speak to your elders like that? Remember your place. The second brother admonishes. Do you think you're worthy of being my elder? Jun Lin narrows his eyes and strikes. Smack. The second brother is sent sprawling against the wall. You can't hit people. The third brother exclaims in shock. Jun Lin seizes him by the collar, radiating fury like an enraged beast, causing the third brother to tremble in fear. Enough chatter. What brings the 3 of you to my home? If you dare deceive me, I won't hesitate to crush your skulls. We are here to request your return to the Jun family tree. Is that all? Jun Lin is skeptical of their intentions, tightening his grip, making the third brother's breath hitch. Also, your grandfather wishes to expand the family business to Modu and has heard you know many officials here. So he seeks your assistance in making connections. It becomes evident that the lofty Jun family has approached him with a specific agenda. Jun Lin regards them with disdain, considering them mere strangers, not family. He casually tosses the third brother aside, who collides painfully with the second brother, both crying out in agony. How audacious! You truly are beyond reproach. The eldest brother exclaims, shaking with anger. This young man is a beast, daring to strike his own uncles. You dare call me ungrateful? Jun Lin counters, pointing to himself. Tell me, has the Jun family ever acknowledged the bond between our fathers over these years? Not once, not even a single time. Now that you deem us valuable, you come scurrying back to ingratiate yourselves. How naive. Do you think we desire any association with the heartless Jun family? Jun Lin unleashes a torrent of pent-up resentment, voicing both his and his father's grievances towards the Jun family. Finally, with a dismissive wave, he conjures a gust of wind that propels the 3 brothers out through the open door. This is merely a warning. Should you dare disturb my family again, I can ensure the Jun family ceases to exist. Bang! The door slams shut, sealing them off from the outside world. The 3 Jun brothers are left disoriented on the ground, fortunate that Jun Lin showed them mercy, for otherwise, they would have faced a far graver fate. Subjected to such a profound humiliation, the 3 brothers could not restrain their ire and began to curse at the entrance. At that moment, a voice from within the villa rang out. Fian, break one of their legs. If they dare to speak out of turn again, let them pay with their lives. Yes, boss. An elusive figure emerged from the shadows, striking with the swiftness of the wind, delivering 3 punches in the blink of an eye. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp sounds resonated, accompanied by the anguished cries of the 3 members of the Jun family echoing outside. They were now thoroughly terrified, having never expected Jun Lin to truly dare to take action. No longer emboldened by their seniority, they could only leave in a pitiful, limping state. Inside the villa, Jun Yuan let out a deep sigh. Naturally kind-hearted, he harbored certain thoughts that he kept to himself, fearing they might hurt others if spoken aloud. In truth, what use was there for a family that only valued profit? Jun Lin, now affluent and well-connected, could easily carve out a successful future if he chose to develop his potential. How could a mere small family from Jiangnan province ever compare to Jun Lin? Considering his current standing, Should any unwelcome individuals come knocking, his father, not being a martial artist, would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, Jun Lin resolved to temporarily assign Ba Dao and Shuang Fian as bodyguards, Ba Dao for the personal protection of Jun Changyuan, and Shuang Fian for the safeguarding of Xia Zhiyue. With 2 6-star martial artists as bodyguards, most troubles could be effortlessly managed. During dinner, a lively atmosphere ensued. Jun Lin recounted the events that transpired in Jinling, deliberately omitting the more perilous details. Even so, Jun Changyuan and Xia Zhiyue felt their palms grow clammy and their faces pale. In their minds, even a 5- or 6-star demon beast was a monstrous terror. However, when the beast tide descended, those 5- or 6-star beasts often became mere fodder, while the true formidable foes were 8- or 9-star entities. What sheer horror those beasts must embody. Unbeknownst to them, the menacing creatures they had conjured in their imaginations were now completely disregarded by Jun Lin. At that moment, Jun Lin produced a glass of water he had prepared earlier and presented it to Jun Changyuan. This water was none other than the miraculous elixir from the Dragon Ball universe, renowned for its rejuvenating properties. This is some mountain spring water I acquired during my recent travels. I've heard it's beneficial for the body. Please, have a taste. As Jun Changyuan drank it down, he felt a remarkable force envelop his entire being, as if he were being cleansed to his very core, leaving him feeling weightless. Oh, this water is truly delightful. He recognized it as refreshingly cool, but remained unaware that it would significantly slow his aging process henceforth, granting him several hundred years of life. Xia Zhiyue, her thirst peaked, chimed in eagerly. Is there any left? I want some too. Jun Lin glanced at her figure, concerned that if she drank the elixir, she might never grow up. Thus, he shook his head and replied, Alas, there is only this little left. If you wish for more, I'll procure some on my next trip. Oblivious to the underlying implications, Xia Zhiyue acquiesced to his proposal. Under the moonlight, Jun Lin reclined on the plush bed, contemplating the forthcoming endeavors. In just a few days, he would embark on a journey to the Empire, the value of the hero medal being self-evident. Seizing this opportunity, he also aimed to search for the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Presently, he possessed 3 Dragon Balls, the 3-star, 4-star, and 6-star variants. Only 4 more remained to summon the Eternal Dragon. With his current strength, coupled with the Dragon Ball radar and capsule aircraft at his disposal, he had satisfied the prerequisites for locating the Dragon Balls. He activated the radar, and with a few presses of the buttons, the 4 external Dragon Balls appeared on the screen, alongside the one in his possession. Consulting a high-quality map of Huaxia, he began to meticulously draw lines, deducing the locations of the Dragon Balls. Before long, he uncovered both good news and bad news. The good news was that 2 Dragon Balls were located on the route to the imperial capital. The bad news was that one lay within the Yellow River, while the other was hidden in the Tai Mountain range. Searching for something in water posed a formidable challenge. Without the Dragon Ball radar, it would have been an impossible task. The Tai Mountain range was equally daunting, teeming with demon beasts, countless 5- and 6-star creatures, and potentially even a 9-star overlord. Given my current strength, my normal combat power nears 1,000. As long as I do not seek death intentionally, I should be fine. Resolute in his decision, Jun Lin peacefully drifted into slumber. The following day, on the outskirts of Magic City, Jun Lin retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, pressed the button, and tossed it aside. With a resounding pop, a sleek silver aircraft materialized before him. The craft resembled a fighter jet, boasting a streamlined body and 8 exhaust ports at the rear, devoid of weaponry. Upon entering, he noted the spacious interior, capable of accommodating 6 to 7 people with some squeezing. Jun Lin discovered that the operating system was entirely smart-assisted. Even those unfamiliar with flying could pilot it. Truly, it was a marvel of technology from the Dragon Ball universe, an indispensable mode of transportation for any journey. Inputting the coordinates from the Dragon Ball radar, he engaged the intelligent operation. The aircraft roared to life, its rear emitting a tremendous burst of airflow. Whoosh! In mere seconds, the craft broke the sound barrier, reaching a terrifying speed of 2 Mach, propelling Jun Lin toward the distant imperial capital.